EC, Windmill Village. The pain my head aches so much. Luo Feng opened his eyes, feeling as though his head might split apart. Just moments ago, an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind, revealing his current predicament. He had traversed realms. He found himself in the world of the manga he had once read, the realm of One Piece. Due to your transference, you have awakened a remarkable intellect, allowing your thoughts to flow freely and your inspirations to be boundless. A voice echoed from the depths of his consciousness. In an instant, Luo Feng felt as if his soul had transcended, a sudden clarity enveloping him. Is this my golden finger? How extraordinary! Luo Feng was filled with excitement. As a traveler, he understood all too well the dangers that lurked in the world of pirates. There were world-destroying titans, sea monsters capable of devouring islands, and terrifying ancient weapons for an ordinary person to survive in this world. Sheer luck was paramount. According to Luo Feng's memories, his current body possessed little talent. Moreover, he lacked any special bloodline or a deeply rooted background that the protagonists often enjoyed. The hope of growing into a formidable force through sheer effort seemed utterly unattainable. However, with this newfound advantage, a surge of ambition ignited within him. In such a vast world, on such a grand stage, how could there be no place for Luo Feng? In the past, I had many regrets and unfulfilled desires while reading the manga. Now, I shall make amends for all of them. Bang! At that moment, Luo Feng felt a gentle tap on his head. He looked up to see a woman with green hair, still possessing a charming allure, holding a spoon and gazing at him. Luo Feng, don't daydream. Hurry and serve the guests. Oh, right away, Madame Aquino, Luo Feng replied. The original body was that of an orphan boy from Windmill Village. The kind-hearted bar owner had taken him in, allowing him to work and earn his keep. Recently, a group of pirates had arrived in the village, often dining and drinking at the bar. Business was booming, and the kitchen was particularly busy. Despite being pirates, they did not pillage or cause harm to the village. On the contrary, they paid for their food and purchased various supplies, bringing prosperity to the community. As Luo Feng emerged from the kitchen and entered the bar, a cacophony of laughter and chatter enveloped him. Lachi, you truly have an insatiable appetite. You devoured that large piece of meat in just 2 bites. At this rate, our pirate crew will be left penniless. Jesus, I heard you have a son in the EC. Shouldn't we go see him? Captain, I must say, this bar owner is quite appealing. Why not marry her and bring her aboard? Haha. Luo Feng, balancing a plate, called out to the counter. Here you go, Shanks. Your fried rice has arrived. Indeed, these pirates were none other than the red-haired pirates, destined to become one of the 4 emperors. Ah, as expected, your cooking is the best, Luo Feng, Shanks exclaimed, taking the fried rice and digging in eagerly. However, he soon choked on his food, his face turning purple as he desperately patted his chest, casting a pleading look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was left speechless. The formidable Shanks almost choked to death on fried rice. Who would believe such a tale? He quickly poured a glass of wheat juice, aiding Shanks in his recovery. I nearly met my end. Luo Feng, you saved my life, Shanks said, appearing as though he had narrowly escaped death. At that moment, an inadvertent aura of regal pressure emanated from Shanks. It is known that Shanks' haki could shatter wood with mere intent. Although it was just a fleeting sensation, it was potent enough to cause the faint-hearted to faint instantly. Luo Feng's complexion paled. He felt as if his soul were a newborn, utterly exposed to the frigid elements. The biting cold pierced his spirit like a blade. Yet, it was precisely during this moment of agony that Luo Feng began to grasp the essence of haki in this world. Amidst the overwhelming pain, he distinctly sensed a force sealed within the depths of his soul, stirring to life due to the pressure from Shanks' haki. You have observed the emanating pressure from Shanks and inadvertently awakened the conqueror's haki. Meanwhile, Shanks, startled by the commotion, hastily set down his cup. He realized he might have overstepped. Are you all right, Luo Feng? He asked with concern, quickly retracting his haki, regretting his carelessness. He understood that for adults, the effects of haki might be negligible, as their spirits have become numb from the trials of life. A mere sleep would suffice to recover, leaving no lasting harm. However, for a boy still in his formative years, such a potent force could be overwhelming. Seeing Luo Feng's pale face and closed eyes, Shanks grew increasingly anxious. At that moment, the other pirates, who had been drinking and reveling, took notice of the situation and gathered around in concern. "What's happening? Captain, why did your haki overflow?" It must be due to Captain's recent breakthrough in strength, enhancing his conqueror's haki. After all, it cannot be cultivated through mere training, it strengthens with power. Oh no, is this boy's spirit damaged? Could he become a fool? The crew surrounded Luo Feng, anxiously observing his condition. In the kitchen, Makino, who had been preparing food, sensed the sudden silence outside and realized something was amiss. She hurriedly emerged, wiping her hands on her apron. "What's going on? What happened?" Shanks, feeling ashamed, replied, "Makino, where's the ship's doctor?" "We need the ship's doctor," Ben Beckman urged. Soon, the ship's doctor arrived. After assessing the situation, he shook his head. "Alas, this is a case of mental trauma. Ordinary medicine cannot cure it. All we can do now is pray that Luo Feng's spirit is innately strong and resolute. If so, he may retain his sanity, but his body might remain frail in the future." Just then, Luo Feng, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. In that fleeting moment, fueled by Shank's haki and his extraordinary insight, he successfully comprehended the essence of haki. Haki, it turned out, resided within everyone, buried deep within the realms of the mind. Some had it deeply concealed, while others held it more lightly. The three types of haki varied in their depth of concealment, significantly influencing one's character. Some were born with royal qualities, as their conqueror's haki manifested, profoundly affecting their personality and charisma, drawing others to them. Initially, Luo Feng's body possessed deeply buried haki in all three forms. Without unforeseen circumstances, he might never awaken. Yet now, with the aid of Shank's fleeting aura, he surged forth, breaking through the barriers. In an instant, he awakened the conqueror's haki. As he opened his eyes, a unique aura emanated from him, bursting forth. Chapter 2. The majestic purple aura, the countenance of a king. A resonant hum enveloped the entire bar in an instant. A formidable purple aura permeating the structure and extending into the outside world, casting its shadow over the entirety of Windmill Village and its surrounding areas. At that moment, every villager felt a sovereign presence, as if confronted by a king or an unapproachable deity. In an involuntary response, their bodies trembled, knees buckled, and they ultimately knelt in reverence, akin to subjects bowing before their monarch. Not only humans, but even the animals within the village and the birds soaring above plummeted to the ground, succumbing to the overwhelming force of Luo Feng's extraordinary purple aura. Convulsing and foaming at the mouth, rendered unconscious. On board the red-haired pirate's ship, a lookout responsible for guarding the area sensed an anomaly. He shot up, incredulously gazing at the spectacle before him. What an immense expanse, he thought, as the purple aura enveloped the entire village, extending even to the ocean. Such a vast display of power was something he had only witnessed emanating from the captain. Moreover, he was struck with a cold sweat, feeling that this aura was even more astonishing than the captain's, stirring within him an impulse to kneel and worship. Inside the bar, as Luo Feng unleashed his aura, the members of the red-haired pirates were awestruck. Despite their efforts to rationalize it, they could not comprehend how a seemingly youthful boy could awaken the conqueror's haki. Among them, red-haired Shanks was the most astonished. This aura, he murmured in disbelief. Even the legendary Captain Roger had not exhibited such remarkable purity. Indeed, red-haired sensed a unique quality in Luo Feng's haki. Each individual's conqueror's haki is distinct. Luo Feng's exuded an air of nobility, akin to the King of Kings. Terrifying in its intensity, perhaps even surpassing Roger in certain respects. At that moment, Luo Feng had retracted his aura, appearing as an ordinary neighborhood boy. Yet, when he had displayed his haki, he resembled an emperor surveying his subjects, commanding, disdainful, and unassailable, leaving all present in awe. "Hey, kid, what you just released? Could it be the haki?" Luo Feng glanced around at the astonished faces and nodded slightly. The realization struck the crew like a thunderbolt, erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. They regarded Luo Feng as if he were a humanoid sea king. "Even I lack conqueror's haki. How is it possible for a mere boy to awaken it at such a young age? Ah, how infuriating. Jealousy distorts my very being," they exclaimed. The conqueror's haki is a rare gift bestowed upon those destined for kingship. Do you aspire to be the ruler of Windmill Village? At this moment, the astute Beckman noticed something amiss. "Wait, Miss Makino, You haven't fainted? The room fell silent, all eyes turning toward the bar where the proprietress looked innocently at them. What is the matter? She inquired, entirely unscathed, evidently untouched by the aura. What is going on? The crew was bewildered. Could it be that Miss Makino was also a formidable force? In that instant, red-haired, the most knowledgeable of the crew regarding hockey, contemplated a singular possibility, which sent a shiver down his spine. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Red-haired murmured, his pupils narrowing in realization. Beckman, witnessing his captain's uncharacteristic demeanor, was equally astonished but soon grasped the potential implication. He turned sharply to Luo Feng, his eyes ablaze. Kid, could it be that you control the hockey so as not to harm Miss Makino? Controllable hockey. Typically, when one first awakens Conqueror's hockey, it is nearly impossible to control, often requiring extensive comprehension and practice. Yet Luo Feng had managed to masterfully wield his power without endangering those around him. Such talent. At that moment, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, the bar's door burst open. Captain, there is an enemy. The lookout rushed in, only to find the crew staring blankly at him, having seen no sign of any adversary. Upon realizing that Luo Feng was the one who had unleashed the hockey, the lookout's eyes widened in disbelief. As a member of a Yonko crew, he understood the significance of the situation. A boy awakening Conqueror's hockey, mastering its control upon awakening, and ensuring the safety of those nearby. This talent was unparalleled in history. He recalled his observations from the lookout tower, relaying to the crew that Luo Feng's hockey had enveloped the entirety of Windmill Village, even extending to the surrounding ocean and wilderness. Everyone was once more struck with astonishment. The extent of his power was unfathomable. Red-haired's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he regarded Luo Feng as if he were a remarkable anomaly. Not only was his talent extraordinary, but his potential was equally astonishing. The very essence of his aura surpassed both Red-haired and Captain Roger, as well as Rayleigh. Luo Feng was indeed remarkable. Could he be the individual Red-haired had been searching for? In that moment, all eyes in the bar were fixed upon Luo Feng, who sat at the counter, pouring himself a glass of wheat juice and sipping it leisurely. Yet, his mind was consumed with reflections on his recent experiences. As the aura from Red-haired had washed over him, he had gained profound insights. Now, as he released his own hockey, it was an entirely different understanding. This duality of perception felt like a divine elixir, nourishing his spirit and intellect, birthing boundless inspiration. Hockey, so this is its true nature. Luo Feng gazed into the distance, sipping his wheat juice, his mind ablaze with colliding insights, on the verge of unleashing something extraordinary. Chapter 3. The Epiphany of Kinbunchaku. In a bustling bar, Luo Feng cradled a glass of wheat juice, sipping it thoughtfully. His gaze was distant, yet his mind raced with reflections on his past experiences. What is hockey, if not a manifestation of spiritual energy within the human body? In the world of pirates, individuals lack even the most fundamental training methods, relying solely on haphazard practices to cultivate monstrous physiques. Without the sustenance of sea king's flesh and various extraordinary fruits, many would have long failed in their endeavors. As for the development of mental fortitude, it has been simplistically categorized under hockey. In truth, through his extraordinary comprehension, Luo Feng had unraveled the essence of hockey. If hockey is indeed a form of spiritual energy, then the Conqueror's hockey is merely the manifestation of this energy enveloping the body's surface. Theoretically feasible. Luo Feng's eyes shimmered like the dawn, as inspirations and ideas collided within him. Simultaneously, he endeavored to experiment with this newly awakened hockey. Based on your understanding and experiences, you have achieved an epiphany regarding Kinbunchaku. Suddenly, a wave of enlightenment washed over him, and he grasped the quintessence of hockey effortlessly. Kinbunchaku? Let me test it. A flicker of determination ignited within Luo Feng as he sought to project hockey beyond his own form. Look at this kid, he seems to be deep in thought, almost like a miniature adult. At that moment, the crew of the red-haired pirates observed Luo Feng with the eyes of a sentient sea king. Merely through the hockey emanating from Shanks, Luo Feng awakened the Conqueror's hockey, and astonishingly, he was already capable of wielding it with ease. Others required years, even decades, to reach such a level, yet he had accomplished it in an instant. Captain, how does this kid's hockey talent compare? Is he already half as skilled as you? One pirate inquired, clearly unaware of the intricacies of hockey, as his companions echoed similar sentiments. In their minds, Shanks was the undisputed strongest when it came to hockey. Then Beckman, one of the few sober-minded individuals, turned to Shanks, curious about his thoughts. However, he found Shanks lost in contemplation. Before him, Memories of a conversation from decades past, when Roger was still alive, resurfaced. Hey, Captain, what do you call this move? Kenbunchaku. Why that name? It sounds so convoluted. The youthful Shanks watched Roger, who, with a beaming smile, brandished his sword while practicing Kenbunchaku. A streak of black hockey, laced with crimson lightning, sliced through the air, severing everything in its path. Any object, whether an ancient tree millennia old or a boulder akin to a small mountain, crumbled like tofu before that strike. At that moment, Roger turned, a proud smile gracing his face. Shanks, because even if a deity stood before me, they would have to evade this move. Bang! The scene shifted. Now an adult, Shanks stood upon an island, panting heavily, sweat cascading down his brow. His grip on his sword faltered, fingers trembling. Yet, an unmistakable excitement illuminated his face. I've done it. I have finally mastered it. Kenbunchaku. He gazed skyward, as if peering into the heavens. Captain, I've succeeded. The technique you devoted most of your life to mastering, I accomplished over a decade earlier. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Suddenly, Shanks snapped back to reality. Feeling a bit disoriented, echoes of Roger's words resonated in his ears. Hey, Rayleigh, look at this kid. He's mastered the Conqueror's hockey at such a young age. Ha ha. It seems this young man will surpass us in the future. In that moment, he felt a profound emotion. Before him stood a young man who had brought him immense surprise, a youth poised to surpass him, perhaps even outshine the legendary Roger and Rayleigh. Could it be? Are you truly Nika? Shanks regarded Luo Feng, sensing something amiss. At that moment, Luo Feng had set down his glass of wheat juice and was toying with a small, dark object using a single finger. What was that? A toy? No. Shanks' eyes widened, astonished, as his mouth dropped open in disbelief. Nah, and I? In Luo Feng's hand swirled a minuscule manifestation of Conqueror's hockey, Kenbunchaku. He turned back to the gathered crowd, a frown adorning his features. Alas, my hockey is insufficient. I can only condense this small amount. Silence enveloped the bar. Among the patrons, all but the barmaid recognized Kenbunchaku. Thus, when Luo Feng attempted to concentrate his hockey in his hand, each person sensed it. A substance almost identical to Shanks' Kenbunchaku. Yet, how could this be possible? Shanks' Kenbunchaku was something even their first mate, Beckman, had failed to master. And here stood Luo Feng, merely a youth, who had only just awakened his Conqueror's hockey. How could he suddenly grasp the pinnacle application of this powerful technique? Was this some kind of jest? Lachi's roasted meat fell to the ground with a thud, his face a mask of shock. Jesus Burgess gaped, eyes wide, staring incredulously at the flicker of hockey at Luo Feng's fingertips. Beckman's cigarette dropped from his lips as his body trembled. Kid, how did you achieve this? Shanks swallowed hard, struggling to voice his bewilderment. This was a question shared by all the pirates present. They were on the verge of madness. A young lad from the East Blue had mastered a technique reserved for the 4 emperors. This was simply outrageous. Well, it's simple. You start like this, then that. Luo Feng showed no intention of concealing his methods. Instead, he sincerely shared his insights and experiences with everyone present. However, upon hearing him, the crowd remained in utter confusion. No. They were even more perplexed. Luo Feng's words were predicated on his prodigious understanding, but to the ears of these seasoned pirates, it sounded like the ramblings of an alien tongue. To illustrate, it was akin to asking a primary school student to attend a lecture on advanced calculus. They might recognize each word, yet the combination rendered them utterly bewildered. At that moment, Shanks felt his mind teetering on the edge of collapse. Was this truly the answer he sought? He merely wished to understand how it was possible for Luo Feng, a mere boy who had just awakened his hockey, to directly master Kenbunchaku. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of Captain Roger? Chapter 4. The emergence of the sage's meditation technique. Observing the bewildered reactions of the crowd, Luo Feng shook his head repeatedly. Despite his clear explanations, their ineptitude was apparent. Moreover, most of these individuals lacked the Conqueror's hockey. Even if they understood the application of the divine evasion, it would prove futile. However, Beckman listened intently, his expression serious, as if he grasped some of the concepts. Wait, could it be that, due to my influence, the red-haired crew has gained another royal-level powerhouse? Luo Feng mused inwardly. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Regardless, his presence would undoubtedly trigger a butterfly effect in this world. The course of events would surely diverge from what he was accustomed to. Haha. Regardless, the awakening of hockey in Luo Feng is a positive development. Let us all gather for a banquet. After a brief silence, red-haired Shanks raised a glass of wheat juice to enliven the atmosphere. The pirates of the red-haired crew. with their straightforward dispositions, soon erupted into boisterous revelry, commencing a grand celebration. "Hey, kid, do you want to become a pirate?" Shanks asked, drunkenly draping an arm around Luo Feng's shoulders. "Mr. Shanks, is that appropriate? He is still just a child," the tavern owner exclaimed, astonished by the suggestion of piracy. Luo Feng was merely a youth, yet Shanks was encouraging him to embark on a life of piracy. Beckman interjected, "Captain, this might not be advisable." Shanks felt a twinge of frustration. He yearned to assert, "What do you all understand?" With Luo Feng's innate talent and potential for hockey, he was destined to surpass both him and Captain Roger. The possibility of becoming the Pirate King was not far-fetched. In fact, he suspected that Luo Feng might be the Nika they had long sought. If that were the case, then Luo Feng could not remain in the quaint windmill village forever. His destiny lay with the vast seas. Though I have contemplated setting sail to explore the world and embark on adventures, at this moment, Luo Feng, sipping his wheat juice, felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Yet, his mind remained clear. However, the idea of becoming a pirate was rather daunting. He merely aspired to be an ordinary adventurer. The crowd reacted? Ordinary? What do you mean by that? If you are ordinary, then what are we? In any case, the festivities continued vibrantly until the early hours of the morning, at which point everyone finally succumbed to slumber. The following day, the sun graced the earth with its warmth. On the beach, Luo Feng stretched his stiff limbs and began his exercise regimen. In this world, possessing hockey alone was insufficient. Physical prowess was equally vital. Yet, he pondered the limitations of his body. Lacking the physique of those monstrous beings, he worried that vigorous exercise might lead to dire consequences. As he trained, his thoughts flowed with remarkable agility. Still, the novelty of his hockey awakening lingered in his mind, leading him to contemplate its intricacies once more. The Conqueror's hockey could not be enhanced independently, it would only elevate in tandem with one's strength. However, this was merely a rudimentary understanding held by the denizens of this world. In my perspective, the Conqueror's hockey can indeed be improved. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with inspiration. An idea blossomed within him like a seed planted in fertile soil. Whether walking, dining, or working at the tavern, his subconscious was tirelessly engaged in contemplation. Finally, days later, the realization came. Through your relentless contemplation and past experiences, you have conceived the Sage's meditation technique. Sage's meditation technique. Through meditation, elevate the limits of Conqueror's hockey. Success. In that moment of clarity, Luo Feng felt invigorated, akin to quenching his thirst with a chilled beer in the scorching desert. He immediately abandoned his current tasks and found a secluded spot to sit in meditation. Hours later, Luo Feng opened his eyes, his gaze radiating uncontainable joy. It truly works. My hockey has improved. He extended a finger, and a swirling aura of Conqueror's hockey enveloped it, appearing thicker than before. Do not underestimate this. It is crucial to understand that no one in this world can actively enhance their Conqueror's hockey. It only grows stronger with increased strength. If one's strength stagnates, so too will their hockey. However, with this exclusive meditation technique, Luo Feng could actively elevate his Conqueror's hockey, and the potential for growth was limitless. Even if he ceased all other forms of training and focused solely on meditation, one day his Conqueror's hockey could rival that of Roger, or even surpass it. Luo Feng devoted nearly all his free time to meditation. A few days later, while in the tavern, Shanks and the crew were astounded to witness the hockey swirling at Luo Feng's fingertips visibly doubled in thickness. What on earth? What is happening? Luo Feng, your hockey seems to have strengthened significantly. This was no mere enhancement. It had clearly doubled. If he were to unleash it as Captain does with divine evasion, he could potentially incapacitate me on the spot. This implies that the boy's current strength has surpassed ours. He must at least be at the cadre level. The cadre level of the red-haired crew is exceptionally prestigious. The red-haired pirates are renowned as the Iron Wall Pirates, boasting the highest average bounty. Each cadre member possesses bounties in the billions, some even in the tens of billions. Any cadre member could easily match the strength of a Calamity or a Star, especially the first mate, Ben Beckman, who is rumored to possess prowess comparable to Shanks himself. Though merely a rumor, it must stem from his formidable abilities to warrant such claims. The members of the red-haired crew are acutely aware of the power of divine evasion. A mere sliver of hockey, no larger than a fingernail, can incapacitate someone. Yet, among them, no one was more astonished than Shanks himself. Wait, how is this even possible? Shanks stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He could comprehend Luo Feng awakening hockey. He could also understand Luo Feng's ability to control it immediately after awakening. However, The notion that Luo Feng's conqueror's haki had actually improved was beyond his comprehension. This revelation threatened to shatter Shanks's entire worldview. At that moment, the confidence he held as a master of haki began to wane. Reminiscent of the time he faced Captain Roger, witnessing Roger unveil astonishing new abilities. Yes, Shanks finally grasped the situation. Luo Feng reminded him of the days when Roger was teaching him. Yet, the figures of Roger and this young boy intertwined in his mind. Chapter 5. A prodigy emerges in Windmill Village? Garp is stunned that night. Shanks was inebriated. The following day, he set sail from the East Blue. He had initially intended to bequeath his straw hat, along with the newly acquired gum-gum fruit, to Rofia. However, Rofia declined. Firstly, the straw hat, while indeed a significant memento, having once belonged to the Pirate King, held considerable collector's value. Yet, he harbored no desire to inherit any purported destiny. As for the gum-gum fruit, Rofia, having scrutinized Shanks' demeanor, ascertained that the latter was undoubtedly aware that the gum-gum fruit was, in fact, the Nika fruit, and he had no intention of becoming a Nika. Thus, he resolutely refused. Moreover, surpassing even a Paramecia type, or rather, the Nika fruit, he yearned for a Logia type or a unique Paramecia type devil fruit ability. As of yet, he had not encountered such a fruit. It is worth noting that, perhaps due to the gum-gum fruit's own awakening will, just before Shanks' departure, the gum-gum fruit was, by sheer happenstance, consumed by Luffy once more. The vast ocean roared. On the beach, a black-haired, dark-eyed youth was running shirtless. His skin had been bronzed by the sun, and while lacking bulky muscles, his physique was well-proportioned. Ha ha ha. After running over 10 kilometers, Rofia halted. With his palms resting on his knees, he gasped for breath, droplets of sweat marking the dry sand with dark imprints. Indeed, this body is still too immature and lacks the monstrous bloodline of Kaido or Big Mom, capable of tearing apart Sea Kings with bare hands. Even after consuming Sea King meat for several months and feeling a distinct warmth within my body, the rate of physical improvement remains too slow. Rofia mused as he walked towards the sea. Splash. He plunged into the azure waters, his ears immediately enveloped in a muffled silence. Opening his eyes, he gradually adjusted to the underwater scene. Swimming further out, the water deepened, and colossal fish began to appear. Suddenly, in the inky depths, an enormous, grotesque fish emerged. Its body dwarfed a house, and its massive eyes resembled millstones. Its gaping maw could swallow Rofia whole, its teeth gleaming white and sharp, like daggers. A sea king, a fearsome creature unique to the pirate world, inhabiting the oceans in varying sizes. This particular specimen appeared to be among the smallest of its kind. Yet, it could easily crush a human like Rofia with its ordinary physique. The grotesque fish detected Rofia's presence and lunged without hesitation, jaws snapping. Buzz. Suddenly, a peculiar aura emanated from Rofia's body. The once ferocious beast was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Its fishy face even displayed a human-like expression of terror. It stared at Rofia as if gazing upon a terrifying monster. Splash. Soon after, Rofia was seated atop the enormous fish, riding it towards the shore, overwhelmed by Rofia's might. The pitiable Sea King had no choice but to serve as his mount. Thump. Subsequently, with a casual flick of his wrist, Rofia unleashed a small divine departure, piercing the monster's head and turning its brains into mush. Soon, a fire was lit, and the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Rofia devoured the flesh, unseasoned. Yet the Sea King's inherent succulence was enough to tantalize the palate. As he ate, Rofia pondered, having come to this world, I must naturally savor its customs and delicacies. However, to navigate this world safely, the most crucial aspect is immense power. Now, with the presence of Conqueror's haki, the most terrifying beings in the sea, the Sea Kings no longer pose a threat to me. With that thought, Rofia glanced at the Sea King's corpse beside him. A faint smile played on his lips. Not only are they no longer a threat, but they will become my strength. Fortunately, he had not yet consumed a devil fruit, allowing him to swim. Even in the misfortune of a capsized ship, he could ride a Sea King to nearby islands. Yet, besides Sea Kings, the formidable pirates of this world also pose a threat. Although I possess Conqueror's haki, it would be best to strengthen my body. Rofia, having reached a decision, resolved to devise a suitable body-strengthening technique to fortify his frail physique. Soon after, Rofia was satiated. He rose, dusted off his posterior, and gazed at the Sea King's carcass. Such a large fish is too much for me to consume alone. I should summon the villagers to haul it back, Rofia thought as he headed towards Windmill Village. Meanwhile, inside the bar in Windmill Village. Ah, how nostalgic. Makino, your cooking is truly delightful. An elderly man with silver hair and a burly frame was heartily enjoying his meal at the counter. Makino, beaming, watched the kind old man. Garp-san, please eat slowly. There's more if you need it. She then turned her gentle gaze to Luffy, who resembled a skinny monkey. Here, Luffy, have some juice. Arigato, Makino-nichan. By the way, I heard that a prodigy has emerged in our windmill village. Garp suddenly paused mid-meal and inquired. Indeed. His purpose in returning to the East Blue was twofold: to bring his wayward grandson to the Navy headquarters for personal training, and to investigate the rumored talent from his hometown. Someone had awakened Conqueror's Haki, directly stunning the entire village. Those who awakened Conqueror's Haki were invariably geniuses, destined to become powerful figures. Naturally, Garp could not allow such talent to fall into the wrong hands. Since the prodigy hailed from his hometown, he must be recruited into his navy. At the very least, he must not be allowed to become a pirate. That's right. Makino had not yet spoken, but the village chief interjected. Holding a wheat juice, he elaborated, that day, a purple aura soared into the sky, making everyone in the village feel as if an emperor had arrived. Everyone instantly lost consciousness, foaming at the mouth. By the time they awoke, it was already night. The village chief rambled on, his eyebrows dancing and saliva flying. And then, a bandit named Higuma, claiming to have killed dozens of people, appeared. But before he could cause trouble, Rofia scared him witless with a single glance. He was sent to the navy and received 8 million berries on the spot. Rofia treated the entire village to a feast as an apology for the Haki-induced fainting spell. Ah, isn't that Rofia? He's here. You can ask him yourself. Chapter 6. Sudden Enlightenment. Shave, Moonwalk, Galefoot, and Razor. Kapu set down his spoon with an air of urgency. Initially, he had heard tales of a prodigy emerging from his hometown, and he had merely assumed that the individual had accidentally awakened the Conqueror's Haki. However, after listening to the village chief and several villagers recount the events in a back-and-forth manner, he pieced together the situation. Instantly, he could no longer remain seated. The awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, yet sparing Machino from harm. What could this signify? A spark of brilliance shone in Kapu's eyes. This indicated that the young lad had not only awakened the Conqueror's Haki, but had also mastered the ability to manipulate it with finesse. This was undoubtedly a genuine genius. As this realization dawned upon him, Kapu burst into laughter. Ha! Red-haired Shanks, how could you have overlooked such a talent after having sailed with Roger? At that moment, Kapu was almost delirious with joy. Clearly, he believed that Shanks had failed to recognize the unique potential of Lofeng. He had stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. Discovering this prodigy for himself, it was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Ahaha! Kapu exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Nearby, Luffy pouted. Grandpa, what are you laughing about? And just to be clear, I have no intention of becoming a Navy officer. I want to be a pirate. As he spoke, he struck a pose he deemed impressively cool. The outcome was predictable. He promptly received a lesson in love from Kapu's iron fist. I'll teach you about being a pirate. What is so great about being a pirate? Look at others your age. Many have already awakened their Conqueror's Haki. And you, my unworthy grandson, Haven T even mastered the 6 forms I taught you. I'm here specifically to bring you back to headquarters. I found you a teacher who will instruct you in the 6 forms, and once you've mastered that, he'll teach you the armament Haki. Kapu stretched his wrist and exhaled a puff of white smoke through his nostrils, leaving Luffy behind, sulking with a bruised head and tears of helplessness. Meanwhile, Lofeng had informed the villagers of his recent hunt for sea kings. Several strong men had already taken tools and carts to cut and transport the meat. This bounty would sustain the village for many days and provide a nourishing meal for the people. Although he had not spent much time in the village, he had developed deep feelings for its inhabitants, who were simple and kind-hearted. Naturally, he wished to give back to them. Suddenly, he noticed the presence of a Navy warship at the distant dock. Several Navy soldiers were patrolling the village. Clearly, this was not a small contingent, but a significant figure. Otherwise, there would be no need for a dedicated security detail. Wait, could it be that the higher-ups in the Navy wanted to see me because I captured a mountain bandit? No, a mere bandit with an 800,000 bounty, primarily due to excessive killings rather than actual strength. Lofeng couldn't fathom the reason and shook his head as he made his way toward the bar. Outside the bar, 2 Navy soldiers stood guard to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from entering. In the open space before the entrance stood an unusual Navy officer, armed with a sword, sporting a mohawk hairstyle and wearing a serious expression. It was Vice Admiral Squirrel. Lo Feng instantly recognized him by his hairstyle and demeanor. Squirrel was one of the admirals and a disciple of the renowned Black Arm Zephyr. His most famous feat was enduring the pain of stabbing his own palm with a knife to remain alert in the presence of the Empress's beauty. At that moment, Vice Admiral Squirrel was demonstrating the use of one of the 6 forms, shave, to several of his seemingly novice disciples. With a swift motion, he stepped lightly on the ground, appearing to teleport to a distant spot. Do you see? His disciples were left in a state of confusion. Sorry, sir. Your movement was too fast for us to comprehend. One disciple scratched his head in embarrassment. Indeed, your actions were incredibly swift. We could only catch a glimpse of an afterimage, another disciple chimed in. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Squirrel's face, though he quickly concealed it. Well, not everyone can master the 6 forms at such a young age like Rob Lucci, he sighed, recognizing that true geniuses were rare in this world. The majority remained ordinary. And even in his youth, he himself had been merely average in talent. His rise to the rank of Vice Admiral was solely due to his relentless dedication to training. I shall demonstrate once more. Pay close attention, as I will slow down my movements this time. Here we go, Vice Admiral Squirrel commanded, repeating the demonstration of shave. His disciples widened their eyes, focusing intently on each detail. Suddenly, Lo Feng, who had been observing from the side, appeared enlightened. I understand. Originally, his vision had not been keen enough to catch Squirrel's movements, but fortunately, Squirrel had deliberately slowed down for the sake of his students. This provided Lo Feng with the opportunity he needed. So this is shave. Previously, while reading manga, he had only seen characters executing moves that left afterimages, without grasping the underlying mechanics. But now, witnessing the 6 forms demonstrated before his eyes, he perceived numerous details, coupled with his extraordinary comprehension and prior insights. He swiftly grasped the essence of these techniques. You observe Vice Admiral Squirrel's demonstration, feeling inspired and experiencing sudden enlightenment, leading to the self-realization of the 6-form shave. You integrate your previous understanding and various inspirations, achieving sudden enlightenment and self-realization of the 6-form moonwalk. You combine your newfound understanding of shave and moonwalk, achieving sudden enlightenment and self-realization of the advanced technique, razor. You apply your comprehension of foot techniques within the 6 forms, achieving sudden enlightenment and self-realization of the 6-form gale foot. In an instant, all of Lo Feng's past thoughts and inspirations coalesced. Shave, moonwalk, galefoot, and razor were, at their core, merely different manifestations of the same principle, the enhancement of footwork. So it is. I understand. Chapter 7. Epiphanies of a Genius. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and his heart swelled with uncontainable joy. In an instant, he had comprehended 3 of the 6 techniques. Moreover, he had effortlessly grasped the skill known as Soru. Truly, such extraordinary insight was nothing short of phenomenal. Luo Feng mused inwardly. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the bar, Carp and Luffy. That individual Luo Feng had not noticed Carp's presence. However, Carp, though only seeing Luo Feng for the first time, sensed an indescribable, special aura emanating from him. Conqueror's haki. He squinted his eyes and scrutinized Luo Feng from head to toe. With his vast life experience and wisdom, Carp understood that those who possessed the Conqueror's haki exuded a distinctive charisma that naturally drew others to them, a charm that could be termed as personal magnetism. In an instant, Carp recognized Luo Feng as the so-called genius from his hometown. Just as he was about to approach Luo Feng for conversation, he noticed the latter wearing a contemplative expression, lost in a certain state of thought. Meanwhile, Admiral Squirrel also observed Luo Feng's peculiar behavior and subtly signaled his disciples. Instantly, several pairs of eyes fixed on Luo Feng. Soru. Ignoring the gazes of others, Luo Feng was eager to validate the ability he had just grasped. He swiftly stomped the ground several times, and in a heartbeat, he activated it successfully. Whoosh! Luo Feng felt as if he were racing through the air. The scenery on either side blurred into mere afterimages as he found himself several meters away in an instant. So swift, his heart raced, and his legs felt somewhat weak. Yet excitement bubbled within him. He had mastered Soru, one of the 6 techniques. Once acquired, it indeed granted astonishing speed akin to teleportation. In the heat of battle, unleashing this technique would undoubtedly catch his enemies off guard, ensuring a decisive strike. He had truly grasped Soru. Suddenly, a chorus of voices interrupted Luo Feng's thoughts. He turned in surprise to see Admiral Squirrel's disciples, who had just been learning the 6 techniques, now gazing at him with astonishment. Ah! I was so focused that I forgot we were still on the street. Luo Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the distance, Carp, who had just exited the bar, was momentarily stunned. Soru, isn't that a technique of the Navy S6 styles? This young man shouldn't he even be part of the Navy yet. But this technique can only be mastered by those who have risen to a high rank in the Navy. How on earth did this boy learn it? Just as Carp pondered these questions and prepared to approach for clarification, Admiral Squirrel stepped forward with a grave expression and demanded, "Who are you? How do you know our Navy's techniques?" In an instant, the nearby Navy soldiers, without needing a command, surrounded Luo Feng, raising their firearms warily, ready to fire at the slightest hint of movement. However, Luo Feng remained unfazed by the ominous barrels directed at him, displaying remarkable composure. He merely cast a casual glance at Admiral Squirrel. Surely, this was not a closely guarded secret. Techniques like Soru could easily be comprehended by others. Even an enemy witnessing it could learn it on the spot. Upon hearing this, Admiral Squirrel fell silent. Indeed, the 6 styles were not exclusive to the Navy. It was merely that the Navy had a larger number of practitioners and systematic training programs, leading people to believe it belonged solely to them. In reality, even a pirate with a modicum of insight could master Soru or even the essence of Jeppo through years of combat experience. "Lower your weapons," Admiral Squirrel waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to lower their arms, his demeanor softening considerably. "From whom did you learn this, Soru? Could it be that there are retired Navy veterans in Windmill Village?" As he spoke, Admiral Squirrel himself was taken aback. A Navy veteran? Of course. Mr. Carp. Mr. Carp hailed from here. If Mr. Carp took it upon himself during his leave to impart his skills to someone he deemed worthy, it was entirely plausible. In that moment, Admiral Squirrel wished he could slap his forehead. How had he not considered such a straightforward connection before? However, Luo Feng replied nonchalantly, "No one taught me. I merely observed you practicing and thought I would give it a try myself. I didn't expect to succeed." Silence fell. The very Carp, who had been preparing to interject and smooth over the situation, now stood dumbfounded. What? He comprehended Soru on the spot? In an instant, a spark ignited in Carp's eyes. After a brief moment of astonishment, Admiral Squirrel squinted his eyes, deep in thought. A genius. This boy was undoubtedly a genius. Individuals who could swiftly grasp Soru were indeed rare, and such people were typically regarded as possessing exceptional talent in combat. Clearly, this young man before them belonged to that category. Even Rob Lucci, a once-in-a-century prodigy, could not achieve such a feat, yet this boy had. Admiral Squirrel murmured to himself, his mind racing. Simultaneously, memories of Carp's words before this visit flooded back to him. Carp had mentioned he was returning to find a genius. Could this boy be the one Carp was searching for? At that moment, Carp, standing in the back, struggled to suppress the overwhelming grin spreading across his face. Excellent. Truly excellent. This was indeed a genuine genius. The fact that he had merely watched someone demonstrate Soru once and had successfully comprehended it was nothing short of miraculous. Such talent could not merely be deemed once in a century, it was the kind of brilliance that appeared once in 500 years. It seemed he had not erred in his choice. This was the awakened Conqueror hockey genius boy. Carp took a deep breath, striving to quell his excitement. Suddenly, he turned to his grandson beside him. Humph. His fists began to itch with anticipation. Look at this young man. Not only awakened to the Conqueror hockey, but also capable of mastering one of the 6 techniques, Soru, in the blink of an eye. Truly, it was not a matter of not recognizing treasure, but rather the fear that one might be outshone by others. Carp shook his head internally, having made the decision that upon his return, he would thoroughly educate his dear grandson. His own bloodline could not falter against others. He must train this little rascal into a capable Navy soldier through rigorous training. Chapter 8. A singular enlightenment of the 4 techniques, a genius among geniuses. How outrageous. This young man has, in an instant, comprehended the profound skill of Shave. At this moment, the disciples of Rear Admiral Weasel were utterly awestruck, as if they were witnessing a celestial being. In the presence of such unparalleled talent, they felt no trace of jealousy or shame, only admiration and reverence. Suddenly, they noticed Luo Feng waving at them. Could you step back a bit? I wish to try again. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, having just grasped Shave, it required ample practice to solidify the skill. Weasel silently nodded, affirming Luo Feng's grounded mindset. It appeared this young man possessed not only an astonishing talent, but also a pragmatic spirit, understanding the value of diligence without arrogance, an exceptionally rare quality. From a distance, Carp nodded in agreement. This young man truly seemed to be an excellent candidate for the Navy. He could already envision the day when Luo Feng donned the mantle of justice and ascended to the rank of admiral. Karp mused about his future, imagining himself aged while Luo Feng, as his disciple, held the esteemed position of Navy admiral. What a splendid sight that would be. Now, having just tested shave, let me try moonwalk, Luo Feng thought, suddenly taking a step forward. Just as the gathered Navy personnel assumed he would execute shave, they were taken aback to see his movements considerably slower than before. Wait, this is... With a thud, as Luo Feng stepped onto the air, his body astonishingly propelled upward, as if ascending a staircase. Then, to the astonishment of all, Luo Feng began to walk on air, step by step, towards the heavens. Moonwalk. What? This is impossible. How? How did he master this? The disciples of Rear Admiral Weasel gaped, their eyes bulging, utterly flabbergasted. Even the usually composed Rear Admiral Weasel appeared somewhat rigid. Karp's mouth hung open, wide enough to fit an egg. With a thud, as Luo Feng landed, he began to gasp for breath. Indeed, it was somewhat taxing. He needed to develop a physical training method promptly. Muttering to himself, he turned to see the shocked expressions on the faces of those around him. What just happened? Luo Feng asked, bewildered. He had merely demonstrated moonwalk, a skill that virtually every high-ranking Navy officer possessed. Why did they look as if they had never seen anything like it? At that moment, Rear Admiral Weasel regained his composure and stepped forward, grasping Luo Feng's arm with a hint of excitement. I remember demonstrating only shave. I did not showcase moonwalk, did I? Indeed. The other Navy personnel, including his disciples, collectively reacted. They had witnessed the entire scene. Rear Admiral Weasel had merely shown shave. Moonwalk was never demonstrated. Yet, Luo Feng had already mastered it. What does this mean? This defies logic. Rear Admiral Weasel's gaze fixed on Luo Feng, a smirk forming within his mind. Humph, now you have no defense. Indeed, you lied. How could a mere boy from an ordinary village in the East Blue comprehend shave with just a glance? The more he thought, the more confident he became. He was convinced that Luo Feng had deceived him or perhaps conspired with Karp to stage this performance. As for their motives, he remained oblivious. However, he was certain now that Luo Feng was no genius. His mastery of shave and moonwalk must have been acquired in advance. Yet, to grasp both shave and moonwalk at such a young age is still a sign of talent. I remember at his age, I had not even mastered one of them, thought Rear Admiral Weasel. Meanwhile, Luo Feng felt utterly perplexed. Looking at Weasel, he spoke, it is merely moonwalk. Quite similar to shave. Essentially, anyone who can master shave can swiftly learn moonwalk. Moreover, at this point, he broke free from Rear Admiral Weasel's grasp, moved his body, and suddenly leaped into the air. Then, he forcibly executed shave. Bang! A sharp, resounding noise echoed as his body instantaneously shifted through the air, appearing several meters away. How astonishing! The Navy soldiers felt a surge of terror. A person executing shave in midair. This was nothing short of miraculous. Just as Luo Feng landed, he did not pause. Instead, he rapidly kicked out towards an unoccupied space. Gale foot. Swoosh. A visible blue blade of energy shot forth in an instant, cleaving a tree that could be embraced by a person cleanly in two. Crash, thud. As the tree crashed to the ground, the entire area fell into a profound silence. Luo Feng breathed heavily, his legs trembling slightly. Indeed, this body remained somewhat frail. He chuckled bitterly. Although his physical capabilities slightly surpassed those of an ordinary person, it compelled him to forcibly leverage his extraordinary talent and comprehension, enhancing his understanding of the Navy's 6 styles, thus executing these techniques with minimal exertion and cost. To him, achieving an epiphany of these 4 techniques in such a short time was not a daunting task. The true challenge lay in executing these techniques fully with his frail body without collapsing. However, these thoughts were not meant for others. He believed that even if he spoke of it, no one would believe him. Indeed, at this moment, all the Navy personnel, including Rear Admiral Weasel, regarded Luo Feng as if he were a mythical sea creature. How could this be possible? Rear Admiral Weasel internally raged. Shave, moonwalk, galefoot, and even shave blade? How could he possibly master shave blade? That is the pinnacle technique combining shave and moonwalk. Even I needed over a decade of rigorous training to barely achieve it. Yet, this young man, how old is he? For someone his age to master shave is already a sign of talent. Mastering 2 of shave, moonwalk, and galefoot elevates him to the realm of prodigy. Mastering 3 would undoubtedly mark him as a genius. As for mastering the advanced technique of shave blade, He is undeniably a genius among geniuses. Chapter 9. Witnessing Domestic Violence. Enlightenment of armament hockey. With a deep breath, General Squirrel calmed his agitated heart. He then turned, casting a slightly resentful gaze at Admiral Carp. Mr. Carp, you have deceived me most painfully. Carp, bewildered, responded, Huh? What is going on? He felt an unsettling chill as Squirrel eyed him curiously. With determined steps, Squirrel approached Carp and firmly clapped a hand on his shoulder. Is this young man the disciple you have secretly trained? What? A disciple? How could that be? I had never even met this kid before. Carp protested. Nevertheless, he was astounded by Luo Feng's performance. Although he was unaware of how Luo Feng had mastered the 6 styles, he suspected that someone must have imparted this knowledge to him. With his remarkable talent, he had surely grasped the 6 styles. It was inconceivable for a boy from a remote village in the East Blue to possess such extraordinary skills at such a young age. Stop pretending. This boy must be your disciple, and his mastery of the 6 styles must have been taught by you, Mr. Carp. General Squirrel remarked with a smile, regarding Luo Feng with admiration. At that moment, Carp felt a wave of surprise as he scrutinized Luo Feng. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to the character in the original work. In his normal state, Carp appeared rather unassuming, leading him to initially think he was merely a passerby. Young man, may I inquire as to who your master is? Carp asked, walking alongside General Squirrel. Master? Luo Feng responded with a puzzled expression. Of course. Your master who taught you the 6 styles. I see you have mastered them with such finesse. A clear testament to your diligent practice, General Squirrel praised. Both he and Carp eager to encourage the promising young naval recruit. As Squirrel glanced at Carp, a smirk formed within him. Humph, Admiral Carp. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You wish to cultivate your secret apprentice into a genius persona to pave his path to becoming an admiral in the future. However, I too am pleased by this. It has been ages since the Navy welcomed such gifted blood, and with the aging of the 3 admirals, there will come a day when the Navy faces the embarrassment of lacking qualified successors. The presence of Luo Feng will undoubtedly alleviate this predicament. Carp, taken aback by General Squirrel's peculiar gaze, felt utterly confused. What on earth is happening? This squirrel is certainly strange. Wait, could he have some unusual preferences? A shiver ran down Carp's spine at this thought. However, his attention quickly shifted back to Luo Feng, admiration and astonishment evident in his eyes. What an exceptional prospect. At such a tender age, he had already awakened the Conqueror's haki, and he could wield it with such ease. Moreover, he had mastered the shave, moonwalk, and gale steps of the 6 styles, even advancing to the refined technique known as the razor. It was worth noting that even in his youth, Carp had devoted considerable effort to master this move. This indicated that Luo Feng's talent surpassed his own. As Carp gazed more intently at Luo Feng, he felt increasingly compelled to recruit him for the Navy. With careful nurturing, he could very well become an admiral, or perhaps that would not even be his limit. Just then, Luo Feng experienced a revelation. What the hell? A master? I suddenly have an extra master now. Squirrel, noticing Luo Feng's expression, suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, your master is not Admiral Carp, is it? He said, glancing at Carp, who at that moment was obliviously picking his nose. How could that be? I have never taken on such a student. Carp exclaimed. Suddenly, both men screamed in unison. So, that means no one taught you the 6 styles. Squirrel's eyes widened in shock. You comprehended it all by yourself? Carp's jaw dropped, his eyes bulging in disbelief. You mean to say you didn't have anyone instruct you? At this point, Luo Feng was the one picking his nose. It's just the 6 styles. Did I really need to have a master for that? How tedious. The onlookers were flabbergasted. Is there no justice left in the world? Is there no law? Someone is definitely cheating. What are the Navy's 6 styles? Are they really that formidable? They seem less impressive than my rubber bullets. At that moment, an utterly incongruous voice interrupted from behind. Luffy, equally oblivious, was also picking his nose. Consequently, he quickly found himself on the receiving end of Carp's affectionate reprimand. Thud, thud, thud. Carp lamented, exasperated. Look at how he carries himself. Now look at you. This time, when we return, you won't need anyone to teach you. I will personally instruct you. Perhaps I should just toss you into the new world. Meanwhile, Luo Feng observed as Carp unleashed his fury upon Luffy. Suddenly realizing something, he noted that Luffy had consumed the rubber fruit. It seemed the rubber fruit, or rather the Nika fruit, indeed possessed its own will. Despite the alterations to the world line caused by his presence, in the end, the rubber fruit had still chosen Luffy by its own volition. Luo Feng's understanding of the devil fruits deepened. In this world, no one was more advanced in the study of devil fruits than Dr. Vegapunk. If given the opportunity, he must visit his laboratory to discuss the future of technology. Perhaps, with his extraordinary insight, he could even uncover the essence and principles of the devil fruits. At that moment, Luo Feng noticed something peculiar. He observed that Luffy, the rubber man, was being pummeled into a swollen mess by Carp's ordinary punches. This was abnormal. Although the rubber fruit was not a Logia, it was still a paramecia. Theoretically, blunt objects should not harm him. Only sharp weapons could achieve that. Yet, Carp managed to do so without any haki, rendering Luffy battered and bruised. It seemed only armament haki could explain this phenomenon. Moreover, Carp's mastery of armament haki was undoubtedly extraordinary. Even when not actively using it, he could unconsciously emanate it. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled as he recognized this unnoticed detail. You have witnessed Admiral Carp's beating of Straw Hat Luffy, gaining profound insights and successfully awakening armament haki. Due to your understanding of the essence of haki, you have gained sudden enlightenment and grasped the key to the flowing cherry technique. Chapter 10. There exists only one type of individual in this world who can rightfully be called a genius. The concept of the three-color haki is inherently similar. For once one comprehends the essence of one, the others follow suit. Originally, Luo Feng had begun to grasp the intricacies of armament haki through his understanding of Conqueror's haki. He merely lacked the right opportunity. However, upon witnessing the esteemed Carp, a master of armament haki, demonstrate his prowess, he experienced a natural epiphany, successfully shattering the long-anticipated barrier of comprehension. Ah, so this is how armament haki is utilized. I should have realized this sooner. A profound sense of elation surged within Luo Feng, his excitement almost ineffable. As for Flowing Cherry Blossom, it represents an advanced application of armament haki. Yet I had already mastered the technique of divine evasion, which is far more challenging to control. Thus, it was only logical for Luo Feng to grasp Flowing Cherry Blossom with ease. There was no inherent difficulty. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the enhancement of armament haki. My recently awakened armament haki is still rather feeble. Luo Feng quickly fell into contemplation, a wealth of inspiration lingering in his mind. He felt as though he had seized upon a profound truth. He could not allow such a splendid opportunity to slip away. In this world, armament haki can indeed be augmented, unlike Conqueror's haki, which can only grow in tandem with one's physical prowess. Conversely, armament haki can be cultivated through training or by engaging in combat with formidable opponents. It was as if a seed had been planted within Luo Feng during his contemplation of Conqueror's haki. Now, nourished by the rain of inspiration, it had begun to take root and sprout, breaking through the soil. Combining your experiences and understanding of haki, you have achieved enlightenment and created a method for refining armament haki. Refining method, through numerous minuscule collisions of your armament haki, enhance its purity and upper limit. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. In that moment of enlightenment, Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his understanding of haki elevated to a new echelon. He felt an intense surge of fervor within his chest, desperately wishing to share his insights with the world. As if he were a master chef unveiling a new culinary creation or a scholar revealing the solution to a complex problem. Thus, instinctively, he sought to unleash this fervor. A powerful wave of energy pulsed forth. Luo Feng, almost instinctively, released his newly awakened armament haki, enveloping his right arm in a shimmering, obsidian sheen, reminiscent of polished ebony or forged iron, exuding an unyielding aura. Delighted, Luo Feng observed his right arm, flexing his fingers as the armament haki seamlessly adhered to every inch of his skin, serving as both protection and offense. Oh, so this is the sensation of being safeguarded by armament haki. He mused aloud. Ah, my apologies, Mr. Carp. I merely caught a glimpse of the armament haki you exuded, and inadvertently awakened my own. This surely cannot be deemed as stealing knowledge, can it? This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Several ordinary naval soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief. Vice Admiral Mongoose stood frozen in place. Carp, who had been instructing his grandson, was left dumbfounded upon witnessing this display. What on earth is happening? Merely by observing another wield armament haki, one can achieve enlightenment? Is this even human? Numerous naval soldiers were left speechless, contemplating their own lack of comprehension despite being in Carp's presence, witnessing his mastery of haki and various techniques daily. How could they have gained no insights? A wave of envy washed over them. What extraordinary talent! Could I possibly receive even a fraction of that, even just 1 in 10,000? I have awakened. What have you awakened to? I have realized that this world is not a stage for mere mortals like us, but belongs to true geniuses. Mongoose swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, yet the astonishment in his eyes remained unmistakable. Merely by observing Carp instruct his grandson, Luo Feng had comprehended the essence of armament haki. Though he recognized that Carp's punches were imbued with a hint of haki, he himself could derive nothing from it. Yet Luo Feng perceived something profound. What an extraordinary aptitude! Did the three admirals possess such a gift? No, absolutely not. The so-called three admirals, during their youth, learned haki step by step, methodically. Even after awakening armament haki, they needed considerable time to hone their skills. And Luo Feng, he had merely just awakened. Yet he could manipulate haki with the grace of a seasoned practitioner, his demeanor betraying no semblance of a novice. One could believe he had mastered it for 5 or 6 years. Initially, I doubted the existence of such genius in this world. However, if Luo Feng had indeed grasped haki long ago, that would be even more absurd. For at his age, to control haki with such ease. The only possibility would be that he awakened armament haki at the tender age of learning to walk. This notion is utterly implausible. It is nothing short of a fantasy. More outrageous still. Thus, this youth truly possesses an astonishing aptitude, capable of grasping the essence of techniques merely through observation and mastering them for himself. With this thought, Mongoose felt a profound sense of awe. This feeling was neither envy nor jealousy. It was akin to gazing upon a towering mountain, devoid of aspirations to surpass it. Instead, it was a humble reverence and admiration for something greater. Meanwhile, Carp regarded Luo Feng with the gaze of one who has encountered a formidable sea creature. Having witnessed numerous legends in his youth, including Rox, Roger, and Whitebeard, he acknowledged them as exceptional talents. Yet, he had never before encountered someone like Luo Feng. Only upon witnessing Luo Feng's terrifyingly prodigious talent could he believe that Roger and Whitebeard were merely mortals. In this world, there exists only one type of individual who deserves the title of genius. That individual is Luo Feng. Chapter 11. The Iron Balloon, Majestic Armor. At this moment, Luo Feng remained oblivious to the shifting gazes of those around him, entirely engrossed in observing his right arm. His mind was consumed by the newly crafted technique of haki he had just conceived. In this world, there exists but one universal path to enhancing one's haki, and it is the swiftest means of growth, engaging in direct confrontation with beings possessing superior haki. Only through such arduous encounters can one transcend their current level of haki. And I have devised my own method through this principle. By refining and honing my haki, I have achieved a level of sophistication that surpasses the brute force of mere collision. Luo Feng was, in truth, being overly modest. His method was not merely a slight improvement. It was an astonishing advancement, transcending the original techniques by immeasurable heights. One method resembled the crude and primitive training of a savage, while the other was akin to the distilled wisdom of countless generations of sages. In terms of efficiency and other facets, it far surpassed the collision technique. With a thought, Luo Feng's haki flowed through his hand as if it were a natural extension of himself, revealing countless minuscule ripples invisible to the naked eye. A subtle hum reverberated through the air, a sound imperceptible to ordinary ears. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's haki was visibly being purified and refined, elevated, in a mere few breaths. His haki had more than doubled in potency, its purity significantly enhanced. If one were to measure the progression of strength through confrontation with formidable opponents, achieving such an enhancement would likely require no fewer than 10 life-and-death battles. In terms of time, it would demand relentless training for at least 3 months. Yet, Luo Feng accomplished this monumental leap using his self-invented technique in less than 3 breaths. The idea of compressing 3 months of progress into such a fleeting moment would be met with disbelief by anyone who heard it. However, I must allow my haki time to recover. It seems I can only train once a day. Luo Feng exhaled a deep breath, fatigue flickering in his eyes. In a single day, he had grasped 3 techniques from the 6 he was studying, along with the advanced version of the razor technique, and had personally experimented and consolidated his understanding, awakening his haki, flowing cherry, and even refining his self-created method of haki purification. Anyone else would have likely collapsed from such exertion. Only Luo Feng, thanks to his extraordinary insight, was able to channel every ounce of energy and stamina into his training, maximizing efficiency. At that moment, Carp regained his composure, seizing Luo Feng's shoulder with a look of profound admiration. "Join the Navy, young man. I can personally be your mentor." "No, perhaps that sounds a bit arrogant. Nevertheless, I believe I can guide you until you reach your full potential." Beside them, Vice Admiral Squirrel chimed in, stoking the flames of enthusiasm. If you're willing to join the Navy, I would gladly vouch for you to Admiral Sengoku, recommending you for the rank of colonel. His eyes were earnest and fervent, clearly having made a significant commitment to his words. The surrounding Navy soldiers were astonished. They had never witnessed such fervent dedication from Carp and Vice Admiral Squirrel for a single individual. What? Directly becoming a colonel? That's just a step away from the rank of Vice Admiral. This is utterly outrageous. With such high regard, one might think this person possesses the talent of an admiral. Carp's humility was striking. For someone of his stature to offer guidance was indeed remarkable. However, faced with the sincere invitations from these two seasoned Navy figures, Luo Feng hesitated. If I join the Navy, will I have the freedom to manage my own time? Can I go wherever I please? This was his true desire. He wished to be an adventurer, to explore the world and its myriad cultures, rather than being confined to one place, squandering his life. Well? Both men exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain. Finally, Carp spoke. If you attain a level of proficiency akin to mine in the future, you will likely have the freedom to go wherever you wish. However, before that, you must first capture a sufficient number of pirates. Luo Feng shook his head vehemently. I prefer to be a free person rather than join the Navy. Forgive me, but I cannot agree. Nearby, Luffy appeared deeply moved by Luo Feng's spirit. He leaped up, his face resembling a swollen pig's head, yet brimming with sincerity. I want to be a free adventurer too. I'm going to be a pirate. I was once a pirate myself. Squirrel. Carp. Carp buried his face in his hands. I apologize. I may have lost my composure. Please forgive me. He then activated his iron fist of love educational mode, a spectacle that was nothing short of breathtaking. Indeed, he is formidable. Those fists, though seemingly devoid of any haki, possess the power of haki, Luo Feng remarked from the sidelines. You may not understand this, but Vice Admiral Carp's haki is exceptionally potent. Even in a normal state, he unconsciously emanates a faint aura. This means his fists are invariably enveloped in a touch of haki. Vice Admiral Squirrel interjected. At this moment, he suddenly turned to Luo Feng and stated, "This is a unique skill of Vice Admiral Carp. It is something no one else can replicate." However, Luo Feng remained silent. His bright and clear eyes intently focused on Carp's fists. In his mind, he recalled certain concepts pertaining to this world. Within the pirate realm, there exists a concept known as the Black Blade. This refers to an ordinary sword that, through prolonged nurturing with haki, can become imbued with its essence, cough. It can become a black blade. Carp's fists, which consistently maintain haki, seem to follow a similar principle. This also reminded him of another individual, Big Mom. Her body is famously described as an iron balloon. In her normal state, devoid of any haki, she can withstand attacks from blades and clubs, even the sharpest weapons failing to pierce her skin. In fact, even when ordinary people strike her with haki-infused attacks, she remains impervious to pain. Yet, upon witnessing the destruction of a photo of her nun, she lost her wits, and her iron balloon constitution vanished, leading to her simply scraping her knee on the ground. Luo Feng pondered the connection between these two phenomena. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. You observed Carp's loving education of Luffy, and, through introspection and previous reflections, achieved enlightenment regarding the mastery of haki armor. Chapter 12. Luo Feng vs. Weasel, the convergence of Conqueror's haki. The armor of dominance. Luo Feng's heart raced fiercely. He clenched his fists in exhilaration. It was entirely justified to feel such excitement. This ability could only be mastered by the likes of Carp and Big Mom. It was a technique as rare as Roger's and Shank's godly avoidance. Moreover, in certain respects, it was even more valuable than the godly avoidance. The armor of dominance was a technique he had created by synthesizing the strengths of Carp's iron fist and Big Mom's steel balloon. It enabled a layer of invisible armament haki to adhere to his skin 24 hours a day. And most importantly, it was not merely armament haki. It contained a hint of Conqueror's haki. Indeed, it was Conqueror's haki. Luo Feng's comprehension of haki had reached its zenith. Among the living in this world, he was second to none. No one dared to claim otherwise. Utilizing Conqueror's haki as armor was a feat that had never been attempted before. The most exquisite aspect of this armor of dominance was that, in addition to possessing far superior defensive capabilities compared to the steel balloon, it could also counterattack. At that moment, Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, hardly able to contain his thrill. Whenever someone attacked him, the Conqueror's haki intertwined within the armor would activate, and black lightning would instantaneously strike those who dared to assault him. It was akin to being enveloped in Conqueror's haki and delivering a direct blow. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, marveling at the profundity of this technique. However, it still required practical testing. With this thought, Luo Feng turned his gaze to the group of Navy officers before him, scanning their faces before finally settling on one individual. General Weasel, might I implore you to assist me in testing my haki training results? Luo Feng said respectfully, gesturing politely. The Navy officers were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The opponent actually wanted to spar with General Weasel? One Navy soldier whispered, "This kid seems a bit overconfident. Does he believe that just because he has awakened some haki and learned a few techniques, he can challenge a general?" Another soldier expressed his discontent. What kind of existence was a Navy general? They were the strongest forces beneath an admiral. They could be regarded as the backbone of the Navy. And General Weasel was a seasoned officer, both in strength and experience, placing him among the elite of the Navy. How could a mere rookie challenge him? However, all right. To their surprise, Weasel readily agreed. General Weasel, how could you? This doesn't seem appropriate. A distinguished general like you shouldn't engage in a match with an unknown rookie. Several Navy soldiers were astonished, not expecting Weasel to accept such an unreasonable request. What a spirited young man. He is already eager to challenge the strength of a general. Carp laughed heartily, not perceiving Luo Feng's invitation as a provocation. Instead, he found the young man quite admirable. The audacity to challenge someone above oneself was a hallmark of a true warrior. Luffy, take note. Challenging the powerful is the essential path to becoming the strongest. Carp decided to impart wisdom to his grandson on the spot. Luffy, serious and attentive, wanted to discern how this peer of his had reached such a level of strength. Soon, Luo Feng and General Weasel arrived at an open area outside the village. Young man, you have mastered Conqueror's haki, armament haki, and the Navy's 6 styles. I shall take this seriously. If I employ haki in battle, do not claim that I am bullying the younger generation, Weasel stated. Luo Feng nodded in response. I shan't use Conqueror's haki. But you may use it, after all. It is your inherent talent and one of your advantages, Weasel replied. Meanwhile, a crowd of Navy officers gathered outside, astonished by the exchange they overheard. Conqueror's haki, armament haki, and even the Navy's 6 styles. This young man has mastered so many abilities. One soldier exclaimed. Indeed, we underestimated him. Just the mastery of haki alone places him far beyond us. Another soldier added, nervously wiping sweat from his brow. Previously, they had boasted about their ability to contend with Luo Feng, but now those claims seemed utterly absurd. No matter how youthful Luo Feng might be, his mastery of haki alone could easily crush them all. Even utilizing just one type of haki, be it Conqueror's haki or armament haki, would suffice to overwhelm them. Beneath a grand tree, Carp sat on the ground beside Luffy. Watch closely, Luffy. Open your eyes wide, Carp said with a serious expression. This boy, despite being your peer, I can confidently say he is the strongest in the world at this age. There is no one else like him. You may find it challenging to surpass him in your lifetime. Luffy nodded earnestly. Carp continued, however, you can learn much from him. This is a rare opportunity. Observe how he engages in combat and his mastery of haki, which is no small feat. Should you grasp even a fraction of it, it will greatly benefit your future. At that moment, in the center of the field, Luo Feng's gaze sharpened. I shall make my move. Truth be told, this was the strongest opponent he had faced since arriving in this world. He had encountered mountain bandits and sea kings before, but merely utilizing Conqueror and Appo's haki and a glance could frighten them into submission. Yet, this adversary was different, a Navy general. A well-known general at that. It was known that he had faced the alluring beauty of the Empress and, with sheer willpower, forced a knife through his palm to remain conscious. Just this alone was enough for Luo Feng to regard him with respect. With a whoosh, the blade was drawn, glinting coldly. General Weasel assumed his stance. Suddenly, Luo Feng vanished from his original spot, appearing instantaneously before General Weasel. Saru! He shouted, and with a sudden roar, his right fist surged forth, aimed squarely at Weasel's face. His fist was enveloped in haki, accompanied by a surge of black lightning. In that moment, Weasel's pupils contracted suddenly, and Carp noticed this detail as well. Conqueror's haki entangled? Chapter 13. The sky split open. Indeed, it is the mighty entwining. With Luo Feng's profound understanding and mastery of the overwhelming will, he is capable of infusing the Conqueror's haki into his defensive armor, thus enhancing his protection. He has even mastered the elusive god avoidance technique. A mere entwining is, therefore, trivial for him. However, others do not share this perspective. While ordinary naval soldiers are oblivious to this technique, the likes of Weasel and Carp recognize its significance. They instantly identify the supreme application of the Conqueror and Oppo's S-Hockey, wrapping it around the fist as one would with armament hockey for combat. Yet, the destructive power far surpasses that of ordinary armament hockey. To wield such a technique, one must first awaken the Conqueror's hockey and possess formidable strength and insight. Generally, only individuals of Admiral or Yonko caliber can master it. Thus, only the elite of this world are deemed worthy to wield it. Luo Feng's fist came crashing down. Although Weasel was somewhat distracted, he instinctively enveloped his weapon with armament hockey and attempted to block with his blade. Yet, his heart was filled with astonishment. Carp, equally stunned, was unaware of the extent of Luo Feng's mastery over the Conqueror's hockey. His understanding was limited to Luo Feng merely having awakened it, capable of simple intimidation. Moreover, who could have imagined that such a high-tier technique, typically wielded effortlessly by the Yonko, was in the grasp of an unknown youth from a remote village in the East Blue? Such news would be deemed utterly unbelievable. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of energy erupted. A brilliant radiance blossomed from Luo Feng's fist, resembling a comet ascending to the heavens. How dazzling. It was blinding. How powerful. Is this truly the energy that a mere youth can unleash? The onlooking navy felt as though a fierce wind swept through, their garments fluttering violently. Each one raised their hands to shield their eyes, yet could not resist peeking through their fingers to catch a glimpse of the battle. Suddenly, a soldier gasped in disbelief. He didn't make contact. What he exclaimed was witnessed by both Weasel and Carp. They beheld Luo Feng's fist, astonishingly, maintaining a distance from Weasel's blade, as if a vacuum existed between them. Naturally, this was due to the Conqueror's hockey entwining. Carp shouted loudly, for the sound of the clash was too thunderous for ordinary conversation to be heard. No, that's not right. Weasel initially thought likewise, but soon sensed something amiss. Being the one closest to Luo Feng and having personally endured his attack, he had the most authority in this moment. This is Flowing Sakura. Weasel's voice trembled. Not out of fear, but sheer astonishment. Flowing Sakura? How is that possible? Carp gasped, his gaze fixated on Luo Feng's fist. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his body. Flowing Sakura. It truly is Flowing Sakura. The entwining combined with Flowing Sakura. This was a terrifying strike that only admirals and Yonko would dare to unleash in full combat. Any opponent before it would crumble like a fragile fowl. This explains why admirals and Yonko possess an overwhelming aura of dominance. Invincible. The combination of these two techniques symbolizes absolute power. Yet, at this very moment, they manifested in the form of such a youthful boy. How could this be possible? How did he achieve this? Such talent. Could he truly be human? Carp found himself at a loss for words, his composure slipping away. As expected of a rear admiral. Truly formidable. At that moment, Luo Feng sensed an immense pressure, one stemming from absolute strength. Despite employing the entwining and Flowing Sakura, in the face of absolute power, any flashy technique is rendered futile. After all, his current physical condition was inferior to that of Luffy when he first set sail. The disparity in martial prowess between him and Weasel was astronomical. It could be said he was solely relying on his formidable hockey and unparalleled understanding of it to bridge the gap. How astonishing. At your age, possessing such potential is unprecedented. Cold sweat trickled down Weasel's forehead as he regarded Luo Feng with a hint of trepidation. Yet, alas, it was still not enough. He was ultimately too young. The years of experience separating him from true masters were insurmountable. However, it mattered not. With diligent training, he would one day surpass me. But that day is not today. Weasel harbored his own sense of pride. As a rear admiral, he could not bear to be defeated by a mere boy. Moreover, he wished to impart a lesson to this young prodigy, allowing him to taste the bitterness of defeat. Otherwise, unforeseen consequences might arise in the future. It seems the rear admiral still holds the upper hand. Yes, indeed. I was terrified for a moment, thinking the rear admiral might lose. Youth is indeed youth. How could they possibly surpass a rear admiral? In the distance, the onlooking navy collectively exhaled in relief and relaxed, preparing for the inevitable downfall of this genius, Luo Feng. Though they could not match his strength, they relished the thought of witnessing his defeat, perfectly content to see him humbled. Wait, what is happening? The sky seems to be splitting open? At that moment, a sailor suddenly noticed the anomaly. He observed the dark clouds above seemingly cleaved apart by an invisible sword, creating a visible rift. The rolling sea of clouds revealed an inverted chasm. At this moment, a smirk crept onto Luo Feng's lips as he gazed at Rear Admiral Weasel and slowly spoke. Lose? I fear it is still too early for that. In that instant, two glimmers of crimson flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Weasel's blade suddenly exhibited numerous fissures. How is this possible? Weasel uttered in disbelief. His sword was protected by haki, unless Luo Feng's haki was vastly superior to his own. But that was utterly inconceivable. Boom. In the next moment, the blade shattered under the pressure. A black fist abruptly halted before Weasel's face. Boom. A ferocious gale slammed against Rear Admiral Weasel's visage, distorting his features. Huff. Luo Feng exhaled a cloud of stale air, retracting his fist and flexing his wrist. My apologies for the trouble. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. All eyes remained fixed on the two figures, as if they had been transformed into stone statues. Only Carp remained animated, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at the sky. The rift in the clouds, could it be? Such phenomena occur only when the Conqueror's haki collides. But Weasel does not possess the Conqueror's haki, implying that only one party holds such power. How did Luo Feng achieve this? Chapter 14. Extraordinary maneuvers at this moment. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Scattered across the grass lay shattered pieces of a blade, while General Weasel clutched only the hilt of his sword. His complexion oscillated between shades of green and purple, appearing somewhat stiff. He had lost. Defeated by a youth from the East Sea, a mere boy from a remote village. What rendered his humiliation even more profound was the fact that, in the final moments, Luo Feng had refrained from striking. Instead, he had halted his fist before him. What remarkable composure! This young lad, despite his youth, possessed the wisdom to grant his opponent a measure of dignity, compelling General Weasel to genuinely acknowledge his defeat. He was utterly convinced, both in heart and mind. Thud! General Weasel's body suddenly crumpled to the ground, as if bereft of its soul. The surrounding naval soldiers, at this moment, finally emerged from their shock. One by one, they struggled to swallow, their throats dry. They had actually lost. General Weasel had been bested by a mere boy? This was inconceivable. Was my sight deceiving me? How formidable! He had shattered Mr. Weasel's blade. Could this boy truly be human? Perhaps he was a transformed Sea King? How absurd. Just moments ago, I had foolishly entertained the notion of battling such a monster. How arrogant and ignorant I was. Until the previous moment. These individuals believed that General Weasel was assured of victory. They could never have anticipated that Luo Feng, an obscure character, would possess such strength. It was entirely reasonable. Who could have imagined that a youth from a village in the East Sea could awaken the Conqueror's haki, the armament haki, and master the six styles? Death. Deserved. In the distance, beneath a great tree, Luffy, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed in astonishment, although he could not comprehend much. The recent battle had captivated even those who understood little. Luo Feng's fist had not even grazed the blade. It terrified me. I thought he had lost his mind and was voluntarily offering his hand for sacrifice. Beside him, Carp, with a dry throat and a bittersweet smile, felt no desire to educate Luffy any longer. In truth, he himself had begun to feel a sense of reverence towards Luo Feng. It was simply because this youth transcended all norms. His ability to defeat General Weasel did not astonish him. He merely wished to discern the unique quality of Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki compared to others. This boy's Conqueror's haki was undoubtedly different. It was a realm I had never witnessed, one that even Roger had not achieved. Carp's gaze fixed intently on Luo Feng. Phew, I had initially thought to merely experiment, never expecting it to be successful. At that moment, Luo Feng exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Just moments ago, he had believed victory was beyond his grasp. After all, he was up against a seasoned vice admiral. And the disparity in their absolute strength was insurmountable. Like an infant battling a man weighing several hundred pounds, victory seemed utterly impossible. However, it appeared my method truly bore fruit. What is happening with this sky? It is splitting apart. It seems related to my recent actions. Luo Feng also noted the transformation of the clouds above. The sky had indeed torn asunder. This phenomenon could only arise from a clash of Conqueror's haki. Yet, General Weasel could not possess Conqueror's haki. Theoretically, such a phenomenon could not manifest unless he alone wielded it. It dawned on him. Previously, when Luo Feng shattered General Weasel's sword with his punch, he had not yet attained the purity and upper limits of haki necessary to overcome General Weasel and Appo's. However, Luo Feng had leveraged his extraordinary insight and profound understanding of Haki to forcibly entwine a portion of his Conqueror's Haki around Weasel's sword, countering Haki with Haki. The collision of Conqueror's Haki unleashed a terrifying energy that shattered General Weasel's Haki and simultaneously fractured his sword. I simply wish to know, how did you accomplish this? At this moment, General Weasel had risen from the ground, adopting a posture of a junior seeking wisdom from an elder, inquiring of Luo Feng. Carp also approached, eager to learn how Luo Feng had achieved such a feat. What exactly did you do just now? Both gazes were intense, yearning for answers. Luo Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, recounted his actions in a simplified manner. Weasel, Carp. The two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Holy moly! They simultaneously exclaimed in disbelief. Is this even a tactic a human could conceive? Such an operation is nothing short of divine. General Weasel's eyes widened, staring at Luo Feng as if he were beholding a deity. Carp, akin to a discoverer of a new world, pondered whether armament Haki could also be employed in a similar manner. If so, in future battles, one could simply envelop their opponent in armament Haki and then detonate it. Would that not render one invincible? However, as Carp contemplated further, he thought, isn't that just flowing cherry blossoms? Thus, his expression fell. Ahem. My apologies for damaging your sword. Luo Feng glanced at the shattered blade on the ground, clearing his throat. That blade belonged to General Weasel, and surely it was not of trivial value. Moreover, if the opponent had nurtured it with armament Haki for years, then his transgression would be considerable. No matter. It is merely a common blade. Today, witnessing your stunning strike has already brought me immense satisfaction. General Weasel waved his hands dismissively. New World. This is the territory of the Four Emperor, Whitebeard. The Moby Dick, an ancient wooden sailing ship resembling a laughing whale, lay anchored. On the deck, tap, tap, tap. Red-haired Shanks sauntered from the stern, dragging a bottle of liquor. Along his path, he received a spectrum of glances, some disdainful, some astonished, some serious, some indifferent, and others hostile. Yet, Red-haired paid no heed, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the imposing figure seated at the bow of the ship. The Four Emperor, Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Kurarara. Red-haired, when I first encountered you, you were but a child. I battled Roger while you were his apprentice aboard a ship. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, you would rise to such heights? It is truly surprising. Kurarara. At this moment, Whitebeard, unencumbered by an drip, was gulping down liquor, his gaze reflecting nostalgia as he observed Red-haired and Apos' approach. Nearby, the captain of the 1st Division, Marco the Phoenix, spoke in a languid tone. Hey, Red-haired, with your strength, you should be able to claim a position among the Four Emperors. You aren't eyeing old man S. head. Intending to take his place, are you? I have come solely to discuss personal matters with you. Red-haired disregarded Marco, instead focusing on Whitebeard as he spoke. A youth from the East Sea. Chapter 15. The Fistbone Training Method, Comprehending the Finger Gun, Paper Drawing, Iron Block. Oh, the East Sea? Whitebeard lifted his gourd of wine, taking a hearty swig before letting out a satisfying belch. Isn't that the weakest sea? Although it produced Roger. That has already exhausted all the fortune of the East Sea, and no more talents can possibly emerge from it. Shanks glanced around. Regarding this individual, I wish to speak only with you. His intention was unmistakable. He did not wish for the rest of the Whitebeard pirates to be privy to this conversation. Humph. Very well, since it's you. Whitebeard grunted, a hint of displeasure in his tone, yet he understood that Shanks had his reasons for this discretion. Old man, there won't be any issues, right? Marco inquired, casting a questioning look at Whitebeard. Kuralalala, your old man is not so easily slain by a mere brat. Do not forget, I am Whitebeard. A glimmer of determination flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. This declaration was meant for Marco, but it also served as a veiled warning to Shanks. He, Whitebeard, feared no one. Soon, only the two of them remained on the ship. Shanks spoke slowly. I believe this boy may very well be the hope of the new era. Upon hearing this, a solemn expression crossed Whitebeard's face. As Shanks elaborated, Whitebeard's countenance shifted several times. Wait, what did you just say? Finally, Whitebeard could no longer contain himself. A mere boy has mastered the divine avoidance. He felt as if he were being mocked. Divine avoidance, was that not Roger's technique? He had witnessed it firsthand and experienced its terrifying power. It could be said that the current Four Emperors would be mere children in the face of that move. The thought of such a technique being grasped by a boy seemed impossible. Yet, as he gazed at Shanks, who wore a serious expression, Whitebeard's heart sank. Could it be that Shanks was not jesting, that he had come aboard my ship solely to toy with this old man? Only Buggy would engage in such antics. It could never be Shanks. At this moment, Whitebeard truly recognized the gravity of the situation. Why would Shanks venture alone to the ship of another emperor? Why would the illustrious Shanks, destined to become a emperor himself, discuss a boy from the distant East Sea with another emperor? Simply because this boy is extraordinary. Merely from a trace of your haki, he awakened the conqueror's haki. This in itself is not uncommon. Whitebeard pondered as he absorbed Shanks' narrative. However, to awaken and immediately control it without harming those nearby. Such a feat, I must admit, I could not achieve. When I awakened my conqueror's haki, it took me a considerable time to master it. As he reached this point, Whitebeard had set aside his earlier nonchalance, placing down his gourd and sitting upright. Nevertheless, are you certain that what the boy employed was indeed divine avoidance? He fixed his gaze intently on Shanks, seeking confirmation. Divine avoidance, a name most fitting. Even the gods must evade it. This signifies its terrifying power. Roger had painstakingly developed this technique, investing immense time and effort. Moreover, mastering this move requires a profound understanding and skill in haki. Even the other four emperors, such as Big Mom and Kaido, would find it beyond their grasp. Yet, a boy who has just awakened his haki has comprehended it on his own. If this is true, how terrifying is his talent and insight? Merely contemplating it sends a shiver down Whitebeard's spine. I can state with absolute certainty that the boy wields divine avoidance. Shanks locked his gaze onto Whitebeard, enunciating each word deliberately. Silence. On the deck of the Moby Dick, only the sound of the sea breeze remained. Whitebeard's face was shrouded in the shadows of sunlight, and he remained silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse and dry. If so, then this boy's talent surpasses both yours and mine. His future will undoubtedly eclipse both me and Roger, becoming a legendary figure of his era. At this point he paused. Truly, as you say, he is the hope of the new era. What is the name of this boy? I cannot disclose that. Shanks declined to reveal any further information about Lo Feng. Everything concerning this boy must remain confidential, even to your closest companions. Otherwise, should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it would lead to a monumental regret. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. Korolalala. If that is the case, then I eagerly await the day he arrives in the New World. East Sea, Windmill Village. In the morning, the sun shone brightly. The early rising villagers began their day as toil. At the dock, the naval ships had yet to depart, and individuals were busily cleaning the deck. Ah, the Navy is truly impressive. They rise even earlier than we do. Look at their physiques. One of them could take on 3 of us. A villager remarked. Observing the scene. By the way, where is Garp? The village chief suddenly inquired. Oh, someone saw him getting up early, and without breakfast. He dragged that brat Luffy to an open area. TSK. He must have been inspired by Lo Feng and wants to give that kid a good talking to, huh? Lo Feng rises even earlier. He has already gone for a run. TSK, he is already a genius, yet he works so hard. It truly makes one feel inadequate. In an open area, Garp was exercising with his shirt off. Nearby, Luffy was mimicking him, training his small physique. Even Vice Admiral Squirrel seemed inspired by Lo Feng, following the grandfather and grandson duo, also shirtless, as they passionately honed their skills. In the distance, a figure gradually grew larger. As it approached, it revealed itself to be Lo Feng. He was out for his morning run. Passing by the training site of Garp and Luffy, he instinctively halted. His gaze swept over Garp and Vice Admiral Squirrel. You are referencing Garp's training methods, and inspiration strikes you, leading to the creation of the fist-bone training method. You are observing Vice Admiral Squirrel's training process, gaining insight, and mastering one of the 6 styles, Iron Block. You are observing Vice Admiral Squirrel's training process, gaining insight, and mastering one of the 6 styles, Paper Drawing. You are observing Vice Admiral Squirrel's training process, gaining insight, and mastering one of the 6 styles, Finger Gun. Chapter 16. Astonishing Progress and Bodily Techniques, Setting Sail. A surge of inspiration coursed through Luo Feng's mind as he commenced his training. Iron Block, he uttered firmly, propelling himself forward to collide with a massive tree. Thud. In an instant, the tree was severed at the waist with a resounding crack. Bravo. A distant naval soldier, assigned to guard duty, couldn't help but applaud. Thud. Luo Feng continued to employ the Iron Block technique, this time striking a large stone. The impact was devastating. The stone, the size of a house, shattered into countless fragments with a thunderous roar. Such terror. The sheer strength to break a boulder that even a bullet could not pierce was remarkable. Is this indeed the moving iron block? Has he just mastered it? The soldier mused, feeling a profound sense of disparity. Despite dedicating over 3 months to perfecting the iron block, he had yet to scratch the surface of mastery, let alone achieve the moving variant. Luo Feng's innate talent and comprehension were astonishing, leaving onlookers in awe with each demonstration. The commotion quickly captured the attention of Karp and others, who paused their training to observe, curiosity evident on their faces. This kid is truly defying the odds. What must my students, who struggle to grasp the 6 styles, think? Admiral Wushu's expression turned rigid, a sense of numbness washing over him. To think my iron block could be mastered so effortlessly. Karp, too, was rendered speechless, his expression frozen in disbelief. In his youth, he had tirelessly worked to execute the iron block while in motion, yet Luo Feng, with no formal guidance, had intuitively grasped its advanced application. It was infuriating to witness such talent surpass him so easily. Next, Luo Feng practiced the techniques of paper drawing and finger gun. These techniques were straightforward. One emphasized evasion, while the other focused on finger strikes. However, with his mastery of hockey armor, both were rendered nearly obsolete, serving merely as references. As for finger gun, he favored ranged attacks, particularly the gale foot technique. From a distance, Admiral Wushu felt a pang of unease as he observed Luo Feng mastering all 6 styles. His advantages as a vice admiral seemed to dissipate before Luo Feng's prowess. Beyond the 6 styles in hockey, what else do I have left? Am I truly on the verge of being surpassed by this young one? A sense of frustration and helplessness enveloped him. Luo Feng's talent was indeed formidable, Karp remarked. The 6 styles encompass offense, defense, and mobility, rendering Luo Feng a versatile warrior. In the East Blue, no pirate or navy can stand against him. Wushu sighed. Not just the East Blue, with his strength, he could stir up a storm in the Grand Line as well. Even the so-called 7 warlords would be no match for him. Karp pondered, indeed, except for a select few like Mihawk, there is no challenger among the 7 warlords. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng exhaled, having completed his practice of the 6 styles. His focus shifted to the bone-forging technique, inspired by Karp's training methods, yet distinct in its approach. Frankly, Karp's method struck Luo Feng as inefficient and excessively brutal, potentially causing hidden injuries that might surface in later years. Luo Feng began with slow, fluid movements akin to Tai Chi, blending softness and hardness. As his body warmed, he transitioned into vigorous and forceful motions, executing each technique with precision while employing a unique breathing method that rapidly elevated his body temperature. Thump, thump, thump. Luo Feng's heartbeat quickened, steadily pumping blood throughout his body, expanding capillaries, and fortifying his internal organs. With each breath, his movements grew swifter and more powerful, channeling his energy. Luo Feng's physical prowess surged at an alarming rate. Within mere minutes, his strength had doubled and continued to escalate. This surpasses my previous running regimen by leaps and bounds, he thought, recognizing that at this pace, he could soon eclipse the decades of training that CP9 members had undergone. If only my body possessed some unique bloodline or innate talent, I could achieve even greater heights. Glancing at Luffy in the distance, he mused. If only my physical talent matched Luffy's, I could surpass CP9 in no time. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. On the shoreline, a young man with bronze skin, clad in a travel pack, approached the beach. His physique was robust and well-defined, exuding explosive strength. Behind him, a group of villagers from Windmill Village bid farewell to the departing youth. Don't go out to sea if it's too difficult. Stay here, they implored. Indeed, the young man was none other than the grown-up Luo Feng. Several years had passed since his arrival in this world, during which he had honed his physique and hockey in seclusion within Windmill Village. Now, confident in his abilities, he felt ready to set sail. Everyone, please. No need to see me off. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. Hey, are you setting sail too? A voice called out. Luo Feng turned to see a grown-up Luffy, donning his trademark straw hat, pushing a small boat laden with provisions. He too was ready for adventure. Oi, Luffy, you promised your grandfather you'd join the Navy. And yet, here you are, setting sail as a pirate. An aging village chief followed closely behind, wielding his cane as if to chastise Luffy. Humph, a pirate? True pirates don't wear such naive expressions. They resemble Blackbeard instead. Luffy, at best, is merely an adventurer, Luo Feng thought as he continued toward the shore, scanning for a suitable abandoned boat. For him now, even swimming to the next island was a feasible option, albeit inconvenient as it would drench his clothes and belongings. Hey, Luo Feng, come aboard my ship. At this moment, Luffy approached with exuberance, a carefree smile adorning his face. You, my friend, are quite formidable. If you were to join me as a companion, you would undoubtedly aid me in becoming the king of the pirates. I must decline. I merely aspire to be an ordinary adventurer, Luo Feng replied. Oh, an adventurer. On my ship, we have a cook, a navigator, and we certainly need an adventurer. Luffy exclaimed. Are you even listening to me? Luo Feng retorted, exasperated. Nevertheless, since the journey around the world was at hand, Luffy's ship indeed seemed reliable. It would also afford him the chance to encounter those familiar faces from the original tale. Most importantly, there was Nami and Robin. Ahem. Very well. I shall embark on your ship to circumnavigate the globe, but let it be known that I am not a pirate. I am an adventurer, Luo Feng clarified. Thus, the two set sail from an island in the east blew aboard a modest vessel. Chapter 17. Comprehending the three-sword style, Master of Swordsmanship. Rain. Torrential downpour. Luo Feng could hardly fathom how the previously clear skies over the ocean had been swiftly engulfed by a tempest. Upon encountering the deluge, Luffy immediately succumbed to exhaustion. With no other recourse, Luo Feng seized a sea king and tethered their vessel to it, swimming towards a nearby island. Whether it was fate or the ripple effects of Luo Feng's arrival in this world, Luffy's first encounter at sea was thus missed. The iron rod-wielding Yarita missed a direct confrontation with Luffy, while the cowardly Captain Kobe would remain aboard his ship for a lifetime. Eventually, after the rain subsided, Luo Feng and Luffy found themselves in a quaint town. Hurry! The bounty hunter is to be executed. The island's residents hurriedly flocked towards a certain location. Eager to witness the spectacle, Luo Feng casually grasped a passerby, inquiring about the commotion, and quickly understood the situation. Let us go and take a look. A smirk graced Luo Feng's lips. By sheer coincidence, they had arrived at the island where the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro was located. Meanwhile, within the naval base, the man known as Monka, who had, in the original tale, ambushed Carp and left him wounded with a single axe strike, earning the moniker Axe Emperor, found himself shackled and kneeling in the hall. The seat that should have belonged to him, the commander of the naval base, was now occupied by 5 imposing high-ranking naval officers. Below them, a throng of naval soldiers sat uneasily, anxiously awaiting orders. Who would have thought that a vice admiral would appear in this remote naval base of the East Sea? Outside the hall, a group of soldiers buzzed with excitement. Indeed, what a rarity! How could such a prominent figure appear in our little corner? And with 5 of them at once, akin to the legendary Demon Slayer order. At that moment, the 5 naval vice admirals were decidedly disheartened. We have been dispatched by the admiral to the East Sea to retrieve Vice Admiral Carp's grandson and locate a young man named Luo Feng, yet we have found nothing. Indeed, it seems we have come for naught. The villagers claim we arrived too late, and those 2 boys have already set sail. The East Sea is vast. Are we to search every island one by one? Admiral Sengoku's orders seemed excessive for merely 2 young men, even if one was Carp's grandson. Just then, a soldier entered and reported, the execution ground is prepared, and we are ready to carry out the execution of the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro. Shall we proceed? The 5 vice admirals paused in surprise. Bounty hunter? That name rings a bell. Yes, it appears he is quite famous in the East Sea, a formidable captor of pirates. Should we execute him? Perhaps we should go observe first. After a brief discussion, they resolved to head to the execution ground. At this moment, the execution ground was teeming with onlookers. Hey, don't those 2 fear for their lives? They dare to rescue him? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. In the execution area, Luo Feng and Luffy had already untied Zoro and retrieved his 3 swords. The duo disregarded the significance of their surroundings and the crowd behind them. To Luo Feng, the only formidable presence was the Axe Emperor Monka. With Luffy and Zoro together, they could easily handle this situation. He was merely a tourist here, observing Zoro. Luo Feng noted his striking resemblance to the character in the manga, green hair, a green bandana, and a green haramaki. Hey, we didn't say we were here to save you, Zoro remarked, slightly ungrateful. I aspire to be the king of pirates, and he aims to traverse the world as an adventurer. We formally invite you aboard our ship. What do you say? Luffy said with unrestrained enthusiasm. King of pirates? Adventurer? Zoro looked bewildered. At that moment, a contingent of naval soldiers armed with firearms surrounded them. Don't move, or we will open fire. Very well. I've grown weary of this place anyway. Perhaps I shall take my leave, Zoro chuckled lightly, brandishing 2 swords and clenching one in his mouth. With swift strokes of the sword, he felled the soldiers before him. Wow, is this the 3-sword style? Luffy exclaimed, eyes sparkling with wonder. Meanwhile, Luo Feng observed intently. Thus, the 3-sword style was revealed. two blades wielded by the arms, while the one held in the mouth drew upon the strength of the neck. Previously, he had dismissed this concept as absurd, questioning the power of a sword held in one's mouth. Yet now, with a profound understanding, he grasped the underlying principles. His thoughts drifted to the character Killer Bee from Naruto, who utilized an even more outrageous eight-sword style, employing muscles from various parts of the body to unleash terrifying explosive force. However, in the world of pirates, the existence of sword energy rendered close combat opportunity scarce, necessitating consideration of range tactics. Luo Feng's mind raced, inspirations emerging and dissipating, yet leaving behind fragments of valuable insight, which he pieced together. Thus, it dawned upon him that each sword style, one sword, two sword, three sword, possessed its respective merits and drawbacks. The choice of style depended entirely on one's personality. The one-sword style represented an extreme, akin to Mihawk, mastering the art of the sword to its zenith. The two-sword style balanced offense and defense, reflecting a more prudent disposition. As for the three-sword style, Luo Feng mused softly, his thoughts swirling with various ideas, his comprehension of swordsmanship steadily advancing. In that moment, every second of his progress equated to months, if not years, of understanding for an ordinary swordsman. You comprehend the three-sword style, continually breaking through your understanding of swordsmanship. Reaching the pinnacle of the one-sword style. You comprehend the three-sword style, continually breaking through your understanding of swordsmanship. Reaching the pinnacle of the two-sword style. You comprehend the three-sword style, continually breaking through your understanding of swordsmanship, reaching the pinnacle of the three-sword style. In no time, Luo Feng's understanding of the three distinct sword styles soared to an unprecedented height. As for techniques, at this level, he was no longer confined to mere forms. Just as with the Gale kick, a casual kick became a technique, a creation of its own. In this moment, every stroke of his sword was a technique, capable of birthing a new school of swordsmanship. Chapter 18. One man defeats four generals. Witness the carnage. Oh dear. Who are these intruders that dared to trespass into our naval base? At that very moment, 5 figures suddenly arrived. Unlike the previous rabble, these 5 individuals, some with hands tucked into pockets and others with arms crossed, exuded an air of disdain and contempt, completely disregarding the presence of Luo Feng and his companions. Their aura was formidable. Another foe, is it? Zoro scoffed, brandishing his sword. Yet, he underestimated the situation. This time, the adversaries were evidently not mere trivialities. Among the 5, each possessed crushing strength that surpassed all in the East Sea. In an instant, one of the rear admirals sprang into action. With an air of nonchalance, he effortlessly unleashed a devastating punch that sent Zoro sprawling to the ground, writhing in pain. Such power. Onlookers were left in stunned silence. Moments ago, Zoro had displayed his prowess in battle, and they believed that was the pinnacle of human combat capability. Yet, they were utterly astounded to witness this naval officer incapacitate the fierce pirate hunter with a single blow. Zoro, Luffy roared, charging forward. However, as expected, Luffy, possessing strength comparable to Zoro's, stood no chance against the rear admiral. The officer unleashed the Haki of armament, a move that struck Luffy with the force reminiscent of the Iron Fist from his grandfather and Appo's teachings. Impressive. Truly, a rear admiral is formidable. Meanwhile, a group of naval soldiers watching from the back buzzed with excitement. Having lived in the East Sea, they had rarely encountered true strength. Witnessing a rear admiral in action was a rare privilege in their lives. One remains. We must not let him escape. Just then, someone noticed Luo Feng's presence. The rear admiral, with an expression of indifference, approached Luo Feng. At that moment, Luo Feng picked up a fallen soldier's ordinary sidearm, though it was merely a simple blade. In Luo Feng's hands, it transformed into a divine weapon. As the rear admiral drew near, Luo Feng raised his gaze slightly. In an instant, the admiral felt as if he were a kitten facing a tiger, his body bristling with fear. What is happening? He could not comprehend the source of his terror. Yet an inexplicable dread surged from within him. Unbeknownst to him, this was due to Luo Feng's conqueror's haki, which had reached an unprecedented level, radiating an aura of dominance that he could hardly fathom. No, it must be an illusion. He is just a mere character from the East Sea. Nothing to fear. After a fleeting moment of fear, the rear admiral became enraged at the thought of being intimidated by such a trivial figure. He resolved to swiftly deal with this young man before him. With a swift motion, he lunged forward. However, zing! Luo Feng's speed eclipsed his own. No one present could discern his movements. It seemed as though he merely glided past the rear admiral, leaving behind a flurry of crimson streaks across the admiral's body. Gush! Blood poured forth. Ah, so this is how one wields a blade. Throughout the encounter, Luo Feng's gaze remained fixed upon his weapon, never once glancing at the rear admiral. In the distance, Zaro, writhing in agony, managed to look over. Upon witnessing Luo Feng's actions, his pupils constricted in disbelief. How is this possible? His speed is astonishing. I can't even discern his movements. Around them, the spectators shared in the astonishment. What just transpired? How did this officer suddenly sustain injuries? At that moment, the expressions of 4 other rear admirals, previously calm, froze in shock. What just happened? They hadn't even seen it unfold. Ah, I wasn't finished yet, and he is already down. Luo Feng, oblivious to the shifting atmosphere, merely cast a regretful glance at the fallen admiral. He had not dealt a fatal blow. The man would merely lose some blood. Nonetheless, he had lost a worthy sparring partner. This man is a master. Let us take them on together. One admiral, drenched in cold sweat and a pallid complexion, spoke up. Very well. With that, all 4 admirals launched their assault. Such an unprecedented scene unfolded in the East Sea, the weakest of waters, where one could compel 4 admirals to act in unison. Even in the Grand Line, such an occurrence was nearly unheard of. Swish, 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 swish. The 4 admirals simultaneously initiated the 6 forms technique, surging toward Luo Feng from 4 distinct directions. Their attacks, spear strikes, storm kicks, iron fists, and blade slashes were all their most powerful moves. In that moment, rather than exhibiting caution, Luo Feng closed his eyes. For simultaneous attacks, you say? How amusing. Since you have chosen not to hold back, I shall allow you to suffer a bit more. Within Luo Feng's mind, every detail of the surrounding environment unfolded before him. Each individual's movements were laid bare to his perception. Observation Haki. This ability was not something he had learned from observing others. It was an unexpected insight he stumbled upon while delving into the other 2 forms of Haki. A serendipitous discovery. Humph. How audacious to close his eyes before our assault. Do not hold back. Inflict severe injury upon him. This boy seems somewhat familiar. He must be a pirate. Regardless of whether he is a pirate, having attacked us, he must be subdued. The 4 admirals closed in on Luo Feng, their attacks poised to strike. Yet unexpectedly, a wave of overwhelming Haki surged through the bodies of the 4. At that moment, they realized in terror that the sense of control they had over their surroundings, ever since awakening their observation Haki, had vanished. Their observation Haki had failed. It felt as though one had suddenly become blind. Conqueror's kill. Conqueror's kill. Conqueror's kill. Some were astonished, others terrified, and still others in shock. The current scenario bore resemblance to a legendary tale. That is, when one's opponent possesses Supreme Conqueror's Haki, they can suppress your observation Haki, rendering it temporarily ineffective. But how could this young man, seemingly in his teens, possibly possess Supreme Conqueror's Haki? However, time offered no room for contemplation, as the blade was already upon them. Clang! In a flurry of dazzling and chaotic blade flashes, a rain of blood erupted forth. Chapter 19. The man has set sail. In the Grand Line at Marine Headquarters. Within the office of the Admiral, Sengoku, adorned with circular spectacles and a seagull hat, was engaged in a contest of consuming senbei with Garp. 996, 997, 998, 999. Garp's belly swelled as he struggled to cram another senbei into his mouth. Opposite him, Sengoku was equally messy in his endeavor. Don't get too proud. I am about to surpass you, Sengoku grumbled as he noticed Garp had outpaced him by 1. Suddenly, the telephone bug on the table began to ring, interrupting their competition. Hello, this is Sengoku, he answered, his eyes still fixed on Garp, eager to resume their contest. Garp, too, was locked in on Sengoku, his hand still poised with senbei. However, the telephone bug suddenly exhibited signs of distress, the voice on the other end frail and trembling. Report to the Admiral. We have been attacked. All 5 Vice Admirals dispatched to the East Blue are severely injured. Bang! Before the last word had escaped, Sengoku sprang to his feet. What did you say? His eyes widened in disbelief, forgetting the competition entirely, senbei flying from his mouth and splattering Garp's face. These were 5 Vice Admirals from headquarters. Their combined combat prowess was comparable to a demon-slaying mission. How could they all be gravely wounded in the East Blue? What on earth transpired? Could it be the 4 Emperors have ventured to the East Blue? Meanwhile, Garp was also unable to sit still. He hastily wiped the crumbs from his face, his expression grave as he gazed at the telephone bug. The assailant is a young man. The Vice Admiral continued from the other end. A young man? Sengoku and Garp exchanged a glance. A youth, from the East Blue, managed to injure 5 vice admirals. This was no ordinary feat. Could it be Mihawk? Yet, Mihawk is no longer a youth. At that moment, a disquieting premonition washed over Garp. Then, the next words from the telephone bug struck him like a thunderclap. That young man looks exactly like the portrait you provided us, Mr. Garp. And beside him is your grandson. Click. The call abruptly ended, plunging the room into a profound silence. Sengoku and Garp exchanged bewildered glances. After a long pause, Garp suddenly slumped onto the sofa, as if his soul had been extracted, a bitter expression etched on his face. Sengoku, what on earth is happening? You seem to know something. Sengoku inquired, sensing something amiss. Garp struggled to speak, his voice hoarse. Sengoku, I have mentioned this to you before. The genius from the East Blue. With Garp's hint, memories flooded Sengoku's mind. I remember now. You did mention it, but I thought you were joking. Sengoku's inner thoughts roared. When Garp returned from the East Blue, he had spoken of a prodigy who awakened the Conqueror's haki and armament haki, mastering the 6 powers merely by observing them. Sengoku had assumed Garp was jesting. Who would have imagined this was indeed true? How could I have overlooked it? This lad, if he did not join the Marines, must yearn for a life of freedom, yet he has allied himself with that rascal Luffy. Garp understood that while Luffy rambled about becoming a pirate, this boy had no true understanding of what piracy entailed. He was merely playing pirate, yet they might have unexpectedly meshed. Both craved adventure, to see the world. It was astonishing that they had truly embarked on this journey together. This was beyond Garp's expectations. No, in truth, he had already suspected this. Hence, he dispatched 5 vice admirals to the East Blue. But fate intervened, leading to their failure. No, that's not right. Given the personalities of those 2, even if the vice admirals had found them, they would never obediently return to serve as Marines. Sighing deeply, Garp lamented that this entire situation was his negligence. Had he instilled the notion of becoming Marines in the 2 of them sooner, perhaps this incident could have been averted. With the years passing, how much had that boy grown, given his prodigious talent? The thought alone filled Garp with an unknown dread. The terrifying potential he displayed in his youth was astonishing. And now, this remarkable youth lay in hiding on a remote island in the East Blue, quietly honing his skills for years. It was unimaginable where he stood now. Even Garp felt a twinge of apprehension. Garp, the individual known as Lofeng, attacking Marine vice admirals is undeniably an act of piracy. We must issue a bounty on him. Sengoku suddenly interjected. Garp's expression stiffened. He longed to argue that they should investigate further. Lofeng was not the type to strike the Marines lightly. Yet, given that those vice admirals had been grievously injured, there was no room for discussion. A bounty must be placed. However, his bounty, in the East Blue, it might ascend to monstrous proportions. Sengoku's glasses glimmered, obscuring his eyes. Soon, the bounty notice for Lofeng was drafted and disseminated across the world alongside the newspapers. In the New World, on a small island, Jesus Burgess perused the newspaper when suddenly a bounty notice slipped out. Upon picking it up, his pupils constricted sharply. Captain, boss, this is bad. Something significant has occurred. At that moment, Shanks, who was drinking and playing cards, looked puzzled. What's wrong? Is Kaido attacking? Or has that old hag Big Mom lost her mind and wants to challenge me? It can't possibly be that old man Whitebeard, can it? His body. Before Shanks could finish, Jesus Burgess interrupted him, slamming the bounty notice onto Shanks' table with a thud. In the image, a young man with black hair and black eyes. A composed expression and strikingly chiseled features gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Below, bold letters proclaimed, Adventurer Lofeng. Bounty, 1,000,000,000 berries. Chapter 20. Reactions to the Billion Belly Bounty Man. At the same moment, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World. Old man, take a look at this bounty notice. It seems a newcomer has emerged on the seas, remarked Marco, the Phoenix, as he presented the day's newspaper to Whitebeard. Oh, let me see. Whitebeard, with an 4 drip attached, still clutched a bottle of alcohol in his hand. He casually glanced at the paper. Here, Ace, teach. This is for you, Marco said, passing a few more papers to those nearby. Spit. Ace, who had been eating, suddenly sprayed his food upon seeing the bounty poster featuring the image of Lofeng. Ace, you wasteful fool. No need to waste food just because it's not to your taste. Another remarked, but Ace paid no heed to their banter. His eyes were fixated on the bounty notice. Lofeng. He recognized him instantly. In his childhood, while playing with Luffy, he occasionally encountered this individual. They had sparred before. But Rofeng had always defeated him with an air of nonchalance. Despite Ace's unwillingness to accept it, he had to acknowledge that Rofeng's strength far surpassed his own. Thus, upon learning that Rofeng had set sail and was even being pursued by the world government, he could hardly contain his emotions. Haha, a billion belly. You say? To achieve such a bounty on his first venture, and from the East Blue no less, is truly remarkable, Blackbeard chimed in, also perusing the news while casting a glance at Ace. But, a fresh newcomer with a bounty higher than yours? It's no wonder you spat out your food, Ace, ha 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 ha. Ace ignored Blackbeard's mockery, forcibly suppressing his astonishment as he wiped the remnants of food from his mouth. Should this formidable individual set sail? The entire ocean would surely erupt into chaos. Whitebeard's interest peaked upon hearing that this newcomer hailed from the East Blue. For some reason, it reminded him of the discussions he had years ago with the red-haired lad before he ascended to the status of a Yonko. A genius from the East Blue, a prodigy. Did he share any connection with this newly wanted Rofeng? Whitebeard fell into contemplation, as memories flooded back of the fervent words spoken by the red-haired man. That man will be the hope of a new era. One day, he will turn the entire sea upside down. With renewed focus, Whitebeard carefully stored away Rofeng's bounty notice. Rofeng, I look forward to the day you arrive in the New World. At Cake Island. Mother, the newcomers these days are truly extraordinary. Their first bounty is an astonishing billion belly, exclaimed Kakuri, one of the 4 sweet commanders, as he approached Big Mom with the newspaper in hand. Ma. A billion, you say? Big Mom took the paper, glanced at it, and then tossed it to the ground in disappointment. Katakuri. How many times must I tell you? A bounty does not determine a person's strength. If one were to kill 100,000 people, their bounty could very well surpass mine. Indeed, Katakuri replied, his initial shock diminishing as he regarded Rofeng's bounty notice on the ground. A mere youth must have committed heinous deeds to warrant such a high bounty. Nearby, one of Big Mom's younger children arrogantly stepped on Rofeng's bounty notice, grinning. Brother Katakuri, a person of his caliber is no match for you. You could take on 1,000 of him. Is that so? Katakuri chuckled. Then Rofeng had better not venture into the New World. Otherwise, I shall personally capture him and subject him to every torture imaginable. Hee. In Wano country, the beast pirates. Gwahahaha. A newcomer with a billion bounty, you say? Kaido, reeking of alcohol, continued to pour himself a drink from his gourd as he looked at the bounty notice held by Jack. His bounty rivals that of Jack. Do you have anything to say about it? Kaido teased, casting a glance at Jack. TCH, just a rookie who has set sail? And from the weakest East Blue at that. I can't fathom how his bounty could have reached such heights, Jack grumbled, slightly irritated. Perhaps he has committed some unforgivable act. Jin rationally analyzed, though the paper does not specify the details. After all, a bounty does not correlate with one's strength. Jack remained displeased. He better not cross paths with me in the New World. Otherwise, I will flay him alive. Perhaps he won't even make it to the New World and will perish along the way. Haraha. True enough. In the Grand Line, at Baltigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Mr. Dragon, look. A freshly printed newspaper announces the emergence of a new criminal from the East Blue. A member of the Revolutionary Army exclaimed as he knocked on Dragon's door. Oh, the East Blue. Monkey D. Dragon raised an eyebrow at the newspaper, surprised to see it mentioned his homeland. Yet, he had never heard of this Rofeng before. A billion belly. It's rare for such a figure to appear from the East Blue, remarked one officer, biting into a piece of bread. Indeed, another member chimed in. Mr. Dragon, what are your thoughts on this matter? Asked another officer. Dragon placed the bounty notice on the table, but refrained from commenting. He stepped outside, gazing at the distant sea, and his thoughts drifted to Luffy. That boy had set sail by now. Should he return to see him? In the East Blue, at the naval headquarters. Here lay the command center of the entire East Blue, equivalent to the Marine headquarters in the Grand Line. At this moment, all high-ranking officers of the East Blue Navy were gathered for a meeting. This criminal named Rofeng single-handedly incapacitated 5 of our vice-admirals. His strength must not be underestimated. However, we must not treat him as an invincible foe, a high-ranking officer explained to the assembly of officers. On the blackboard beside him was Rofeng's bounty notice. He is human, and as a human, he has weaknesses. If we can sink the ship he is aboard in the midst of the sea, even if he is powerful, he will perish. So, from this moment forth, all personnel in every base are to mobilize. We must pursue Rofeng and ensure he is captured in the East Blue. We cannot allow him to roam free any longer. Chapter 21, The Thief Cat Nami? Comprehension of Meteorological Navigation, EC. Luophone, Zaro, and Luffy sat pitifully in their small boat, navigating the seas. Who would have thought that such a notorious pirate, with a bounty of 1 billion, would endure such hardship? Stop it, Luffy. These are the last few apples on the ship. We must conserve them. If we go too long without fruits and vegetables, we might succumb to scurvy, and that could be fatal, Luophone warned. Clutching a bag of apples and eyeing Luffy with suspicion. A Luophone? I'm absolutely starving. Just let me have one, please. I promise I want to eat more, Luffy whimpered, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth, his stomach hollow with hunger, eyes gleaming with desire. What a headache it is to have a captain who behaves like a starving ghost. Zoro, polishing his swords nearby, couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Enough whining. If we can't fill our bellies, how are we any different from salted fish? Luffy shouted back at Zoro. I'm just stating the truth. All right. Let us quickly find the next island, and we'll have food then, Luophone soothed, promptly scanning the horizon with a telescope. Lo and behold, there really is an island. Zaro, we're saved. What? Let me see. Luophone and Zaro, both sharing a bond of mutual hardship, had to rely on each other to navigate the unpredictable antics of Luffy. Before long, the small boat reached the shore. The trio rushed ashore in search of sustenance. This island, could it be? Luophone felt an unsettling familiarity as he ventured further. Suddenly, a realization struck him. With a swift leap, he executed a moonwalk, ascending into the air. Instantly, he comprehended his location, the territory of the clown Buggy. Thud, thud, thud. Luophone casually strolled towards Buggy's domain, dispatching a few of Buggy's lackeys with ease. Finally, he arrived at Buggy's tent, where the notorious clown remained blissfully unaware of his predicament, deep in slumber. Who are you? How did you come down from the sky? A girl with vibrant orange hair, possessing a slender figure and a youthful visage, screamed in shock at Luophone's sudden appearance. She had never witnessed someone walking in the air before. You may call me Luophone, he replied with gentlemanly grace. Wait a moment, I remember. Now the girl's voice trembled, her gaze fixed on Luophone's face, as though confronting a demon. She pulled out a crumpled wanted poster, comparing his likeness with the image on it, her pupils dilating in fear. Adventurer Luophone, bounty 1 billion berries. Luophone smiled faintly at the orange-haired girl and inquired, if I am not mistaken, your name must be Thief Cat Nami? At his words, Nami's already shocked heart sank further. A criminal with a bounty of 1 billion is aware of her identity? What could he possibly want from her? In that moment, Nami felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. In the past, she had managed to escape from any pirate or even the Navy with her exceptional eloquence, acting skills, and adaptability. Yet, compared to this man, those adversaries were but mere guppies. Unexpectedly, Luophone declared, I've heard you are quite a talented navigator. I invite you to join our ship. Will you accept? This sudden proposal left Nami momentarily stunned. She had prepared herself for sacrifice, yet the situation had shifted so rapidly. Why would this murderous demon want her on his ship? Could it be that he was intrigued by her navigation skills and sought her assistance in traversing the Grand Line? That was the only possibility Nami could fathom. All right, I accept your offer, she replied, taking a deep breath. Before long, Luophone and Nami returned to the ship. As for Buggy, he was thoroughly beaten by Luophone and stripped of all his possessions. Luophone and his companions commandeered Buggy's ship, replacing its flag with that of the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon meeting Luffy and Zoro, Nami was besieged by countless questions. The man wearing a straw hat, appearing a bit foolish, was the captain of this pirate crew? And Luophone, the man with a 1 billion berry bounty, was content to be merely a crew member? She found herself utterly perplexed. Captain, where are we headed next? Nami, fulfilling her role as navigator, promptly inquired about Luffy's intended destination. Luffy pondered, of course. To a place with meat. Nami sighed, while Luophone facepalmed. Don't mind this guy. His intellect is akin to that of a 3-year-old. Hand me the nautical charts, and I'll inform you of our course. Soon, Nami produced her meticulously drawn nautical charts and spread them before Luophone. They engaged in a discussion regarding their route. To Nami's amazement, Luophone displayed an astonishing aptitude for navigation. Initially, he seemed oblivious to navigational principles, but upon her explanation of some concepts, he swiftly grasped them and comprehended them thoroughly, even exhibiting an ability to extrapolate and derive knowledge that took others a significant amount of time to acquire. Have you studied navigation before? Nami could no longer contain her curiosity. Not at all, Luophone replied, his gaze fixed on the charts. As Nami observed the young man up close, she could discern the muscular contours beneath his faded sailor's attire. The masculine aura he radiated was palpable, and upon catching a glimpse of his chiseled profile, her cheeks flushed crimson. In her mind, she screamed, how could a man possess such allure? Strong, mysterious, handsome, it was an irresistible magnetism for any girl. At that moment, Nami suddenly felt that Luo Feng was not a threat. In fact, being taken aboard his ship might even be a fortunate twist of fate. You and Nami are discussing navigation techniques. Your experience and knowledge in navigation are rapidly enhancing, and you have gained a basic understanding of navigation. Thanks to your extraordinary insight, you have intuitively grasped the principles of meteorological navigation. Meteorological navigation. This skill allows one to deduce potential weather changes across the vast ocean based on subtle shifts in wind direction, water currents, and even minute details such as air and oceanic fluctuations. It is a near sixth sense ability exclusive to top navigators. Meteorological navigation? I recall that Nami seems to possess a similar ability, Luo Feng pondered, casting a glance at Nami. However, it appeared that Nami had been immersed in navigational literature since childhood, coupled with her already high aptitude for navigation, which enabled her to achieve such mastery. Moreover, Nami was among the elite navigators in the pirate world. It was astounding that within such a short span of time, he had also emerged as one of the top navigators in this realm. Chapter 22. The entire Navy mobilizes, all to capture Luo Feng. Hey, Colonel. It seems that the ship ahead is a pirate vessel. In the vast ocean, a naval warship at a great distance spotted Luo Feng and his companions. Upon seeing the pirate flag flying, the naval crew immediately tensed up. Stay calm. If I am not mistaken, that ship belongs to Buggy the Clown. With our combat prowess, we might very well be able to engage them, declared a colonel. Since the Eastern Sea Navy Division convened a meeting, they had summoned all elite forces from the Eastern Sea to conduct a thorough search for Luo Feng. Every naval vessel was equipped with an abundance of weaponry, elite soldiers, and formidable combat strength. Luo Feng's mere presence at sea had inadvertently brought misfortune to all pirates in the Eastern Sea. Even without any wrongdoing, they could easily fall victim to the Navy. Wait a moment, Colonel. Look closely. That pirate flag seems unfamiliar, unlike Buggy's crew, a reconnaissance soldier suddenly remarked. This suspicious discovery was promptly reported to the higher-ups. The colonel took the binoculars, but upon spotting the Straw Hat crew's flag, his expression changed drastically. No, he suddenly recalled certain information known only to the higher echelons. According to intelligence, the notorious pirate Luo Feng, with a bounty of 1 billion, is known to associate with a Straw Hat boy. This flag, I have never seen it before. Could it be? As the colonel pondered this, an ominous premonition surged within him. He hurriedly glanced at the deck, and to his horror, he dropped the binoculars into the sea. However, he could not afford to dwell on that. He immediately grabbed the transponder snail and dialed the highest authority in the Eastern Sea Navy Division. Report. We have located Luo Feng right before us. I repeat, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Instantly, every naval ship within 1,000 nautical miles surrounding the Straw Hat pirates, as if they sensed the scent of blood, turned and swam in the same direction. This extraordinary scene caught the attention of many observant individuals. What is happening? Such a massive mobilization of warships can only mean something significant has occurred. Need I say more? Recently, a major criminal has emerged in the Eastern Sea with a bounty of 1 billion. They must be after him. Wow, so many warships. And this is just what we can see. There are surely more hidden from view. This time, that Luo Feng fellow won't be able to escape. This is practically the highest combat strength of the entire Eastern Sea Navy. I bet artillery alone could flatten that area of the sea. This will be a spectacle worth witnessing. Just wait for tomorrow's newspaper. Meanwhile, Luo Feng sensed something amiss, although his observation hockey did not extend over such a vast range. As a powerful individual, he possessed a certain intuition, especially as his hockey had reached a terrifying level. His high innate perception further enhanced his intuition. At this moment, he looked up at the sky. The clouds overhead suddenly shifted, as if a storm was imminent. A tempest is brewing. He murmured in a voice almost inaudible to anyone but himself. What did you say? Nami asked curiously. Nothing. Luo Feng shook his head and then shouted to Luffy, who was munching on food, and Zoro, who was training. You two, get ready. Something big is about to happen. What? What is going on? Luffy exclaimed, instantly excited at the prospect of an impending event. It's not a meal or a fight. Rather, a rare natural disaster is about to unfold. Luo Feng replied, glancing again at the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. A natural disaster? Nami, as a navigator, felt her instincts kick in. Noticing Luo Feng's constant gaze at the sky, she also turned her eyes upward. She suddenly put her fingers in her mouth and raised them to gauge the wind direction. After a few seconds, her expression changed. Wait, a strong wind is coming. Zoro and Luffy exchanged glances and then looked around. At this moment, the sea appeared calm, aside from some cloudiness. How could these two perceive so much information? Regardless, since it was Luo Feng and a navigator speaking, there must be some truth to it. Luffy, ever carefree, began to prepare eagerly. Zoro, not wanting to overthink, decided to trust the navigator's instincts. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, Nami's eyes narrowed as she gazed at the distant horizon. Before them, a row of ships had appeared on the ocean's surface, encircling them completely. Judging by the numbers, there were over 100 naval vessels, all grand ships. Could it be? The entire fleet of the Eastern Sea is here? Nami's lips twitched. In the face of such an absurd situation, she surprisingly regained her composure. Oh no. So many Navy ships. Are they all here to capture us? However, Luffy was thrilled. No way. The three of us don't even have bounties yet. If anyone's to be captured, it can only be Luo Feng. Zoro shook his head. At that moment, all three turned to Luo Feng simultaneously. A smirk crept onto Luo Feng's lips. Well, this is quite a grand spectacle. The entire Eastern Sea Navy mobilized to capture me. They truly hold me in high regard. Yet, he remained unfazed, for with his strength, even if every navy from the four seas joined forces, they could never capture him. However, this time, I won't even need to intervene. Luo Feng murmured, gazing skyward, as if hinting at something beyond. In the distance, aboard a naval vessel, the highest commander of the Eastern Sea Navy, with arms crossed, observed the Straw Hat pirates ahead. Humph. What does it matter if you are a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion? No matter how strong you are still human. Given the current situation, how can you possibly escape? A nearby rear admiral chimed in. I never expected you to take matters into your own hands. With a cold snort, the commander declared. For too long, the Eastern Sea has been deemed the weakest sea. This time, I shall demonstrate through action that the Eastern Sea is formidable. Even a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion cannot escape the grasp of the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line. I shall use the head of this Luo Feng to vindicate the Eastern Sea. Chapter 23. Luo Feng's prediction, terrifying weather. What to do? What to do? It's over. We are going to be captured by the Navy. On the ship, Nami wore an expression of utter despair. She had yet to fulfill her dreams. Had not bought the village from Arlong, nor had she traveled the world to chart the seas. To think she would be imprisoned and live out the rest of her days in despair. She was unwilling, so very unwilling. Let's go all out. Luffy exclaimed, excitedly clapping his fists. Seeing Luo Feng with a bounty made him envious. He too wanted to be a wanted man. You fool. Even if you are reckless, you should recognize the immense power disparity between us. Zoro shouted at Luffy, then delivered a heavy blow to the top of his head. Even if the enemy stood still for us to attack, we could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without making a dent. We would likely exhaust ourselves to death. The Navy's numerical strength was an overwhelming force against them. Even with Luo Feng's displayed prowess, Zoro doubted he could prevail. After all, the Navy was far too numerous. A single cannon from each ship could bury them. At that moment, on the Navy's side, all warships begin to tighten the encirclement. Keep closing in until our cannons can reach them. Be careful not to let them approach. Luo Feng is a man who can defeat 5 vice admirals. He is absolutely not someone we can engage in close combat. The highest commander of the East Sea issued commands via Den Mushi. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters at Marineford, Sengoku and Garp awaited news. They had located Luo Feng and his crew and were preparing to launch an attack. Sengoku's expression was grave as he looked at Garp. Garp appeared somewhat agitated. Have you lost your mind? Sengoku, are you really going to let them go after Luo Feng? Sengoku scoffed. What? Are you starting to think about pleading for Luo Feng and your grandson now? Where was that sentiment before? Garp was a bit bewildered. Was this what he meant to say? No. It seemed Sengoku had misunderstood something. Sengoku, you underestimate Luo Feng's strength. Garp anxiously tried to express, but was abruptly interrupted by Sengoku. Enough. You need not speak further, Garp. Luo Feng does indeed possess considerable strength. It is true. A single man severely wounded 5 vice admirals. That is undeniably formidable. However, it is not formidable enough. Facing the full might of the East Sea Navy. No matter how strong he is, survival is impossible. Do you understand? The combined firepower of all their warships in a single barrage is equivalent to the might of dozens of Demon Slayer orders. It could level an island. Do not even mention Luo Feng. Even someone of the Calamity level would be left in tatters. Garp opened his mouth to speak. What could he say? Should he mention that Luo Feng had mastered the Marine 6 styles years ago, along with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki? And with his talent, he had surely grown to a terrifying level over the years? Yet, Sengoku clearly did not believe it. On the sea, what do we do, Luo Feng? Speak up. Nami cast her final hope toward Luo Feng. Zoro looked over as well, his eyes filled with expectation. Luo Feng appeared remarkably calm, evidently possessing hidden cards. Wait for the wind. However, Luo Feng merely uttered 2 words while gazing at the sky. At that moment, the clouds above began to shift. From a flat formation, a storm vortex emerged. Meanwhile, aboard the Navy warships, prepared to load ammunition, soldiers began to bustle about, frantically transporting and loading ammunition, preparing to ignite. This battle will make the East Sea renowned across the seas. The highest commander of the East Sea chuckled heartily. Report. Commander, the weather seems unusual. Could there be an unexpected turn? A nearby scouting soldier raised a concern. What does the navigator say? The commander asked. The navigator says it is a normal phenomenon, but there may be a bit of waterspout. Humph. It is of no consequence. However, let all ships lower their sails and drop anchor to avoid chaos. Understood, Commander. At that moment, the wind began to rise. The sea roared with howling gales. Between the Navy and the Straw Hat crew, small waterspouts began to form on the surface. Such a spectacle, while rare, was not unheard of, but this time 9 appeared simultaneously. The ferocious winds pulled the sea water into the sky, swirling as if the ocean itself were in a frenzy. 9 dragons emerged. At that moment, Nami's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene. As a navigator, she was well acquainted with extreme weather at sea, yet this situation was exceedingly rare. Such occurrences were nearly unheard of in the East Sea. Only recorded in the Grand Line, such weather was noted to happen frequently. Oh, is it dangerous? Zoro inquired curiously. At that time, Luo Feng spoke up. This is merely a precursor. What follows is the crux. Nami glanced at Luo Feng, evidently surprised by his nautical expertise. She added, Indeed, a massive disaster is likely to unfold soon. She cast a deep glance at the distant Navy warships. These sailors were about to face calamity. The winds howled louder, intensifying. Commander, something is amiss. The winds are too strong. The sea is going wild. At that moment, soldiers could only shout, as the wind drowned out all other sounds. Just then, a soldier suddenly pointed forward with a look of terror. Wait, look, what is that? In the distance, a towering mountain suddenly appeared on the ocean. This was highly abnormal. They were in the sea. How could a mountain rise? Moreover, it was so high it seemed to reach the sky. No, that is not a mountain. It is a wave. At that moment, the voice of the East Sea's highest commander trembled with despair. Quick, drop anchor. His voice was swallowed by the crashing waves. Luffy, Zoro, get ready. We are going surfing. Luo Feng laughed heartily, suddenly commanding everyone to raise the sails and steer to the left. The towering waves surged forth, engulfing the fleet of Navy ships. Indeed, hundreds of Navy vessels were formidable, yet before the might of nature, they were as fragile as ants. In the blink of an eye, half of them vanished. Are we going to die? Nami, just an ordinary person, had never witnessed such mountain-like waves and screamed in terror. Chapter 24. The stubbornness of the warring states and Carp's plea. How terrifying. At this moment, both Zoro and Luffy experienced a tingling sensation at the back of their necks. The towering waves were so immense that drowning seemed inevitable. Even if they were merely struck by the waves, it would feel as though a mountain had come crashing down upon them, capable of reducing a person to mere pulp. Hold on to the mast. Luo Feng shouted above the roaring waves. The group could only cling desperately to whatever they could grasp to prevent being thrown off by the colossal force. At that instant, they found themselves within a vast tunnel of seawater. The swiftly flowing currents were astonishingly smooth, reflecting their faces like a mirror. This miraculous scene unfolded before their very eyes. What a beautiful sight. Luo Feng laughed, realizing that the landscapes of the pirate world were indeed unparalleled in beauty. The scenery they casually encountered far surpassed the wonders he had witnessed on Blue Star in his past life. Oh, what a thrill, Luffy shouted excitedly. At this moment, their adrenaline surged, fear gradually diminished, replaced by exhilaration and excitement. This was what adventure truly meant. Luo Feng also let out a roar to express his emotions. Before long, the group successfully surged through the towering waves, returning to the outside world. Boom. In an instant, the massive wave crashed down. The ship swayed like a leaf on the ocean, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Miraculously, however, they survived beneath the whirlpool of the giant wave. "We're still alive," Nami exclaimed tearfully. Even with her navigational prowess, she could not have accurately predicted how to survive the monstrous wave. It was solely Luo Feng who had accomplished this feat. One could say that his navigational skills had far surpassed her own. At this moment, she couldn't help but embrace Luo Feng tightly. "This is so exhilarating. I truly want to experience it again." Luffy laughed heartily, carefree as always. "Finally, it's over," Zoro sighed, casting a deep glance at Luo Feng. He understood that their survival this time was entirely thanks to Luo Feng. "Humph, he's indeed a reliable man," he silently mused. Cough, cough. "Nami, could you please let go of me?" Luo Feng gasped, feeling as though he couldn't breathe. This woman, despite being an ordinary person, possessed an inexplicable strength. My apologies." Nami realized her uncharacteristic behavior, her face flushing as she sheepishly released Luo Feng, turning away with embarrassment, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. "All right, let us catch this wind and head straight for the next island," Luffy declared from the bow of the ship. In the distance, the tumult of the waves subsided. The sea regained its tranquil demeanor, and the dark clouds above dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. However, the once formidable East Blue Navy fleet had vanished without a trace. Hundreds of warships had been reduced to wreckage, and many naval soldiers were left swimming in the sea, clinging to pieces of wood for salvation. The highest-ranking officer of the East Blue Navy sat in a small lifeboat, his face pale with horror. He had once proclaimed with fervor that this battle would bring about Luo Feng's downfall, securing an unprecedented achievement. Yet, he now faced an abysmal defeat, leaving him with no face to show his fellow comrades. He pondered that it might be better to end his own life in shame. At this very moment, at Navy headquarters, Sengoku awaited news, while Carp's heart fluttered with unease and suspicion. Perhaps that kid Luo Feng wasn't he as formidable as everyone believed. Did he lose? However, losing might not be such a bad thing. Carp understood that with Luo Feng's nature, he would inevitably intervene in any injustices he encountered at sea, stirring up trouble and perhaps even daring to strike the celestial dragons. The bounty on his head would undoubtedly rise. If he were ever captured, he might face a public execution akin to Roger and Appo's. Carp sighed inwardly, simultaneously feeling a flicker of relief. He was grateful that Luffy had yet to be placed under bounty. Even if the Navy captured him, it was likely he would face no severe punishment and would ultimately be released. Once Luffy sees Luo Feng and Appo's capture, he will surely be shocked and come to understand the consequences of being a pirate. Surely, he would reconsider his path. Just then, the transponder snail on the table rang. BR. Sengoku's eyes lit up upon hearing the sound. He glanced smugly at Carp. "What do you think, Carp? The news has arrived swiftly. That Luo Feng you spoke of must have been captured by the East Blue Navy and is now locked in a sea stone cage." You claimed he was mighty, yet how long did he last? I thought he was invincible." This time, Carp, you will witness the strength of the East Blue Navy. The so-called weakest East Blue merely refers to the pirates there. The Navy is no weakling." Carp sighed deeply, filled with regret. "This is the greatest regret of my life, not being able to properly educate my own descendants. One is a revolutionary, another aspires to be a pirate. How disgraceful. And then there's Luo Feng, a fine child with tremendous talent. If he had joined the Navy, he could have become an admiral, perhaps even the most powerful. I have envisioned that glorious moment countless times in my dreams. Yet, alas." As he pondered this, Carp felt a pang of empathy. His lips trembled slightly as he spoke. "Sengoku, I only wish to plead with you for one thing." Sengoku, however, interrupted him with a cold laugh. "You need not say more, Carp. I know precisely what you wish to convey. You merely want to plead for that Luo Feng, hoping I will let him go. You can forget it. We, the Navy, must uphold justice. How can we shield those in high positions from accountability? Wouldn't I be the greatest evil in doing so?" With that, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail. "Just watch, I will execute this greatest criminal of the East Blue just as I did with Roger. He will be publicly executed at the very same platform where Roger met his end. And this time, it will be broadcasted live to the world. I intend to show everyone the fate of pirates and our Navy's unwavering commitment to justice." As he spoke, the call connected, but silence echoed from the other end. Chapter 25, The Maritime Emperor, Luo Feng. "Hey, speak up. Sengoku's brow furrowed as he spoke into the transponder snail. But all he received in return was an ominous silence from the other end. That silence instilled an unsettling premonition within him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Garp felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Moments later, the transponder snail finally spoke. "We have been defeated, Admiral." Boom. Sengoku's vision darkened, and a ringing filled his ears as he sank heavily into the sofa. Garp was equally stunned, his mind failing to comprehend the situation. The transponder snail continued recounting the events, detailing the entire Navy's operation in the East Sea to capture Luo Feng. The office of the Marine Admiral was shrouded in an eerie stillness. As the report concluded, Sengoku's breathing grew rapid, his face flushed with disbelief. How could this be possible? A tsunami? A tsunami larger than a mountain? In the East Sea? This is not the Grand Line. How could such a natural disaster occur? And how could Luo Feng and his crew emerge unscathed? How could they possibly possess navigators superior to the Navy? Garp, reflecting on the information, suddenly connected the dots. Could it be that Luo Feng taught himself navigation? At this remark, Sengoku fell silent. Given Luo Feng's innate talent and sharp intellect, to suggest he self-taught was an insult to his abilities. Garp chuckled ruefully. Those navigation techniques that seem like ancient scripts to ordinary people must seem ludicrously simple to him. What takes others a decade to master, he can grasp with a mere glance. Such prodigious talent was indeed terrifying. I haven't seen him in years, perhaps during that time. He perused some navigation texts and mastered top-tier skills. Sengoku opened his mouth, suddenly feeling helpless. Previously, when Garp had called Luo Feng a genius, he had scoffed. There are no such geniuses in this world. Yet, reality had slapped him hard. Hundreds of warships from the East Sea had met their demise, teaching him a harsh lesson. This time, Luo Feng had not even lifted a finger. He had merely used the sudden weather to triumph over the entire East Sea Navy. The sheer prowess exhibited was nothing short of chilling. Hello? The voice of the East Sea's highest official emerged from the transponder snail. What is it? Sengoku replied, his voice hoarse. We've learned Luo Feng's whereabouts. Should we pursue? Pursue? Sengoku's anger flared. With what? The obliterated East Sea Fleet? Or perhaps you wish to offer your heads as bait? Luo Feng is not someone you can provoke. He defeated you without even engaging in battle. Such a being is best left undisturbed. You should consider yourselves fortunate to be alive. Now, immediately assist the injured. Minimize all losses. And remember, no one in the East Sea is to touch Luo Feng. Doing so would invite utter disaster upon the entire East Sea Navy. Sengoku spoke rapidly, and once he finished, the other end fell silent. A few moments later, the official reluctantly remarked, "So, Luo Feng has become the maritime emperor of the East Sea? The maritime emperor?" Sengoku felt a chill run down his spine. Luo Feng has indeed become the maritime emperor? Indeed, when no one dares to provoke him upon the seas. What else could he be but an emperor? Very well. I, Sengoku, now acknowledge that Luo Feng is the maritime emperor. Sengoku suddenly leaped to his feet, shouting. In any case, do not provoke him. Without waiting for a response, he abruptly hung up the transponder snail. In the room, only the sound of Sengoku's heavy breathing could be heard, his gaze icy and piercing. This Luo Feng possesses remarkable abilities. However, he is merely reveling in the East Sea. He had better not venture into the Grand Line, or I shall make him understand what true naval power is and what real despair entails. The sky was clear and cloudless, the sun warm, and seagulls glided serenely through the low air. Ah, how delightful. Luo Feng lounged in a rocking chair, a glass of wheat juice in hand, wearing sunglasses, basking in the sunlight. Hee hee, what a thrilling experience. If the Grand Line is indeed filled with such weather, I must visit it. At the bow of the ship, Luffy reminisced about their recent adventures, while Nami, clad in a bikini, savored the sun and sea breeze. How refreshing. Luo Feng's gaze, hidden behind his sunglasses, inevitably wandered to the beauty beside him. Suddenly, a figure stepped in between Luo Feng and Nami. Luo Feng. I wish to become stronger. Could you offer me your guidance? It was Zoro. His defeat at the hands of a marine captain had left him shaken. However, gaining strength required time and effort, and in just a few days, he could hardly see any progress. The persistent pain in his abdomen constantly reminded him of his frailty. Very well. Luo Feng agreed after a moment's hesitation. But do you wish to learn swordsmanship, body training, hockey, or the 6 styles? He raised a hand, counting off each skill. Zoro's expression shifted from seriousness to bewilderment, his mouth agape. Are you joking? One person can master so many skills. And to such an extraordinary level? Zoro hesitated, clearly overwhelmed by the options before him. Let's start with Saru, Luo Feng suggested. taking a sip of his wheat juice before beginning to instruct Zoro. With just a few words, Zoro felt a surge of excitement. So, this world has such movement techniques. If I master this, I can both attack and defend. Soon, Zoro began his training. It was not that Luo Feng was unwilling to teach him more. It was simply that Zoro's comprehension could not absorb too much at once. He could only grasp some basic concepts. Zoro? You've already taught me that. Luffy chimed in, running over to join the conversation. Teach me something else. Chapter 26. The Sea Restaurant, how about Iron Block? Luo Feng suggested without hesitation. Huh? That move seems like it can only be used to stand there and take hits, Luffy remarked, his interest quickly waning. Listen. Despite being a rubber man and rendering blunt attacks ineffective, you still feel pain, Luo Feng said earnestly. If someone masters the armament haki, they can still make your head swell with bruises, much like carp would. At the mention of carp, Luffy felt a chill run down his spine. You're right. I'll learn it. His interest rekindled. He resolved to lessen the pain of any future encounters with carp. In truth, Iron Block has many benefits. It serves as the precursor to armament haki. Once you master Iron Block, learning armament haki becomes significantly easier. The key is that Iron Block is simple to learn. Luffy stared blankly, his eyes wide. Simple to learn? That's easy for you to say. Don't conflate your extraordinary talent with our mere mortal understanding. Before long, Luffy became engrossed in his own training, leaving behind his previous carefree demeanor. What about me? I want to learn something too, Nami declared, approaching in her bikini. She blinked her beautiful eyes and earnestly added, so big. From Luo Feng's perspective, the view was certainly different. He felt a slight itch in his nose and promptly coughed a few times, diverting his gaze. All right, I shall teach you observation haki. It allows you to sense enemies in a 360-degree radius without any blind spots. If you cultivate it to a high level, even if someone harbors intentions of harm, merely hostility, you will sense it. You won't even need to fight. You'll be able to evade danger in advance, making it the strongest means of self-preservation. In the ensuing time, Luo Feng and his companions encountered no danger. There were neither pirates nor marines. Perhaps due to the Navy's full deployment, which had frightened the pirates of the East Blue into hiding. Upon reaching Usopp's hometown, the newly trained Zoro and Luffy swiftly dispatched several pirates on the island. Usopp also successfully boarded the ship. Moreover, due to a previous encounter with a storm, the ship's keel had suffered cracks. Consequently, they abandoned it on the island and replaced it with the Going Merry, setting sail once more. As they journeyed past several islands, Luo Feng finally indulged in his desire for travel, experiencing the local customs and savoring various delicacies. Eventually, they arrived at the renowned Sea Restaurant of the East Blue. Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away, a peculiar small ship floated upon the sea, shaped like a coffin with a mast resembling a cross. On board sat a mysterious man clad in luxurious attire, adorned with a golden cross around his neck and a resplendent black sword on his back. In his hand, he held a wanted poster featuring Luo Feng's image. The East Blue, I have finally arrived, Mihawk, with his amber eyes, gazed deeply at the vast ocean before him. He raised a glass of red wine to his lips and spoke softly. Ah, the food here is truly delightful. Delicious. The meat is exquisite. Inside the restaurant, Usopp, Luffy, and Zoro, three food enthusiasts, reveled in their culinary delights. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Nami occupied a separate table. So embarrassing. Let us not let anyone realize we came with them. Nami rolled her eyes, clearly distressed by the appalling manners of the three gluttons. Luo Feng picked up a knife and fork, cutting a piece of Sea King meat and savoring it. His eyes immediately lit up. Quite good, far surpassing the top chefs from my past life. You have tasted Sanji's top-notch Sea King meat, gaining inspiration, resulting in a breakthrough in understanding the method of cooking Sea King meat. You have savored Sanji's exquisite seafood soup, achieving insight, resulting in a breakthrough in understanding the method of making seafood chowder. You have tasted the juice personally made by Sanji, gaining inspiration, resulting in a breakthrough. As Luo Feng sampled various dishes, his mind raced. Almost instinctively, he analyzed the ingredients, spices, and even the cooking methods, how much spice was used, the order of incorporation, the heat applied, and the cooking duration, all became crystal clear to him. At that moment, Sanji, passing by, seemed to sense something. He approached, his gaze fixed on Nami, revealing his true self. Miss, may I inquire your name? Nami was taken aback by his overly familiar demeanor. Rolling her eyes internally but maintaining a polite facade, she replied. Scram. Sanji. Bang. Suddenly, Luo Feng interjected. Strange. I think I just heard a heart shatter. However, he quickly turned to Sanji and asked, "Did you prepare this dish, Sanji?" "Huh, you know me?" "Yes, indeed. How is it?" "Quite delicious, isn't it?" Sanji quickly recovered from his disappointment. Luo Feng savored the taste once more. "I admire your idea of using Sea King broth as a base, but you've overlooked one thing. While the broth is indeed fresh, its flavor overshadows the original taste of the ingredients, thus becoming somewhat overpowering." Sanji initially assumed Luo Feng was just a culinary novice, expecting him to spout nonsensical praises. After all, he had encountered many self-important individuals before. However, Luo Feng spoke with the authority of an expert, gradually capturing Sanji's full attention. He even felt a sudden urge to take notes. After Luo Feng concluded, Sanji felt an insatiable curiosity. "Hey, what are you dazing off for?" Nami remarked. Noticing Sanji's rapt attention, she waved her hand in front of him. To her astonishment, the lecherous man who had been so fixated on her just moments ago now seemed utterly oblivious. This was truly absurd, with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Nami glanced at Luo Feng. It was indeed a rarity that she could not compete against his words in the realm of charm. "Please wait. I will immediately attempt a new dish based on your suggestions for you to taste. It will be on the house." Sanji snapped back to reality, his excitement propelling him towards the kitchen. Chapter 27. Understanding of Luo Feng, the masterstroke in the kitchen. Suddenly, Sanji burst into action, as if invigorated by a stimulant, igniting the attention of those around him. "Hey, Sanji, have you taken the wrong medicine today? Why are you so excited?" a chef exclaimed, pausing his task to observe. However, Sanji seemed utterly oblivious to the remarks, engrossed in his culinary endeavors. Before long, his unusual behavior attracted more and more curious gazes. "Why are you doing it this way? Sanji, this isn't even in our recipe. Have you lost your mind? If the food turns out poorly, our restaurant's reputation will suffer immensely. And the old man will surely be furious. Hey, it seems you've added too much salt. That could ruin the flavor. Wait, why so little broth? Won't the meat end up tough?" Annoyingly, it appeared that Sanji was completely disregarding their concerns. The entire kitchen staff was captivated by his bizarre actions. But upon witnessing his cooking technique, they shook their heads in disapproval, instinctively knowing that this approach would not yield delicious results. Yet, Sanji seemed bewitched, unable to heed their warnings, stubbornly persisting in his methods. "This is it. Our restaurant's reputation is about to be tarnished by this fool. Who knows what has gotten into him today? We understand your desire to innovate the menu, but such reckless experimentation will not only waste ingredients but also drive away customers." At last, Sanji completed his final dish and plated it without so much as a glance at the other chefs, bolting out of the kitchen. "Damn it, that guy!" The chefs were incensed. One curious individual scooped a bit of broth from the pot and tasted it. "What in the world? This flavor." Beside him, another chef shot him a skeptical glance. "Is it terrible?" "No. This flavor is simply divine." "What? Impossible." Upon hearing this, the other chefs eagerly tasted the broth. The result? Well, the flavor is exquisite, a harmonious balance between freshness and the essence of the seafood, a perfect complement that feels like heaven. Oh my. I once thought such perfection in a dish was unattainable in this world, yet here I am, tasting it. It must require an impeccable balance of cooking time, spices, and the ingredients' inherent flavors to achieve such culinary brilliance. How did Sanji manage this? He seemed not to have completed it randomly, but appeared to know exactly how to conjure such a taste. Damn it, there were several other dishes I was curious about. Let us go see. Perhaps we can still sample the remaining flavors. Thus, a throng of chefs exited the kitchen, abandoning their tasks to taste Sanji's creations. The consequence of this collective action was that most dishes ordered by patrons went unfulfilled. Someone quickly approached Chef Zhifu with a complaint. "What? The chefs are on strike?" Zhifu's expression turned stern. This restaurant was his dream, his livelihood, his everything. It absolutely could not be ruined by lazy chefs. "Let us go. I shall take charge. If the chefs truly wish to quit, then I shall cook myself. Moreover, all today's meals will be on the house." As Zhifu and a group of indignant patrons hurried towards the kitchen, they stumbled upon a gathering around a table, where a mix of chefs and customers were engaged in something. Upon closer inspection, Zhifu heard voices of critique emanating from the center of the crowd. This stir-fried seafood is a marked improvement from before. The original recipe was rather bland, with insufficient salt, but you've added more this time, bringing out the flavor." At this, Zhifu's face froze in disbelief, for this dish was his creation, one of his proudest achievements, often cooked for Sanji and others. "Is my flavor truly that bland?" Zhifu began to introspect, a quality befitting a great chef. Only through continuous self-reflection and refinement of recipes and skills can one create truly delicious food. He recalled Sanji's critique during their seafood soup tasting. "You old man, your salt is far too scant." "Fool, what do you know? The essence of seafood soup lies in its freshness. Too much salt will mask that." "But doesn't salt enhance flavor?" "What? You can't even slice potatoes properly and dare question me?" Suddenly, Jifu's expression changed as he pushed through the crowd, only to find a young man seated at the table, savoring the dishes, while Sanji diligently took notes beside him. This seafood fried rice. Luo Feng scooped a spoonful into his mouth, savoring it carefully. "There and Appos, has too much oil. While oil can enhance flavor, excess leads to greasiness, and many prefer lighter fare." Luo Feng eloquently critiqued each dish, while Sanji earnestly noted everything down. The surrounding chefs nodded or shook their heads in silent agreement, appearing to be in a state of eager learning. Jifu was left speechless. Typically, these chefs were brimming with arrogance, yet now they were so eager to learn. However, he too soon became engrossed in Luo Feng and Appos' teachings. Suddenly, Luo Feng paused, leaving everyone curious and wanting more, gazing at him in anticipation. Burp, Luo Feng unabashedly belched, having eaten his fill. The crowd, what the goodness, he devoured the entire table's worth of food by himself. How could he not be full? Moreover, he had already finished another table's worth before this. Such an appetite was astonishing, likely equivalent to the meals of 7 or 8 ordinary individuals. "Young man, I believe you possess an exceptional talent for cooking. Nay, I should say, you have the highest understanding of food I have ever encountered in my life." At this, Jifu felt an affinity for Luo Feng. "Wonderful. With this young man as a chef, we shall all enjoy exquisite cuisine." The others shared in his excitement. Life without culinary delights would be unthinkable. "However, I apologize, but I am merely an adventurer," Luo Feng firmly declined. "Moreover, I am not a gourmet. I only possess a modest understanding and have made slight modifications to the recipes based on my comprehension." What does modest understanding even mean? The crowd was flabbergasted. If this was considered modest, then their own culinary creations were nothing short of abysmal. Those who had tasted Luo Feng's dishes now turned back to sample the food prepared by the other chefs, finding it utterly bland by comparison. "No, young man, you cannot depart. Indeed, stay and become a chef. The East cannot exist without you, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem." Chapter 28, Offensive Cuisine. Divine dish, war god cuisine, maritime restaurant, kitchen. I wonder if all the ingredients are available here. Redleg Zeph, in his eagerness to savor a meal prepared by Roranoa, went to great lengths. He even permitted him into the kitchen to personally select ingredients for cooking, since retaining Roranoa was unfeasible. He at least desired to sample the dishes he prepared. After all, Roranoa's mere casual guidance had led to innovations in Sanji's most celebrated dishes, elevating their flavor profiles. What, then, would Roranoa's own culinary creations be like? Everything is available. However, Roranoa, observing the array of ingredients in the kitchen, furrowed his brow slightly. What? Zeph inquired with concern. Achieving the divine dish I envision requires one crucial ingredient. Divine dish? Zeph had never heard anyone use such terminology to describe food. Nevertheless, as a gourmet, he believed that this was the aspiration that every chef should have, to approach cooking as a noble endeavor. Where can this ingredient be found? Perhaps in the legendary Grand Line? A chef beside him inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The Grand Line was the most treacherous region in the 4 seas. If one ventured there solely to seek ingredients, it would be rather imprudent. But there should be substitute ingredients in the East Blue, Roranoa said as he walked out of the galley and onto the deck. He removed his coat and, to everyone's astonishment, dove into the sea. What is he doing? It seems he intends to swim. Swimming at this hour? Could it be that creating top-tier cuisine necessitates swimming first? Perhaps one needs to find inner peace in the seawater. I once read in a book that only by achieving harmony between mind and body can one reach a certain state. No, you're all mistaken. He seems to be trying to catch fish. At that moment, those with keen eyes spotted a massive dark shape swimming past in the water. Sea King. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression changed. He's in danger, Sanji exclaimed, about to jump in. But then, splash, a muffled sound came from the water. Subsequently, the azure sea slowly turned crimson. Then, a Sea King floated to the surface. However, a ghastly, gaping wound marred the Sea King's body. Roranoa emerged from the water. Amidst everyone's shock, he dragged the Sea King's corpse to the ship's edge. Let's begin the dissection. Carve out the most succulent parts. And remember to keep a few bones. I have a significant use for them, Roronoa instructed while wringing the water from his body. However, the onlookers were all dumbfounded, effortlessly and casually annihilating a Sea King, and in the sea, no less. What strength! Crucially, Roronoa carried no weapon. Yet the Sea King's wound resembled one inflicted by a giant wielding a sharp blade. Oh, okay. After a long pause, the chefs finally reacted. They eagerly rubbed their hands together and sharpened their knives, ready to dismember the Sea King's corpse. These were precious ingredients rarely seen on ordinary days. Who in this world would hunt terrifying maritime overlords solely for the sake of cooking? This was sheer extravagance. However, while the Sea King's flesh was unique, it was also difficult to chew. Although it could satiate hunger, creating the divine dish he spoke of was likely impossible. At that moment, Zeph was contemplating how Roronoa intended to cook this dish, transforming the Sea King's tough muscle fibers into a divine delicacy. Inside the galley, a group of people were watching Roronoa cook. He started a fire and heated the pot, displaying remarkable skill. Then, he cooked the processed Sea King meat, adding various seasonings. Soon, an enticing aroma filled the galley. No way, can Sea King meat really produce such a fragrance? I've had Sea King steaks made by this restaurant before, but those Sea Kings were smaller with tender meat. This Sea King is so large, its meat should be tough and difficult to chew. Hiss, something's not right. Something's very wrong. Why does this smell make my heart race? Yeah, I feel like my body's muscles are suddenly full of power. I have the delusion that I could punch a cow to death. Observing the ingredients, you are lost in thought, experiencing continuous epiphanies, and comprehending offensive cuisine at that moment. Inspiration struck Roronoa. Offensive cuisine, a unique dish in the world of pirates. In the original story, Sanji discovered this specialty in the kingdom of transvestites. Even ordinary people who consumed this cuisine, without any training, would rapidly improve their physical fitness. To a terrifying extent. In short, get stronger by eating. Humph. Not enough. Still not enough. The so-called offensive cuisine merely activated the special substances in the Sea King's flesh, making it easier for the digestive tract to absorb. But it required prolonged consumption to achieve results. Moreover, based on his deduction, eating it once would only increase one's strength by a pound or two. The effect was too poor. I want to do it. I want to do it to the best of my ability. To activate all the energy factors in the ingredients. To allow ordinary people to instantly possess superhuman physiques after eating my dish. At that moment, various thoughts surged in Roronoa's mind. He began to contemplate. He scooped out a dish and tasted it. Instantly, he felt his taste buds were activated, and saliva secreted madly. A gentle, mellow aroma flowed from his stomach to all parts of his body, nourishing it. That and Apos, the feeling, offensive cuisine. But it and Apos, still lacking something. Thinking this, Roronoa continued to light the fire, making the second dish. This time, he changed the recipe, based on the original recipe. You made changes and successfully created the unique recipe divine dish, or God cuisine. Soon after, an even richer aroma filled the room. Ordinary diners, merely inhaling it, felt their muscles swell. A slender woman, after a scream, actually snapped a spoon made of refined iron with her bare hands, leaving a group of burly chefs dumbfounded. What's going on? Just smelling the aroma can make the body so strong? Then if this dish is eaten directly, what would happen? Chapter 29, Heavenly Cuisine, instantly increasing power by hundreds. Aroma, truly delightful. In the kitchen, everyone inhaled the scent of the dishes prepared by Luo Feng, and their mouths began to uncontrollably salivate. The fragrance was intoxicating. This meal must be exquisite. Can I have just a taste? At that moment, everyone was clamoring, eager to savor a bite of Luo Feng's culinary creation. Don't push. There is enough for everyone. Each person shall have a taste. Though Luo Feng was not a professional chef, he understood that great cuisine is meant to be shared. He quickly distributed small portions to everyone. Gulp. Immediately, the sound of swallowing echoed through the kitchen. No one dared to hastily indulge. They solemnly prayed in their hearts for a few moments before sampling the dish. One diner took a spoonful and instantly wore an expression of immense bliss. It was as if he had entered paradise. My body. Suddenly, this diner was astounded to discover that his skin had turned a vivid crimson. His heart raced powerfully, and his muscles began to expand at a visible rate. In just a few breaths, this ordinary diner, previously a somewhat flabby middle-aged man, transformed into a muscular figure brimming with vitality. I feel incredibly strong. I could crush steel with my bare hands, he exclaimed excitedly. The effectiveness was astonishing. Observing this, others hurriedly began to sample the war god cuisine. In an instant, everyone started to undergo transformations. Witnessing this, Luo Feng also took a few bites. In terms of taste, it is quite good. Moreover, considering my current physical condition, finishing this dish has even increased my power. For an average person, it should boost their strength by several hundred points. Several hundred points was no trivial matter. It was known that Rob Lucci, hailed as the most brilliant man in Judicial Island for the past 800 years, possessed merely 4,000 points of power. An ordinary person could consume his war god cuisine for just 10 days or so and easily overpower Lucci, utterly defeating him. This reminded Luo Feng of his past life, where some bodybuilders resorted to technology and hormones to enhance their muscularity. His war god cuisine bore a similar effect, yet it was magnitude superior. Not only did it leave no side effects, but even if one ceased consumption, their physical prowess would remain unchanged, perpetually robust. At that moment, Redfoot Zeph tasted Luo Feng's war god cuisine, and tears streamed down his cheeks. In all my years, I have never encountered such a delectable dish. I once believed my culinary achievements to be unparalleled. Yet before your creation, my dishes seem like mere waste of ingredients. I concede defeat, both in heart and spirit. Furthermore, your cuisine not only boasts exquisite flavor, transforming coarse seafood into a delightful feast, but also benefits the body, something I shall never surpass. At this point, he unexpectedly knelt before Luo Feng, not in disgrace, but as a profound gesture of respect, akin to a disciple seeking wisdom from a master. Teach me. Sanji and the other chefs were astonished to witness Zeph display such humility. They too picked up the war god cuisine and began to taste it. Instantly, they understood why Zeph was so moved. Some chefs even felt compelled to kneel before Luo Feng. Sanji was overwhelmed with emotion, tears filling his eyes. As a chef, he was also a gourmet, yearning to experience the world's finest cuisines. Yet Luo Feng's dishes made Sanji feel that no matter how far he traveled or how many renowned chefs he consulted, they could never surpass, nor even replicate, such culinary artistry. This was an immense joy intertwined with profound sorrow. The joy lay in experiencing such exquisite food, leaving no regrets, even if he were to die the next moment. The sorrow arose from knowing that any future meals he prepared would pale in comparison. Tasting as bland as cardboard, how could one not feel sorrowful? Luo Feng swiftly assisted the elderly man to his feet and led him to the dining area, now deserted. Luo Feng decided to speak candidly. Old man, it is not that I wish to withhold my teachings, but rather I have concerns. You must have realized that after consuming this dish, it can permanently enhance one's strength. For a connoisseur like yourself, the flavor is paramount. However, for the ambitious, it is an entirely different matter. A meal that enhances strength could forge a formidable army. Your life may become anything but peaceful, possibly even leading to peril. Zeph initially felt puzzled, but soon grew increasingly alarmed. Indeed, how had he overlooked such a crucial point? He had once been a pirate himself, harboring unrealistic fantasies of becoming the pirate king, thus understanding the fervent ambitions of others. Realizing this, Zeph fervently nodded. If the knowledge that his cuisine could enhance strength fell into the hands of the unscrupulous, they would undoubtedly come after him. They could seize his recipes, eliminating him and anyone associated with him. One must never underestimate the darkness of human nature. Well, if that is the case, it is perhaps best not to teach. Zeph exhaled, seemingly relieved yet filled with regret. His true desire was not for the power-enhancing aspect of the dish, but rather for the exquisite flavor that the ambitious would disregard. He simply wished to create delicious food. Alas, in such a world, he had no choice but to relinquish his aspirations. Not good. Boss, pirates are approaching. At that moment, a lookout rushed in, calling out in alarm. What of it? What is the fuss about pirates? Our restaurant serves food for all. Zeph reprimanded. No, it's not that. The pirate ship outside, if I'm not mistaken. It belongs to Captain Kuro. Captain Kuro, the leader of the most formidable pirate fleet in the East Sea, was notorious for his ruthless nature, mercilessly pillaging any civilian vessels and slaughtering their inhabitants. Even solitary naval ships were not spared from his frenzied attacks. He epitomized the very essence of pirate cruelty, devoid of any humanity. Undoubtedly, their intent was to seize the floating restaurant, along with its chefs and culinary delights. Chapter 30, Are You Luo Feng? Is that the restaurant on the sea? On a dilapidated pirate ship, the leader, Crick, with a gaunt and frail appearance, weakly pointed towards the distant sea restaurant and inquired of his subordinates. Indeed, Captain, A pirate underling promptly responded. Excellent. We were just despairing over our lack of food. But now, if we seize that ship, we can all survive. I can make a resurgence too, Crick exclaimed with fervor and excitement. Their crew had embarked on a journey to the Grand Line, only to suffer a devastating defeat, leaving them in dire straits, unable even to find sustenance. Recently, the Navy had been frantically sweeping through the seas, instilling fear and preventing him from sending out men to scavenge for food. If it hadn't been for desperation, he would never have resorted to using several starving crew members as food. They had likely already met their demise. Suddenly, Crick noticed a group of people emerging from the distant sea restaurant, standing on the terrace and gazing towards them. Humph, a bunch of chefs and customers? They must be terrified at the sight of the illustrious Crick pirate crew. Crick laughed boastfully. I suspect they are preparing to surrender upon seeing us. Well done, well done. They possess a modicum of self-awareness, refraining from resistance. Perhaps I shall spare their lives. After all, I am not a demon. The ship could use some extra hands. So let them stay on as laborers. With this thought, Crick chuckled triumphantly once more. However, as they drew closer, the pirates suddenly sensed something amiss. This group of people appeared to be as robust as bulls, their muscular forms emanating an intimidating presence, with a cadre of chefs looking particularly formidable. Is that you, Crick? At that moment, a customer, toothpick in mouth, cast a disdainful sideways glance at them. Crick was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Are ordinary people this brazen nowadays? Before he could act on his anger, the customers spontaneously surged forward. Let and amp, Oppos, as take out these pirates, brothers. The boss said that capturing pirates means a free meal. Haha, I just finished eating and felt restless, wanting to beat something. And here come the pirates right to my doorstep. A group of previously ordinary customers now leaped 6 feet into the air, directly landing on the pirate ship, overwhelming the starved crew with their ferocity. Crick was left dumbfounded. What is going on? Am I in the East Blue or the Grand Line? When did the East Blue folk become so fierce? They aren't afraid of pirates at all, charging right into attack? How audacious. Crick's expression darkened. I've made up my mind. None of you will live to see another day. I'll have you all fed to the fish. Unexpectedly, a middle-aged customer landed a punch squarely on him, shattering his golden armor into pieces. Crick's eyes bulged, blood spewed from his mouth, and he bent over like a cooked shrimp. In the next instant, he was sent flying, crashing through a building before landing lifelessly on the deck. Soon, the customers departed, leaving behind a ship full of injured bodies. Their hunger, already gnawing at them, was now compounded by their injuries. Retreat. We must retreat. Crick was nearly driven to madness, urgently commanding his crew to turn the ship around and flee from this terrifying restaurant. However, at that moment, calamity struck. A tremendous blade of energy cleaved through the battered vessel, splitting it in two. With a thunderous crash, the sea erupted in a spray of water, the creaking of wood sending shivers down their spines as the colossal pirate ship began to sink like a dying whale. What just happened? Why did the ship suddenly split in half? The patrons and chefs on the terrace of the sea restaurant, as well as the members of the Straw Hat crew, stood astonished and bewildered. Only Luo Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to gaze out over the sea. In the shimmering sunlight, a small coffin-like boat approached, swaying gently. A figure stood poised on the deck, black blade emitting a resonant hum, slowly sheathing it behind his back. Dracul Mihawk. Upon hearing Luo Feng and Amp, Oppos' words, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to follow his gaze. Zaro's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He knew all too well this man. The very reason behind all his endeavors, his desire to surpass him. Suddenly, he took on a serious demeanor, akin to a pilgrim finally standing before a sacred mountain, or a devoted believer encountering their deity. He advanced step by step towards Mihawk. At that moment, Mihawk had also approached the ship, leaping over dozens of meters of ocean to land on Crick's sinking vessel. His footsteps were calm and composed. As he walked past Crick, he didn't even spare a glance at the so-called East Blue pirate, as if a giant overlooked an ant. With a thud, Crick suddenly knelt, his body limp and unable to move, soaking his pants. Mihawk? Who is that? Is he strong? At this moment, someone posed a question that resonated with dread. Instantly, the elderly chef, Zeph, trembled as he tugged at the oblivious bystander. Yet, this did not convey the true magnitude of Mihawk's strength. Even the members of the Straw Hat crew struggled to comprehend it. Then, Luo Feng spoke up. This man is the world's greatest swordsman. What? Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent customers turned pale. The countenances of others mirrored their shock. The mere title of the world's greatest swordsman was enough to terrify anyone. Could it be that this massive ship was cleaved in two by a sword? Finally, someone grasped the implication, their voice trembling with realization. What? The ship was indeed cut in half by a sword? How is that even possible? Is he even human? Everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. To them, a sword, such a small object, seemed inconceivable in comparison to the vastness of the ship. Dead, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Nami and Usopp were equally shocked, mouths agape in disbelief. But how could the world's greatest swordsman appear here? At that moment, someone managed to voice a thought. But this is the East Blue. What could Mihawk possibly be doing here? Usopp pondered, shivering with excitement. Could it be he heard of Zoro's reputation and came to challenge him? However, Zeph slowly shook his head. Though I have never witnessed Mihawk in action, that man does not engage in such trivial pursuits. He is always the one being challenged. Just then, Mihawk strode past, ignoring the fallen pirates, making his way towards the sea restaurant. In his hand, he held a bounty poster. His hawk-like eyes swiftly locked onto someone in the crowd. You were Luophone? Chapter 31. The Eye of the Hawk takes action before the gathered crowd. The formidable Hawkeye raised the wanted notice in his hand, aligning it with the figure of Luophone before him. It appeared he was verifying whether the man was indeed the one he sought. However, this action left everyone present utterly astonished. Hawkeye was searching for Luophone? Even Zoro, who had approached Hawkeye to challenge him, nearly lost his footing in disbelief. What was happening? Hawkeye had traversed great distances to the East Blue, solely to find Luophone. Had Luophone truly become that renowned? In an instant, all gazes shifted from Hawkeye to Luophone, as if they were eager to discern what extraordinary charm this man possessed that could compel the world's greatest swordsman to journey so far in search of him. Suddenly, a realization struck. From a distance, Captain Creek and Appo's body trembled, his voice quavering with palpable fear as he fixated on Luophone and Appo's face, akin to that of a demon. In a flurry, he withdrew a crumpled, wanted notice from his cloak. Upon seeing the weathered visage depicted on it, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the young man nearby, darkness clouded his vision, nearly sending him into a faint. Adventurer Luophone. The bounty. 1 billion berries. Boom. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, their minds momentarily paralyzed by the staggering sum. 1 billion. What did that even signify? Could all the pirates in the East Blue combined even muster such a bounty? 1 billion berries, if converted into currency, would be sufficient to establish a nation. Piled together, it would be beyond the strength of an ordinary person to move. 1 billion berries. Was this man's worth? At that moment, Captain Creek continued his tale. Not long ago, a formidable individual had emerged in the East Blue. It was said that upon setting sail, he single-handedly incapacitated 5 naval vice-admirals dispatched by the Navy headquarters. Subsequently, the entire naval force of the East Blue mobilized, deploying hundreds of warships solely to capture him. There were even rumors among fishermen who claimed to have witnessed hundreds of naval vessels surrounding this man. Yet, when one fisherman arrived on the scene, he was horrified to find the sea littered with the wreckage of countless naval ships, stretching for dozens of nautical miles. As his words fell, the atmosphere turned grave, enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of crashing waves and the flapping wings of seagulls. Hawkeye Mihawk stood by, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Pirates and patrons within the sea restaurant alike stared at Luophone with wide eyes, akin to gazing upon a mythical sea creature. What? This young man had accomplished so much. Yet, he appeared no more threatening than the amiable boy next door. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Oh, he is so handsome, so remarkably strong. I feel faint. How fortunate I am. Just moments ago, such an illustrious figure spoke with me and even prepared a meal, displaying no airs of superiority. At that moment, the crowd's hearts surged with excitement, yet they dared not utter a sound, fearing the attention of the two formidable presences surrounding them. Faced with these terrifying beings, their only recourse was to diminish their presence, hoping to remain unnoticed. Indeed, it appears you are as and Appo's, someone and Appo's, described a truly exceptional existence. Finally, Hawkeye broke the silence. Oh, is that so? Luophone stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Nami and the others. Just then, Zoro could no longer contain himself. He unsheathed his sword, directing its blade towards Hawkeye. I have waited for years for this day, Mihawk. I set sail solely to challenge you. With that declaration, he drew all 3 of his swords and assumed a stance. Accept my challenge, world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye shifted his attention to Zoro. However, as a top-tier swordsman, He could discern with mere sight that Zoro's skill was insufficient to match his own. A smirk played on Hawkeye's lips as he casually unsheathed a small knife from around his neck. What does this mean? Zoro questioned, bewildered. Because I can find no smaller blade, Hawkeye replied, a hint of derision evident on his face. At this remark, not only Zoro, but even the others struggled to maintain their composure. This was an outrageous underestimation. Even the world's greatest swordsman could not be so arrogant. Zoro was, after all, a renowned bounty hunter in the East Blue. In terms of strength, it was unlikely one could find a swordsman more formidable than him in the entire region. Yet, Zoro did not remain stunned for long. He immediately unleashed his most powerful strike. He intended to demonstrate through action, using techniques honed over years, to prove himself to Hawkeye. 3,000 worlds. With a resounding clash, Zoro simultaneously severed 2 of his 3 swords. I concede, he murmured, sheathing the Wat Ikamanji and facing Hawkeye squarely. The scars on his back were a swordsman's disgrace. Remarkable. In conclusion, Hawkeye chose to deliver a single strike with his black blade to Zoro. This was a mark of respect for his opponent. Young man, your journey is still long. Survive, and I shall await you atop the throne of the world's greatest. With those words, he strode directly towards Luo Feng. Instantly, everyone recoiled. Even Nami and Usopp instinctively taking a few steps back. The outcome of the recent battle was unmistakable. Hawkeye and Appo's power was terrifying. With merely a small knife, he had effortlessly defeated Zoro. To eliminate them would be akin to squashing ants. Yet, Hawkeye paid no mind to the others, his gaze fixed upon Luo Feng. Young man, I have heard from Appo's, that you possess remarkable insight. So, what have you gleaned from the recent battle? At that moment, Luo Feng held an ordinary longsword, one he had previously seized from the navy. It was a mundane blade of little worth. Nevertheless, his gaze burned with intensity, for he had just witnessed the swordplay of the world's greatest swordsman. Until now, he had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary skill. Zoro had been the strongest swordsman he had ever seen. Yet, through Zoro's strike, he had attained the pinnacle of swordsmanship mastery. He had initially thought Hawkeye's skill was nothing exceptional. But today, witnessing the true prowess of a grand swordsman, he comprehended the depths of his own ignorance. You observed Hawkeye's blade, inspiration surged forth, and enlightenment struck you, elevating your swordsmanship to the realm of the supreme master. Chapter 32. Shanks, you have misjudged. At this moment, on the terrace of the seaside restaurant, everyone huddled against the wall, fearful of the impending chaos. Luo Feng and Hawkeye stood in opposition, their gazes locked. The unparalleled Grandmaster. A glimmer of determination flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. I have come to comprehend certain truths, he spoke slowly, the blade in his hand emitting a resonant hum, akin to a beast stirred by the scent of prey. Oh, Hawkeye's sharp, falcon-like gaze bore down on Luo Feng, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. May I have the privilege of witnessing this? Of course, Luo Feng replied, glancing at his blade before steadily approaching the ship of the Creek pirates. He wished to avoid any disruption to the seaside restaurant from the impending confrontation. As the crowd watched his retreating figure, they were deeply moved. Luo Feng was accepting Hawkeye and Appo's challenge? No, it was merely the world's greatest swordsman testing him. Indeed, although his bounty was a staggering 1 billion, he could not possibly rival Hawkeye's prowess. Nearby, Nami and Usopp exchanged glances, both revealing their shared concern. Zoro was already gravely injured. What if Luo Feng suffered the same fate? Old Zeph wore an expression of worry as well, despite their recent acquaintance. Luo Feng's culinary skills had left an indelible mark on him. He murmured, such a talented young man must not encounter any misfortune. Sanji, too, wore a worried expression. But his confusion grew when he observed Luffy's reaction. Hey, Straw Hat, your friend is about to face danger, yet you seem utterly unconcerned. At this, everyone turned to look at Luffy, who appeared completely at ease, arms crossed, even exhibiting a hint of anticipation. This irked the others. Luo Feng is such a good person. And he is in danger, yet you show no worry? Are you even his partner? Seriously, is your heart made of iron? They chastised. Even Nami and Usopp found Luffy's demeanor callous, their disappointment evident. Luffy exhaled 2 puffs of white smoke through his nostrils, shaking his head in calm defiance. You guys really don't understand Luo Feng. If it's him, he'll be just fine. What nonsense. The crowd was filled with confusion. Luffy continued. Luo Feng possesses remarkable insight. I want to elaborate, but he is incredibly strong. The crowd remained puzzled, but began to sense that Luffy knew something they did not. Luo Feng must possess extraordinary abilities. However, upon gazing at Hawkeye, they once again shook their heads. No matter how strong, could he surpass the world's greatest swordsman? That was Hawkeye. Even the formidable Zoro, wielding 3 swords, had been bested by Hawkeye's single, diminutive blade. If Hawkeye unleashed his full power, could anyone stand against him? Luo Feng? Unlikely. He was certainly formidable, with his bounty of 1 billion, yet Hawkeye would surely be stronger. At that moment, Luo Feng halted. Standing at the bow of the Krieg pirate ship, staring out at the vast ocean. Hawkeye, too, paused a short distance behind him, observing Luo Feng's silhouette. What kind of man was this who had garnered such praise from Shanks? Hawkeye mused to himself. Yes. It was Shanks' description that piqued his interest in this anomaly from the East Blue, compelling him to travel a great distance for a mere glimpse. This young man. He just witnessed my battle with the 3-sword style and seems to be on the verge of understanding something. His serious contemplation does not appear feigned. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed. Yet, in that previous battle, I wielded merely a small knife and employed almost no techniques. What could he possibly discern from that? Hawkeye contemplated, putting himself in Luo Feng's position. He would have gleaned nothing. Could it be that this young man was inspired by the green-haired swordsman's 3-sword style? Hawkeye chuckled inwardly, believing Shanks had erred. What genius! To gain insight from an inconsequential East Blue swordsman's so-called techniques? What a farce! Those techniques were nothing but eyesores, utterly lacking refinement. Just this? This could hardly yield any valuable understanding. Even the techniques he devised while relieving himself would surpass those by 100-fold. Shanks, oh Shanks, you traveled to the East Blue and discovered this so-called genius? How utterly disappointing. Hawkeye shook his head repeatedly. Upon returning to the New World, he would confront Shanks about this. Just then, Luo Feng stirred. He had been with his eyes closed, facing the sea, gripping his long knife. With the gentle caress of the breeze, he had resolved his course of action. The blade, merely a medium. In the world of my past life. Within the realm of martial arts novels, true masters could inflict harm with but a leaf or a petal. Luo Feng recalled a novel he once read, where the protagonist, without his sword, faced a powerful adversary. In a dire moment, he snapped a dry branch and lunged, piercing the enemy's heart. At the time, he found it absurd. Yet now, he understood. His initial incredulity stemmed from his insufficient comprehension. A lack of understanding prevented him from perceiving certain truths. Indeed, there exists a concept of and oppos, lines and oppos, in this world. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled, radiant as the stars. The world he beheld was the same, yet different. It seemed as though everything, the sea, the clouds, even the sky, was constructed from blocks, and he merely needed to swing his blade to sever these fragile connections. At this moment, he swung his blade. Chapter 33, The Shocking Strike of Eagle Eye. What is this? At the moment when Luo Feng raised his blade, Eagle Eye's expression shifted. In that fleeting instant, the intuition of a great swordsman allowed him to perceive something beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. A form of belief. Indeed, it was belief. Years ago, when Eagle Eye was merely an obscure swordsman, he endeavored to sever steel. Yet, a cacophony of doubts assailed his mind. How could a blade possibly cut through steel? If he exerted too much force, would the blade not snap? However, he had witnessed others wielding ordinary iron swords to cleave through metal. Eventually, after prolonged meditation and contemplation, he found that the distractions in his heart miraculously diminished. As these distractions waned, he suddenly discovered a singular thought resonating more powerfully within him. I can indeed sever steel. On that fateful day, Eagle Eye's gaze hardened with resolve. He succeeded in cutting through steel. That day marked his discovery of the path to becoming a master swordsman. Belief. The conviction that he could sever steel. The power of belief. In truth, he had always possessed the ability to cut steel. It was merely the tumult of distractions within him that had prevented him from unleashing his full potential. At this moment, a glimmer of reminiscence illuminated Eagle Eye's eyes. Another scene emerged in his mind. Having mastered the art of cutting steel, Eagle Eye had risen to prominence as a swordsman. He challenged masters far and wide, triumphing over nearly every opponent he encountered. Until one day, he encountered an elderly man. The old man had but a few sparse strands of white hair and barely any teeth. His hands trembled as they gripped the blade, despite his frail form. The strike he delivered radiated boundless brilliance. That strike resonated like a thunderclap, cleaving a new path before the young Eagle Eye, revealing an entirely new world. Initially, having mastered the art of severing steel, he believed he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Yet, the old man revealed to him that there existed a higher realm, blade energy, or perhaps sword energy. From that day forth, Eagle Eye understood that the path of the sword was a journey without end. However, he also recognized the power of belief. His own strength was no less than that of the old man's. In fact, he was even more vigorous. His grip on the sword was steadier than the old man's, and his speed of execution was unmatched. He could indeed unleash sword energy. Thus, he succeeded. Eagle Eye returned to the present, exhaling a deep breath. Belief. It seems that even if Luo Feng is not a top-tier swordsman, he is not far from it. In that moment, he saw a reflection of his younger self, naive yet resolute. Let me see what kind of spectacle your strike can summon. Before his words could dissipate, Luo Feng's blade descended, silent and unhurried. This strike was not swift. In fact, it was astonishingly slow. It resembled a novice painter cautiously tracing a line upon a blank canvas. Wait, what is this? However, in the next instant, Eagle Eye was astonished to discover a black line appearing in the air before Luo Feng. Swoosh! Suddenly, this seemingly unremarkable strike unleashed tremendous power. It surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, growing ever more formidable. An invisible sword energy emanated from the edge of Luo Feng's blade, akin to a chilling breeze, expanding outward, cleaving through the atmosphere. In that moment, everyone beheld how the air before Luo Feng, where he swung his blade, resembled a stage curtain being drawn back. The azure sky and the sea distorted, as though a sheet of paper had been sliced through. Ryap, a wondrous sound, unlike anything Eagle Eye had ever heard, erupted. It was as if the atmosphere screamed in agony, wounded by the blade's energy. Yet, this was not the end. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blade energy took root in the atmosphere like a plant, growing longer and more tempestuous with each gust of wind, surging forth like a river cascading into the sea. Expanding from a mere brook into an ocean, rising up like an inverted Milky Way, defying the heavens and slicing toward the sky. Boom, rumble, rumble. In that instant, as everyone stood transfixed, a scene that sent shivers down their spines unfolded before their eyes. The sea before Luo Feng suddenly split apart with a thunderous crack, resembling a divine portal. The water cascaded in perfect symmetry, like two massive blocks of tofu. Flanking either side, seemingly awaiting the scrutiny of Poseidon, the god of the sea. One strike, parting the sea. This scene, akin to a moment from mythology, imprinted itself upon the souls of the onlookers. It would be recalled countless times in the years to come, invoked in dreams, and once again leave them in awe. Was this the might of the divine? Surely, I am not mistaken. This is not an illusion. This truly occurred. Oh, how fortunate I am to witness such a miracle. I can hardly contain the urge to kneel in reverence. With but a single blade. To achieve such a feat is nothing short of divine. I am in awe. Incredible. So powerful. This must be the pinnacle of this world. It is inconceivable that anything stronger exists. This is the zenith. Ah, how infuriating. I did not bring a camera. I should have captured this moment. It would undoubtedly become a timeless masterpiece. Simultaneously, the members of the Straw Hat crew, including Zhufu and Sanji, felt a tingling sensation arise from the crown of their heads, coursing down to their spines. Especially for the Straw Hat crew, each had glimpsed Luo Feng's prowess before and knew he harbored even more. Yet, they had never anticipated his true strength would be so astonishing, particularly for Luffy, who, despite knowing Luo Feng was formidable, could not help but drop his jaw and widen his eyes upon witnessing his true capabilities. Damn it. Usopp covered his face, utterly shocked, his expression contorting. Ah, is this truly Luo Feng? The same person who I have spent countless days aboard the ship with? The thought of having once regarded Luo Feng as a mere companion stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. A master swordsman, a great hero, stood beside him. Unbeknownst to him all along, after the initial shock, Nami and Appo's eyes sparkled with wonder as she gazed at Luo Feng and Appo's silhouette, lost in thought, cracked beside them. Sanji's jaw dropped in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the man who had recently been teaching him culinary skills, whom he thought was merely a talented chef of his generation, possessed such strength. He had cleaved the very sea in two. Among them all, the one most astonished, most incredulous, and most unable to believe his own eyes was none other than Eagle Eye. Chapter 34. My Eagle Eye is inferior to yours. As the adage goes, the layman enjoys the spectacle while the expert discerns the subtleties. Only those swordsmen who have attained the realm of the Eagle Eye can comprehend the profound significance of Luo Feng's strike. At this moment, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Luo Feng at the forefront, witnessing the vastness and distance in its entirety. Before them, the sea parted. With a mere common iron blade, Luo Feng cleaved through the ocean. This stroke could only be described by the eagle eye with a single word: unparalleled, supreme across the seas. The eagle eye reflected on his youth, having mastered the art of sword energy at an early age. Since then, he practiced diligently, and his sword energy grew ever more formidable and fearsome. All who encountered his sword energy lamented their own inadequacy. Even Shanks, during their swordsmanship duel, conceded, Eagle Eye, my prowess is merely bolstered by the Conqueror's haki, allowing me to compete with you. However, in terms of pure swordsmanship, my red hair pales in comparison." The typically reserved Eagle Eye rarely smiled, yet on that occasion, he beamed with genuine joy at the praise from his dear friend, a fellow top-tier swordsman. But now, as he beheld Luo Feng strike, he suddenly felt that all his years of sword energy training had been in vain. He had believed that merely wielding sword energy with greater magnitude and brilliance would elevate him to a higher realm. He was wholly mistaken. Luo Feng's sword energy bore no extravagant colors. It lacked any exaggerated form. In fact, it was nearly formless. It was akin to the chill that creeps in through the crack of a door on a wintry morning, fragile yet piercing, invisible yet lethal. This was the true essence of sword energy, devoid of ostentation, devoid of enormity, encapsulated in a single word: sever. To cleave through all. To sever that which one desires to cut, even if that which one seeks to sever is steel, diamond, or even the ocean. Drip. The eagle eye suddenly felt a dampness upon his visage. Unbeknownst to him, a single tear had fallen. His eyes glistened with moisture. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. My eagle eye is inferior to you. At this moment, Luo Feng turned, and their gazes momentarily intertwined, sparkling like the stars. Suddenly, the eagle eye shut his eyes. A trickle of blood escaped from his eye. In that fleeting instant, he felt not a gaze but a blade's edge. The keen, hawk-like sharpness of his eyes paled beneath the radiance of Luo Feng's gaze. At that moment, the parted sea abruptly converged. A colossal wave surged skyward in an instant. This wave formed a straight line, extending endlessly beyond the horizon, beyond sight. Then, with a cacophony, it rained down upon all present, drenching them in seawater. The ocean returned to its tranquil state, as if all that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. Yet, the scene was forever etched in the hearts of all witnesses, an indelible memory. Humph. Ha. 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 The eagle eye suddenly erupted into wild laughter. This typically reserved individual seldom displayed such exuberance, but this time, he disregarded all restraint. Good. Excellent. Luo Feng, you are indeed the man chosen by Shanks. I have but one question. How have you honed your prowess? The eagle eye was filled with curiosity. He longed to know. He pondered his own dedication to the sword path. He had once vowed to himself to wield his blade 10,000 times each day, concentrating all his essence, spirit, and energy into each stroke. Each swing was an exertion of his utmost strength, breaking through his own limits. This practice had persisted for decades. He was eager to learn how Luo Feng achieved such mastery. He acknowledged that Luo Feng's talent surpassed his own. Yet, every genius must toil to cultivate their abilities. Once, someone lamented to him about their lack of talent, claiming they could never catch up to the likes of the eagle eye. However, the eagle eye observed with disdain. This individual was notably indolent. The eagle eye rose before dawn to practice with his blade. Even while cooking or chopping vegetables, he refined his skill. Meanwhile, the one who claimed to lack talent would awaken only after the sun was high, casually swinging his blade a few hundred times, only to be drenched in sweat. Many of those swings were half-hearted, seemingly done to fulfill a chore. This was but self-deception, a belief in their own diligence, while in truth, they squandered their life and time. Humph. True genius exerts more effort than those so-called mediocrities, yet they dismiss our far greater dedication with a mere claim of insufficient talent. The eagle eye contemplated this and gazed at Luo Feng, sighing inwardly, lamenting that Luo Feng must have exerted even greater effort to reach such heights. As for mastery, Luo Feng glanced at the blade in his hand. This very sword was seized from a Navy officer a fortnight prior. The eagle eye pondered. Does Luo Feng imply that true masters require no renowned blade? That even a common iron sword can unleash a stunning strike? Indeed, at the level of the eagle eye, he himself could wield any blade with terrifying power. However, this did not address the question he had posed. He sought to understand how Luo Feng had grown so powerful, how he elevated his comprehension of the sword to such an extraordinary level. Thus, the eagle eye pressed eagerly. How do you practice daily? How many strikes do you make? Or do you possess some unique technique? Luo Feng paused, taken aback. Practice the sword? What sword? He had only recently begun to engage with swordplay. Having observed Zoro's three-sword style, he had only just begun to grasp some insights. If he were to attribute the recent display to anyone, it would be to the Eagle Eye himself, were it not for the duel between him and Zoro. Showcasing your swordsmanship, he might never have attained such understanding. The Eagle Eye was taken aback, staring blankly at Luo Feng. It took 3 seconds for him to realize that Luo Feng was not jesting. His mind reeled, overwhelmed by the revelation. Chapter 35, The Nurturing Method of the Black Blade. What is happening? This young man has comprehended so much simply by observing his battle with the green-haired swordsman of the three-sword style? Is this a jest? What kind of monstrous talent and perception must one possess to achieve such a feat? Is this lad even human? At this moment, Hawkeye was tempted to pry open Luo Feng's skull to discover what lay within. He was also curious to see if Luo Feng was, in fact, a humanoid sea creature masquerading as a human. Are you serious? Hawkeye suddenly found himself doubting. He was somewhat incredulous. No, you must have started training at a very young age. And your teacher must be that fellow Shanks. Yes, it must be so. Shanks once visited the East Blue and fortuitously discovered this talented youth, imparting all his abilities to him. Had Hawkeye himself had a mentor like the red-haired Shanks from a young age, diligently practicing, his current achievements would surely have surpassed even this. With this thought, Hawkeye felt a sense of relief. No matter what, he could not believe that there exists someone in this world who, without any guidance, could rely solely on their own insights to reach Luo Feng's level. Absolutely impossible. In response, Luo Feng merely shrugged. It mattered not to him whether Hawkeye believed or not. The growth of his strength and the elevation of his realm were his own, tangible gains. At that moment, Hawkeye suddenly unsheathed his sword, with a resonant metallic ring. The world's supreme great sword, the Black Blade Knight, appeared before him. Luo Feng, I acknowledge your strength. Now, let me test our prowess and see who is truly superior. As a great swordsman, Hawkeye sought only the pinnacle of strength, the pursuit of excellence. Combat with formidable opponents was the shortcut to becoming stronger. He recognized Luo Feng's capabilities, acknowledging him as a swordsman worthy of battle. Now, he was prepared to engage Luo Feng in a duel, striving to transcend his own limits. However, Luo Feng's gaze was captivated by the Black Blade Knight. May I examine this sword? He had heard of the nurturing method of the Black Blade, which involved continuously tempering it with armament haki, yet he had never beheld a true black blade. Hawkeye was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he extended the black blade to Luo Feng. He feared not that Luo Feng would covet his black blade, for with Luo Feng's prowess, even a mere kitchen knife would be unmatched in combat. Clang! As Luo Feng grasped the black blade, his eyes remained transfixed upon it. He tapped the blade and Oppo's surface lightly with his fingertips, producing a delightful metallic resonance. What a fine sword! He exclaimed involuntarily. For some unknown reason, he felt as though this blade possessed a soul of its own, as if it were alive, breathing with a heartbeat. So that's it. In the past, I was too superficial. The nurturing of a blade is not merely about maintaining a sharp weapon, but also nurturing one's most loyal companion. For a swordsman, friends may betray, relatives may grow distant, and even one's own skills can sometimes prove unreliable. Yet, the sword remains steadfast, unchanging, and unwavering. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He could sense the unique haki energy contained within the Black Blade Knight. This represented an entirely new structure, distinct from the haki found within living beings. So that's how it is. Luo Feng marveled, as many of his queries suddenly fell into clarity. In that moment, not only did he gain insights into the nurturing method of the Black Blade, but his understanding of haki itself also deepened. The realm is akin to a puzzle, or perhaps akin to stacking blocks. While one could achieve perfection by focusing solely on a single direction, a singular concept, Luo Feng's holistic comprehension of the principles of haki allowed him to establish a solid and expansive foundation in understanding it. Others' realms resemble a towering spire, increasingly arduous to ascend. This is due to the instability of their foundation, leading them to seek rapid advancement, making each step forward feel precarious. In contrast, his foundation was robust and vast. It was akin to erecting a magnificent palace, a towering edifice. Steady and assured, his potential far exceeded that of others. You have studied the supreme greatsword knight, achieving enlightenment and comprehending the nurturing method of the Black Blade. At that moment, Luo Feng returned the Black Blade, drew his own sword from his waist. An ordinary blade, unremarkable in quality and crafted from common materials. Yet, overall, it was serviceable. When wielded, he applied haki to its surface, ensuring the blade remained flawless. It was at this instant, Luo Feng summoned the haki within him and began to envelop the blade with it. Lacking a more distinguished sword, he decided to make do with this one. He contemplated seeking a renowned sword in the future, or even commissioning a master craftsman to forge one for him. Failing that, he could teach himself the art of sword forging, believing he would not be inferior to any famed artisan. At this moment, the dark haki enveloped the surface of the sword, initiating its nurturing process. Beside him, Hawkeye was completely astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief as he observed this spectacle. What is happening? This young man is nurturing a sword? Moreover, nurturing a sword is one thing, but what is this immense, highly pure armament haki? Hawkeye, who believed his own haki to be formidable, suddenly felt a pang of inferiority upon witnessing Luo Feng's haki. How could this junior surpass a seasoned swordsman in the mastery of haki? This cannot be, endowed with such talent and swordsmanship, yet possessing such refined haki as well. This young man is truly a master of time management. If not for his exceptional time management at Luo Feng and Appo's age, it would be impossible to train in swordsmanship while simultaneously cultivating haki. Hawkeye was once again astonished by Luo Feng. Was at that moment, the blade in Luo Feng's hand began to vibrate. As he withdrew his haki, what was once an ordinary iron blade now bore a dark, intricate pattern. It appeared as though a demon had performed a sorcerous refinement upon the blade, or perhaps that the blade had claimed countless lives, accumulating resentment within its very essence. Beneath the sunlight, the black patterns shimmered with an eerie radiance. How is this possible? Hawkeye was utterly dumbfounded. He was well aware of the process required to forge a black blade, which necessitated the user to continuously temper it with armament haki over many years. Furthermore, the wielder must possess formidable strength and abundant haki for even a chance of success. Even renowned figures like Whitebeard had blades that were not black blades. This underscores just how rare the creation of a black blade truly is. Yet Luo Feng, in mere moments, effortlessly transformed an utterly mundane iron blade into a black blade. Chapter 36: The Enigmatic Black Blade. Hawkeye's wry smile. Hawkeye could hardly believe his eyes as he rubbed them in disbelief. Upon a closer look, he beheld the long blade in Luo Feng's hand, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Just moments ago, this blade was merely a mundane iron sword. Yet now it bore an exquisite pattern. A pattern so familiar to Hawkeye's, it was reminiscent of the very one he had first forged into a black blade. Back then, he had gazed at the black blade knight with an almost obsessive fascination for 3 days and nights, refusing to part with it even for meals or sleep, utterly captivated. More so than by the most enchanting beauty in the world. Indeed, that was the black blade, the coveted prize of countless swordsmen across the realm. May I take a look at your sword? Hawkeye, unable to contain his eagerness, directly requested Luo Feng. A smile graced Luo Feng's face as he regarded Hawkeye, sensing no hint of offense in the request. Although he was not particularly enamored with the art of swordsmanship, he could empathize with Hawkeye's fervor. He promptly extended the blade towards him. What is this? The world's greatest swordsman is intrigued by my humble blade? Or perhaps you have grown weary of your black blade and Appo's, knight and Appo's, and seek a change? Ignoring Luo Feng's jest, Hawkeye seized the sword and began to examine it intently. The hue, the aura weight. It even emitted a subtle breath and heartbeat. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This was indeed a genuine black blade. He could distinctly ascertain that, due to insufficient nurturing time. The domineering aura had merely adhered to the surface, not permeating the entirety of the blade. It was as if a layer of aura enveloped the blade's exterior. This indicated that the sword was not the result of some unknown trickery employed by Luo Feng, but rather a true creation forged by his own hands. Hawkeye was utterly certain that no one else in this world could forge a black blade in such a brief span of time, except for Luo Feng. Oh, how he reminisced about his own arduous journey to forge knight into a black blade, practicing day after day, even clinging to the sword in his dreams. It had taken him decades of relentless effort to achieve that feat. With a bitter smile, Hawkeye reflected on the irony of it all. How many others were out there, toiling tirelessly to infuse their beloved swords with domineering aura, yet failing to succeed. He then turned his gaze back to Luo Feng. His eyes filled with complexity. The method of rapidly forging a black blade was indeed invaluable. He believed that if an auction were to be held, featuring a black blade alongside a devil fruit, swordsmen would undoubtedly vie fiercely for the black blade instead. What did this signify? It implied that Luo Feng would possess boundless wealth. Even if the aura only lingered on the surface, not fully penetrating the blade, it was still sufficient. To a swordsman, Any black blade was superior to ordinary iron. In fact, a black blade forged from mundane iron would be more desirable than any renowned sword. Luo Feng could simply procure a multitude of low-cost swords, forge them into black blades, and sell them, making him the wealthiest figure across the seas. Moreover, if he wished to establish a faction, he could equip each member with a black blade. Just imagine the terror of it. Once the world's swordsmen learned that joining a certain organization would grant them a black blade, chaos would surely ensue. With this thought in mind, Hawkeye solemnly warned Luo Feng, "You must never disclose this ability to anyone else. Otherwise, no matter how formidable your strength, you will attract endless troubles." The sun shone warmly, and the sea breeze caressed the air. Above, seagulls soared through the azure sky, casting glances down at the scene below, where only a few heads could be seen. At that moment, Luffy and the others had dragged Zoro back and tended to his wounds. "What do you think Luo Feng and Hawkeyes are discussing?" Usopp, having just finished changing Zoro's bandages and washing the blood from his hands, curiously inquired. Both were top-tier figures. Surely their conversation revolved around profound matters. Nami gazed into the distance, observing the figures of Luo Feng and Hawkeyes. Luo Feng, holding the freshly forged black blade, examined it closely. He gladly accepted Hawkeye's kind warning, fully aware of the value of the black blade nurturing technique. He even comprehended its significance more profoundly than Hawkeye's realized. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with another matter, one he deemed far more crucial than the nurturing of the black blade with armed color. However, he found himself lacking inspiration regarding this matter. Fortunately, there was a seasoned expert present. Thus, Luo Feng directly asked Hawkeyes, "I wish to inquire about a question, Senior." A question? Hawkeyes was momentarily taken aback. Then nodded. "Go ahead, ask." On the surface, Hawkeyes appeared calm, yet internally he felt a flicker of pride. Luo Feng was indeed a prodigy, possessing astonishing insight and remarkable talent. Yet, he was still the senior, with a wealth of experience that could not be solely attributed to innate ability. It required the passage of time. Luo Feng began, "The essence of the black blade lies in nurturing it with armed color domineering aura, complemented by the wielder's deep emotional connection to the sword, thus granting it an alternative form of life. Am I correct?" Hawkeyes, upon hearing this, was visibly moved. What Luo Feng articulated resonated closely with his own years of understanding. Once again, he was astounded by Luo Feng's innate talent. In his earlier days, he had naively believed that merely infusing armed color would suffice to forge a black blade, unaware that it also necessitated a heartfelt devotion from the wielder. Most individuals failed in the pursuit of the black blade precisely because they lacked this single-minded dedication. Only those who devoted themselves wholly to their swords, with nothing else in their hearts, could hope to cultivate their beloved blades into black ones. Those seeking shortcuts would find themselves forever unable to attain it. Hawkeyes nodded. "Indeed, it seems you have truly mastered the method of forging a black blade." He sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling the weight of age upon him. Yet, Luo Feng continued, "So I am quite curious. Have you ever attempted to nurture a black blade using armed color?" Chapter 37. Embracing the Conqueror and Appos. Haki? Mihawk was stunned. The air suddenly grew still. Mihawk's body became rigid, his gaze directed at Rofeng with an odd intensity. He was utterly astonished. To nurture a blade with the Conqueror's Haki? Such an audacious notion seemed almost fantastical. This was not to say that Rofeng was the only one capable of such a thought. Rather, it was a rare concept due to the scarcity of individuals who could wield the Conqueror and Appos' Haki in the world. The probability of awakening this power was akin to finding one in a million. Moreover, without the right circumstances, even those with the potential to awaken it might never do so. Hence, those who possessed the Conqueror and Appos' Haki were exceedingly few. One could scarcely encounter them across the seas. And even in the Grand Line, they were a rarity, only more common in the New World. When excluding those who abstained from using weapons, the number dwindled further. Additionally, among those who wielded the Conqueror's Haki and utilized weapons, and had mastered the method of nurturing a black blade, there were virtually none. It was not that no one had contemplated this. The conditions simply did not exist. Most importantly, the majority of Haki users could scarcely envelop their fists with the Conqueror's Haki, let alone nurture a sword. Predecessor? Rofeng waved his hand before Mihawk, who appeared lost in thought. "I have indeed contemplated this matter." Mihawk, realizing his lapse, cleared his throat and remarked, "The Conqueror's Haki is far less prevalent than the armament Haki, and it cannot be cultivated autonomously. To nurture a black blade using the Conqueror's Haki would likely take an entire lifetime." "Indeed," Rofeng nodded. Suddenly, a surge of purple. Formidable energy enveloped his sword as he began to attempt nurturing the blade. Mihawk was taken aback. Rofeng not only possessed the Conqueror's Haki, but demonstrated a fluidity in its use that indicated he had long since mastered it. The concept of Haki entanglement seemed effortless for this young man. Yet, Mihawk closed his eyes, shaking his head. Rofeng's ambition to nurture a blade with the Conqueror's Haki was somewhat naive. Setting aside whether his Haki was sufficient, even if he possessed boundless Conqueror's Haki, the question remained, could it truly nurture a blade as effectively as armament Haki? Had no predecessors ever considered this approach? If the Conqueror's Haki could indeed accomplish such a feat, it was highly probable that someone in the long annals of history had succeeded. That blade would undoubtedly be a legendary artifact. However, in this era, after years of Mihawk traversing the globe and challenging the greatest masters, he had only ever heard of the Black Blade, never of a sword nurtured by the Conqueror's Haki. Thus, Mihawk concluded that Rofeng's endeavor was destined for failure. Oh, young Rofeng, perhaps you should abandon this notion. With your talent, the most pressing matter is to find a blade that suits you and one you cherish. Pour your heart into nurturing it using your unique methods. I am confident that with your innate talent and formidable spirit, you will soon cultivate a blade, nay, one that surpasses the Night Blade in my possession. You shall become a legendary swordsman, and your blade will be renowned across the seas, enduring through time. This is the path of a true swordsman, the greatest honor. Mihawk's gaze was steeped in a sense of nostalgia, as though he could envision the distant future, centuries later, when the name of the great swordsman Rofeng echoed throughout the world, and his blade would rival the legendary One Piece, becoming the object of desire among all swordsmen. Perhaps, Rofeng would usher in an era of great swordsmen, and establish a dojo that could very well become the greatest in the world, Mihawk mused. Meanwhile, Rofeng was oblivious to Mihawk's words and expressions, wholly focused on his sword. Indeed, the Conqueror's Haki is distinct from the armament Haki, yet Rofeng's comprehension of Haki transcended ordinary understanding. He was not boasting. If he claimed the second place in the mastery of Haki, no one would dare claim the first. This conviction fortified his resolve. As you contemplate the methods of nurturing a blade, drawing upon your understanding of Haki and conventional nurturing techniques, you achieve enlightenment and successfully create the Imperial Weapon Refinement Method. A wave of clarity washed over Rofeng's mind, as thoughts flowed seamlessly, almost effortlessly. His eyes radiated a starlit brilliance as he began the process of refining his sword. The Conqueror's Haki, the aura of a ruler, could awaken in anyone with the ambition to reign. Yet, to Rofeng, what merit did the ordinary have in claiming kingship? In this world, there could only be one true king, the Emperor, and his blade would embody the essence of an imperial weapon. In an instant, Rofeng's potent Conqueror's Haki surged forth, enveloping the sword as he commenced his unique refining method. I am the strongest, he affirmed. A belief rooted in the notion that as one and Appo's strength grows, so too does their Haki, because with greater strength comes greater confidence, allowing one to triumph over previously insurmountable foes. Such experiences, in turn, reinforced that conviction, transforming it into instinct. Regardless of the opponent, one must steadfastly believe themselves to be the king. At that moment, the sword in Rofeng and Appo's hand emanated a subtle, noble purple aura. This aura then contracted and coalesced, adhering to the blade's edge. The previously formed black patterns complemented it, enveloping the entire blade. The back and face of the sword appeared black, while the edge glimmered with a crystalline purple hue, exuding an air of nobility. With a casual flick of his wrist, Rofeng swung the sword without exerting any force. Yet it conveyed an extraordinary sensation, as if the air had gained sentience and recoiled in fear upon encountering the blade. A visible purple scar sliced through the air. Rofeng and Appo's movements were fluid, as though an invisible hand guided the blade forward. He struck again, this time aiming at the wooden hull of a ship. With barely a touch, the razor-sharp edge effortlessly cleaved through the wood, even more easily than slicing tofu. What a remarkable sharpness! Mihawk stood in stunned silence. What was this technique? The purple patterns on the blade were unlike anything he had ever seen. A premonition began to form within him, one so profound it left him speechless. Yet, he could not resist voicing his inquiry, his voice trembling. Is this? Chapter 38, The Emperor's Blade. It was the tremulous voice of Hawkeye, his fingers quivering slightly. It was neither fear nor trepidation, but rather exhilaration. From the blade emanated an overwhelming aura of chilling lethality. At that moment, Hawkeye envisioned a decisive emperor seated upon a lofty throne, his cold gaze fixed upon him. In hand, a sword capable of severing all. Lo Feng gazed at the blade, a smirk gracing his lips, a flicker of pride blossoming within him. What had begun as a mere trial had unexpectedly culminated in success. This blade was likely the first of its kind in the world, a blade imbued with Conqueror's Haki. Hawkeye's body trembled. The art of nurturing a blade with Conqueror's Haki had been achieved. This feat accomplished by the youth before him. Most could not even cultivate a black blade. Yet, Lo Feng, through sheer talent, had pioneered the method of blade nurturing. Furthermore, he had birthed a blade of Conqueror's Haki. This was nothing short of divine intervention. In that instant, Hawkeye lost all composure, rendered speechless by his shock and elation. He could only stand there, entranced, gazing at the blade in Lo Feng's grasp. Lo Feng swung the blade a few times, deciding it deserved a name. Indeed, this blade had transcended all renowned swords. Even the supreme Great Blade or Hawkeye and Appo's Black Blade. Yoru paled in comparison to its sharpness and resilience. I shall name you the Emperor and Imp, Appo's Blade. Lo Feng, wielding the Emperor and Imp, Appo's Blade, reveled in the joy radiating from the weapon. It felt as if the blade possessed a soul of its own, akin to a cherished pet. Suddenly, Lo Feng sensed a presence. His observation Haki detected the operation of others' Conqueror's Haki nearby. He quickly lifted his gaze to Hawkeye, only to find him attempting to envelop Yoru with Conqueror's Haki, his eyes wide with intense focus as he muttered, "Absorb, absorb quickly." Even a mere iron blade can absorb Conqueror and Imp, Appo's Haki. You are the mightiest of blades, there and Imp, Appo's. No reason you shoot and Imp, Appo's. Yoru, we have shared many years together. Have I ever neglected you? Each day I polish and nurture you, even after you've transformed into a black blade. In that moment, Hawkeye appeared as if addressing a cherished companion, his expression imbued with melancholic yearning, reminiscent of a father guiding his wayward child. Lo Feng was taken aback. Hawkeye, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Your aloof and enigmatic demeanor has crumbled in my eyes. It seemed Hawkeye noticed Lo Feng and Appo's gaze. He looked up. Upon realizing that Lo Feng was indeed watching him, he stiffened, clearing his throat. Ahem. Well, it seems I have also found some inspiration and wish to try nurturing a blade with Conqueror and Appo's Haki. Lo Feng was speechless, sensing a hint of pride in Hawkeye. He clearly wanted to learn the method of nurturing a blade with Conqueror's Haki, yet refrained from asking outright. Lo Feng offered a few pointers, understanding well where Hawkeye struggled in his cultivation process. As he elucidated, Hawkeye's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, and he began fervently nurturing his blade. It worked. The blade is starting to absorb it. Hawkeye and Appo's hands trembled as he observed the aura entwining around Yoru gradually permeating the blade. Though the process was significantly slower than Lo Feng's, and the purity and volume of his Conqueror's Haki were far inferior, he had undeniably discovered the correct path forward. From this point onward, if he continued on this journey of understanding, with ample time and perseverance, success would eventually be his. Suddenly, Lo Feng recalled something. By the way, Senior, didn't you mention wanting to spar with me? At this, Hawkeye snapped back to reality from his blade-nurturing trance, deflecting the conversation. Well, I actually have matters to attend to. Shanks called to invite me for drinks, yes, that's it. I must return to the Grand Line. Farewell. Without waiting for Lo Feng's response, he leapt several meters, landing on his small boat, wielding Yoru as an oar, and swiftly rowed away. Within mere breaths, he had dwindled into his small speck on the horizon. Lo Feng. Long ago, he had suspected that Hawkeye, perpetually posing on his small boat, was somehow rowing without visible oars. Today, he finally resolved his lingering curiosity. It was indeed with his sword. Once Hawkeye vanished from sight, Lo Feng snapped out of his stupor, sheathing the Emperor and Imp, Appo's blade as he made his way towards the sea restaurant. Passing by Creek, he discovered the notorious pirate had fainted from fear. How much was Krieg's bounty again? Never mind. Another fortune falls into my hands. Lo Feng casually dragged the unconscious Krieg as he continued towards the restaurant. Along the way, pirates fled in terror at the sight. However, the ship was rather small. Having already suffered damage, it had been split in two by Hawkeye's strike. Had it not been for the air within the cabin, the entire vessel would have sunk. Some pirates, seeing no escape, jumped directly into the sea. Others followed suit, leaping into the water, creating a spectacular scene akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Many pirates dared not even use small boats, opting instead to swim away from the chaos. At that moment, The patrons in the sea restaurant were left dumbfounded. Wow, that was incredible! Such an aura that it drove the pirates to jump overboard. Haha, impressive, dashing. No wonder Lo Feng has a bounty of 1 billion. These little pirates thought they were formidable in the East Blue, but before Lo Feng, they are nothing. Hey, everyone, you stay here. I'm making my exit. Though I and Appos, VE met Lo Feng once, a man with a 1 billion bounty is not someone of our caliber. Best to leave quickly to avoid trouble. Before Lo Feng could approach, the customers hastily found excuses to depart, leaving only the chefs and a few members of the Straw Hat crew. Yo, brother Lo Feng. You did well. The chefs, robust men, felt little intimidation from Lo Feng, especially after he had shielded them moments before. Indeed, at a critical moment. Standing in front of the women, you're a true man, and your cooking is simply exquisite. You're perfect. I'm just a man. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you as a mistress. Ahem, get lost. I didn't know you had such a preference. Stay away from me. What is wrong with that? Even if I'm not a woman, I wouldn't mind being Lo Feng's mistress. Ugh, gross. I can't stay on this ship any longer. Sanji expressed his disgust at the antics of the group. Chapter 39. Anomaly Report. The attention of the 5 elders. Luo Feng approached Zoro, inspecting his injuries. It's nothing serious. Hawkeye didn't end Appos strike with lethal intent. He merely severed your muscle, sparing the bones. With some rest, you and Appos will recover, he reassured. Well, it seems my ship still requires a doctor. Luffy pondered seriously for a while before arriving at this conclusion, provoking Usopp to roll his eyes in exasperation. Is this really the intelligence of a captain? Perhaps it would be more reliable for me, Usopp, to take the helm. If not, Luo Feng could certainly be considered for the role of captain. With such formidable strength, he would be more than adequate. Yes, if given the chance. I could persuade. No, that is not quite right. I mean encourage. Ah, no, what I mean is, Luo Feng is indeed a commendable candidate. Usopp daydreamed silently, a sly grin creeping onto his face. In the distance, upon the vast ocean, Hawkeye was in a state of unrest. He gazed at the horizon, seemingly able to see the Grand Line and the new world far beyond. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Shanks was indeed correct. Luo Feng is a man capable of reshaping the world. This journey to the East Sea had left a profound impression on him. He yearned to rush to the new world and share his experiences and thoughts with Shanks. The Navy, the Revolutionary Army, pirates, celestial dragons, the 5 elders. Hawkeye's gaze was intense, as if he could pierce through the endless distance and see the people on the other side of the world. Behold, a superstar is rising, destined to shake the world. In the holy land of Mariehua, the residence of the celestial dragons, perched atop the Red Line. The 5 elders were deliberating over intelligence submitted by Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. A super rookie had emerged among the pirates. One whose first bounty was an astonishing 1 billion berries. Adventurer Luo Feng, hailing from the East Sea, had single-handedly grievously wounded 5 Marine Rear Admirals. An elder slammed a bounty poster onto the table, his black top hat bobbing slightly. What are your thoughts? He inquired of the others. The 5 elders. His mustache resembling horns, snorted disdainfully. Another monstrous figure has appeared? And in the weakest East Sea, no less. What were the initial bounties for Kaido and Big Mom when they set sail? Beside him, an elder with a goatee interjected. That golden-haired fellow's greatest feat thus far is merely defeating 5 rear admirals. The annihilation of the entire East Sea's navy was not due to strength but rather luck and coincidence. The bald elder wielding a katana nodded, stating, Have you considered that if this Luo Feng were truly powerful, he would not have left those 5 rear admirals alive? It is impossible. Thus, his prowess can only allow him to injure them. Such accomplishments could easily be matched or surpassed by an admiral. The golden-haired elder scoffed. If an admiral or any one of us had intervened, those 5 rear admirals would have stood no chance. The room fell silent once more. This newcomer could be monitored. But he was unlikely to stir any significant upheaval. Shortly thereafter, the elder in the black hat addressed the transponder snail with a summarizing tone. I suspect he will not remain docile in the East Sea. He will undoubtedly venture into the Grand Line. When the Navy mobilizes to hunt him down, I have little doubt they will capture him. Following this, the elder in the black hat picked up a second report. In the East Sea, observers have noted an extraordinary phenomenon. A fishing vessel, while at sea, suddenly witnessed the ocean parting as if cleaved by a giant sword. This colossal chasm in the sea extended infinitely to the left and right, with no visible beginning or end. just as the fisherman thought he was doomed. The fisher abruptly vanished, never to reappear. After sharing this, the black-hatted elder turned to his peers, stating solemnly, "What are your thoughts? A rift in the sea?" The golden-haired elder furrowed his brow. "What peculiar weather phenomenon is this? First, unprecedented waves, now a sea fissure." The elder with the katana murmured to himself, "Is this merely a curious weather event?" The horned-mustached elder crossed his arms, leaning forward. "There is no reason for the East Sea's weather to be so erratic. In such circumstances, there are only two possibilities. Either a certain devil fruit has emerged, altering the environmental conditions, or there exists a formidable being capable of influencing the ocean itself. Personally, I believe the former is more plausible. Let us assume a devil fruit has appeared in the East Sea and instruct the Navy to keep a vigilant watch in the surrounding waters. Perhaps they might discover an unrecorded fruit." On the vast, surging ocean, the Mary was slicing through the waves. At the bow, Luo Feng reclined on the sheep figurehead, lost in thought. The recent journey to the floating restaurant had proven immensely rewarding. Firstly, he had mastered the art of culinary preparation, ensuring that from now on, he could indulge in gourmet meals daily. As a gourmand, his dream of traversing the world naturally included savoring its diverse cuisines. The key was that Sanji had joined the crew, which was a delightful addition. He would impart the secrets of cooking to Sanji. Although Sanji might not grasp the entirety of the craft immediately, the flavors would assuredly be exquisite. Furthermore, with the war god cuisine, both his physical condition and that of everyone aboard would continuously improve, enhancing their overall capabilities at an accelerated rate, far surpassing that of other pirates. Secondly, he had encountered Hawkeye. This immediately brought to mind the technique he had witnessed. One slash, parting the sea. His understanding of swordsmanship had previously been limited to Zoro's three-sword style. Despite his extraordinary insight, his reference point had constrained his comprehension. Fortunately, Hawkeye's appearance and his battle with Zoro had provided ample inspiration, allowing him to grasp much more. His swordsmanship was no longer a weak point. Lastly, he had learned the method of blade forging. By utilizing Haki, he could forge blades of unmatched quality, far exceeding even the most renowned swords. The enhancement a fine blade could provide to one's combat prowess is beyond question. However, the significance of the forging technique extends even further. By mastering this skill, he would be able to forge numerous black blades at will, whether for auction profits or to establish influence, all with great ease. Yes, once Zoro awakens his Haki, he can teach him the art of crafting black blades. After all, it is best for one to forge their own sword, instilling it with their will and personal essence. However, for now, it would be prudent for Zoro to first master Haki. Chapter 40. Arrival at Logtown subsequently. The Straw Hat Pirates traversed several islands in the East Sea, in a remarkable turn of events influenced by the butterfly effect stemming from the appearance of Luo Feng. The Arlong Pirates, who were originally a formidable adversary in the original narrative, were effortlessly vanquished. Each day, Luo Feng indulged in a leisurely lifestyle, engaging in his daily exercises, gazing at the vast ocean, basking in the sun, and savoring delightful cuisine. It truly was a dreamlike existence. Indeed, this journey through time and space was rather splendid. On the deck, Luo Feng reclined in a rocking chair crafted by an elderly carpenter from a certain island, crossing his legs and sipping wheat juice. At that moment, Usopp, peering through a telescope, suddenly exclaimed, "I've spotted an island. It appears to be a remarkably large town." Nami took the telescope from him and, recalling her memories, recognized it immediately. It was Logtown, the last island before entering the Grand Line. At that time, Logtown was adorned with beautiful decorations, and the townspeople donned new garments. They bustled about, as if today were a grand festival. Smoker, the notorious Smoke Man, walked the streets, vigilant against the lingering pirates and fugitives yet to be apprehended. "How strange for a world noble to suddenly desire a visit to our humble locale," he scoffed. Nearby, Tashigi adjusted her glasses and, in a scholarly tone, remarked, "Mr. Smoker, we are instructed to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. You must not act impulsively in their presence. They are of noble blood, deserving of utmost respect. Even from the admirals. Should they be endangered, an admiral would be obliged to intervene." Smoker waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I understand. I'll just hide away when the time comes." He knew all too well that with his temperament, it would be exceedingly difficult to resist the urge to confront a celestial dragon if he were to lay eyes upon one. However, as fate would have it, trouble was on the horizon. Report. A Navy soldier rushed up, breathless. "Mr. Smoker, pirates have arrived at the docks." "What?" Both Smoker and Tashigi and Oppos' hearts raced. The sudden appearance of pirates could only mean one thing. Were they targeting the celestial dragons? How long until the celestial dragons arrive at Logetown? Smoker gritted his teeth, seething as he posed the question to Tashigi. They should arrive in about an hour. Tashigi replied, her expression grim. That is ample time. Smoker could no longer afford to conceal his strength. He activated his smoke fruit powers, soaring into the sky. Upon locating the docks, he sped off at full throttle. Go. Follow Mr. Smoker. Tashigi shouted, leading the other Navy soldiers in pursuit. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, within a nearby casino, a blind swordsman clad in a purple cloak, sweating profusely, was engaged in a game of chance. Oh, celestial dragons and pirates, you say? The blind warrior, slightly embarrassed from losing, cast a meaningful glance at the bustling street outside. Hey, old man, are you still gambling or what? A scruffy thug on the opposite side taunted. Oh, I'm done gambling. I have other matters to attend to, the blind swordsman replied, picking up his cane and making his exit. Elsewhere, in a narrow alleyway, a mysterious figure cloaked in black observed the happenings of Logetown. Beneath the shadow of his hood lay a man's face tattooed with a shoe sole pattern. Celestial dragons, Navy, and Luffy. What a lively Lang, he mused. It seems my journey to the East Sea was not in vain. I've heard that Luofeng is aboard Luffy's ship. It's time for a meeting. At the docks, the Mary had come to a halt. Well, is this really the last island? It's so vibrant. Luffy exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I bet we can find a lot of things here. Let us go shopping. Usopp chimed in. Nami, lend me some money. The two immediately turned to Nami, demanding their allowances. The response was predictably swift, a pair of iron fists. What do you know? We need to save money. Although Krieg's bounty is substantial, who knows how much we'll need once we enter the Grand Line? Nami retorted, exuding an expression of exasperation. Meanwhile, Luofeng and the others were left astonished. Ahem. Zoro cleared his throat. When Nami caught sight of Luofeng gazing at her, she suddenly transformed, generously producing money for Luffy and Usopp, allowing them to indulge. Hey, this is favoritism. Zoro Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T help but comment. Sanji, in tears, lamented, Nami-san. What makes Luofeng superior to me? Am I not as handsome? Is my cooking not as delectable? Or is it that I lack his gentlemanly charm? Nami approached slowly, casting a gentle glance at Luofeng before giving Sanji a sidelong glare. Wipe that nosebleed. Sanji. Ugh. My once great reputation, ruined in an instant. He slumped into a corner, drawing circles on the ground as a rain cloud appeared over his head. Cough, cough. Luofeng cleared his throat, then addressed Nami. I'll remain aboard the ship. Sanji, you're in charge of gathering ingredients. Do ensure he gets enough funds. As for you, Nami, feel free to purchase some navigational books and a few others for me. This world is rather dull, and reading is my only solace. Soon, only Luofeng remained on the ship. Yet, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Come forth, my friend lurking in the shadows. As the words fell from his lips, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, his expression shifting in surprise. How could he possibly have detected me? I was certain I had gone unnoticed when I boarded this ship. The cloaked figure stepped forward, sighing, alas, I let my guard down. Who would have thought that a mere sea pirate possessed the ability to sense observation haki? Luofeng scrutinized the newcomer, his eyes narrowing as he discerned the features concealed beneath the hood. He recognized the man. Indeed, since arriving in this world, he had been so bored that he perused the newspapers daily, even scrutinizing every bounty poster. Thus, he was well acquainted with the appearances of notable figures, including Sengoku, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords. However, the individual before him was not among those illustrious names. Instead, it was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, who had audaciously ventured to this small corner of the East Sea, infiltrating an obscure pirate crew. Luofeng remained undaunted, coldly retorting, indeed. Before me stands Dragon, the founder of the Revolutionary Army, the very man the world government and the celestial dragons dream of eliminating. Chapter 41. The Power of Luofeng. Dragon's astonishment. Dragon was not taken aback by the fact that he was not recognized due to his appearance. Instead, he gazed intently at Luofeng's face, seemingly intent on committing this individual to memory. After a prolonged silence, Dragon finally spoke. Humph, there is no need for flattery. You are not lacking in merit yourself. What is this unknown pirate crew? If it truly is unknown, how could you possibly be a part of it? Luofeng, hailing from East Blue and Oppos' Windmill Village, had only recently set sail, yet he had already performed astonishing feats, injuring 5 rear admirals at the East Blue Navy base. Subsequently, he led the Straw Hat Pirates to a successful escape from a naval blockade, resulting in the destruction of all Navy warships involved in the confrontation. Later, at the floating restaurant, the infamous Mihawk appeared, and fishermen nearby witnessed a strange phenomenon of the ocean splitting open, the source of which remains a mystery. At this juncture, Dragon cast a penetrating glance at Luo Feng. I cannot believe that when such events transpire around you, you remain an ordinary person? Haha, Luo Feng chuckled dryly. It seems the Revolutionary Army has a remarkable capability for intelligence gathering. He knew, without needing to guess, that Dragon could not have been tailing him since his departure. Thus, this information must have been collected discreetly by members of the Revolutionary Army scattered throughout East Blue. In fact, their intelligence-gathering capabilities were arguably superior to those of the Navy. Flattery aside, Dragon replied with courtesy, but his tone shifted abruptly. An astounding aura of dominance surged forth from him. Thunderous clouds began to gather overhead, as if a storm were brewing. The pressure Luo Feng felt was immense, for Dragon's terrifying conqueror's haki bore down upon him like a mountain, directed solely at him. What is your purpose in staying close to Luffy? Dragon's voice was icy, akin to water from the depths of the underworld, sending chills to the core. Simultaneously, a subtle killing intent locked onto Luo Feng. Should he exhibit any untoward movement, he would immediately face overwhelming retaliation. Powerful, indeed. Luo Feng finally sensed the potency of the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. His strength was extraordinary. In this world, individuals could not actively cultivate Conqueror's haki. It manifested in conjunction with one's growing power. Thus, Luo Feng deduced that Dragon's strength was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. Step by step, Dragon approached, his gaze chilling. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he was a wanted man by the world government. In some respects, he posed an even greater threat than the legendary Roger himself. Everyone sought his head and would resort to any underhanded means to achieve this. Hence, since the issuance of his bounty, he had refrained from openly returning to his homeland. Even missing the birth and growth of his own son, Luffy, he could only observe from the shadows, casting furtive glances at Luffy from a distance. Now, a man with a bounty of 1 billion appeared aboard Luffy's ship. How could this not raise suspicions? How could it not incite murderous intent? What is your purpose in approaching Luffy? Dragon seemed akin to a harbinger of death, delivering his final judgment upon Luo Feng. I advise you. In the face of Dragon's overwhelming haki and the threat of his killing intent, a person of average willpower would likely have fainted on the spot. Even a figure of considerable strength, such as a celestial dragon or a calamity like King, would find themselves paralyzed with the realization of impending doom. Yet, Luo Feng remained composed, his expression tranquil. He spoke slowly, do not approach me with killing intent or haki too closely, or the consequences will be dire. Oh, consequences? Dragon did not grasp the meaning behind Luo Feng and Appo's words. He loomed above, looking down upon Luo Feng as a colossal elephant would upon a diminutive, frail ant. What consequences could there possibly be? Before he could finish, a surge of haki erupted from Luo Feng. Haki armor. This technique drew inspiration from the iron balloon and Carp's iron fist, constantly enveloping his body with both armament and Conqueror's haki. Should anyone attempt to attack him, the initial point of impact would only strike his haki armor, while the Conqueror's haki would automatically retaliate. Thus, Dragon suffered a tragic fate. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as a visible wave of purple haki struck Dragon with immense force. Caught off guard, he was sent flying, blood gushing from his nose. Wah! What just happened? Haki. Conqueror and Appo's haki? And armament haki? But Luo Feng didn't end Appo's to even raise a hand. He merely released a haki attack through his body. What is the principle behind this? Dragon understood that armament haki could be deployed from a distance and that Conqueror's haki could achieve similar effects. But he had never seen one release haki solely through their body without any physical contact. Furthermore, how could this haki be so powerful? It was utterly inconceivable for someone of merely 20 years to possess such strength. Luo Feng shrugged. You see, I told you, the consequences are indeed severe. At this moment, Dragon appeared somewhat disheveled. Rising from the ground, dusting himself off, and wiping the blood from his nose, he bore an expression of discomfort. His curiosity about Luo Feng intensified. Who exactly was this individual? With the haki Luo Feng had just unleashed, he was now certain that Luo Feng's haki was on par with his own. In this world, haki could not be cultivated. It could only be enhanced through the elevation of one's strength. Thus, was this young man's power possibly greater than his own? Dragon and Appo's His heart was filled with uncertainty. Nonetheless, he maintained a grim demeanor as he advanced towards Luo Feng, one fist clenched and the other poised like a claw, aiming for Luo Feng's throat and face. Dragon Claw Fist. Quickly, Dragon's speed was astonishing. It seemed as though he faced no air resistance. The atmosphere around him parted like subjects bowing before a king, clearing a path for him. To the naked eye, Dragon's form blurred, appearing as a fleeting shadow that closed in on Luo Feng. Indeed, he offered no opportunity for explanation. Even at this moment, Luo Feng's face bore no trace of fear. He merely raised a finger, the tip gathering a visible concentration of potent haki. Finger gun technique, phantom stab. With a sound akin to the shattering of glass, Luo Feng's fingertip met Dragon's fist. At that moment, Dragon's other fist halted, realizing with astonishment that if he did not exert his full strength to counter Luo Feng's finger, the latter's finger would repel his fist. At that point, he would not have harmed Luo Feng, yet Luo Feng would have already struck him. However, he soon discovered something even more astonishing. Luo Feng's fingertip did not fully connect with his fist. An invisible force field separated them. Conqueror's Haki. Entangled. Dragon's pupils constricted involuntarily. Chapter 42. Luo Feng versus Dragon. The Conqueror's Haki enveloped Dragon, and he instinctively understood the gravity of this technique. It represented an insurmountable chasm between mere mortals and the pinnacle of power. No matter how formidable one might be, even with mastery over Haki, without the ability to wield it with dominance, one must exert countless times the effort to ascend to the upper echelons of strength. The four emperors of the New World undoubtedly possessed this capability. However, how could the youth before him possibly possess it? It was inconceivable. Absolutely impossible. Dragon found himself momentarily flustered, causing a fleeting crack in his resolve. With a mere flick of his strength, Luo Feng sent Dragon hurtling once again. This was the second time he found himself at a disadvantage in this encounter. Rising to his feet, Dragon's perspective began to shift. Initially, he viewed Luo Feng from the lofty vantage of a superior, believing him to be significantly weaker, thus dismissing him with contempt. Now, however, it dawned on him that Luo Feng was no insignificant insect. He was an entity deserving of equal dialogue. I have underestimated him, Dragon muttered, brushing the dust from his garments. He was now prepared to eschew further conflict with Luo Feng in favor of reasoning with him. Yet unexpectedly, whoosh, Luo Feng suddenly darted forward, executing a textbook-perfect shave. The air was punctuated by visible footprints, remnants of Luo Feng's rapid acceleration. Swift, swift, swift. Luo Feng outpaced Dragon effortlessly. This time, Dragon could not discern Luo Feng's form with the naked eye. He could only rely on his observation haki. Wait, I cannot perceive him. In a moment of sheer terror, Dragon realized that Luo Feng's silhouette evaded capture within his haki. At that instant, his mind faltered, conjuring a singular term. Observation kill. The potent conqueror and amp, Oppos, S haki could suppress an opponent and amp, Oppos, S perception, allowing for a lethal strike to be executed. In the blink of an eye, the fatal blow was upon him. With a cutting rush of wind, Luo Feng's hand morphed into a claw-like formation, lunging at Dragon's face. Dragon Claw Fist. Once more, the Dragon Claw Fist. Yet this time, it was Luo Feng who unleashed it. Dragon could hardly believe his eyes. This was a technique of his own invention, known only to a select few members of the Revolutionary Army. Among them, only Sabo could claim mastery over its essence. But where had this unknown youth learned his technique? Was it possible that he had grasped it on the spot? No, absolutely impossible. At this moment, Luo Feng's fingers were mere centimeters from Dragon's eyes, the sunlight casting a shadow that resembled a venomous serpent. It was evident that this strike would seize Dragon's head. The power of the Dragon Claw Fist could easily crush a human skull as effortlessly as one would crush an egg. Had this blow landed, Dragon's fate would have been sealed. Had time flowed at its usual pace and allowed Dragon the luxury of contemplation, he would have surely regretted provoking such a monstrous adversary, lamenting his decision to engage in battle rather than seek dialogue. Yet, alas, he had neither the time nor the inclination for such reflections. Crack. In a critical moment, Dragon twisted his waist, suddenly arching backward in a manner that defied belief. While this maneuver did not entirely extricate him from Luo Feng's assault, it afforded him a few precious centimeters of space. It was this minuscule distance that granted Dragon a glimmer of hope. Dragon Claw Fist. Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, Dragon's palm had stealthily advanced toward his abdomen, mere centimeters away, and then, in an instant, unleashed a forceful strike directed at Luo Feng's most vulnerable areas. This blow possessed power rivaling that of the previous strike. for the essence of the dragon claw fist lay in its precision, even at close range. It could unleash a staggering 200% of its might. Bang! However, this strike bore no fruit, colliding instead against Luo Feng and Appo's hockey-infused defenses. Luo Feng was sent flying but remained unscathed. In stark contrast, Dragon felt his fist tingle as if he had struck solid sea stone. Time seemed to resume its flow in that moment, for Luo Feng did not press the attack, instead standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Huff! Dragon exhaled heavily, realizing that he had held his breath in anticipation, his mind racing and senses heightened, fully engaged in countering Luo Feng's onslaught without a moment's respite. As he relaxed, he became acutely aware of the sweat saturating his skin. He had been drenched in cold perspiration without realizing it. This was a fearsome opponent. Just moments ago, Dragon had felt a brush with death. Had it not been for his years of combat experience and the instincts honed in life and death situations, he might have already succumbed. Now, was it possible to speak calmly? At this juncture, Luo Feng broke the silence. Huff, huff. I can. Dragon nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. Minutes later, you claim to be merely an ordinary adventurer? Dragon asked, exasperation etched across his face as he regarded Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded in affirmation. Ordinary? If you are indeed ordinary, what does that make the rest of us? Nevertheless, Dragon felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had learned that Luo Feng and Luffy were childhood friends. Moreover, he had even met his father, Garp, thus establishing a connection. However, when I secretly observed Luffy in the past, I never encountered Luo Feng. Had I overlooked something? Dragon pondered inwardly. Previously, he had taken great care to protect Luffy, deliberately not assigning personnel to Windmill Village to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Little did he realize that this decision had rendered him blind to the happenings surrounding Luffy. Unbeknownst to him, among those who had grown up alongside Luffy were Ace, the son of Roger, and Sabo, now his second in command. Ahem. My apologies, Luo Feng. It seems I was remiss in my judgment. Dragon suddenly cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had unwittingly attacked the childhood friend of his son. Had Luo Feng not been exceptionally strong, he might have committed a grave error. Not at all. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. Just then, both he and Dragon turned their gazes toward the same direction. A plume of white smoke was billowing toward them from the sky, and ahead of it was the upper body of a human. Clearly, the individual approaching was a user of a devil fruit. Pirates, this is not a place for you to run rampant. Surrender now, and I may consider sparing your lives, Smoker declared, his expression cold and menacing, brandishing sea stone handcuffs as he advanced toward Luo Feng and Dragon. Chapter 43. The celestial dragons arrive, and the mysterious fruit is found high above in the sky. Smoker, the man of smoke, gazed upon the Jolly Roger fluttering from the Mary, belonging to a pirate crew he had never heard of. He scoffed derisively, dismissing them as merely a fledgling pirate crew without even a bounty to their name, daring to venture into his jurisdiction of Logtown. Truly a reckless endeavor. He had anticipated that pirates would be a band of notorious criminals with substantial bounties, yet he was taken aback to discover they were merely inexperienced novices. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Smoker. However, at that moment, his attention was drawn to a massive ship emerging from the distant sea. The vessel appeared to be crafted entirely of gold, resplendent and magnificent like a divine palace, equipped with all manner of facilities, resembling a mobile island. Wait a moment, Smoker felt a jolt of realization. The Celestial Dragons. This was a ship of the Celestial Dragons. At that moment, aboard the ship stood a man clad in a cumbersome protective suit, his head encased in a glass mask, his hair styled in a peculiar manner, and a thick stream of mucus trickling from his nose, resembling a fool. He donned this attire to avoid breathing the same tainted air as the lower classes whenever he set sail. Ah, is that Logtown ahead? The Celestial Dragon scanned the horizon with a vacant expression, prompting a nearby slave to respond instantly. Yes, my lord. Bang. A gunshot rang out. The Celestial Dragon had, unbeknownst to anyone, grasped an ornate flintlock that resembled a piece of art, its barrel emitting wisps of white smoke. The slave, who had just been respectfully kneeling before him, now gazed down at his chest in disbelief. Did I speak to you? I was merely conversing with myself, you imbecile. The Celestial Dragon did not even glance at the slave, as another servant promptly disposed of the body overboard. Brub. At that moment, a phone bug on the table began to ring. The Celestial Dragon answered it, and immediately, the bug's appearance transformed into a peculiar upright shape, its countenance grave and stern. St. Charlos, have you completed the task I assigned you? The once arrogant St. Charlos, who had just been domineering over his slaves, now adopted a subservient demeanor upon hearing the voice from the phone bug. Ah, what was it you wanted me to do, elder of the family? The phone bug erupted in fury, spittle landing on St. Charlos's head covering. Of course, it is the fruit. You fool. The reason I sent you down is to seek out that legendary devil fruit. St. Charlos attempted to wipe the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, only to find it obstructed by his mask, leaving him frustrated. Ah, I have indeed found the fruit, but I will need some time before I can return. The tone of the phone bug turned serious. Return immediately, do not waste time, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. The line concluded with a final admonition before hanging up. Remember, that fruit is specifically requested by the Gorisei. Should anything go awry, not only will I suffer consequences, but our entire family may be expelled from the ranks of the celestial dragons. Click. The phone bug was disconnected, and silence enveloped the ship. All the slaves fell silent, aware that this was a conversation between masters, one in which they had no place to interject. Furthermore, having witnessed the fate of the previous slave, speaking up now was tantamount to courting death. Seeing the phone bug return to its normal state, St. Charlos breathed a sigh of relief, his previous haughty demeanor returning as he muttered to himself. Really, is it that serious? Well, Logtown ISN and AMP, Oppos, TA particularly dangerous place, it and AMP, Oppos, S under Navy jurisdiction. Once I finish my business here, I shall return. With that, he retreated to the ship's cabin, opening a steel door and then a safe within. Inside, resting upon a bed of red velvet, lay a peculiar fruit, resembling a grotesque face with sharp fangs and glaring eyes, its entirety a striking crimson. The fruit bore a stem and a few leaves, appearing as if it had just been plucked from some distant place. Meanwhile, on the Red Soil continent, in the holy land of Mariehua, the 5 elders were engaged in discussion. Excellent. We have located the fruit. To our surprise, it has appeared in the East Blue. Indeed. We must retrieve it and secure it on the Red Soil continent, for this dangerous fruit, if obtained by someone, could create a formidable powerhouse. The 5 elders exchanged words, their faces displaying relief. At this moment, the elder in the black hat snorted in annoyance. Honestly, I cannot trust the Navy with such matters. Even CP0 could potentially betray US. The other elders nodded in agreement, affirming that it was far more reliable to entrust the task to their own kind. For the celestial dragons would never betray their own. Yet one elder held a contrary view. The swordsman elder spoke up, though this fruit surpasses those we currently consume. Prior to its awakening, it is merely an ordinary Zoan-type fruit. Just like the Nika fruit, before awakening, it is simply a rubber fruit. The golden-haired elder chuckled, adding precisely, moreover, the awakening of this fruit differs from all other Zoan types. Typically, Zoan fruits require the user to be brought to the brink of death to awaken. This is true even for the Nika fruit. However, while this fruit is classified as Zoan, it behaves more like a Paramecia type. The user must develop the fruit to a certain extent before it can naturally awaken. The elder in the black hat chuckled as well. Indeed, this requires the user to possess extraordinary talent for the fruit's abilities and decades of relentless development to succeed. The last user devoted an entire lifetime without achieving awakening. Before awakening, this fruit is merely a useless trinket, tasteless yet regrettable to discard, even less practical than an ordinary Zoan. Back in Lobetown, Smoker quickly regained his composure, retracting his gaze from the distant ship of the celestial dragons. He had not expected them to arrive so swiftly. This was dire. It appeared he needed to hasten his pace and eliminate these pirates. He absolutely could not allow them to encounter the celestial dragons, or it would spell great trouble. As he spoke, Smoker accelerated, no longer hesitating, racing towards the Mary where Luffy and Zoro awaited him. Whoosh! White smoke enveloped the entire Mary, rendering it a cloud upon the ocean surface. However, in response to this phenomenon, Luffy and Zoro regarded Smoker with bemusement. Where did this guy come from? He seems to be a Logia type, but he is completely exposing himself. What a foolish move. Chapter 44. The purpose of the celestial dragons with a swift motion. Smoker dove down, confident in the success of his strike. However, to his astonishment, bang! Law effortlessly pinned Smoker to the ground. The speed of the maneuver left Smoker utterly bewildered. As a Logia user, he believed that only Sea Prism Stone could touch him. Yet here was someone who had managed to seize him with bare hands. Who exactly was this individual? Curiosity piqued, Smoker scrutinized Law's face for a fleeting moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom. Smoker's mind faltered. He recognized Law. No, It would be more accurate to say that in the East Blue, who did not know of Law. He had severely injured 5 Marine admirals upon setting sail. The entire East Blue Navy had launched a manhunt, yet ultimately, Law had managed to elude capture. Even the Navy ships of the East Blue had met their demise because of him. With one battle, Law and Appos' name had spread throughout the East Blue Navy. But not as a figure of admiration, rather, it was associated with a reputation that instilled fear. Law had become synonymous with the very notion of a demon. Even the highest authorities in the East Blue had issued orders to avoid provoking Law at all costs, as enraging him could result in catastrophic destruction and loss of life. "Ah, Smoker," Law said nonchalantly. Smoker and Appos' expression shifted slightly. He was taken aback that this person recognized him. Yet, his concern was short-lived. For Law's next words nearly caused his heart to stop. Why would the Celestial Dragons come to Loketown? Not only Smoker, but even Dragon, who stood nearby, cast a surprised glance at Law. "Celestial Dragons? What is this about Celestial Dragons? I know not of what you speak." After a brief moment of shock, Smoker forced himself to regain composure, feigning ignorance. Observing this, Law simply chuckled. The decorations adorning Loketown suggested a festive atmosphere, which was decidedly unusual. Furthermore, Smoker's anxious demeanor upon seeing the pirate ship did not align with his usual character. He appeared as if he were a leader preparing for an inspection, eager to make a good impression. With that, Smoker and Appos' expression darkened entirely. Law had accurately discerned his thoughts, a feat that left Smoker in a state of astonishment. This man was indeed terrifying. It seemed that not only did he possess formidable strength, but his intellect was equally formidable. Yet, Smoker remained reluctant. What Law said merely indicated that a significant figure would be present. However, the Celestial Dragons were the world's aristocracy. How could they possibly come to Loketown? Dragon also regarded Law with interest, curious as to how he had arrived at such a conclusion. Who else but the Celestial Dragons would construct a ship of such opulence? Law remarked, pointing toward the resplendent vessel in the distance. "Ah, so that was it." Both Smoker and Dragon were momentarily at a loss. Indeed, only the Celestial Dragons could create such a magnificent ship. However, unbeknownst to them, Law had recognized the ship from the very beginning, having seen illustrations of the Celestial Dragons' vessels in the original narrative. Law cleared his throat. "In any case, if you tell me why the Celestial Dragons have come to Loketown, I might just spare your life." Dragon shot a glance at Law, aware that he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Had he been such a person, he would not have held back when confronting the 5 admirals, but would have eliminated them without hesitation. Yet, Smoker held a different perspective. To him, Law was a madman. Although he had not encountered Law before, his colleagues had spread tales of how Law had mercilessly injured 5 admirals and toyed with the entire East Blue Navy with his navigational prowess. Of course, these accounts were embellished. After all, they had lost to Law and needed to construct a narrative of strength to justify their defeat. Nevertheless, Smoker believed these tales. He was an honest man and genuinely thought of Law as a ruthless demon. If he threatened to kill him, then he would undoubtedly do so. Consequently, Smoker found himself in a state of inner turmoil and conflict. If he were defending ordinary civilians, he would never yield. But now, he was expected to protect the interests of the Celestial Dragons, which required deep consideration. Smoker, though not a flawless Marine, held ideals and aspirations. He pursued justice and sought to protect the innocent. Now, to die for the Celestial Dragons, was it worth it? Without a second thought, he reached a conclusion. It was not worth it. Not in the slightest. The notion of sacrificing his precious life for a group of pampered aristocrats struck him as utterly absurd and foolish. Thus, Smoker resolved firmly within his heart. Taking a deep breath and steeling himself, he spoke. "I only know that the Celestial Dragons seem to be searching for something." "Oh?" Law inquired, intrigued. Dragon cast a puzzled look in his direction. One must remember that the Celestial Dragons were the world's aristocracy, possessing the means to acquire anything they desired. Masterpieces of great artists, rare artifacts, and countless slaves available for purchase with a mere flick of their wrist. Millions of berries were mere pocket change for an ordinary Celestial Dragon. Even devil fruits, those rare treasures, were treated as mere toys in their eyes. The sweet, sweet fruit had been given to the former Empress when she became a slave to the Celestial Dragons, illustrating the opulence of their lives and existence beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Yet, what could these affluent aristocrats possibly be searching for? Was there something they desired that could not be obtained with a simple command? Realizing the gravity of this matter, Law narrowed his eyes at Smoker, urging him to continue. However, Smoker abruptly shifted his tone, fixing a determined gaze on Law as he said, I can tell you what they are looking for, but I need you to promise me something in return. Law raised an eyebrow. Did Smoker truly possess some insider information? Speak, then. What is it you require? Chapter 45. Coveting the fruit, I implore you, do not harm the civilians. Smoker declared emphatically, his teeth gritted tightly. Rofeng found this quite amusing. Did he truly appear to be such a nefarious character? Was it Smoker's impression that wherever he went, he would indiscriminately wreak havoc upon the local populace? Was he perceived as a villain, perpetually engaged in plunder and destruction? Nonetheless, he felt no need to clarify his stance. Very well, I shall grant you that assurance. Rofeng feigned a maniacal expression, for to him, the thought of slaying innocents was utterly banal and beneath him. Only the torment of the celestial dragons could elicit any semblance of exhilaration. Ah, ha, ha, ha. He erupted into a cacophony of deranged laughter. Meanwhile, Long wore an expression of exasperation. Had he not previously engaged in dialogue with Rofeng, he might have been deceived by the latter and Appo's impeccable performance. He then glanced at Smoker and noticed that the man indeed bore a countenance of distress, thoroughly taken in by Rofeng's theatrics. Smoker took a deep breath, seemingly lost in recollection. In truth, I sensed something amiss when the celestial dragons first arrived in the East Blue. According to protocol, we should have been notified to provide protection. Yet this time, we received merely a vague warning, even implying that we should not disturb the celestial dragons. This struck me as peculiar. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Nevertheless, I discreetly monitored the movements of the celestial dragons. My intentions were not malicious. I simply wished to prevent these fools from encountering trouble in the East Blue. If something were to happen to the celestial dragons, and no cause could be determined, the elders might well vent their wrath upon the innocent civilians of the East Blue. Long nodded in agreement, recognizing the typical behavior of the celestial dragons. If any incident were to occur, the Navy would promptly dispatch an admiral. And if the perpetrator remained elusive, he could hardly fathom the reckless actions the elders might take. Smoker continued, through my surveillance, after eliminating several waves of minor pirates, I discovered that the celestial dragons had arrived at an island where bizarre occurrences were transpiring. The deceased were rising from their graves. I surmised that this must be the result of a devil fruit and Appo's influence, as the powers of such fruits can affect their surroundings. My own smoke fruit was discovered under similar circumstances. Therefore, I deduced that the celestial dragons are going to great lengths to secretly locate this devil fruit. At this revelation, Rofeng's brow furrowed. A devil fruit? For the elders and the celestial dragons, was there not a more significant fruit than Luffy's Nika fruit? Why then was there another fruit that piqued their interest? However, if they sought a particular item, why not simply instruct CP0, who directly answers to the elders? They are, after all, a loyal cadre. Wait, Rofeng suddenly grasped a possibility. His keen intellect led him to this realization with ease. Could it be that the elders do not fully trust CP0? Even the most devoted individuals may betray their masters. Yet, for the elders, there exists a class of individuals who are least likely to turn against them. The celestial dragons. The celestial dragons stand atop the world, possessing everything. They would never betray the Holy Land or the elders for the sake of a single fruit. Moreover, celestial dragons themselves have no desire to consume devil fruits. They would rather let their slaves partake than indulge themselves. Thus, it is improbable that they would suddenly covet a powerful devil fruit upon encountering it. Furthermore, there is another point to consider. The Holy Land is home to the Knights of God, a cadre composed of celestial dragons tasked with safeguarding royal safety and dignity. They are drawn from the strongest of the 20 celestial dragon families and possess the authority to judge their own kind. They are, in essence, a rank above ordinary celestial dragons, subordinate only to the elders. Additionally, they are the only celestial dragons endowed with combat prowess, their strength unfathomable. The elders could have dispatched members of the Knights of God to search for this fruit, yet they chose not to. Why? It is because these knights, being powerful themselves, yearn for greater strength. Should they discover the extraordinary capabilities of this mysterious fruit, they would undoubtedly succumb to greed, risking the ire of the elders to consume it rather than return it to the Holy Land. Unbeknownst to Rofeng, a formidable aura emanated from the celestial dragons and Appo's ship, indicating that it was not the Knights of God who had arrived, but rather a mere ordinary, ineffectual celestial dragon. How intriguing! Rofeng mused with a sudden smile. A fruit that could compel the elders to expend such effort in its pursuit had piqued his curiosity regarding its capabilities. Well, I have yet to encounter a celestial dragon. I shall go and see for myself, Rofeng proclaimed. At his side, Long tugged at his sleeve, expressing concern. Have you considered the consequences? If you engage the celestial dragons, the elders may very well retaliate against the residents of Rog Town. Rofeng cast a glance at Smoker and chuckled coldly. Smoker, I presume you anticipated this outcome, did you not? Smoker's heart sank. Rofeng continued. You merely wish to provoke me into confronting the celestial dragons, so that the blame may be laid entirely at my feet, thus sparing the residents of Rog Town from the elders' wrath. Long, astonished, regarded Smoker with newfound respect for his foresight. You promised me you would not harm the civilians. Smoker fixed Rofeng with an unwavering stare. Long also scrutinized Rofeng. If you were to avoid harming civilians, Rofeng's only recourse would be to refrain from acting until the celestial dragons departed the East Blue and entered desolate territories before making his move. To their surprise, Rofeng scoffed dismissively. What are celestial dragons to me? If you fear them, I do not. With that, he cast Smoker towards Long He. If you confront the celestial dragons, the Navy's admirals will pursue you. Smoker shouted, veins bulging in his forehead. Rofeng, swift as the wind, executed the moonwalk technique and dove towards the celestial dragon ship. This maneuver. On the Mary, Long's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected Rofeng to master the moonwalk. Upon witnessing the technique, Smoker's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 46. Who are you, uncle? At this moment, aboard the celestial dragon ship, several bodyguards were patrolling. Suddenly, one of them caught sight of Luofeng and was taken aback. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guards swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at Luofeng. Humph! Luofeng scoffed. A surge of conqueror's haki emanated from him, causing the celestial dragon guards on the deck to roll their eyes, foam at the mouth, and collapse in a heap. With a thud, Luofeng landed on the deck. His observation haki unfolded instantaneously, scanning the entire structure of the ship like a radar. Oh, they've already departed? Luofeng noted the absence of the celestial dragon's presence on board. Very well, I shall retrieve that fruit first. Just moments ago, his observation haki had detected a heavily fortified secret chamber within the ship, likely the very place where the fruit was stored. Bang! Luofeng chose not to enter through the main entrance. With a sweeping kick, he sliced through the ship's deck, revealing the space below. The gust created by his kick even severed steel. Thud! Luofeng instantly appeared before the safe, and after confirming with his observation haki that there were no self-destruction mechanisms inside, he flicked his fingers, launching a small divine strike at it. With a soft thud, the steel safe was effortlessly cleaved open as if it were mere tofu. Such simplistic security measures. Is it due to the celestial dragon's foolishness, or have they become so feared that they believe no one would dare to challenge them? Luofeng muttered, moving the upper half of the safe aside to reveal its contents. However, as he peered inside, his expression subtly shifted. Instead of the anticipated devil fruit, he found nothing more than an ordinary apple. On the streets of Rog Town, St. Charlos rode his favored slave steed, surveying the surroundings. On either side, commoners knelt in submission. Had anyone consumed the observation fruit, they would have seen the mysterious fruit wrapped in crimson velvet hidden within his protective attire. The most dangerous place is the safest place, St. Charlos thought smugly. Indeed, I am clever. Who among the rabble would dare approach me? Ha ha, I am truly a genius. He proclaimed, let us go see the execution platform where Roger met his end. He instructed the slave beneath him, who crawled forward like a dog, devoid of dignity. Behind him, a throng of bodyguards hastily followed, fearful of any mishap befalling their master. The sight of the pirate King Roger's demise was indeed filthy, he thought with glee. Even the notorious Roger, who had caused the Navy and the world government countless headaches, was merely a lowly commoner in the eyes of the celestial dragons, no threat to their dominion. As they approached the execution platform, St. Charlos was suddenly astonished to see someone seated atop it. Who is that? He exclaimed, and everyone else turned to look. In a nearby alley, the Straw Hat crew, having just finished shopping, gathered to witness the commotion. Sanji, burdened with a massive sack of ingredients, covered his face upon seeing who was on the platform. This idiot. Nami sighed in exasperation. Usopp, however, displayed a look of panic. No way. How could he be there? On the execution platform, Luffy appeared bewildered. He had merely intended to join in the fun, yet found himself the center of attention. Who are you? St. Charlos bellowed, outraged at Luffy's audacity to stand above him. This is a grave disrespect to my lineage. You must die. Without allowing Luffy any explanation, he drew his golden flintlock and aimed at Luffy's head, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet missed, whizzing past Luffy's straw hat as he tilted his head. Sunlight bathed him, casting a shadow over his face, obscuring his expression. Yet, his voice emerged cold and resolute. Since you have fired your weapon, be prepared for your demise. In that instant, he vanished with a swift movement. The crowd fell into stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. St. Charlos, after a few seconds of shock, wiped his nose. Did someone just pass by? With his vision, he had failed to perceive Luffy's approach, let alone the near punch that could have sent him flying. In a nearby alley, a blind swordsman restrained Luffy against the wall, covering his mouth to stifle any cries for help. Do you realize what you almost did? The blind swordsman inquired. Luffy struggled against his grip, but the swordsman sighed and continued, you were just moments away from striking a celestial dragon, a world noble. He elaborated on the identity of the celestial dragons and the dire consequences of harming one. Initially dismissive, Luffy's demeanor shifted upon hearing that an assault on a celestial dragon would provoke a marine admiral. He remembered hearing from Garp about the terrifying might of the admirals, capable of delivering devastating blows akin to Garp himself. Unlike Garp, however, an admiral would show no leniency. Inciting them would lead to utter defeat or even death. Most crucially, his companions could also be dragged into the chaos, a thought Luffy could not bear. Though reckless, he was not foolish. He recognized that, at his current strength, he was no match for an admiral. Perhaps he could grow to that level in the future. But confronting one now would be sheer folly. Seeing Luffy quiet down, the blind swordsman released him. Who are you, uncle? I don't know you. Luffy inquired immediately after breaking free from the restraint. Chapter 47. A fist for the celestial dragon I am, as you may call me, Isho, the blind swordsman declared. Isho? A peculiar name indeed, Luffy remarked, unfazed. The preceding commotion dissipated swiftly, the celestial dragon seemingly indifferent. Perhaps sheltered from birth, like a hothouse flower. He had never conceived that anyone would dare to harm him. The legendary execution platform is rather underwhelming, Charlos mused, feeling a sense of anticlimax. Having had his fill, he decided to return to the Holy Land. Let's go. I must return that fruit, or the elders will be incensed. Charlos muttered to himself, turning to retrace his steps. He glanced at the mysterious fruit concealed within his protective suit, a surge of self-satisfaction washing over him. I am truly ingenious. Who would suspect that beneath this suit lies a fruit coveted by even the 5 elders? Such a treasure, yet these commoners remain oblivious, utter fools. His thoughts spiraled, a cold snicker escaping his lips. Upon my return, I shall be handsomely rewarded by the 5 elders. I shall be able to swagger even among the celestial dragons. Perhaps, with the 5 elders and Appo's favor, I might even be elevated to the ranks of the god knights. Athahaha. Lost in his reverie, Charlos chuckled aloud. Finally leaving, are they? A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as the celestial dragon prepared to depart. Initially, their arrival had been a novelty, piquing curiosity. However, their true nature was soon revealed, not benevolent figures, but rather harbingers of misfortune. Thus, everyone yearned for their departure with genuine fervor. Leave quickly, please. Some thought anxiously, watching the slaves and Appo's sluggish pace, fearing further complications. Phew. Hopefully, there will be no more incidents. These celestial dragons are a handful. May they never return. Alas, look at the slaves at his feet, so pitiful, utterly devoid of dignity. I am grateful for my freedom. A medley of emotions stirred within the crowd. Yet one sentiment resonated universally. The celestial dragons were unwelcome. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew silently watched the celestial dragon's departure. So these are the world nobles? Such pomp and circumstance. We could never attain such status, Usopp murmured, a hint of envy in his eyes, not for their unbridled power, but for the sensation of being the center of attention. He envisioned his triumphant return home, greeted by Kaya and the villagers with the adulation reserved for heroes. What glory and happiness that would be! However, his gaze soon dimmed. With his limited abilities, he feared he was destined to remain a mere pirate. Even Roronoa, with his formidable strength, would likely yield to the celestial dragons, wary of attracting the attention of an admiral. Usopp's thoughts were tinged with self-doubt. The celestial dragons must be wealthy. Their ships are crafted from gold. Nami mused, captivated by their opulence. If she possessed even a fraction of their wealth, she could circumnavigate the globe and perhaps even command her own fleet. But a sigh escaped her lips. Our crew is so impoverished. We couldn't afford even a single bauble of theirs. Even Roronoa's billion-belly bounty is insignificant in their eyes. Once, Roronoa had seemed invincible to Nami. his immense bounty conjuring endless possibilities. Yet, witnessing the celestial dragon's wealth and extravagance, she felt a profound sense of disillusionment. World nobles, Sanji pondered in silence, his thoughts drifting back to his childhood. The Vinsmoke family, compared to the celestial dragons, were but country squires. Before such esteemed nobility, even his dreams seemed trivial, the fanciful notions of a child. For the celestial dragons, a mere whim could summon the world's finest ingredients, prepared by master chefs. He wondered if Roronoa and Appo's culinary skills could rival those of the celestial dragons and Appo's chefs. What exquisite creations could Roronoa conjure with access to the world and Appo's most exceptional ingredients? Sanji's imagination took flight, only to crash back to reality. The celestial dragons, the world nobles, remained beyond their reach. Even with Roronoa's talent, he could likely never attain such lofty status. In the distance, atop a rooftop, Dragon, cloaked and holding Smoker in his grasp, gazed at the celestial dragon's retreating figure. Celestial dragons, world nobles, he murmured. Smoker and Appo's face was etched with apprehension. Here it comes, he exclaimed, his eyes widening. Simultaneously, in a nearby alley, Isho and Appo's sightless eyes widened as if straining to see. Something is coming. On the street, Charlos, leading the slaves by their chains, reveled in his self-importance. Suddenly, a visible shockwave erupted from afar. Bang! A tile on a nearby rooftop shattered. Bang! The shockwave surged, closing 100 meters in an instant. Whoosh! Bang! A figure landed before the celestial dragon, the ground cracking beneath their feet. The force of the impact sent those kneeling nearby reeling, and Charlos nearly tumbled from the slave's back. An attack! The bodyguards cried out. Roronoa's mere glance silenced them, causing them to collapse, foaming at the mouth. You! Charlos stuttered, drawing his firearm. But he was met with a devastating punch, a direct blow to his helmet, shattering it and distorting his face. His body was launched like a cannonball, crashing into a building 100 meters away with a deafening roar. Silence descended upon the scene. Chapter 48. The fruit in hand, all onlookers were left in a state of shock, tears streaming down their faces as they stared blankly at Luofeng. What in the world was happening? This man had audaciously struck a celestial dragon in public. Moreover, the ferocity of his blow was so brutal that it could very well have been fatal. Merely assaulting a celestial dragon constituted a grave crime. And if he had killed one on the spot, wouldn't it spell doom for everyone? Crack. On the other side, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji collectively dropped their jaws in disbelief. Crack. Simultaneously, even Ichiji's jaw dislocated, rendering him incapable of maintaining his composure. Oh dear. Even the usually carefree Luffy exhibited an exaggerated expression. His mouth agape as if he could swallow a whole live person. He had truly struck a celestial dragon. Shortly thereafter, Luffy began to frantically clutch his head, exclaiming, "We're doomed! We're doomed! The Admiral is coming!" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom. Everyone's minds jolted back into reality. What the heck just happened? This guy just punched a celestial dragon, right? I must be mistaken. Oh no, has he gone mad? That is a world aristocrat. He really. This is catastrophic. The consequences of assaulting a celestial dragon are dire. Wait, did you all not notice that this man merely used a glance to render the celestial dragon's bodyguards unconscious? In the distance, atop a roof, the corners of Long's mouth curled slightly. Humph. This man, Luofeng, is indeed someone I hold in high regard. I shall remember this name. Beside him, Smoker stood with his mouth agape, unable to conceal his astonishment. Though he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter, leaving him in stunned disbelief. Did he truly risk his life? An admiral would surely pursue him to the ends of the earth. Long snorted in disdain. Do you think this man before you is just anyone? Mark my words, the name Luofeng will soon resonate throughout the seas, shaking the very foundations of the world. In the alley, after a brief moment of shock, Usopp began to go wild. This is madness. Luofeng actually struck a celestial dragon. However, his expression lacked genuine panic. Fear was a foreign emotion to him. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration and pride. At this moment, he yearned to proclaim to everyone, "Behold, this is my comrade, Luofeng, a man daring enough to strike a celestial dragon." Nami's pupils constricted. Could it be that they could now seize the riches of the celestial dragons? Suddenly, she let out a shriek, her eyes gleaming with the shape of currency, eager to rush forth and plunder every valuable item from the celestial dragon. Sanji, equally astonished, found his jaw hanging open. In that moment, Memories of his homeland, the Vinsmoke family, flooded back. His father, who had always aspired to the highest echelons of society, likely regarded the celestial dragons as the pinnacle of unattainable ideals. Yet now, Sanji's heart raced with excitement. He longed to shout to the heavens, letting his detestable father witness that the celestial dragons, the most noble race in the world, had just been dealt a brutal blow by Luofeng. Humph. What of the celestial dragons? As long as one possesses sufficient strength and formidable fists, they can be struck down. Sanji, brimming with enthusiasm, clenched his fists in determination. At that moment, Luofeng began to move towards the celestial dragon. Instantly, silence fell upon the crowd. Those who had knelt to welcome the celestial dragon now seemed to be subjects of Luofeng. He strode forward with confidence, exuding an extraordinary presence, akin to a victorious general approaching his triumphal arch. This scene resonated with countless onlookers. Some elders trembled, their bodies shaking not with fear, but with exhilaration. Decades prior, on this very street, another man strode forth with his head held high toward the gallows. His name was Roger. In that instant, it felt as though time had warped, allowing everyone to witness history as Roger and Apos, as shadow intertwined with Luofeng and Apos, as figure. One was a condemned criminal, while the other was a reckless maverick. With a crash, the celestial dragon tumbled from the rubble, his protective suit tattered, helmet shattered, his face a mosaic of glass shards and blood. How dare you strike me? This is unforgivable. St. Charleroi struggled to articulate, but his voice was drowned out. At that moment, all of his bodyguards lay incapacitated on the ground. Surrounding them, thousands of civilians knelt, yet none dared to intervene. None wished to step forward and offer assistance. At this juncture, everyone observed with cold detachment, reveling in the spectacle of the celestial dragon being pummeled. How dare you strike me? Charleroi's voice faltered. A shadow loomed over his face, sending a chill through him. He realized that this madman before him would not relent simply because he was a celestial dragon. Stop. We can negotiate. The celestial dragon screamed hoarsely, his voice grating like a butcher and amp. Apos. Bang. A massive hand seized St. Charleroi, hurling him through the air. At that moment, Luofeng was not interested in hearing what the celestial dragon had to say. He merely sought to strike him. Of course, he was careful not to deliver a fatal blow, but the celestial dragon was in excruciating pain, unable to utter a sound. Crack. In the shadows, someone had begun to take photographs, hands trembling with a mix of shock, fear, and excitement. They were astonished that someone had dared to assault a celestial dragon in such a public setting. They feared that drawing attention to themselves might lead to a fate as grim as the celestial dragons. Yet, they were thrilled at the prospect of selling this photo for an enormous profit. This was indeed a first-hand account. Boom. Luofeng deftly maneuvered to stand before St. Charleroi, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Where's that fruit? He demanded. St. Charleroi, struggling, pointed weakly at his protective suit. He was no hardened warrior. At this moment, he was barely conscious, devoid of the energy to negotiate with Luofeng. His instincts for survival took precedence. Tearing the protective suit apart, Luofeng uncovered a fruit wrapped in red velvet. He grasped it in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. What power does this fruit possess that has drawn the attention of the five elders? Chapter 49, a shocking scene. In the distance, atop a rooftop, Smoker suddenly remarked, I still find it difficult to comprehend why Luofeng chose to confront the celestial dragon so brazenly. He could have simply waited until they departed, ventured into uncharted waters, and then made his move. At that point, whether he sought to seize treasures or exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons, no one would be the wiser. The admirals would not pursue him, nor would the Gorosei cast their ire upon him. Everything would remain shrouded in secrecy. It would have been the safest and most prudent decision. As he spoke, Smoker turned his gaze towards Dragon. But why? Why would Luofeng act in such a manner? He does not strike me as the kind of foolhardy pirate who acts on a whim. I can see that this man possesses not only formidable strength but also remarkable intellect. A man of his caliber cannot possibly overlook such considerations. I am genuinely curious about his thought process. Dragon sighed softly. In truth, he was also uncertain. However, Luofeng and Apos' actions were undoubtedly guided by his own rationale. A figure of Luofeng's stature is beyond the simplistic reasoning that you or I might apply. Such individuals possess terrifying power, and their thoughts extend far beyond the ordinary. Throughout history, such beings have often altered the course of events, instigating monumental shifts. Their actions are beyond the grasp of the average person. What may seem trivial to them can hold profound significance. In a nearby alley, A figure named Yishao suddenly exhaled deeply. It is too late. I am too late. This man, Lo Feng, moves with unparalleled swiftness. I cannot intervene in time. Luffy wore a troubled expression. This is dire. If someone of my grandfather and Appo's strength is dispatched to pursue Lo Feng, I must devise a plan quickly. Damn it, my mind is a blank. Soon, Luffy conceded defeat. Thinking is not my strong suit. All right, since the Admiral is coming for him, let us flee and return once we are stronger to seek vengeance. Yishao, at a loss for words, chose to ignore Luffy's folly and turned his sight towards Lo Feng's direction with his one-sided eyes now clouded. Yet, he felt a stirring curiosity about this young man named Lo Feng. What could his motives be for such a public affront to the celestial dragons? His actions seemed deliberate. What was he truly aiming to achieve? Yishao's blind eyes widened with a glimmer of regret. He had once mutilated his own sight to avoid witnessing the world's filth. But now he yearned to behold the visage of this remarkable man named Lo Feng. Yishao held admiration for Lo Feng. He was a chivalrous spirit, wandering the East Blue merely for adventure and growth. He had heard tales of the celestial dragon's atrocious deeds, enslaving others, wanton slaughter, and the like, which filled him with indignation. The celestial dragons deserved to be punished. However, he considered the potential consequences of such actions. Killing one celestial dragon would merely give rise to countless others in the Holy Land. Thus, he had chosen to refrain from such drastic measures. Yet, Lo Feng had taken that step. Moreover, he did so openly, bearing all responsibility without endangering others, which moved Yishao deeply, even inspiring admiration. In the square, the crowd began to stir. This is bad. The celestial dragon has been attacked. Will we be implicated? What nonsense! That is impossible. The assailant acted openly, without accomplices. Even if the other celestial dragons or the Gorosei investigate, we cannot be held accountable. But what if the world government blames us for not intervening? Humph. Are you foolish? The Gorosei are not dim-witted. Look at this man's power. Can we ordinary folk contend with him? Oh, if that's the case, we should be in the clear. The crowd's collective anxiety began to dissipate, and soon they turned their thoughts elsewhere. The celestial dragons are utterly detestable. They deserve to be struck down. Bravo, young man. Well done. I had wanted to strike a celestial dragon myself. His demeanor is simply infuriating. In the shadows, a reporter quietly documented the unfolding events. This is monumental news. An attack on the celestial dragons that has left one gravely injured. This will surely incite the fury of the world government and the Gorosei. Suddenly, the reporter noticed Lo Feng making another move. At this moment, Lo Feng stood as the center of attention, with every action igniting the nerves of those present. He appeared to drag the celestial dragon by the neck, moving purposefully in a specific direction. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over the crowd as they realized that this man, in his frenzied state, was not yet finished. A sense of dread began to permeate the atmosphere. What does he intend to do? Surely the celestial dragon is near death. Will he continue to torment him? Is he truly seeking to annihilate the celestial dragons? This is madness. I can scarcely bear to watch. Could it be that he intends to kill the celestial dragon? That would be too thrilling. If such an event were to transpire, the world government, the navy, and the Gorosei would surely go mad. On the rooftop, Dragon and Smoker were equally perplexed by Lo Feng's intentions. Is it not over yet? Does he truly seek to slay a celestial dragon? In the alley, Nami and the others struggled to swallow their anxiety. Meanwhile, Yishao and Luffy fell into a contemplative silence. The sound of Lo Feng and Appo's footsteps echoed throughout the square, bringing an eerie stillness to the crowd. Apart from the sound of his steps, the only other noise was the rustling of the celestial dragon and Appo's protective suit trailing on the ground. Suddenly, Lo Feng halted just below the execution platform and leaped onto it with a single bound. Instantly, thousands of gazes converged upon him. Heads raised in awe as they beheld Lo Feng on the platform. With a forceful motion, Lo Feng pressed St. Charlos to the ground. The celestial dragon's knees buckled, and with a resounding thud, he knelt before the thousands of civilians present. Chapter 50. The Judgment of the Celestial Dragon. Thud. The body of the celestial dragon crumpled like a noodle, collapsing to its knees. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. The celestial dragon knelt before them. What a scene of madness and disbelief. Silence enveloped the crowd. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom. A collective gasp erupted. The audience became frenzied, shocked. This world is utterly insane. This act of kneeling is enough to shorten my lifespan. The aristocracy of the world has bowed down to me. How exhilarating is that? I felt goosebumps rise on my skin. Can a commoner like me truly receive such an honor? It wasn't that these commoners had never seen the world. Rather, in the pirate realm, hierarchy is rigidly enforced. Celestial dragons are inherently a divine lineage, the nobility of the world, while other races are deemed commoners, even lowly. One must kneel upon meeting a celestial dragon. For with a mere thought, they can render a person a slave or even execute them on the spot. Under such circumstances, any celestial dragon holds an emperor-like status. Yet now, the celestial dragon has knelt before these commoners. This is more exhilarating than being showered with mountains of gold or being surrounded by the most exquisite beauties. However, the events did not conclude there. After Luo Feng had forced the celestial dragon to the ground, his gaze slowly swept over the crowd below. He began to speak, his voice resonating across the square, booming and clear. Now, we commence the judgment of the celestial dragons. With that proclamation, the crowd erupted once more. This time, the excitement was even more intense, more shocking. Judgment of the celestial dragons? The dragon was left speechless. Smoker's face turned to stone. Even Ihua, despite his vast experiences, had never witnessed such an occurrence. Luo Feng continued, asserting that no one is born noble. Esteemed guests, behold. With that, he seized Charlos Saint's hair, lifting his head for all to see. The visage revealed was grotesque, likely inferior in appearance to those present. The celestial dragons prided themselves on being descendants of gods. Yet how could a god produce such an abominable offspring? His words resonated with countless individuals. Some men glanced into mirrors, proudly discovering their own handsomeness. They compared themselves to the celestial dragon, which resembled a fat pig. Luo Feng's rhetoric persisted. Furthermore, how could the offspring of gods be so feeble? Shouldn't their blood run golden, rather than red? His voice was assertive, filled with conviction and persuasiveness. The crowd nodded in agreement, their disdain for the celestial dragon's identity and status growing. Luo Feng, sensing the moment was ripe, proclaimed loudly, "Thus, the celestial dragons are but a group of indolent, pampered swine masquerading as divine beings. They ought to be equal to us all, yet they wield an unjust superiority. They do not toil, yet live in luxury, even keeping slaves, trampling upon the dignity and humanity of those equal to them. For others, they offer no justification, indulging in wanton slaughter at the whim of their emotions. Now, I shall pass judgment upon the celestial dragons." With that, Luo Feng infused his voice with an aura of authority, declaring, "They must die." Boom. The heavens rumbled. A thunderous clap echoed through the air, startling everyone. Even the dazed and semi-conscious Charlos Saint was jolted awake. "No, don't kill me." But it was too late. A flicker of disdain crossed Luo Feng's eyes as he pointed like a blade, swiftly slicing across the celestial dragon's neck. In an instant, the celestial dragon's voice was silenced. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring ahead. A crimson line appeared on his neck. Splash! Blood gushed forth. A head flew into the air, seized by Luo Feng, held aloft for all to see. Amidst disheveled hair, the celestial dragon's face was etched with terror and resentment. Thud! Luo Feng kicked the headless corpse of Charlos Saint down. Holding the severed head aloft, he exhibited it to the crowd. Silence fell. Everyone was stunned. First, the judgment of the celestial dragon, then the execution before their very eyes. This scene was beyond words. It was sheer madness. The celestial dragon, a member of the world aristocracy, was brought to the execution stage, judged like a criminal, and then summarily executed. Madness. This world is utterly deranged. Meanwhile, in a corner below, a journalist captured this moment. His hands trembled. Fear. An overwhelming terror. He felt that possessing this photograph would lead to pursuit by the world government and the five elders, culminating in his demise. Yet, at the same time, a powerful urge surged within him. If he sold this photograph, perhaps to the underworld and Apos, leaders, or even the four emperors, it could bring unimaginable wealth. Wait. Sell it to a newspaper. That could work. As the journalist pondered, suddenly, an uproar of cheers erupted around him. Long live. Long live. Long live. Well done. Beautifully executed. Ha. The celestial dragons deserve death. Who decreed that the celestial dragons should inherently be superior to others? Why should I toil endlessly while the celestial dragons bask in luxury? The celestial dragons deserve to perish. The journalist stood bewildered, gazing at the fervent crowd. A chilling wave of realization washed over him. He sensed a tide rising. This tide possessed the power to overturn the world. Bang! Luo Feng casually discarded the celestial dragon's head as if it were refuse. Observing the jubilant sea of faces, a slight smile crept upon his lips. His objective had been achieved. The only downside was that he had irrevocably offended the celestial dragons, the Navy, and the five elders. He muttered to himself, But that is precisely my aim. Indeed, Luo Feng had acted with intention. He deliberately executed the celestial dragon before the eyes of all. A crucial element of his grand scheme. He sought to defy the celestial dragons and the five elders. Chapter 51. Luo Feng's overt stratagem. The narrative commences with Luo Feng's acquisition of knowledge concerning the mystical fruit. Upon learning of the five elders' quest to locate this particular fruit, Luo Feng astutely discerned its extraordinary nature and potential significance. The five elders and Appo's unprecedented emphasis on this fruit, even surpassing their interest in the Nika fruit, underscored its rarity and paramount importance. This realization ignited in Luo Feng a desire to consume the fruit himself. However, Luo Feng encountered a formidable challenge, the enigma surrounding the fruit's capabilities. The Devil Fruit Compendium offered no elucidation, and direct inquiry to the five elders was, of course, out of the question. Thus, ascertaining the fruit's powers became Luo Feng's immediate and most pressing concern. This predicament elucidates Luo Feng's decision to publicly adjudicate the celestial dragon. His intent was to disseminate the information globally, most crucially to the five elders, that Charlo's saint had been slain at his hand. Consequently, the five elders would readily deduce that the mystical devil fruit in Charlo's saint's possession had fallen into Luo Feng's grasp. Herein lies the crux of the matter. Given the paramount importance of this devil fruit, the five elders would inevitably dispatch assassins to retrieve it. Subsequently, should the assassins merely seek to eliminate Luo Feng without attempting to recover the fruit, it would signify that the fruit was of little consequence. Conversely, should their objective be the acquisition of the fruit, the situation would become intriguing. The five elders and their assassins would be uncertain whether Luo Feng had consumed the fruit upon seizing it. If he had, his assassination would be counterproductive, as the fruit would immediately reincarnate within another fruit. The five elders would risk forfeiting the fruit entirely. Therefore, the five elders and their emissaries would be compelled to capture Luo Feng alive, entrusting experts like Vegapunk with the task of extracting the fruit. While the specifics remained unclear to Luo Feng, he needed only to ascertain that the assassins would prioritize his capture over his demise. Such an outcome would unequivocally confirm the fruit's immense value, surpassing even the Nika fruit in the five elders' estimation. Of course, Luo Feng remained ignorant of the fruit's true capabilities, which would only be revealed upon consumption. Thus, he was compelled to gamble, wagering that the fruit's powers would align with his own aptitude. As Luo Feng contemplated this gamble, a smile graced his lips. Blackbeard, in his pursuit of the dark fruit, had endured decades of servitude aboard Whitebeard's ship, gambling on the possibility of acquiring it. Luo Feng, however, already possessed the fruit, significantly reducing the element of uncertainty. There exist no inherently inferior fruits, only inept wielders. The fruit's potential hinges entirely on the user's ability to cultivate and exploit it. Even the gum fruit, initially perceived as a mediocre ability, had unleashed terrifying potential in Luffy and Appo's hands. The cultivation of devil fruit abilities necessitates acumen and imagination, qualities in which Luo Feng was far from deficient. With this realization, Luo Feng's confidence soared. Returning to the present, Luo Feng surveyed the crowd, spotting individuals resembling journalists capturing his image with cameras. He felt a sense of assurance. Checkmate, he mused. Come for me, five elders, and deliver the answers into my very hands. A subtle smile played on Luo Feng and Appo's lips. This was an overt stratagem, a carefully laid trap into which the five elders would inevitably fall. Below, the crowd surged with excitement as individuals spread the momentous news. A celestial dragon had been slain. A man had publicly judged a member of the world's nobility and executed him with the same ease as butchering a chicken or filleting a fish. The revelation that celestial dragons were not divine beings but merely mortal humans, vulnerable to death, sent shockwaves through the populace. The myth of their invincibility had been shattered. The name of Luo Feng was on everyone and Appo's lips. The audacity of a pirate publicly executing a celestial dragon was unprecedented, a sign of a world descending into madness. Comparisons were drawn to the execution of Gold Roger decades prior, on the very same platform. The parallels were striking, fueling the crowd and Appo's excitement. Luo Feng was hailed as a legendary figure, a pirate whose initial bounty of 1 billion berries was unheard of. His defeat of 5 Marine vice admirals further cemented his reputation. Even those who initially dismissed him as a mere pirate were forced to concede that he was unlike any other. His public execution of a celestial dragon was an act of unparalleled audacity. Luo Feng's name reverberated throughout Logtown, destined to echo across the East Blue and beyond. Logtown itself would become a site of global significance, forever marked as the place where a celestial dragon met his end. The journalist who had captured the photographs raced through the alleyways, his breath heavy. Reaching his lodging, he frantically dialed the number of a den mushi, his hands trembling and his heart pounding. A scoop. A monumental scoop, he exclaimed. Across the street, Dashiji collapsed to the ground. Having pursued Smoker in search of pirates, she had stumbled upon the unfolding events and rushed back to witness the execution of the celestial dragon. This is beyond Smoker and Appo's purview. She realized. I must contact Marine headquarters immediately. Chapter 52. Sengoku receives news the Grand Line. Marineford. Sengoku was engaged in routine affairs. In the room, Garp sat on the sofa, unrefinedly munching on senbei. By the way, Sengoku, have you received any news about that brat, Rofeng? Garp asked, his cheeks bulging with food. None. Sengoku replied, distracted. Oh, I see. Given the time, that kid should have already entered the Grand Line. Garp remarked nonchalantly. Garp, spare me your comments. Sengoku said without lifting his head. No matter what you say, I will not let that Rofeng escape. He is the only one I intend to deploy heavy forces to capture. Indeed, I previously underestimated him. Rofeng is a genius, with formidable strength. Therefore, to prevent his growth, I must eradicate him the moment he steps into the Grand Line. At this moment, the den mushi on the table suddenly rang. BR. However, Sengoku was engrossed in his thoughts, casually picking up the den mushi and standing up. He turned to Garp, who was still seated on the sofa, and continued. However, for your sake, I might spare his life. But once he enters the underwater prison, he will never escape. Garp smiled bitterly. What could he say? Sengoku had already voiced both the good and bad. Did he not wish to capture Rofeng? As long as Rofeng was a pirate, he was bound to be apprehended. Furthermore, it was not only Rofeng. Even if Luffy were to be wanted in the future, he would undoubtedly pursue him as well. Yet, is this truly justice? Garp understood the temperament and character of both Rofeng and Luffy. These two, though rebellious, were by no means bad people. They would not commit heinous acts. On the contrary, some Navy officers, under the guise of justice, engaged in actions more disgusting than some pirates. Nonetheless, Sengoku was not inclined to hear his explanation. Whatever. Do as you wish, Garp sighed. Sengoku snorted and answered the den mushi. Which department is this? What is the matter? The den mushi quickly transformed into the figure of Admiral Akiji, indicating that this call was from him. Garp's curiosity was piqued, and he could not help but fixate on the den mushi, eager to discover the matter at hand. However, Akiji and Appo's expression was rather somber. Silence enveloped the room. Both Sengoku and Garp sensed that something was amiss. Shortly thereafter, Akiji finally spoke. Marshal, I must ask you to remain calm regarding what I am about to say. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Garp and Appo's expressions drastically changed. The meaning was abundantly clear. Something significant must have occurred. How could Sengoku remain calm? Speak quickly. What has happened? Sengoku demanded in a low voice. Akiji paused before continuing. It concerns Mr. Garp. Sengoku's gaze immediately turned menacingly towards Garp, who looked utterly bewildered. What is going on? How does this involve me? I have been right next to Sengoku. What could I have possibly done? Sengoku understood this logic as well, casting a stern glance at Garp before inquiring further. What about Garp? Did he commit another violation of Navy regulations? Not at all. Akiji swiftly denied. It concerns Mr. Garp and Appo's hometown, a pirate named Rofeng. This time, both Sengoku and Garp and Appo's expressions shifted simultaneously. Rofeng. Again, Rofeng. Previously, a call informed us that the entire East Blue Navy had been annihilated. And now, it's Rofeng again. Moreover, it's Akiji calling. Could it be? He has entered the Grand Line? Sengoku's eyes flickered as he suddenly had an epiphany, excitement coursing through him. Garp leaned in nervously, but Sengoku pushed him aside. If he dares to come, I will ensure he does not return. Akiji sighed, his demeanor serious. Marshal Sengoku, this matter pertains to Rofeng and the Celestial Dragons. As you should know, recently, Celestial Dragons have traveled to the East Blue. Upon hearing the word Celestial Dragons alongside Rofeng's name, Sengoku's agitation surged. A foreboding sensation gripped his heart, causing him to instinctively crush the feather pin he held. Garp, too, felt a sudden unease. He was aware of the celestial dragon's visit to the East Blue but had dismissed it, considering the vastness of the East Blue, believing it unlikely for Rofeng and Luffy to cross paths. Yet, it seems that dread has manifested. Garp suddenly harbored a grave premonition. He understood Rofeng and Luffy's tempers. Especially Rofeng's. If the celestial dragons provoked him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Should he strike down a celestial dragon? Sengoku would immediately dispatch an admiral to hunt Rofeng down. What has happened to the celestial dragons? Did Rofeng attack them? Sengoku asked urgently. The implications of this were dire. His mind raced with the worst-case scenario, that Rofeng, in a fit of madness, had possibly kidnapped a celestial dragon. In Sengoku's estimation, it was entirely plausible. Rofeng was young and powerful, and having made a name for himself immediately upon setting sail, such a young individual could easily become arrogant, believing that a bounty of 1 billion made him invincible. However, if he truly believed he could kidnap a celestial dragon to threaten the Navy and the world government, then this so-called prodigy would meet his end. At that moment, Akiji spoke again, but his words were like whispers from a devil, causing both Sengoku and Garp to feel their hearts seize in terror. Rofeng has killed a celestial dragon. Chapter 53. The general strikes a bolt from the blue. Sengoku and Garp were momentarily paralyzed, their expressions frozen in a state of shock, as if turned to stone. The words "kill the celestial dragon" echoed in Sengoku's ears like a demonic incantation. At that moment, Sengoku realized that his imagination had been woefully inadequate, almost laughable. To assault a celestial dragon? That was nothing. Luo Feng had gone so far as to kill one outright. Sengoku could scarcely fathom the horrific reaction that the 5 elders would have upon learning of this event. Garp's mood was hardly any better than Sengoku's. His concern, however, was not for the reaction of the 5 elders, but for Luo Feng's predicament. Should the celestial dragons be eliminated? Indeed. Yet, Garp lacked the courage to take such a bold step. Thus, upon hearing that Luo Feng had slain a celestial dragon, a flicker of admiration and relief surged within Garp. But, had Luo Feng considered the consequences? Garp felt that Luo Feng was far too young, far too impetuous. If he had merely assaulted a celestial dragon, the situation could have been salvaged. Even if pursued by an admiral, Garp believed Luo Feng possessed the prowess to evade capture. If captured, he might not face immediate death. However, now that Luo Feng had directly taken a celestial dragon and Appo's life, the gravity of the situation had escalated dramatically. Akiji continued. Luo Feng not only killed the celestial dragon, but he also staged a public trial for St. Charlos in the very place where Roger was executed, and before all present, he beheaded him. He then held up the head of the celestial dragon for all to see. Thud. Sengoku suddenly collapsed onto the sofa, his face ashen. Garp and Appo's expression was equally grim. What was Luo Feng thinking? Killing a celestial dragon was not enough. He had to execute him publicly? Was this not akin to defecating upon the heads of the 5 elders? If the 5 elders did not pursue Luo Feng to the ends of the earth, would it not be a clear admission of their impotence? Bang! Sengoku slammed his palm onto the table, instantly shattering it to pieces with his formidable strength. This Luo Feng! Sengoku roared, his voice grating and hoarse, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. His expression shifted rapidly, alternating between shades of green and white. The hand gripping the din mushi trembled slightly. Who did he think he was? The Pirate King? Even Roger would not have been so audacious. Publicly executing a celestial dragon? He must be courting death. Akiji, where are you? No matter where you are, immediately set sail. Bring all nearby vice admirals and warships. Pursue. No, capture Luo Feng. He must be taken alive. Click, the din mushi went silent. Sengoku's breathing remained rapid and labored. In the quiet room, only his heavy breaths echoed. Beside him, Garp opened his mouth, then closed it again, a bitter smile etched on his face. At this moment, anything he said would only provoke Sengoku's wrath. He silently mused, Luo Feng, what you've done is monumental. Even I dare not speak a word in your defense. Take care of yourself. Meanwhile, on a distant island, Luo Feng had more to say. Akiji mused, suddenly realizing the call had ended. Reluctantly, he put the din mushi away. He had merely come here for a vacation, only to have it interrupted by a call from the East Blue Navy. Since Desbones was unable to reach Sengoku directly, he had to contact Akiji instead. Humph, Luo Feng. Akiji contemplated, pondering for 5 minutes rather than heeding Sengoku's command to immediately pursue Luo Feng. He reflected on Luo Feng's words. Were celestial dragons inherently noble? They were merely mortal beings. Why should they be deemed superior from birth? Were their actions truly just? Objectively speaking, celestial dragons were the greatest evil in the world, surpassing most pirates. And Luofeng, who executed a celestial dragon, was, from this perspective, justified. He should be heralded as a hero. Yet, if the Navy were to capture him for this act, it would not be justice. Akiji found himself lost in confusion. The concept of justice had been a subject of his contemplation for a long time. Perhaps leaving the Navy. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Akiji shook his head. In the holy land of Mariehua. What? An ancient voice thundered in rage. Within the hall, the 5 elders wore expressions of sheer horror. They had just learned the news. St. Charlos was dead. Killed in the East Blue. Slain in Town. And the perpetrator was a pirate, the recently renowned Luofeng, with a bounty of 1 billion. Initially, they had dismissed Luofeng as a mere minor player. Now, reality had slapped them in the face. All 5 felt their dignity slipping away. To think. It was a public execution? Saint Saturn's voice trembled with anger. He too was a celestial dragon, proud of his lineage. Yet, now, one of their own had been slaughtered like an animal, subjected to a public trial. This was a direct challenge to his very essence. This Luofeng must die. He must be found. Wait. Suddenly, the golden-haired elder spoke. Let us not forget, more important than a deceased celestial dragon is the fruit aboard St. Charlos's ship. Recovering that fruit should be our priority. Vengeance can wait. Indeed, the others suddenly realized their oversight. Then let us dispatch CP0 to retrieve the fruit. Saturn hesitated. Seeking the consensus of the others, they fell silent. If they had been able to utilize CP0, they would have done so already, rather than sending a useless celestial dragon. The issue was that CP0 were still people, despite their apparent loyalty, who could guarantee their intentions. Moreover, human hearts are inscrutable. If they encountered the fruit, what if greed took hold and they absconded with it, never to return? The Knights of God? Another suggested. Silence fell once more. The Knights of God could be a viable option. They were also celestial dragons. Even if one were to succumb to greed and consume the fruit, at least it would be returned to the Holy Land. Moreover, should that individual pass away, there remained a significant chance the fruit would reincarnate in the Holy Land. Have you forgotten another possibility? At that moment, the bald elder, wielding a katana, spoke up. The others turned their gaze towards him. What if this Luofeng becomes aware of the fruit and Apos' existence, and either hides it or consumes it himself? Upon uttering these words, the expressions of all present shifted once more. Indeed, if Luofeng were to obtain that fruit, the situation would become quite troublesome. Then, we would have no choice but to capture him alive. Finally, the old man with golden hair spoke, his expression as grim as if he had just consumed a dead fly. Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows. This Luofeng is indeed a formidable adversary. Killing him is not an option. However, what they did not realize was that their current line of thought had been entirely anticipated by Luofeng. Chapter 54. What is justice? Saturn, as a technological deity. Is it possible to extract the fruit and Apos' abilities from a living body over at Vegapunk? At this moment, the bald elder suddenly inquired. Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards Satan. How could that be possible? If it were true, it would indeed be a monumental event, and I would have certainly informed you. Satan snorted, clearly displeased. In any case, we must first capture this Luofeng alive. Ultimately, all 5 elders reached a consensus. Who should we send? At this, the elder with horn-shaped whiskers spoke. Since our goal is to capture Luofeng alive, it should be quite manageable as long as we send someone sufficiently powerful. Moreover, this alleviates one concern. We needn't worry about the dispatched individual seizing the fruit for themselves. Since our sole aim is to capture Luofeng, we should directly send a Marine Admiral to ensure there won't be any issues. Furthermore, given that a celestial dragon has been murdered, it inherently calls for the deployment of an admiral. To capture the culprit alive is a reasonable demand. In Rog Town, within a narrow alley, the Straw Hat crew finally gathered. Luofeng was perched atop a wooden barrel, speaking with the others. I apologize for taking the liberty to eliminate the celestial dragon without consulting you first, he reflected. His actions would undoubtedly bring immense peril to the Straw Hat crew, plunging them into the eye of the storm so soon after setting sail. Oh, it's no big deal, Luffy replied with a carefree expression. I've been fed up with those celestial dragons for ages. If it weren't for that old man stopping me, I would have already given him a beating. The others shared no dissenting opinions. Luofeng continued. Next, the Navy will likely dispatch an admiral to Rog Town. However, here, he paused, seemingly contemplating something. Even if they hurry from Navy headquarters to the East Blue, it will still take considerable time to arrive, so we are not in immediate danger. The only potential threat I can foresee is that the Navy may have already begun to strategize against us since our actions indirectly led to the East Blue Navy's demise last time, primarily targeting me. Upon hearing that the Navy Admirals Wu and T arrive imminently, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the notion that the Navy might have already initiated plans to capture them tightened their hearts once more. Nami, appearing unfazed, remarked, "The ocean is vast. It would be difficult for the Navy to find us." Yet Luophone shook his head. "No, you underestimate the Navy, or rather, you underestimate Fleet Admiral Sengoku. If I were Sengoku, the simplest and most effective strategy would be to station forces at the entrance from the East Blue into the Grand Line, lying in wait for our arrival. That spot ISN and Opos, T large, a single warship could easily hold the fort." The crew collectively gasped at this revelation. "What should we do?" Usopp asked, somewhat panicked. "Humph," Luophone chuckled lightly, "do not fret. At least I can assure you that Sengoku Wooden and Opos T have stationed an admiral there in advance. The strength of the guards will undoubtedly be low. As long as there is no admiral, I have a 99% chance of breaking through." Upon hearing Luo Feng's unwavering confidence, the crew felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet Luffy, ever the provocateur, asked, "What about the 1% chance?" Luophone gave Luffy a meaningful glance. "There is a slim possibility that your grandfather might be stationed there." Luffy. The crew. Clapping his hands, Luophone declared, "All right, you all head back to the ship quickly. I still have some matters to attend to and will join you shortly." The crew then began to gather their belongings. Their trip to Rog Town had yielded ample provisions and supplies for their journey into the Grand Line. After the crew departed, footsteps echoed from the alley behind Luophone. A figure clad in a purple robe, holding a wooden staff, approached him with a smile. Luophone turned to face the newcomer. An Admiral Fujitora from 2 years in the future. To encounter you here is quite unexpected." Recognizing the figure's attire, Luophone immediately identified him. "It seems you are acquainted with me, although I do not comprehend your peculiar mention of 2 years hence." Luophone shrugged, shifting the topic. "What brings you here? And what is your purpose in following us?" His tone was calm, devoid of any hostility. Fujitora chuckled, his demeanor leaning towards chivalry, making it unlikely for him to undertake any sinister actions. Hence, Luophone bore little animosity, though he was concerned that Fujitora might indeed have already aligned himself with the Navy at this time, merely as a hidden candidate for the position of admiral. That would complicate matters significantly. Thus, he had deliberately allowed Luffy and the others to depart first, ensuring that should a conflict arise, he would have no lingering concerns. "Hey, Luophone, it seems you harbor some wariness towards me," Fujitora said, stopping 5 steps away from Luophone, his expression friendly and non-threatening. "I came to the East Blue primarily for training, and partly to hunt some pirates to supplement my income." "Ah, I see." Luophone pondered. At this moment, Fujitora suddenly grew serious and declared, "What you did today has truly earned my admiration." Luophone was taken aback. Fujitora's reaction to the killing of a celestial dragon was entirely unexpected, further affirming his perception of Fujitora as a man of principle. "I have witnessed the deeds of the celestial dragons as well, and have contemplated intervening, wishing to alter their ways. However, alas, I lack the courage you possess. Luophone, it is indeed a source of shame for me." As he spoke, Fujitora and Opos' tone shifted. "I have wandered the seas for many years, and one question has lingered in my mind. Pray tell, what is justice?" "Justice?" Luophone regarded Fujitora with seriousness. It seemed that this individual truly cared about such matters. Given that he would join the Navy 2 years hence, it was evident that Fujitora had his own ideals of justice. His ambition to become an admiral was likely motivated by a desire to utilize that position and Opos' influence to achieve some goal of his own. However, it appeared that Fujitora had found this answer 2 years in the future, whereas he was still grappling with uncertainty 2 years prior. With this thought, Luofeng's mind shifted, and a smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 55. Recruiting Fujitora. Since you have inquired, I shall share my humble insights. Luofeng cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. I believe that there is no absolute justice in this world. By absolute, I refer to a form of justice that is morally unequivocal and faultlessly correct. Some may argue that somewhere in this world, or perhaps in the vast expanse of the universe, there exists a notion of ultimate fairness. However, I contend that this is merely an illusion. Furthermore, even if such ultimate justice were to exist, it is beyond the reach of us mere mortals. Therefore, our only course of action is to strive to do our best, as long as we can remain true to our conscience. Upon hearing this, Ishii was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, to be true to one's conscience. Is that so? Suddenly, he smiled, realizing that he had been walking the right path all along, despite the confusion and doubt that had clouded his heart. Hearing your perspective today has enlightened me. At this juncture, Luo Feng cleared his throat once more and suddenly remarked, however, I must speak frankly. Yixiao, you come across as somewhat petty. Yixiao, perplexed, responded, what do you mean? Do we know each other so well? He was taken aback by Luo Feng's familiarity and wondered about the other's politeness. Observing Fujitora's serious demeanor, Luo Feng noted that he was not angry but rather contemplating his words. With a smirk, Luo Feng continued, justice is relative. It is precisely because there are injustices in the world that the concept of justice emerges. But what is the greatest injustice in this world? At this point, he abruptly fell silent, looking at Fujitora, anticipating that he would provide the answer. Yixiao, after a moment of contemplation, tentatively suggested, celestial dragons? Wrong. Luo Feng shook his head decisively, completely mistaken. Then, he raised a finger, appearing quite serious, but realizing that Fujitora could not see the gesture, he retracted it. Wrong? Ishii was now thoroughly confused. He had expected Luo Feng to assert that the existence of the celestial dragons embodied the greatest injustice. Luo Feng had deliberately created a suspenseful moment, allowing Fujitora to ponder and offer several incorrect answers. What then is the greatest injustice? Ishii pressed on, showing no sign of anger, only a profound curiosity. Seeing Fujitora's response, Luo Feng felt reassured. Upon encountering Fujitora, a thought had struck him. Based on his knowledge from the original work regarding the mercenary organization established by Buggy, Luo Feng contemplated the possibility of forming his own organization. In this world, there are pirates, marines, revolutionary armies, the underworld, celestial dragons, the Gorosei, and Emu, an array of diverse powers. Given his personality, he would inevitably offend some people in the future. In fact, he had already done so, as he had become an enemy of the marines, celestial dragons, and the Gorosei. The power of an individual is indeed limited in the face of these forces. After all, it is easy to find the king of hell, but troublesome to deal with the little demons. He could not chase his enemies across the world. That would be utterly exhausting. Thus, possessing a force at this moment became paramount. At that time, with a mere command, or even a call to a snail, he could summon experts from all corners of the world to assist him in achieving his goals, all while continuing his journey along a predetermined path. And Fujitora was the person he valued most. He recognized that someone like Fujitora was exceptionally pure, having blinded himself to avoid witnessing the world's evils. Moreover, as a rogue, it was now certain that he was not an undercover marine. This made it much easier to recruit him. The only question was whether Luo Feng could command respect. Of course, for someone like Fujitora, sheer power would not suffice to earn his allegiance. In fact, attempting to suppress him forcefully could yield counterproductive results. The only way to win his heart was to gain his genuine respect. Thus, Luo Feng spoke again. The greatest injustice. He paused, gazing deeply at Fujitora. The greatest injustice is wielded by those who possess power. The stronger one is, the less just they tend to be. What? Ishii was utterly astonished. What kind of theory is this? The stronger one is, the less just they become? But I am strong as well. If I follow your reasoning, then I must be quite unjust. Is this nonsense? Nevertheless, Ishii understood that Luo Feng was not the type to make light of serious matters. There must be deeper meaning behind his words. Observing that Ishii was not angry but rather engaged in thought, Luo Feng smiled. He chose not to press further and instead began to explain. Let me give you an example. An elderly man, frail and incapable of harming a fly, even if you hand him a gun, would be unable to pull the trigger. So, even if he were the reincarnation of a demon, how much harm could he truly inflict? Conversely, a good person who suddenly acquires great wealth may often undergo a significant change in character. When impoverished, they may perform many good deeds, yet upon becoming wealthy, they may commit countless wrongs. Of course, I am simplifying this matter. However, I believe you understand my point. Ishii felt a sudden clarity. It was a straightforward principle. The strong, even if their intentions are benevolent, can inadvertently cause harm through their actions. He had once struck down an opponent with a single blow, only to have the collateral damage affect innocent bystanders. Did he wish to harm that person? Certainly not. Yet, in his pursuit of justice, he inadvertently led to malevolent outcomes. This too is an unjust action. The key was that even someone who believed they were on the path of justice could still cause harm. And those like the celestial dragons, with their immense power and even greater influence, and whose hearts are inclined towards evil, what kind of atrocities do they commit? Yixiao fell silent, lost in profound contemplation. Luo Feng sighed deeply and said, "Thus, Yixiao, this world requires a force to eradicate those evils. While we may never achieve ultimate justice, we can at least strive for relative justice." At this moment, Yixiao seemed to grasp Luo Feng and Appo's intentions. He nodded and said, "Then, I shall dare to place my hopes upon you." Agreed. Luo Feng exhaled a long breath, successfully recruiting Fujitora. He then spoke. Chapter 56, The Bounty Notice Well. "First and foremost, we must choose a name for our organization," remarked Luo Feng. Yixiao nodded in agreement. To be candid, Yixiao, despite Luo Feng's youthful appearance, his tone bore a certain maturity. "I actually have a candidate in mind. This implies that there is a third founder in addition to the two of us." "Who is it?" Yixiao inquired. Luo Feng paused for a moment before revealing the name he had in mind. "Mihawk. Firstly, Mihawk's strength is beyond question. Secondly, he is quite easy to recruit." Although Mihawk is one of the 7 warlords, Luo Feng understood that this was merely a strategy to avoid unnecessary trouble from the Navy, preferring not to expend excessive energy dealing with trivial matters. In truth, Mihawk could depart from the ranks of the 7 warlords at any time. In this regard, Mihawk and Yixiao share many similarities. Furthermore, Luo Feng was well acquainted with Mihawk and Appo's character. After all, in the original story, he was able to tolerate even Buggy, willingly becoming a part of his mercenary organization. Moreover, Luo Feng's own expertise in swordsmanship could serve as an enticing incentive. If all else failed, he could also attract Mihawk through his skills in blade forging. In summary, Luo Feng was utterly confident about recruiting Mihawk. "Oh, you mean the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk?" Yixiao asked, astonished. He was secretly taken aback. He had heard of Mihawk and Appo's reputation as a top-tier powerhouse. The young man before him, hailing from the East Sea, was actually familiar with Mihawk. Moreover, it seemed their relationship was quite cordial. Could there possibly be another like Mihawk in this world? Luo Feng chuckled, sensing Yixiao's astonishment at his certainty and ease. Yixiao fell silent, feeling he could no longer gauge this young man. He had initially thought that although this youth possessed some strength and insight, he had yet to venture beyond the East Sea. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Luo Feng's network was so extensive. Even the world's greatest swordsman was within his reach, perhaps even willing to join their organization. That was rather intimidating. Observing Yixiao deep in thought, Luo Feng knew he was likely surprised by his connections. Nevertheless, he continued, "Our organization currently comprises only 3 members. Of course, if you identify potential candidates in the future, you may report them to me. After my review, if they pass, they may join us. However, for now, the founders are just the 3 of us. The name will also be derived from us 3. With that," Luo Feng paused before slowly articulating, "I am skilled in the use of blades, and Mihawk excels in swordsmanship. In this world, while blades and swords may appear similar, a blade can also be called a sword. However, their techniques differ. Essentially, Mihawk and Appo's style leans towards the swordsmanship path, and your name contains the character for smile." At this point, Luo Feng and Appo's lips curled slightly. "Thus, our organization shall be named Blade, Sword, and Smile." Yixiao beamed. "Oh, that is a splendid name. Blade, Sword, and Smile carries multiple meanings. It signifies both the cessation of conflict and the exhilaration of freedom." Luo Feng nearly burst into laughter. What a far-fetched notion of multiple meanings. He had merely been playing with words, a jest likely only he could appreciate. Ahem. He cleared his throat. "Now that the organization is established, we must assign you a code name. You cannot simply go by your real name, can you? After all, even Mihawk has the alias Hawkeye." Without waiting for a response, Luo Feng continued, "I see your attire is purple, and you possess the spirit of a fierce tiger. Thus, I shall call you Purple Tiger." "Purple Tiger?" Yixiao hesitated. How should he put it? It doesn't quite sound pleasant, does it? Luo Feng seemed to anticipate this reaction and quickly added, "Since you dislike Purple Tiger, why not Violet Tiger?" "Violet Tiger. Fine. Let us go with that." Yixiao, swept up in Luo Feng's enthusiasm, unwittingly agreed. The name Violet Tiger was also one he would assume after joining the Navy in the original story. Much like how Kizaru's real name is Borsellino, or how Akiji and Appo's true name is Kazan, both names feature a color followed by an animal. Tap, Tap, tap. Quickly, find that pirate named Luofeng. Orders have come down from above. We must spare no effort to capture him. At all costs, apprehend the criminal Luofeng, and the 5 elders demand him alive. In the distance, footsteps echoed. The navy was approaching. It seemed they could not linger here any longer. Luofeng cast a glance into the distance, inhaling deeply. We should part ways for now. Violet Tiger, you may continue your journey through the East Sea. Here's my Din Din Mushi. Use this to contact me in the future. Luofeng made his instructions clear before vanishing from the spot. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps of the navy drew nearer. Desbonis and her team rushed in. As she passed by Violet Tiger, she suddenly turned her head to glance back. For some reason, she felt an unusual aura emanating from this blind old man. However, she dismissed the thought and continued leading her team forward. On the spot, Violet Tiger remained dazed for quite some time before finally grasping the situation. He let out a bitter laugh. Truly a remarkable individual. He then murmured to himself, Violet Tiger is indeed a fine name. This young man, or should I say, the leader, has quite the aesthetic sense and remarkable naming ability. If it were up to me, I would have probably settled for Purple Tiger. Evidently. I am rather inept at naming. As he spoke, he began to move, the sound of his footsteps resonating in the empty alleyway. Wandering the East Sea? Yet, I am more eager to witness Mihawk's prowess. It is decided, I shall seek out Mihawk. Hurry, search over there. I believe I just saw someone. A group of Navy soldiers was frantically searching for Luofeng's whereabouts. At this moment, if one were to gaze down from the skies at Logue Town, they would see squads of Navy soldiers scurrying about like ants through the streets and alleys. Meanwhile, Luofeng stood atop a rooftop, moving with remarkable speed. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the Mary, setting sail with the destination of the Grand Line. The following morning, as the Mary approached the entrance to the Grand Line, a seagull delivering news suddenly flew by, dropping a newspaper. Along with the paper, there was also a brand new bounty notice. Chapter 57. Renowned across the seas as dawn broke, the sun shone brightly. Outside the window, birds chirped merrily. An ordinary resident of the East Sea awoke from his slumber, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Habitually, he rose to wash up and then took his place at the dining table. Before him lay a sumptuous breakfast, lovingly prepared by his wife. Beside his plate, a glass of milk awaited, accompanied by a newspaper. As the man lifted the milk to his lips, he unfolded the newspaper to read. Suddenly, a violent eruption of milk spewed from his mouth, splattering the meticulously arranged dishes. Yet, he paid no heed to his wife's impending wrath. Instead, he leapt up in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixated on the newspaper's contents. In the West Sea, amidst a sprawling pasture, a septuagenarian puffed on a cigarette, gazing at the sheep before him. At that moment, a seagull flew overhead, dropping a newspaper from the sky. The old man did not rush to retrieve it, as recent editions had been rather dull and repetitive. In truth, the world had not witnessed any significant events for quite some time. After a brief interval, he ambled over, brushed off the dirt from the paper, and opened it. Coughing violently, he was suddenly choked by the smoke from his cigarette, yet his gaze remained glued to the newspaper, even as tears streamed down his face from the irritation. Similar reactions transpired in the North Sea, the South Sea, along the Grand Line, and even in certain islands of the New World. Whether destitute beggars or illustrious nobles, all were equally astounded. Upon reading the morning's headlines, they were left speechless, unable to believe the information before their eyes. The celestial dragon was slain in the East Sea, and the perpetrator is what? A celestial dragon has been murdered. And at the very execution platform where Roger was once sentenced? This is utterly insane. The culprit is a newcomer from the East Sea, the adventurer Luofeng. He has dared to judge a celestial dragon, who is inherently noble. Such audacious words are nothing short of blasphemy. Luofeng, that name stirs a premonition within me. It shall resonate across the seas. On that day, the sound of newspapers rustling filled dining tables worldwide. Everyone was transfixed by the revelations, their astonishment palpable. Luofeng, a name that commanded attention across the globe. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick. Ha ha ha. Ace, I've won the bet. This 100 million berries is mine. Blackbeard Teach exclaimed triumphantly, stuffing a wad of cash into his pocket. Across from him, Ace wore a grim expression. Earlier, when Luofeng had just been placed on the wanted list, Ace had confidently proclaimed within the Whitebeard pirates that Luofeng would undoubtedly become a remarkable figure, renowned across the seas. At that time, many had scoffed at his words, particularly Blackbeard Teach, who openly mocked Ace. The two had nearly come to blows over the matter, only to be calmed by Marco's intervention. Yet, Ace could not shake the irritation at Teach's smug demeanor. Thus, he proposed a wager. However, as time passed, not only had Luo Feng not achieved fame, but his name hadn't even graced the pages of the newspapers. Come on, you two, as family aboard the same ship. There's no need for such rivalry. And Ace, Teach means no harm, Whitebeard interjected. Ah, forget it. Since we're all family, I'll consider this a jest. Ace, you can keep the money, I won take it. But next time, you owe me a drink. Blackbeard Teach feigned innocence, returning the stack of berries he had just pocketed. He was a man with grand ambitions, having bided his time aboard Whitebeard's ship for decades for the sake of a certain fruit. He couldn't risk his carefully cultivated persona for a mere 100 million berries. Yet, looking at Teach's disingenuous facade, Ace felt a deep-seated unease. He had an instinct that Teach was not to be trusted. The others aboard the ship seemed to have a warm rapport with Teach, leaving Ace hesitant to voice his suspicions, as they were merely conjectures. Speaking out could easily render him a slanderer. Moreover, there remained a sliver of doubt. What if Teach truly was a good person? Perhaps he was overthinking it with a furrowed brow. Ace tucked the berries away and remarked, "Fine. I'll buy you a drink." But about Luo Feng before he could finish, Blackbeard Teach interjected. "All right, if you say Luo Feng is impressive, then let him be. We can't let a trivial character disrupt our camaraderie." At that moment, the others joined in, eager to defuse the tension. However, suddenly, their expressions shifted as they turned their gaze skyward. A colossal bird, engulfed in azure flames, descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the deck. Remarkably, the flames did not ignite the deck, but instead flickered out as the bird transformed into a figure, none other than the immortal Marco. "Father, here's today's newspaper. I intercepted it from the delivery bird," Marco exclaimed, eagerly handing the paper to Whitebeard. The others were not surprised. Marco often showcased his flying abilities by intercepting newspapers before they arrived. Whitebeard casually accepted the paper, flipping through its pages without much anticipation. Having lived so long, he had witnessed countless significant events. Even Roger, the legendary pirate king, had been someone with whom he had crossed paths, and he himself was a living legend. As he opened the first page, a large wanted poster immediately caught his eye, emblazoned with an exaggerated bounty beneath it. Chapter 58 2 billion. 10, 100,000, 10,000. 100,000. Whitebeard's gaze flickered as he meticulously counted, his expression gradually growing more serious. Finally, upon reaching the figure of the bounty, astonishment washed over his face. This man he had encountered before. The first time he was offered a bounty, it was 1 billion. Moreover, it was significant that Red-Haired had once visited his ship to discuss a prodigy from the East Blue. He had suspected that this genius from the East Blue was none other than Lo Feng. However, he never anticipated that in such a short span of time, this individual who had just been rewarded a bounty of 1 billion would see his bounty skyrocketing again. And to such an exaggerated figure. Whitebeard and Appo's reaction piqued Marco and Appo's curiosity. After all, their father typically skimmed through the newspaper, tossing it aside when he encountered uninteresting content. Yet today, he lingered over the first page for an extended period. "Father, is there some intriguing news today?" Marco couldn't and Appo's help but inquire. "Oh, I haven't and Appo's seen much yet, but there and Appo's a new pirate whose bounty has increased," Whitebeard casually remarked. "A new pirate?" The others aboard the ship looked on with interest. Any newcomer who could capture the attention of the strongest man in the world was certainly exceptional. So who was this newcomer, and what was the raised bounty? Ha ha ha, another new pirate has emerged. At that moment, Blackbeard Teach suddenly chuckled, wearing a simple-minded expression. Then, perhaps intentionally, he cast a glance at Ace beside him. "Ace, could this newcomer whom father is so concerned about be the Lo Feng you mentioned? If so, it seems this wager might actually be in your favor." The others exchanged silent laughter. At this point, Jozu spoke up. "The bounty amount reflects an individual's threat level to the world government, and once it surpasses 1 billion, the increases are typically not as drastic. Usually, they only rise by tens of millions or even millions. Moreover, even if one were to commit acts detrimental to the world government, as long as they are not significant, the bounty may not increase. That newcomer Lo Feng is merely in the East Blue, having only injured 5 vice admirals at most. There is little of consequence for him to disrupt there. What grand feats could he possibly achieve? Even if we consider the extreme scenario where Lo Feng enters the Grand Line. The first half consists of rather mundane islands. In such a short time, he wouldn't and Appo's to even reach the Sabaody archipelago, let alone encounter any high-ranking naval officers. Thus, his bounty is unlikely to rise. At that moment, Ace shot a glance at Teach, and the slight fondness he had just begun to feel for the man vanished entirely. This fellow, while appearing simple-minded, undoubtedly possessed a different character beneath the surface. Whitebeard, however, paid no heed to the conversations of his sons. His attention was wholly absorbed by the newspaper, lost in contemplation. What could this man have done to warrant such a dramatic increase in bounty? With this thought, he suddenly found himself immensely intrigued by the subsequent content of the newspaper. It was worth noting that the first page featured a photograph of a person, which likely indicated that the following news would pertain to him. Thus, he flipped the newspaper to read further. Suddenly, a pristine wanted poster slipped from the pages, fluttering down like a delicate butterfly to the deck. Marco instinctively caught it and examined the contents of the wanted poster. "Oh, is this the wanted poster of that newcomer?" he murmured, but then his expression froze. He stood there, as if turned to stone, utterly motionless. The others, curious about the identity of this newcomer and the bounty that had captured their father's attention, gathered around him. But before they could draw closer, Marco abruptly unfolded the wanted poster for all to see, casting an odd glance at Ace. Adventurer Lofeng, bounty amount 2,000,000,000 berries. With that, everyone froze in shock. Their expressions transformed into a spectacle of disbelief. 2 billion berries. What does this signify? The bounties of the Yonko Kaido and Big Mom's top commanders hover around 1 billion. This already places them among the elite ranks beneath the Yonko. Meanwhile, many captains within the Whitebeard pirates have bounties that barely reach 10 million, with only a few in the hundreds of millions. Yet this newcomer, having set sail for less than a year, had already amassed a bounty of 2 billion? This was incomprehensible. It was simply impossible. Blackbeard Teeth's mind screamed in turmoil. The simple expression that had adorned his face moments before became rigid. Ace's expression mirrored the incredulity, a mix of astonishment and joy swelling within him. This unexpected news struck him like a windfall from the heavens. Lofeng had achieved such remarkable feats. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had turned to the second page, where he encountered the infamous image of the execution platform. His pupils constricted slightly at the sight. This place was profoundly familiar and etched into his memory. When Roger met his demise, the newspaper had used a similar image from this angle, surrounded by a throng of spectators witnessing the execution of the Pirate King. Now, in the same location, the same perspective, Lofeng stood tall like a spear, his wolfish figure exuding an air of nobility. In his hand, he held the severed head of a celestial dragon. In that instant, Whitebeard's aging body surged with fervor, goosebumps erupting uncontrollably across his skin. Holding the head of a celestial dragon amidst a crowd, standing on the very platform that had once witnessed the execution of the Pirate King, this was a display of audacity and arrogance. Even he, the maritime overlord, could not help but admire Lofeng and Appo's boldness. It was indeed a display of extraordinary gall. The celestial dragons, those regarded as the world, and Appo's nobility, were now treated like criminals, subjected to judgment, their heads severed. The once prestigious beings, who scorned breathing the same foul air as the commoners, now lay like the corpse of a beggar, heavy in the dust. They had become as filthy and despicable as a dead stray dog, rotten and reeking. Chapter 59. Whitebeard weeps. It must be acknowledged that Whitebeard's rise as a pirate in the seas of Shanghai owes much to the celestial dragons. Years ago, it was the failure of his homeland to pay the heavenly tribute that led to the withdrawal of naval protection, paving the way for rampant piracy. This chain of events resulted in the ruin of his family, and, at an age barely shy of 10, compelled him to battle pirates for mere sustenance, ultimately forcing him to leave his homeland to become a pirate himself. Thus, the hatred he harbored towards the celestial dragons ran deep within his bones. At this moment, witnessing Luophone passing judgment upon a celestial dragon and executing him, Whitebeard felt a lifetime of pent-up resentment and indignation surge forth within him. Good, 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 he uttered repeatedly, his voice escalating with each repetition. His eyes sparkled with fervor, and his lips quivered with excitement. This spectacle left the other members of the Whitebeard pirates in a state of bewilderment. What has happened to father? It seems he has seen something in the newspaper? They pondered. Could it be that Luofeng's actions have stirred such exhilaration in him? The pirates were consumed by curiosity regarding what Luofeng had done to evoke such a response from the legendary Whitebeard. Recalling that Luofeng and Appo's initial bounty was a staggering 1 billion berries, they noted the astonishing rise to an unprecedented 20 billion. Such an outrageous increase could only be attributed to some remarkable deed he had undertaken. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach, observing the crew and Appos' fascination with Luo Feng, felt a pang of jealousy. Although he had concealed his true nature for years, it did not imply that he was devoid of ambition. In truth, the suppression of his desires had only intensified his yearning for freedom and thrill. The fact that Luo Feng not only enjoyed greater liberty but had also garnered fame and a lofty bounty upon setting sail ignited a fierce jealousy within Teach. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of feigned innocence, inquiring with a fade of curiosity, surely Luo Feng must have committed some heinous act to warrant such a high bounty from the world government, doubling his reward. Others nodded in agreement. Yet their perception of Luo Feng dimmed. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were not a crew that primarily engaged in villainy. They often eradicated those who preyed on the innocent. Hence, they possessed a certain chivalrous spirit. Upon hearing Teach's insinuation that Luo Feng had committed acts deserving of public scorn, their admiration swiftly dissipated. How naive we were to think he might be an intriguing character. It appears he has strayed down a dark path. Surely, to provoke the world government into raising his bounty by 1 billion, Luo Feng must have committed an act that incites universal hatred. Alas, Ace, your judgment is far from astute, they concluded. It would be wise to avoid associating with such a person. No, that cannot be. Luo Feng is not capable of wrongdoing. Ace desperately attempted to defend him, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Blackbeard, witnessing this, could not suppress his internal smirk. His objective had been achieved. Having spent years among the crew, he understood their dispositions well. With just a few words, he had seeded disdain for the unfamiliar Luo Feng in the hearts of the crew. Yet, Teach's assertions were not entirely baseless. If Luo Feng had not committed a grave offense, how could his bounty have escalated so dramatically? He could conceive of no other explanation. As Whitebeard continued to peruse the newspaper, he stumbled upon Luo Feng and Appos' public declaration, which sent tremors through his very being. Are the celestial dragons born to nobility? Why is it that they live in luxury while we, the downtrodden, must struggle for survival like beggars, like maggots in the filth? Why? Why? He repeated these words. But no sound emerged. His aged eyes began to blur with unshed tears. For years, regardless of the trials he faced, whether in dire straits, grievously wounded, or betrayed, he had never shed a single tear, for he was Whitebeard. Yet now, he felt an unfamiliar warmth welling up within him, a heart-wrenching sensation rising from his core. Ultimately, he could contain himself no longer, and with a cry, he wept. The crew stood in stunned silence, gazing at the formidable figure of Whitebeard, reduced to tears. Their minds struggled to process this unprecedented event. Father, you. Marco attempted to approach, but the depth of Whitebeard's sorrow radiated an overwhelming aura, leaving him dazed and unable to draw near. Suddenly, the newspaper slipped from Whitebeard's grasp and fell to the ground. Marco hastily retrieved it, surmising that its contents had provoked his father's tears. Without hesitation, he opened it. As the pages turned, the others gathered around, eager to discern the words that had moved Whitebeard so profoundly. Upon reaching the second page, their expressions shifted dramatically. He has killed a celestial dragon, they gasped. Suddenly, everything became clear. They understood how Luo Feng, despite being in the East Blue, could have so rapidly doubled his bounty. He hadn't slain a powerful naval officer, nor had he defeated a formidable pirate. Rather, he had killed a celestial dragon. The rationale was unmistakably valid. The celestial dragons were the world's elite. An attack on them would trigger an immediate response from the Navy, deploying admirals for protection and vengeance. To have not only attacked, but to have killed one in such a humiliating manner, like a dog, was a matter of utmost significance, touching upon the dignity and honor of all celestial dragons. Chapter 60. Blackbeard's respect. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates fixed their gaze intently upon the newspaper, scrutinizing each word with meticulous care. The news of slaying a celestial dragon, public judgment, and a litany of heinous deeds struck their hearts like a series of thunderous blows. This revelation left the pirates astonished and horrified. Audacious. This was the first assessment that surged forth regarding Rofeng. No existence could rival his boldness and audacity. Not even the fishman who once scaled the Holy Land barehanded and set fire to Mariewa could compare to Rofeng's transgressions. That conflagration, after all, merely indicated negligence on the part of the guardians of the Holy Land. The common folk were oblivious to whether any celestial dragons were harmed or perished in that blaze, and the dignity of the celestial dragons remained unscathed, at most inciting their wrath. However, Rofeng's actions were infinitely more grievous. Not only did he brazenly kill a celestial dragon, but he did so with a brutality akin to slaughtering a dog, utterly trampling upon the dignity and face of the celestial dragons. Moreover, he audaciously proclaimed that celestial dragons are born noble. Such blasphemous words transcended mere provocation. They aimed to undermine the very foundation of the celestial dragons. He did not merely slay one celestial dragon. He sought the demise of all celestial dragons, wishing them all misfortune. At that moment, the captains stood rigid, their expressions a tapestry of intrigue. Particularly, Blackbeard and Ace displayed the most striking reactions. One wore a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, while the other appeared thoroughly awkward and stiff, as if he wished to meld into the deck below. Blackbeard, Teach, felt a pang of discomfort in his face, as if it had been struck repeatedly. Just moments before, he had been maliciously speculating, even guiding others to perceive Rofeng's actions in a negative light. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everyone realized that Rofeng had indeed accomplished something monumental. However, the malice behind this act could only be perceived by one group, the celestial dragons. All other races in the world, upon encountering this news, would likely do but one thing: applaud. To the celestial dragons, Rofeng was a demon, a sinner that must be eradicated. Yet to everyone else, Rofeng emerged as a hero, a righteous figure who had vanquished the malevolent celestial dragons. At least in this instance, no one could tarnish Rofeng and Amp, Apos' reputation with any pretext. Are celestial dragons truly born noble? Marco spoke, his voice trembling with excitement as he recited Rofeng and Apos' words. The crowd felt their hearts race, blood boiling with fervor. Well said. Someone cheered, unable to resist the urge to applaud. Others clenched their fists in excitement. Only one person remained an exception. Blackbeard gradually retreated behind the others, unable to muster a joyful or excited expression. Even with his exceptional acting skills, he could not manage it. His face was etched with genuine astonishment, a reflection of his inner turmoil. Are celestial dragons truly born noble? This phrase echoed repeatedly in his mind. He gritted his teeth, reluctant to concede. Yet deep down, he recognized the truth of Rofeng and Amp, Apos' assertion. It was exceedingly profound and undeniably accurate. A man should be like Rofeng, slaying celestial dragons and uttering such audacious words. This encapsulated what it meant to be a man in this world. Truly, this was the most exhilarating statement he had ever encountered in his life. Ultimately, Teach slowly articulated, albeit begrudgingly, that he did not wish to acknowledge Rofeng, yet could not deny that Rofeng was indeed an extraordinary individual. In that instant, Teach found himself filled with newfound respect for Rofeng. He suddenly realized that on his path to fulfill his ambition of becoming the Pirate King, Rofeng would prove to be his greatest obstacle, not Whitebeard, nor red-haired Shanks, but this Rofeng, in the New World, on an unnamed island. The red-haired pirates were stationed there, primarily because Shanks simply desired a drink. Ha ha ha. Drink, 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 brothers. Shanks was hosting a banquet. His face flushed, entirely devoid of the demeanor befitting an emperor, mingling freely with his crew and even sharing drinks and meat with a few local commoners. Ah. Since Mihawk came to me, it seems he has ventured to the East Blue. I wonder if he has encountered that kid Rofeng, Shanks mused aloud, suddenly reminded of Rofeng. Ever since Rofeng and Amp, Apos' bounty soared to a staggering 1 billion berries, he had not received any news from the lad. However, he understood Rofeng well. This fellow was not the sort to lie low or remain composed. Just then, a subordinate rushed over, breathless with urgency. Report. Boss. He nearly stumbled in his haste. Here, Shanks placed a bottle of liquor before the man, who eagerly took a sip before continuing. Report. Boss. It and Apos' hawk suddenly. His voice trailed off, as he sensed a terrifying aura, cold as ice, looming behind him. A shadow resembling a cross fell upon the ground. Eagle. Eagle-Eye. Ah. The subordinate was so frightened that he lost control, rolling away in a state of panic. Yet, Mihawk did not even glance at him, directing his piercing gaze toward the inebriated Shanks. I did not come to challenge you today, Mihawk stated, suddenly producing a newspaper and tossing it onto the ground before Shanks. The drunkenness vanished from Shanks and Apos' eyes as he leaned against the table, unfolding the newspaper. Moments later, he exhaled deeply, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his gaze. Indeed. It seems I did not misjudge him. That kid Rofeng has truly accomplished something significant. What's the matter, boss? The intoxicated Latch stumbled over, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Good news. Splendid news. Brothers, let us continue drinking. Today is a day of great joy. We shall drink for 3 days and nights, Shanks exclaimed, tossing the newspaper aside and embracing Mihawk, joining the revelry once more. Chapter 61 Splendid. I shall have Luofeng as my subordinate. The seagulls, delivering the day's newspapers, spread them to every corner of the world. Similarly, the other 2 emperors of the sea also received their papers within their territories. On Cake Island, a tea party was in full swing, with nearly all members of the Big Mom pirates in attendance. Big Mom had dressed meticulously, donning her finest attire and an elaborate makeup. Before her lay a grand cake. And at the main table, apart from Big Mom herself, sat the 4 sweet commanders, the pinnacle of the pirate crew's combat strength. The aroma is truly mouth-watering. It seems the head chef and imp, Apos, as culinary skills have not waned. Big Mom gazed at the cake, nearly unable to contain her eagerness to indulge. Her saliva dribbling onto the floor, eroding the hard tiles beneath. At that moment, a pirate rushed in, breathless, holding a newspaper. Mama, there's a serious issue regarding that newcomer from the East Blue. Humph, what could possibly disrupt Mama's meal? Cracker disdainfully took the paper, casting it aside without a glance. What can a mere East Blue pirate achieve? Only those from the New World can stir up any real trouble. Big Mom, upon hearing this, cast a look of approval at Cracker. Indeed, you are correct, Cracker. Though you have become sweet commanders, challengers may still arise. And you must remain vigilant about the happenings in the pirate world. Newcomers may emerge, or long-standing infamous pirates may possess the strength to challenge you. A moment and Apos, as complacency could lead to your downfall, and even as my children, I would have to strip you of your titles. Bah! Do not concern yourselves with anyone except those few emperors. Such small fry pose no threat to me. Cracker, flattered by Big Mom's praise, swelled with pride, while Smoothie offered a few compliments as well. To Mama, she was invincible across the seas. Even the other emperors could only hope to match her, never truly surpass her. Not even Whitebeard. Big Mom basked in this adulation, contentedly humming. Meanwhile, Katakuri picked up the newspaper from the table and began to read. Upon reaching the front page, he was utterly taken aback. Luofeng's bounty of 2 billion was counted over and over by Katakuri. By the 5th recount, he confirmed he was not mistaken. It was indeed 2 billion. He was astonished. 2 billion berries. That was more than the combined bounties of himself and Smoothie. Noticing the subtle shift in Katakuri's expression, Smoothie leaned closer, but upon seeing Luofeng's bounty, she lost her composure entirely. Isn't this that newcomer from the East Blue? He went to sea and instantly had a bounty of 1 billion. How? How did it suddenly soar to 2 billion? Smoothie gasped, her face pale. What? What happened? Cracker rushed over, and upon seeing the contents, he too was struck with disbelief. 2 billion. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if he had swallowed something repugnant. Quickly, Katakuri flipped through the pages, eager to discover what Luofeng had accomplished. As he turned each page, the expressions of the 3 sweet commanders shifted dramatically, their faces a chaotic tapestry of emotions. Especially Cracker, who had previously ridiculed and belittled Luofeng publicly. The slap in the face came with such swiftness. The newcomer he underestimated not only surpassed his bounty, but had also achieved something monumental. It could be said that while the world may not know Cracker, they certainly recognized Luofeng. This fellow. Cracker's face turned an ashen green. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "This fellow is merely a jester seeking attention. Yes, just a clown. Who does he think he is?" Cracker's face contorted, his voice sharp. "Does he think he can gain fame by killing a celestial dragon? Humph, I see he is courting death, waiting for an admiral to hunt him down. What are you all staring at?" Big Mom interjected, visibly annoyed. Here she was, the star of the tea party, yet her 3 commanders were engrossed in the newspaper. At that moment, someone hastily approached, presenting another copy of the morning paper to Big Mom. She unfolded it and scanned the pages, her brows furrowing repeatedly, though her expression remained largely unchanged. Bah, he merely killed a celestial dragon. What is all the fuss about? I thought Whitebeard had died. Or perhaps Kaido had been captured by the Navy. But Mama, this Luofeng now has a bounty of 20 billion. Smoothie lamented. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, the fact remained that Luofeng's bounty had surpassed that of the sweet commanders. Yet Big Mom suddenly burst into laughter. Such fools. Do you not realize that a bounty does not equate to true strength? That little Nico Robin was once offered a bounty nearing 100 million berries. Upon hearing this, Cracker seemed to come alive again. Mama was right. Luofeng only gained such a high bounty by killing a celestial dragon. If that is the case, once he enters the New World, if I kill him, I can claim his bounty for myself? Excellent. All his efforts will simply serve to pave the way for my own ascent. Ahahaha. On Oni Island. Jack strode confidently to Kaido's side, newspaper in hand. Boss, it seems killing a celestial dragon can really boost one's bounty. After reading the newspaper, Kaido's expression shifted multiple times. What, boss? Do you also believe that this Luo Feng achieved his 2 billion bounty through his own power? Jack asked, his irritation evident. Since seeing today's paper, the pirates under him had been in awe of Luo Feng's reputation. They had never shown him such respect before. Igniting his frustration, little did he know, Kaido's gaze was fixated on the words Luo Feng had spoken. After a long pause, Kaido erupted into laughter. This Luo Feng is a remarkable talent. I shall keep an eye on him, and when he arrives in the new world, I shall recruit him as my subordinate. Chapter 62. The Straw Hat Luxury Tour Group. The sky was clear, and the ocean surged magnificently. A delightful aroma wafted through the air aboard the Mary. Hey everyone. It and Amp, Appos, it's time to eat. Sanji, clad in his chef and Amp, Appos, attire, approached the dining table with a cheerful demeanor, carrying a platter. Upon hearing that food was ready, Luffy, the insatiable gourmand, sprang into action with unrestrained enthusiasm, using his remarkable agility to land on a chair and reach for the largest piece of roasted meat on the table. Slap. The sound echoed as Sanji swiftly swatted Luffy and Amp, Appos' greedy hand away, casting him a sidelong glance. What do you think you and Amp, Appos, redoing, Luffy? I and Amp, Appos, am the captain. Surely I deserve the right to eat meat, Luffy protested, feigning indignation. Sanji merely huffed in response, then turned his attention to the approaching Law, his expression tinged with apprehension. Ahem. Law, do try my cooking. Have I improved even a little? As the others settled in, they refrained from Luffy's reckless behavior with their utensils. Instead, they turned their gazes toward Law, keenly observing his reaction to the spread before them. At this point, Law's status within the Straw Hat crew had, in many ways, surpassed that of Luffy himself. This was not to imply he was a spiritual leader, but rather that he embodied the wisdom of a mentor. Zoro aspired to become the world and Appos' greatest swordsman, dedicating himself to relentless training. Sanji sought the all-blue and aimed to create even more delectable dishes. Nami dreamed of circumnavigating the globe and mapping the seas. Usopp wished to become a legendary warrior of the sea. And of course, there was Luffy, the captain, whose ambition was to become the pirate king. Each of them faced challenges, and whenever they sought guidance from Law, they invariably found solutions. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Law was present, their dreams were no longer distant fantasies, but rather within reach. Nevertheless, the crew seldom approached Law for answers. Zoro, for instance, knew that a few words of advice from Law could easily resolve his current dilemmas. Yet, he was reluctant to do so. While it was true that consulting Law could solve almost all problems, he questioned whether such power and status as a swordsman, attained through another's assistance, were genuinely what he desired. No, absolutely not. If that were the case, he would prefer to lay down his sword and remain a mediocre swordsman for life. Thus, he would exhaust all means to tackle his challenges, only turning to Law when all avenues had been exhausted. The same sentiment held true for the others as well. Law, with a subtle smile, sliced a piece of roasted meat and savored it. Delightful. The sweetness of honey mingles with a hint of smokiness. Your culinary skills have indeed improved. Really? Sanji's eyes lit up as he swiftly pulled out a notebook to jot down the feedback, muttering about the slight overcooking that led to the delightful smoky flavor. What are you all staring at? Let's eat, Law remarked, noticing the crew's eager yet hesitant gazes. Ah, finally we can start eating. Thank goodness Sanji won't have to hit me, Luffy exclaimed, overwhelmed by the delicious aroma. If I eat this, will I become stronger? How wonderful and moving. As Law enjoyed his meal, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. One must wonder, in the vast world of pirates, could there be another whose culinary prowess outshone Sanji's? Even the celestial dragons would likely be deprived of such exquisite flavors. Indeed, the Straw Hat crew was akin to a lavish luxury tour group, with a chef on board to provide daily meals, and in the future, a musician to serenade them while dining, along with a doctor to ensure health, and even pets with Nami around. Just her presence was a feast for the eyes. Law mused that once Zoro and Sanji matured, he could simply relax without lifting a finger. He felt akin to those opulent magnates of his previous life, lounging on a luxurious cruise ship worth billions, surrounded by attendants and protected by bodyguards. Yet, those affluent figures were pitiful. What sights had they truly witnessed? Merely a fleeting visit to the polar extremes. In contrast, he could immerse himself in the diverse cultures and customs of the pirate world. The East Blue, South Blue, West Blue, North Blue, the Grand Line, the New World, and even the Sky Islands and Fishman Island. Each island represented a distinct nation, rich with unique cultures, cuisines, and stories, experiences that no amount of money could buy. In essence, it was exhilarating. After the meal, Law suddenly called out to Usopp. "Why do you all look so glum?" He had noticed that although smiles adorned their faces, a thread of worry lingered in their expressions, with the exception of Luffy, who was blissfully oblivious. Not at all," Usopp replied nervously. "Really?" Law regarded him with an enigmatic glance. "All right, I can and amp. Appos. To keep this up," Usopp admitted, recognizing that his poor acting would only fool someone as Na'vi as Luffy. The truth was, everyone was concerned about the potential naval attacks as they approached the Grand Line. Law felt a stir within him. He had indeed mentioned the possibility of such encounters, and there was even a chance they might face a Marine admiral. Understanding their apprehension, he felt a sense of anticipation. His eagerness stemmed from two reasons. First, since arriving in this world, he had encountered various powerful beings, yet he had never truly engaged in a proper battle with one of them. His encounters had only been with mid-ranking officers, and he yearned for a genuine confrontation with a true master to test his own strength. Second, he sought to validate his previous hypotheses regarding the mysterious fruit he possessed. If a Marine admiral were to come after him, the five elders would undoubtedly be aware of it, possibly even orchestrating the attack themselves. If the admiral aimed to eliminate him, it would imply that the fruit he held was of little significance. However, if the admiral intended to capture him alive, that would suggest the fruit was indeed worth consuming. Speaking of the fruit, Lo retrieved the mysterious devil fruit, wrapped in red velvet, from his pocket. Upon unveiling it, a peculiar aura emanated from the fruit, exuding a magnetic allure that was almost irresistible. Were it not for his formidable willpower and haki, he might have been unable to restrain himself from devouring it on the spot. Curiously, this aura seemed to have no effect on the others aboard the ship, meaning only he could perceive its allure. Might it be Chapter 63, Arrival at Alabasta, a peculiar aura, a deadly allure? This prompted Luo Feng to entertain a possibility. This fruit is likely of the Zoan type. According to the information from the original text, Zoan-type devil fruits possess their own will. They can subtly influence their surroundings to effect an escape. In the narrative, the five elders dispatched numerous agents in search of the Nika fruit, also known as the rubber fruit. Yet, each time, they fell just short, ultimately allowing the fruit to elude them. This is the will of the Zoan fruit. Luo Feng surmised that encountering a celestial dragon, and even obtaining this mysterious fruit from their grasp, was no mere coincidence. Rather, it was likely the fruit that was affecting everything around it. Clearly, this fruit did not wish to fall into the hands of the five elders or be consumed by the inept celestial dragons, but instead chose him, Luo Feng. This led to the events that transpired in Lobetown. Now, upon catching a whiff of the lethal fragrance emanating from this enigmatic devil fruit, Luo Feng felt an intriguing possibility arise. Perhaps the fruit desired him to consume it. A fruit with consciousness. How utterly fascinating this world has become. A satisfied smile graced Luo Feng's lips, further solidifying his belief in the fruit's immense power. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of anticipation. Vegapunk must be aware of the truth behind devil fruits. I must find him. A genius like Vegapunk, who possesses revolutionary technological advancements, cannot be left at the mercy of the five elders. Perhaps I could have Fujitora or Mihawk extract Vegapunk first. However, after a moment's contemplation, Luo Feng dismissed this notion. Vegapunk and Appos' research is half a product of his extraordinary intellect, which is centuries ahead of the world, and half reliant on the laboratory funded by the five elders. Luo Feng recognized that he lacked the resources to establish a new laboratory for Vegapunk in the near term. Even if he were to bring Vegapunk before him, it would yield little benefit. Now, it was time to enter the Grand Line and see what opponent the strategic Sengoku had arranged for him. Luo Feng stowed away the fruit, rose to his feet, and gazed into the distance, a slight smirk curling his lips, as an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within him. Leaving the East Blue and entering the Grand Line would mean confronting formidable figures from across the seas. Strong adversaries would be as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Not long after, the Merry-Go navigated through Reverse Mountain and successfully entered the Grand Line. They encountered Laboon, the whale relentlessly ramming against the Red Line, waiting for long-lost companions, as well as the ship and Appos, doctor of the Pirate King, Kureha. Naturally, Princess Vivi, who appeared in the original text, was also among those they met. Yet, what concerned Luo Feng most was the absence of any Navy presence. Could it be that Sengoku deemed my strength sufficient to pose no threat unless faced with an admiral, and thus chose to withdraw the station personnel? Or had he originally dispatched others to guard the Grand Line's passage? After bidding farewell to Koreha, Luo Feng acquired a record pointer. Initially, he had intended to extort the eternal pointer from this old man, who had once sailed with Roger and even visited Laugh-Tale, thus likely possessing numerous eternal pointers. However, after much deliberation, he abandoned the shortcut. For he was not in a rush to seek the One Piece. He sought adventure and travel. He wished to experience every island. Even in the face of formidable foes, he could remain composed. The waves crashed rhythmically as the merry-go journeyed from one island to another. In Hunter's Town, countless bounty hunters, upon hearing Luo Feng and Appo's name, instantly abandoned their hunting plans and fled in terror. In Little Garden, Luo Feng learned the usage of Elbaf and Amp, Appo's spear from two giants, completing a crucial piece of his hockey training. On Winter Island, the Straw Hat crew gained a new companion, a doctor and pet, while Luo Feng, utilizing his remarkable insight, concocted a universal medicine. At last, they were nearing Alabasta. As Luo Feng stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the desert island approaching in the distance, a sense of heaviness washed over him. Their journey thus far had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any sign of the Navy. This was abnormal. Very abnormal. His instincts warned him that a significant wave awaited him ahead. Navy? Sengoku, what are your true intentions? By all accounts, considering the Navy's ship speeds, an admiral should have already arrived. Yet, after such an extended period, not a single trace of the Navy had appeared. Could it be that Sengoku had given up? But that didn't end Appo's. Makes sense. Even if he had, the five elders would not relent. Could it be that Garp managed to withstand the pressure? But after the demise of a celestial dragon, could he still hold on? At this moment, in Alabasta, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth and nearly extracting every drop of moisture from the ground. For the inhabitants, the most precious and arduous commodity was a single drop of water. Yet, amidst this desert realm, there existed an anomaly. In the sands, an umbrella stood tall. Beneath it, a round table displayed a beverage that would provoke anyone's salivary glands, a glass filled with ice, a straw inserted, and a slice of seemingly fresh lemon floating atop, its surface glistening with crystalline droplets of water. A man with curly hair and round black sunglasses lounged on a deck chair. Ah, truly, according to the intel, that fellow Luo Feng should be aboard the ship of Mr. Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Recently, spies reported the Straw Hat pirates passing through Little Garden, confirming they were indeed on this route. Yet, after such a long time, are they merely on a leisurely vacation? Why are they so slow? I've waited for ages. I initially planned to lie in wait for an easy catch, but it seems that was a foolish strategy. I hope I haven't botched this. This matter has the direct attention of the five elders. If I let Luo Feng slip away, my position as admiral will likely be irreparably compromised. Chapter 64. All set to capture Luo Feng. In the holy land of Mariewa, a sense of impatience lingered among the five elders. What has taken the green pheasant so long? Has there been no word yet? How many days have passed? He cannot even capture a single pirate? One of them mused, pondering the possibility that perhaps Green Pheasant had indeed apprehended Luo Feng, only to be seduced by the allure of that fruit, leading to his betrayal. Nonsense, another retorted. Green Pheasant is already a formidable power user. He wouldn't covet the fruit. Yet, it is conceivable that he might wish to bestow the fruit upon a loved one. Who can say for certain? Their conversation continued, revealing their growing impatience and uncertainty about Green Pheasant's reliability. If he were dependable, why was there still no news? According to naval ship speeds, a trip to the East Blue would be trivial. Moreover, intelligence suggested that Luo Feng had already entered the Grand Line and passed several islands. Suddenly, the phone snail rang. In short order, the five elders received encouraging news. Luo Feng had arrived in Alabasta, and Green Pheasant was also present there. Excellent. We shall capture Luo Feng alive, bind him with Sea Prism Stone, and escort him back. With a vice admiral providing cover, nothing can go awry. They agreed that the operation must remain discreet, with Green Pheasant waiting in ambush, a clear and deliberate choice. That audacious Luo Feng, so disdainful of the celestial dragon's stature, he deserves to be punished. If captured, he shall not be treated lightly. He must experience the myriad tortures developed over 8 centuries. At that moment, someone turned to Saint Saturn. Saint Satan, has Vegapunk arrived at the Holy Land? In light of the potential threat posed by Luophone consuming the mysterious fruit, the five elders had deliberated and decided to summon Vegapunk to the Holy Land. If Luophone were foolish enough to consume it, they would need Vegapunk to extract it. This arrangement had already been made, and Vegapunk awaited outside. With a snap of his fingers, Saint Saturn summoned Vegapunk. The individual who entered bore a striking resemblance to the genius who invented the theory of relativity in his past life. Despite his genius status, Vegapunk showed deference to the five elders, standing before them with respect. Rise, Saint Saturn said coolly, for Vegapunk was regarded as the science warlord under his purview. The golden-haired elder inquired, Vegapunk, if an animal-type devil fruit's host were to be killed in the Holy Land, would its powers reincarnate in the lower realm? You must understand. Animal-type devil fruits possess their own will, and this particular fruit is especially unique and powerful. Its will is likely more intense. Hence, I suspect that even if we brought the user of this fruit to the Holy Land and killed them, the fruit's power might choose to reincarnate in the lower realm to evade our grasp. Vegapunk, having been briefed by Saint Saturn, replied without hesitation, that is indeed uncertain. If the fruit possesses an exceptionally strong will, there is a chance it could reincarnate in the lower realm. However, if we were to craft an airtight prison of sea prism stone, we could ensure the demon within the fruit remains contained. Even if it doesn't wish to reincarnate, it would have no choice but to do so. The only question is, what fruits does this fruit prefer? I will require every kind of fruit from this world, and they must be absolutely fresh, at least 10 of each. Splendid. We can certainly meet your demands. Should this endeavor succeed, you shall be greatly rewarded. The five elders rejoiced at the feasibility of their plan. Vegapunk, too, wore a pleased expression. May I request additional research funding? Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku paced anxiously in his office. On the sofa, Carp munched away at Senbei. Could you possibly stop? Sengoku snapped irritably. I'm anxious too, Carp retorted, continuing to chew loudly as if in retaliation. Suddenly, the phone snail on the desk rang. Sengoku reacted swiftly, answering it. Hello? Is that Green Pheasant? What is the situation? Have you captured Luophone yet? The phone transformed into Green Pheasant's visage, who replied, I haven't captured Luophone yet. I was just about to. Before he could finish, Sengoku erupted. Why are you still talking? Hurry up and catch him. This is a critical matter. And you're so nonchalant. Don't you fear missing your chance? If you fail this time, let alone what the five elders will do. I will strip you of your admiral rank. Startled, Green Pheasant abruptly hung up the phone. Carp, sitting on the sofa, wore an expression of shock, chewing his senbei with newfound caution. In Alabasta, Nico Robin perched atop the back of a Bananasaurus, peering through her telescope at a distant figure. After lowering the telescope, her mature and intelligent features were overtaken by fear. Green Pheasant, how could he possibly be here? Why be alarmed? He isn't seeking us out. I am now a warlord of the sea. Even an open visit to the Marine headquarters poses no problem. Crocodile, the sand crocodile, remarked casually, cigar in mouth. However, he remained unaware of the depth of Robin's fear. It stemmed from the fact that Green Pheasant had been one of the participants in the buster call against her hometown of O'Hara. Although he had spared her life then, he had ominously warned her that if they met again, he would not be so lenient. The dual burden of the Admiral and Apos' status and the suffering her hometown endured created a compounded trauma for Robin, inducing a PTSD-like response. She instinctively feared that Green Pheasant had discovered her whereabouts and was now hunting her down. Yet, Crocodile's next words quelled her concerns. An admiral like Green Pheasant wouldn't waste his time on insignificant characters like us. According to my intelligence, that Madden from the East Blue seems to be nearly upon us. Oh, no, wait, he is already here. Chapter 65, The Encounter of Kings, Luophone and Akiji. The one from the East Sea. Slowly, Robin extricated herself from the grip of fear, regaining her former calm and rationality. As a flurry of information about Luophone surged through her mind. Adventurer Luophone, hailing from the East Sea, is a recently emerged super rookie. Upon setting sail, he immediately garnered a bounty of 1 billion berries. According to reliable intelligence, this individual has grievously injured 5 Navy vice admirals simultaneously, showcasing formidable strength. Furthermore, there are reports linking him to the annihilation of the East Sea Navy fleet, although the truth of the matter remains to be investigated. Most importantly, there is the incident at Roguetown. Luophone publicly judged a celestial dragon, severing his head, which sent shockwaves throughout the world. His bounty escalated to a staggering 20 billion, making him a sworn enemy of the world government, the Celestial Dragons, and the Five Elders. The assault on the Celestial Dragons, and even their murder, commonly warrants the deployment of an admiral. It appears that Aokiji has truly come for Luophone. Upon reaching this thought, Robin and Appo's heart, once suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. Simultaneously, her curiosity towards this newcomer from the East Sea intensified. Who exactly is he? Undoubtedly, he possesses immense power. Otherwise, he could not have bested 5 Navy vice admirals. Moreover, this individual is exceedingly audacious, daring to attack a celestial dragon, and even judge them like a criminal upon the very execution platform where the pirate king, Roger, was once executed. The mere conception of such an idea indicates a person of madness, whose true thoughts are incomprehensible to ordinary minds. A man of extraordinary strength, unparalleled courage, and enigma. Each of these traits ignited a profound interest in Robin towards Luophone. At the dock, as the Mary approached the shore, Luophone felt an unsettling sensation in the corner of his eye. Something is amiss. Though his observation haki had not yet reached the level of perceiving the entire island in an instant, he still possessed a keen instinct for danger. Everyone, be on guard, Luophone commanded, leaping into the air, executing moonwalks in succession, soaring like a falcon to survey the surroundings. Upon gazing down, he noticed a diminutive black dot against the backdrop of yellow sands, approaching with a clearly discernible speed. At this rate, it would reach him in under half a minute. An admiral of the Navy. Luophone had seen this individual's photograph in newspapers, yet he had not anticipated encountering the real person so soon. The ice fruit user. Aokiji, he muttered, astonished that Sengoku and the 5 elders had dispatched Aokiji. He had expected to face Kizuru, especially since in the original narrative, when Luffy struck a celestial dragon at Sabaody Archipelago, it was Kizuru who responded. Additionally, Kizuru's abilities stemmed from the Pika Pika no Mi, granting him extraordinary speed, which could have posed a genuine threat to Luophone. However, Luophone felt a sense of relief. If Kizaru had come, his lightspeed abilities could have indeed been perilous. But if it is Aokiji, then things would be much more manageable. Thus, the next task is to validate my conjecture, Luophone mused, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He reached into his attire, brushing against the mysterious fruit. In an instant, an irresistible allure emanated from the fruit. Whether he could consume this fruit depended on the information he conveyed, Kazan. Whoosh. In midair, Luophone executed moonwalks, propelling himself towards the Admiral Aokiji. Swoosh. A white eagle soared through the sky, its amber eyes scanning the figures below. At that moment, Crocodile and Robin both looked skyward, spotting Luophone's silhouette. He was simply too conspicuous, moving through the air with moonwalks. Is that Luophone? Robin murmured on the sand dune. He appears quite youthful, Crocodile remarked. Meanwhile, Aokiji, moving at high speed, suddenly looked up, his small black glasses reflecting the dark dot in the sky. It seems I and Appo's been discovered. What a troublesome opponent. Aokiji thought, a slight heaviness settling in his heart. Years ago, when Carp returned from the East Sea, he had mentioned Luophone. After all these years, he had not forgotten. Kuzan, should you ever find yourself at odds with that young man, be cautious. He is not someone to be underestimated. Carp had said with a seriousness that was rare. Aokiji had never witnessed Mr. Carp with such a concerned expression. Moreover, he had been closely observing Luofeng's prior actions, wounding 5 vice admirals. While those vice admirals were not the elite, they were still formidable. Regardless, I shall remain vigilant. Aokiji reassured himself. Shall I confront him directly? On the sand dune, Robin was filled with astonishment. Crocodile had broken out in a cold sweat, stating, "This kid is rather too arrogant. One must remember that he is facing an admiral. Wait, it seems they aren't actually fighting." With a swish, Luophone landed gracefully, casually tapping his right leg twice in the air before touching down. Standing less than 30 meters away was one of the 3 current admirals, Aokiji. The two gazed at each other in silence. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a tumbleweed between them, creating irregular patterns in the smooth sand. The scorching sun blazed overhead, distorting the air with heat. Not far behind the dunes, a lizard curiously poked its head out, flicking its tongue at the peculiar duo. Hiss! A chill emanated from Aokiji, drifting downward from his form. At that moment, Aokiji spoke first. It seems you are Luophone. I have heard of you from Mr. Carp. You are the prodigy from the East Sea. Initially, I was skeptical, for I too possess considerable combat talent. However, upon witnessing your defeat of 5 vice admirals. I am convinced. At your age, reaching such heights promises an unfathomable future. However, you have strayed from your path, young man. You should not have acted in Rogue Town. Chapter 66. Luo Feng draws his blade. Ha. Ha ha. Luo Feng suddenly erupted into laughter. The expression on Akiji's face, obscured by his small black sunglasses, was impossible to discern. He spoke in a calm tone. What are you laughing at? Luo Feng and Appo's laughter ceased, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Akiji. I once believed, Akiji, that you were among the few rational figures in the Navy. However, it appears I was mistaken, misjudging your character. I simply wish to ask you one thing. Should the celestial dragons be killed? Akiji opened his mouth, a chill emanating from him as he coldly replied. As a Marine Admiral, it is my duty to protect the celestial dragons. Moreover, do you think I am here for any other reason? It is precisely because you have killed a celestial dragon. Luo Feng shook his head repeatedly. Do not speak to me of official rhetoric. I wish to hear your true thoughts, Kazan. In this place, it is only the two of us. Of course, there are a few pairs of eyes in the distance. Even your own men behind you, watching you. They must be spies of the 5 elders, correct? However, they can at most observe our movements. They cannot hear our words. Now, do not speak as an admiral, but as your true self, Kazan. Should the celestial dragons be killed? Akiji fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. They should be killed. If I were not an admiral and encountered a celestial dragon committing evil deeds, I fear I would be unable to restrain myself from taking action. Therefore, Luo Feng continued. A look of disdain suddenly appeared on his face. You need only tell me that you are here, pursuing me as a dog of the celestial dragons and the 5 elders. Before he could finish, Akiji shouted. Enough. Be quiet. The roar unleashed an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki, causing all life within several miles of the desert to faint instantly. With veins bulging on his forehead, Akiji's emotions surged. If your intention is to provoke me, very well. I now tell you that you have succeeded. So, are you ready to face my wrath? As his words fell, a layer of white frost suddenly enveloped the surrounding desert, centering around his feet. Even Luo Feng's shoes were frozen. Yet, Luo Feng seemed unfazed, merely shaking his head in disapproval. I had thought that your earlier words might awaken your conscience. I did not expect you to be so obstinately stubborn. Conscience? Akiji interrupted, his tone becoming aggressive. Are you suggesting that as a criminal wanted by the world government, you could persuade me to abandon your pursuit with mere words? Do you think I could be so easily swayed by you? As his tone intensified, the surrounding chill deepened. The once scorching heat that could roast a person now felt like winter. The frost at Luo Feng and Appo's feet had already crept up to his calves. Yet he appeared completely unaware, his gaze fixed intensely on Akiji's face. He suddenly smiled. I see now. What do you understand? Actually, you do possess a conscience. But you believe that someone like me is unworthy of an equal exchange of thoughts, so you neither wish to nor deign to reveal your true feelings. Akiji and Appo's eyes behind his sunglasses narrowed slightly. Luo Feng had struck a chord. But, so what? Akiji regained his composure, a hint of frost escaping from his slightly parted lips. Luo Feng, you have always carried an air of invincibility. You probably think that having defeated 5 rear admirals makes you invulnerable. Or perhaps, even if you are not invincible, you believe you still have the strength to contend with me, the admiral, and even if you cannot win, you can escape? I tell you now, you were naive. In your youth, when you encountered Mr. Garp, perhaps you received some of his praises. Let me guess, at that time, you already began to feel inflated with pride, believing that your talent and strength made you a true powerhouse. Thus, in your eyes, even an admiral is nothing, and the 4 emperors are nothing. Your goal is to become the pirate king. At this point, Akiji gazed at Luo Feng's expressionless face and continued, Now, I shall teach you a lesson with facts. Just how vast this world is. Just how expansive these seas are. Heroes abound, and strong contenders are as numerous as the stars in the sky. However, before you reach my level, no matter how high your talent or how hard you strive, it is of no consequence. Below the admirals, all are but ants. Before he could finish speaking, the conflict erupted. Luo Feng was the first to strike, suddenly shouting as a wave of haki surged from his feet, instantly shattering the frost that clung to him. And he leaped into the air with a series of moon steps. Useless. Akiji remained motionless, hands in pockets. Yet, as he stood there, the entire desert around him transformed into a frigid hell at an observable pace. Due to the rapid temperature drop, fierce winds howled through the air, The biting cold wind mercilessly drained the warmth from Luo Feng and Apos' body, nearly suffocating him. A chilling gale formed an ethereal ice bird that charged toward him. Luo Feng recognized this technique, Akiji's namesake, the pheasant. Composed of ice but wielding terrifying power under Akiji's strength. Raging gale kick. Luo Feng covered his mouth and nose, took a breath, and unleashed a flurry of kicks, the fierce force sending gusts of wind slicing forward. The ice bird was cleaved into several pieces by the gale, losing its potency, and fell to the ground due to inertia. The Navy and Apos' techniques. Akiji observed without showing much reaction. At that moment, a white chill suddenly condensed on the ground, forming a white line that surged toward Luo Feng in the air. Ice time. Luo Feng instantly recognized this move. The infamous technique capable of freezing the ocean. This was no mere block of ice or chill. It was an energy-like freezing ability. Touch it, and you shall die. Whoosh. Quickly. The white line arrived before Luo Feng in the blink of an eye. Akiji had previously used this technique to freeze the sea in an instant. Its speed, range, and power were nothing short of terrifying, capable of instantly altering an island's topography. At this moment, Luo Feng drew his sword. Chapter 67. A single slash above the dunes. The two spectators, Robin and Sand Crocodile, were utterly speechless as they witnessed the fierce battle between Luo Feng and Akiji. For them, it was nothing short of a visual feast. The instantaneous release of overwhelming power transformed the desert landscape into a scene reminiscent of a frozen hell. Yet, the architect of this spectacle remained stationary, hands in pockets, seemingly indifferent. Is this the strength of an admiral? Sand Crocodile was profoundly shaken. He had once harbored ambitions of claiming the Pirate King's throne, but now it was evident that with his meager abilities, he would be swiftly crushed by the Navy Admiral. No, even the Admiral need not lift a finger. He would be done for. Yes, this is indeed the might of an admiral. A bittersweet feeling washed over Robin. Years ago, before she turned 10, she had already witnessed Akiji's formidable powers. It was precisely because of such terrifying abilities that she had lived in fear for years. Now it seemed that Luo Feng would likely perish within a minute. Sand Crocodile remarked. Robin glanced at Luo Feng. Since the battle began, he had yet to display any abilities, remaining in a passive, evasive state. Is this Luo Feng truly capable? He boasts a bounty of 2 billion. Sand Crocodile snorted. It seems that his 2 billion bounty is heavily inflated. On these seas, a higher bounty does not necessarily equate to greater strength. Bounty reflects the level of threat one poses to the world government and the deeds one has committed. Luo Feng and Apos' high bounty is likely due to his killing of a celestial dragon. Is that so? Robin hesitated to draw conclusions. Women possess intuition, and hers told her that Luo Feng was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, at the dock, a group was rushing toward them, the Straw Hat crew. Quick! We cannot let Luo Feng fight alone. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, the mainstays of the Straw Hat crew, were present. The others remained on the ship to prevent any nearby Navy forces from attacking. However, upon witnessing the battle between Luo Feng and Akiji, they halted in their tracks, their expressions turning blank. This is the battle of an admiral. So powerful. It was daunting, a level beyond their comprehension. Yet, unlike Sand Crocodile and Robin, the three were confident in Luo Feng's strength. They believed that if he were not confident, he would not engage in combat with an admiral. Now that he had, it proved that Luo Feng was assured of victory. Realizing this, they adopted a mindset of learning. This was an admiral-level battle. Every detail was invaluable experience. I must keep my eyes wide open, not blink, and imprint every scene in my memory. Luffy propped his eyelids open with toothpicks to prevent himself from blinking. Normally hesitant to approach Luo Feng for advice, he now seized the opportunity to learn from this free display of combat and aimed to secretly grow stronger to impress Luo Feng. Zoro also focused intently, excitement bubbling within him. If he could grow stronger by observing this battle, it would surely astonish Luo Feng. The thought of Luo Feng looking at him in surprise filled him with anticipation. Even a chef must possess strength, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to be bullied in a restaurant without the means to retaliate. Sanji lit a cigarette, diligently studying the scene. At that moment, high above, the white line was mere meters from Luo Feng. The front was icy cold, while the back basked in warmth from the sun, a stark contrast of extremes. Time seemed to pause for Luo Feng. Can temperature be severed? His eyes sparkled like stars, countless inspirations flashing like meteors within. In that instant, myriad thoughts collided, igniting sparks. His mastery of swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled zenith. His understanding of the art of the blade was at its peak. However, This did not imply he had reached the pinnacle. Only those who reach the summit in a particular domain can comprehend that the growth of power and elevation of realms are boundless. At his stage, the enhancement of his realm and understanding meant forging an entirely new path. Every step he took widened the road before him. He was the embodiment of swordsmanship itself. Then, can temperature be severed? Based on your insights from the supreme mastery of swordsmanship and the surge of inspirations, you achieve enlightenment in the technique of atomic slash. In that moment, Rofeng felt a surge of clarity. Within his mind, countless thoughts and inspirations converged like a flood breaking through a dam. Temperature, at its essence, is merely the activity level of particles on a microscopic scale. Particles vibrate and collide continuously. Boiling water, for instance, consists of countless hyperactive water molecules colliding with the molecules of the cup. When a hand touches it, the cup's molecules transfer the energy to the hand, resulting in the sensation of heat. Conversely, low temperatures, in Rofeng's view, were a form of temperature theft, swiftly siphoning the energy from particle collisions, thereby freezing them on a macroscopic level. As long as the energy is sufficient, no matter how low the temperature, it cannot withstand my blade. Rofeng let out a soft shout, an incredible glint flashing in his eyes. One sword style, flame sun slash. Boom. A magnificent spectacle unfolded. Rofeng and Appo's sword ignited, vibrating at a peculiar frequency, generating terrifying energy through friction with the air. Whoosh, the blade was unleashed, startling spirits. That snow-white line was cleaved by a strike enveloped in radiant flames. It was as effortless as cutting through butter with a hot knife, akin to a red-hot iron blade slicing through ice. What? Is this impossible? Akiji exclaimed. His coldness, his ice age, was astonishingly severed by Rofeng's bizarre flame-imbued slash? How could this be? What principle governs this? Chapter 68, The Attention of the Five Elder Stars. Wow. That last strike was absolutely magnificent. On the dunes, Luffy was thoroughly astonished by Law's prowess, especially with flames accompanying the blow. Sanji fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether he could infuse his kicks with a fiery attribute as well. Remarkable. That wisp of white smoke seemed perilous. Yet Law effortlessly cleaved through it with his fire blade, creating an enchanting and aspirational aura. Meanwhile, Zoro was entranced, muttering to himself like a sword enthusiast. On another front, Robin and Crocodile were witnessing Law's first display of his swordsmanship, leaving them both astounded. The splendid flames and decisive strike etched an indelible impression upon their minds. Could it be that he severed Akiji's icy aura? Robin's pupils dilated in disbelief as she murmured to herself. She vividly recalled the terrifying power Akiji had exhibited years prior, a memory still fresh in her mind. Yet, the formidable ability of the ice fruit was effortlessly shattered by the man before her, Law. What incredible strength! What remarkable charisma! Far in the distance, a group of naval soldiers stood watch. Akiji had come to Alabasta to monitor Law, accompanied by several soldiers, not by his own will, but at the behest of the five Elder Stars. They required constant surveillance of Akiji's every move. Impressive, indeed. Even Admiral Akiji was unable to subdue Law in the blink of an eye. How could his blade emit flames? Is he a devil fruit user? One of the soldiers, clutching a den mushi, noted how its eyes, resembling cameras, faithfully transmitted the scene to a distant location atop the Holy Land. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, another den mushi illuminated the room, projecting images from the Alabasta Desert onto the wall. The five Elder Stars, along with the still-present Vegapunk, observed everything unfold. So this is Law? He appears quite youthful. His strength is astonishing. It seems the rumors hold true. To inflict such damage on 5 rear admirals, this young man possesses remarkable capabilities. But wait, how can he wield a flame blade? Is this a fruit ability? Could he be a user? Perhaps. There is another possibility. Some swordsmen can employ unique techniques to imbue their weapons with fiery damage. This was the first time the 5 Elder Stars witnessed Law in action, and they were taken aback by the display of such strength at his age. Standing at the pinnacle of worldly power, they had encountered numerous prodigies. Yet Law's exceptional talent genuinely astonished them. Humph, what does it matter if he is gifted? Unfortunately, he has no future. He will surely perish at our hands. How unfortunate that he encountered an admiral like Akiji. I should remind Akiji not to kill Law. He must be captured alive. On the battlefield, the terrain had transformed entirely. A vast expanse of ice had manifested within the Alabasta Desert, affecting the weather and temperature throughout the region. People across Alabasta felt a refreshing breeze and moisture wafting from a certain direction. Ah, Law, You truly surprise me by reaching this point. However, if the flame blade is your trump card against me, then I believe it would be prudent for you to concede. Akiji remarked, stroking the nosepiece of his sunglasses nonchalantly. In his peripheral vision, he noticed the naval soldiers capturing the scene with their den mushi. Humph, do those old fossils truly doubt me so much? Very well. Let us finish this swiftly and return to our vacation. At that moment, the den mushi in Akiji and Appo's possession began to ring. Upon answering, the visage of an elderly man appeared. Akiji immediately recognized him as one of the 5 Elder Stars. What is it? I am currently engaged in battle. Speaking to me now could lead to unforeseen consequences. Akiji and Appo's tone was tinged with irritation. The Elder Star's abruptness was bothersome. Akiji, heed my words. Do not kill Law. He must be captured alive. Should you slay him, the repercussions will be dire. Ah, do you truly doubt my capabilities? Akiji's irritation grew. Yet before he could finish his thought, the Elder Stars abruptly terminated the call. TCH, those old fossils. Akiji spat in annoyance. He then turned his gaze towards Law high above. It seems you are of considerable importance, though I remain unaware of the reason. As he spoke, the cold energy within him surged dramatically, a chilling aura spreading rapidly as if capable of freezing the very atmosphere. The oxygen molecules in the air began crystallizing into frost. Suddenly, the air surrounding Law froze into ice crystals, encasing him like an insect trapped in amber, a frozen coffin. In this moment, Akiji casually uttered the name of his technique. The freezing of water is merely a basic application of the ice fruit, while freezing the air represents an advanced usage. At this stage, he could immobilize oxygen and carbon dioxide molecules as if they were water, resulting in a temperature lower than ice itself. Under the brilliant sunlight of Alabasta, the icy coffin sparkled like a massive transparent gem, while Law appeared almost lifelike within it, his expression frozen in a moment of shock. Every detail, including his fingerprints and strands of hair, remarkably clear. Law has actually been defeated? Robin could scarcely believe it. Yet Crocodile remained unfazed. After all, Akiji is an admiral. No mere pirate newcomer could contend with him. It was evident that the admiral was invincible, and Law had greatly overestimated his own strength. However, from another direction came a raucous shout. You are the one who has been defeated. Your entire family has fallen. Law is invincible. You, with that slicked-back hairstyle, are nothing but trash. Come here, you waste sitting on that crocodile. I can take on 10 of you with ease. Chapter 69. Explosive fury. Luffy and his companions were infuriated. In their eyes, Rosinante had yet to unleash his full power, while Crocodile stood there, taunting them with a mocking demeanor. It was truly infuriating. They yearned to teach this insolent fiend a lesson. Indeed, upon hearing their shouts, Crocodile's forehead veined with rage, and he cast a murderous glare towards Luffy and his friends. Though he dared not provoke Admiral Akiji, nor did he wish to confront Rosinante, he could not fathom being ridiculed by a trio of insignificant figures. This was intolerable. How dare they act with such audacity on his territory? The audacity of Crocodile stemmed from the fact that they were all in the desert, his domain. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a tempest of sand that shot forth like a lethal arrow. How dare this fool strike first? Luffy and the others were incensed. Not only did the adversary refuse to surrender, but he also dared to retaliate. This warranted a harsher punishment. In unison, the 3 of them activated their Soru technique, having honed it to perfection through rigorous training. Moreover, Sanji had been preparing divine dishes under Rosinante's guidance for days, resulting in a notable enhancement in their physical prowess. Even Nami had attained the strength of over 1,000 combat units. In an instant, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji materialized before Crocodile, nearly causing his eyes to pop out in shock. 3-sword-style first cut, shot. Their combined attacks converged upon Crocodile. However, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, Crocodile regained his composure, confident in his abilities as a Logia user. He was invincible, but the next second, armament, armament, armament. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji simultaneously activated their haki, striking fiercely at Crocodile. Boom, splatter, crack. In an utterly humiliating fashion, the warlord of the sea crumpled to the ground. Though he was not dead, he would be unable to rise for a considerable time and would likely remain bedridden. TCH. Turns out he is just a weakling. How audacious of him to act so arrogantly. He truly has no idea where his courage comes from, Luffy remarked, clapping his hands. Honestly, it feels like dirtying my blade to strike you, Zoro said, wiping the blood from his sword on Crocodile and Appo's clothing before sheathing it. His expression one of disdain, as though he had struck at filth. Hissa, it seems my strength has improved once again. All thanks to Razanani's guidance, Sanji said, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, a melancholic expression on his face. Nearby, Robin was utterly astonished. She understood Crocodile's power better than anyone, as he was indeed a warlord of the sea. Yet, he had fallen without even managing to counter a single blow from these three unknown individuals. It was simply unfathomable. Oh dear, miss, I hope you aren't too shocked. Sanji then noticed the beautiful Robin beside the fallen figure, immediately becoming smitten and launching into a stream of chatter. TCH, here we go again with this flirtation, Robin thought to herself. After some conversation, Robin finally comprehended that these three were associated with Razanandi, and it dawned on her that their current strength was closely tied to his influence. This revelation left her even more astonished. Who exactly was Razanandi? Merely offering some simple guidance had enabled him to attain such formidable power. On the ground, Crocodile retained a flicker of consciousness, feeling utterly resentful. However, upon hearing these remarks, his heart raced with alarm. Razanandi. He would remember this name. Meanwhile, the five elders rejoiced upon learning that Akiji had finally captured Razanandi. Excellent, Akiji. Bring Razanandi to the Holy Land. Wait, with him frozen like this, he won't die, right? We must inform Akiji to keep an eye on him. With a leap, Akiji positioned himself before the ice block, gazing at the frozen Razanandi with a sigh. Alas, I'm sorry, Razanandi. I know you have a good relationship with Admiral Garp. However, I am now an admiral, and I have to make difficult choices. If it weren't for the five elders personally overseeing this operation, I might have used my authority to set you free. But alas, his words fell upon deaf ears as Razanandi remained motionless within the ice, showing no sign of response. Seemingly having ceased all thought, Akiji sighed once more, grappling with his conscience. He longed to release Razanandi, but felt he could not afford to let go. After years of perseverance, he had finally reached the rank of admiral, with ambitions of ascending to the position of fleet admiral. Once there, he would possess the power to enact change within the Navy. Until then, he could not relinquish his hard-won position for the sake of one individual. Just as Razanandi had stated, lacking the strength rendered him unworthy of influencing Akiji and Appos as decisions. Suddenly, the phone bug in Akiji and Appos as possession rang. Upon answering, he was met with the five elders' urgent summons. Akiji, you must ensure Razanandi does not perish. Do you understand? Also, if he possesses anything of value, bring it to us. Additionally, he seems to have a pirate ship. Retrieve that vessel along with all its belongings and crew. Akiji felt a surge of frustration. Did they think him a fool? Yet, he forcibly suppressed his anger, choosing silence as he hung up the phone bug. On the other end, the five elders were infuriated. This Akiji is insufferably arrogant, hanging up on us. However, they still needed Akiji's assistance, so they refrained from provoking him further. Very well, we can depart now. Akiji's thoughts shifted as he placed his hand on the ice block, preparing to activate his powers to levitate it away. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Crack, 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 a crimson light suddenly enveloped Razanandi's form, shattering the ice block with a terrifying energy. This is impossible. Akiji and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief. Boom. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted. The ice coffin shattered, sending fragments flying like cannonballs in all directions, and Akiji's body was instantly pulverized into ice shards. Chapter 70. Consuming the fruit. A portion of Alabasta has now transformed into a vast expanse of ice and snow. High above, beyond the clouds, a white eagle glides effortlessly, its amber eyes piercingly focused on the earth below. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupts, and a colossal block of ice shatters spectacularly. The scene is nothing short of breathtaking. The white eagle, startled by the violent blast, nearly plummets from the sky. The explosive winds surge outwards in all directions. What just happened? Luffy exclaims, clutching his straw hat as he struggles against the fierce winds and snow, yearning to uncover the truth. It seems that the ice coffin sealing Rofang has suddenly exploded. He can't possibly be harmed, can he? Zoro speculates. If my assumptions are correct, this explosion must be linked to Rofang, Sanji adds. Robin, fighting to keep her hat in place, squints her eyes and gasps as she observes the battlefield where Akiji and Rofang once stood. All the sand dunes have been flattened by the explosion, and a massive crater now occupies the spot where the ice coffin once lay. At the bottom of the pit stands Rofang, ice shards cascading from his form, yet he appears unscathed. Ah, at last. I understand. Rofang murmurs to himself, stretching his frozen limbs. He then reaches into his garment and retrieves a piece of red velvet cloth. Upon unveiling it, a fruit resembling a grotesque visage lies quietly ensconced within. In the distance, several Navy soldiers, tasked with broadcasting the event via Den Mushi, faithfully document this astonishing moment. This scene is swiftly relayed to the Gorosei. The elderly figures, still reeling from the earlier explosion, are left speechless by the sight before them. How is this possible? That fruit has appeared in his hands? He hasn't an amp. Oppos, he consumed it yet. Wait, he has taken it out now. Does he intend to? Panic ensues as they realize they must act quickly to prevent him. But it is too late. As the scene unfolds, Rofeng gazes at the fruit, his attention shifting towards the Gorosei. However, they soon comprehend that his focus is directed at the Navy soldiers documenting the event. With a sharp crack, Rofeng bites down on the fruit, right before the eyes of the Gorosei. He retches violently, feeling as though he has ingested a mouthful of filth. Truly revolting. He exclaims, "Indeed, the devil fruit is not a delicacy. Otherwise, all those with abilities would not unanimously agree on its unpalatability. He has consumed it." The Gorosei stand frozen in disbelief, soon engulfed by rage. Arrogant, audacious fool. They seethe. They had only heard rumors, but now witnessing Rofeng and Oppos' audacity firsthand leaves them infuriated. His expression reveals his awareness that the fruit is precisely what they desire, yet he still chose to consume it in their presence. It must be deliberate. This Rofeng cannot be allowed to live. I shall make him endure every torment before he meets his end. The echoes of their furious declarations resonate throughout the opulent hall. Yet, on the bright side, it confirms that the fruit and Oppos' powers now reside within Rofeng. Sever his limbs and bring him back, they command. Meanwhile, Akiji's form begins to coalesce once more. As a Logia type, he remains unharmed by the physical assault. Yet, he harbors a deep-seated apprehension. The Gorosei and others may be oblivious, but he is acutely aware of the immense power contained within the ice coffin he had prepared for Rofeng. It is a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to escape, let alone maintain consciousness amidst such extreme cold. Rofeng. Akiji re-evaluates his opponent. "Ah, Kazan. You are alive. Thank you for conveying such crucial intelligence to me." Rofeng casually discards the bitten fruit and turns to Akiji with a grin. "Thank you for what? What intelligence?" Akiji inquires, perplexed. "Why, it is the fact that you wish to capture me alive. Since you have rendered me such a great service, I ought to explain myself." In brief, Rofeng elucidates the situation. Akiji and Oppos' expression shifts multiple times throughout the explanation, culminating in a frown as he realizes Rofeng has been using him as a pawn. Rofeng has been feigning weakness all along, merely seeking to ascertain whether Akiji harbored any murderous intent. It is laughable that he had once believed Rofeng to be inferior. The truth is, Rofeng has been holding back. A flicker of anger ignites within Akiji, yet he maintains a calm facade, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption or an imminent avalanche. "Very well, Rofeng. With this newfound knowledge, my sense of guilt has vanished. From this moment forth, I shall no longer hold back." Akiji adjusts his sunglasses, his voice icy. "Wait," Rofeng interjects. "Now that you are aware of my strength and have attained a status to converse as equals, should we not sit down and discuss this?" Akiji is nearly amused to the point of laughter. "Equal status? Do you genuinely believe you possess that strength?" Observing Akiji's demeanor, Rofeng sighs. "Very well. Since you are intent on fighting, I shall oblige you fully." He pauses, a slight smirk gracing his lips as an enigmatic aura begins to emanate from him. "Now that I have just consumed this fruit, allow me to test its abilities against you." "Suit yourself." Akiji responds, raising his hand, which is now encased in ice. "What manner of fruit is this?" A voice rings out from the previously silent Vegapunk, who is curious about the power that has garnered such attention from the Gorosei. "Saturn." The saint begins to explain, recognizing that Vegapunk will ultimately have dealings with the fruit, as long as he is not permitted to extract its juices for research. Everything else is negotiable. This fruit is known as the fruit of the demon. Upon consumption, one can transform into a demon and experience a surge in power, akin to that of an ordinary Zoan type. However, it bears a weakness. Its power diminishes under sunlight, having its potency. Vegapunk appears bewildered. Such a lackluster ability. Is the Gorosei truly jesting? Merely augmenting strength? Any random Zoan can achieve that, and many Zoans exceed this capacity. Noticing Vegapunk and Oppos' incredulity, Saint Saturn chuckles softly and continues, however. This fruit is also known by another name. Chapter 71. Could he truly be a prodigy? Another appellation? Vegapunk and Oppos' as curiosity was piqued. With his vast cerebral capacity, a thorough search of his memories yielded only one fruit with dual nomenclature, Gomu Gomu, Nika, nothing else. Even the truth that the Nika fruit was, in essence, the gum fruit he had gleaned from a nearly disintegrated ancient tome. The sun god of antiquity, a mysterious and potent fruit, was rumored to possess extraordinarily exaggerated abilities. Could it be a devil fruit comparable to the Nika fruit? Vegapunk pondered. Saturn turned to the other four elders, as if seeking their consensus. Seeing no opposition, he stated, this fruit typically manifests as a common Zoan ability. Only upon awakening does it undergo a metamorphosis, transforming into an entirely different fruit. However, its awakening conditions differ from those of Zoan types. It does not necessitate a near-death experience. Instead, akin to paramecia types, it requires continuous development of the fruit's powers to ultimately awaken, and upon awakening, its abilities will undergo a cataclysmic transformation, almost terrifying in its magnitude. This is precisely why we have summoned you here, to retrieve this fruit intact. Furthermore, to ensure that the fruit does not fall into the wrong hands. We have dispatched Admiral Akiji. Indeed, Vegapunk surreptitiously recorded this intelligence, astonished. According to Saint Saturn and Apo's assertions, the significance of this Oni fruit was no less than that of the legendary Nika fruit, perhaps even surpassing it. So, which is more formidable compared to the Azure Dragon fruit? Vegapunk couldn't resist inquiring. The Azure Dragon fruit was Kaido's ability. When Kaido was apprehended, he had extracted Kaido's blood for research, even replicating an artificial Azure Dragon fruit. In Vegapunk's estimation, the Azure Dragon fruit was already a top-tier mythical Zoan. Wind, fire, cloud, lightning, strength. Despite being a Zoan type, it could imbue the user with both a robust physique and several elemental powers, akin to a Logia type's abilities, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Vegapunk even believed that the Azure Dragon fruit surpassed the majority of Logia and Paramecia types, classifying it as a divine fruit. Azure Dragon fruit? To his surprise, Saint Saturn offered a disdainful smile. Do not deign to compare such paltry abilities to this fruit. The Azure Dragon fruit was disseminated and fell into Kaido's possession because it was regarded as a mere plaything, a reward for subordinates, something the five elders deemed unworthy. If Saint Saturn were to grade fruit abilities, their own abilities would be classified as top tier, while the Azure Dragon fruit would only be considered second-rate. However, this fruit, in Saint Saturn and Apo's eyes, was divine. Yes, of a higher echelon than the fruits they themselves consumed. Vegapunk suddenly recalled something. Hold on. If Rofon has consumed this fruit, does that not imply that Admiral Akiji is in peril? Saint Saturn glanced at him askance. Do you harbor some misconception about fruit development? Is fruit development and awakening so facile? Prior to awakening, that fruit is, at best, a common Zoan. Rofon presently sensed a peculiar energy coursing through his body. With a mere thought, his entire skin abruptly turned crimson, while his teeth and nails became sharp and elongated. From Akiji's perspective, Rofon's skin had suddenly become blood red, and he had sprouted claws and fangs. His entire being exuded an eerie aura, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. What is happening to you? Akiji was genuinely startled. What do I look like now? It feels rather peculiar. Rofon said, his voice now deep and guttural, as he examined his palms. Crack, he clenched his fist, and his muscles bulged instantly. An immense force surged through him, filling him with a sense of exquisite pleasure. So, this is the power of a Zoan fruit. Having only just consumed it, without any development or training, it can achieve such an effect. Rofon's eyes gleamed. Let's see. He began to experiment with developing his abilities. You are comprehending the fruit's abilities, developing them. You are enlightened repeatedly, gaining the ability. Nether flame, whoosh. With a gust, a ghostly green flame materialized in Rofon's palm. Fire. A Zoan type wielding fire abilities already placed it within the realm of mythical Zoans. What? He has already mastered an ability so quickly? The five elders were instantly discomposed upon witnessing the nether flame in Rofon's hand on the screen. What is the meaning of this? Having just consumed the fruit, he casually develops an ability. Could this be the legendary genius? Truly an enviable talent, one of the bald five elders sighed. Akiji rubbed his forehead, which was rapidly furrowing into a tangle of wrinkles. Rofon was completely disregarding him, engrossed in developing his fruit abilities. Did he truly believe that Akiji was merely a nonentity? But just as he was about to intervene, Rofon unveiled yet another novelty. He suddenly reached for the back of his neck. Based on your understanding, you are enlightened repeatedly, comprehending the ability, spinal blade, crack. accompanied by the sound of tearing muscle. Rofon forcibly extracted his own spine. The glistening white bone, still adorned with blood and tendons, formed a bizarrely shaped bone longsword. What? Even Akiji, who had maintained his composure, could no longer contain himself. His scalp tingled with revulsion. He wanted to ask, "Does it hurt?" But upon reflection, such an inquiry seemed impolite. Moreover, Rofon's current appearance was more akin to a demon than a human. A demon extracting its own spine as a weapon seemed quite reasonable and normal, did it not? No way, he casually developed another new ability? The five elders were once again stunned by Rofon's actions. Could it be? Is he truly a prodigy? At this moment, everyone fell silent. Chapter 72. What is this ability? With no bones left, a chill ran down my back, yet my body felt liberated. Furthermore, my mind felt remarkably expansive. Luo Feng was entirely indifferent to the gazes of others, engrossed in his own musings. With a sudden crack, his arm bone pierced through his palm, emerging like a dagger. Then, with a mere thought, the dagger retracted seamlessly. With a swift motion, it was drawn out again. Slash, the dagger was unsheathed. The dagger was retracted once more. Unsheath, retract, unsheath, retract, unsheath. Whoosh, Luo Feng swept his hand across the spine-like blade, instantly igniting it with an eerie green flame. The bone blade of netherfire. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The bone blade in Luo Feng and Amp, Appos, as hand drooped to the ground, immediately melting away the frost and snow beneath it. And then, Luo Feng suddenly flicked his left hand, and a long bone spike shot forth from his palm. Whoosh. A ghostly blue flame enveloped it. Hiss. As the blue flame met the air, a chilling aura radiated outward, causing the moisture in the air to freeze into snowflakes that fell gently to the ground. Enough. Stop him. Quickly, stop him. Saint Satan's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted into the phone bug. Akiji, perplexed, observed. However, witnessing Luo Feng continuously develop new and incomprehensible abilities, he felt that if he did not act soon, this individual might very well entertain himself for an entire day. Whoosh. Akiji lunged forward, delivering a swift kick towards Luo Feng. Crack, crack, crack. In an extraordinarily peculiar posture, Luo Feng bent backward, evading the kick effortlessly. His gaze never even met Akiji and Amp, Appos, S. He was still deep in thought, contemplating how to further develop the fruit and Amp, Appos, S capabilities. At this moment, he had already realized the immense potential of this fruit. Truly vast. If Kaido and Amp, Appos, S Azure Dragon Fruit had once been an object of envy and desire for Luo Feng, now, in his eyes, the Azure Dragon Fruit seemed rather trivial. You have comprehended the ability of the 3 heads and 6 arms through your insights. Crack, Luo Feng and Appos, S clothing suddenly tore apart, and from his armpit sprouted 4 arms, each ending in a hand, while 2 heads emerged from his neck. Clap. His 6 hands seized Akiji and Amp, Appos, S incoming leg with a vice-like grip. Whoosh, the eerie green netherfire spread across Akiji and Amp, Appos, S thigh, igniting instantly. What is this ability? Akiji was genuinely taken aback. The 5 elders were equally astonished, for this 3 heads and 6 arms capability was absent from their records, indicating that no previous user of this ability had ever fully developed it. How on earth did he achieve this? This fruit can be utilized in such a manner? Saint Satan shouted in a somewhat unhinged manner. The others were equally unsettled, eager to capture Luo Feng and dissect him to ascertain whether he was even human. Everyone possessed intellect. Yet why did Luo Feng and Amp, Appos, S imagination stretch so far, while others took months or even years to develop their abilities? He seemed to do so in mere seconds. Truly, the disparity between individuals could be infuriating. Crack, crack, crack. From Luo Feng's 6 hands, 6 long bone blades extended forth. 6-blade style, 6 paths of reincarnation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the bone blades were enveloped in netherfire, countless blade gleams flickered, slicing Akiji into innumerable fragments. Meanwhile, Akiji and Appos, S original form slowly materialized, his expression darkening. Luo Feng and Appos, S flames were capable of burning him. Beneath his clothing, his skin still throbbed with pain. Just moments ago, had he not swiftly shifted his original form, his internal organs might have been torn asunder. He had underestimated the situation. Henceforth, he must ensure that his armament was applied to his entire body. He contemplated in his mind. At that moment, the 5 elders contacted him via the phone book. Hurry, hurry. Luo Feng is developing his fruit. We must not allow him to continue, or we will face consequences you cannot bear to witness. He must be stopped. By any means necessary. Just as the five elders were speaking, Luo Feng had already developed two additional abilities. The more he explored, the more he realized the astonishing potential of this long-overdue fruit. Thus far, he had only undertaken a cursory exploration. Each of the abilities he had just developed could be further refined and utilized in detail. For instance, the nether fire, the bone blade, the 3 heads and 6 arms, etc. As he unlocked each ability, a certain energy within him began to awaken gradually, akin to a slumbering giant slowly opening its eyes. Whoosh! He raised a hand. And from beneath Akiji's feet, a skeletal arm suddenly erupted, gripping his ankle. What is this? Akiji had relinquished all rational thought. He had encountered many devil fruit users, yet never had he seen one like Luo Feng with such a plethora of abilities, as if several fruits had amalgamated into one. Aha! So this is how it can be done. Luo Feng chuckled lightly. You have awakened the ability of spirit communication. Boom! As he reached out, the air trembled, and a 7 to 8 meter tall skeletal frame burst forth from the earth behind Akiji, its eye sockets ablaze with nether fire. With a single swipe, it sent Akiji crashing into the ground. Whoosh! The nether fire emanating from the skeletal frame's eye sockets spread forth, igniting the very seams of Akiji's body. Akiji, with no choice but to shift his original form once more, found that Luo Feng and Amp, Appos, S continuous summoning of skeletons could nearly disregard distance, directly impacting Akiji, rendering him utterly unable to evade. One powerful strike. Akiji roared, enveloping himself in armament. With a sudden forceful tremor, he shattered the skeletal grip that had seized him and charged towards Luo Feng, preparing to eliminate him decisively. Do not assume that simply consuming a potent fruit grants genuine strength. In this world, one either possesses a fruit or haki. Both require time to hone. Your haphazard approach is merely a spectacle for the masses. As he spoke, he closed the distance to Luo Feng, coalescing a blade of icy energy in his hand, thrusting it towards Luo Feng. However, it was not aimed at a vital point. Yet, should it penetrate Luo Feng and Amp, Appos, S body, it would freeze him entirely, plunging him into a state of suspended animation. This will suffice. Unexpectedly, a sinister aura suddenly surged from Luo Feng and Amp, Appos, S being. Simultaneously, the skies above Alabasta darkened, as if entering an entirely different dimension. Chapter 73, Awakening of the Mythical Beast Species. Enveloped in fiery clouds, the sky above Alabasta was shrouded in chaos, not the kind typically associated with dark clouds, but something more akin to the void itself. The inhabitants of Alabasta could not help but gaze upward, a sense of foreboding rising within them. What could have transpired? It felt unusually cold. What did you say? The attack from Akiji had already reached Luo Feng, his eye sword piercing towards him. Yet, in that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The sharp edge of the eye sword effortlessly pierced through Luo Feng and Appos' body as if it were tofu. Strangely, Akiji and Appos' own body followed suit, passing right through him. Transparent. Ethereal. Luo Feng appeared as a spectral entity, impervious to physical attacks. No, this cannot be. Akiji stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He turned sharply, fixing his gaze on Luo Feng. At that moment, his form transformed. A horn sprouted from his head, a loose robe enveloped his body, and he floated above the ground. However, what struck Akiji most was Luo Feng's eyes. The whites had vanished, replaced by an abyssal black, while the pupils glimmered with a faint golden hue. Your development of the fruit has reached an extraordinary level. You have achieved enlightenment and awakened its powers. At that instant, Luo Feng and Appos' mind was flooded with information about this fruit. Zoan type, human fruit, mythical beast species, Yama form. So it is indeed a mythical beast species. A slight smirk graced Luo Feng and Appos' lips. Meanwhile, crimson flames, as vivid as blood, began to rise, swirling around his form like divine raiment, bestowing upon him an aura of both majesty and dread. In the Holy Land, the 5 elders and Vegapunk observed the unfolding scene, utterly unprepared for the spectacle before them. As the red flames enveloped Luo Feng, their eyes widened in unison. A finely crafted teacup slipped from one elder's grasp, shattering upon impact with a resounding crash. The steaming tea spilled onto the pristine floor, forming an incomprehensible and bizarre pattern. What is that rising from Luo Feng? If I am not mistaken, is that the fiery cloud? Indeed, it is the hallmark of an awakened Zoan-type devil fruit. This is impossible. He just consumed the fruit in our presence. How could he awaken so swiftly? No, it cannot be. The blood-red flames signify the awakening of the Yama fruit. What kind of monstrous talent is this? What level of comprehension? He has barely consumed the Yama fruit, and yet he awakens with such speed? Is this boy truly human? Beside them, Vegapunk stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. The details of what Saint Satan had mentioned reverberated in his mind. This Yama fruit, unlike other Zoan types, functions similarly to paramecia, requiring continuous development before awakening. In essence, Luo Feng had consumed a paramecia-type fruit and, within an astonishingly brief period, less than 10 minutes, had progressed from 0 to an awakened state. Vegapunk ceased his contemplation, his mind momentarily stalling. Is he even human? This level of comprehension transcends the definition of genius. Even a true genius would pale in comparison to Luo Feng's terrifying insight. Is this the awakening of a Zoan type? Akiji was taken aback, gazing at the crimson flames emanating from Luo Feng. As an admiral, he was well aware of the implications. Yet, Luo Feng had just consumed the fruit right before his eyes, and in such a short time frame, he had awakened? Has this world encountered a glitch? Akiji felt his mind buzzing, his logic, worldview, and values all teetering on the brink of collapse. Kazan, if you truly wish to engage me in battle. At that moment, cloaked in his robe, feet lifted off the ground, Luo Feng appeared as a living embodiment of Yama, his voice resonating with an otherworldly timbre. I shall use this newly acquired fruit power to shatter your arrogance. Upon awakening, Luo Feng discovered that all his abilities had been greatly enhanced. Moreover, he realized he could perform some remarkably extraordinary feats. However, now is not the time for such revelations. First, he must subdue Akiji. In truth, prior to consuming the fruit, Luo Feng had battled Akiji with a degree of trepidation. After all, while he had not exerted his full strength, neither had Akiji. Should the two engage with all their might, the outcome remained uncertain. When he faced the admiral at Logtown, he had assessed his odds of victory at merely 60%. Even if he were to lose, he had confidence in his ability to escape unscathed. However, now, after consuming the Yama fruit and awakening its powers, Luo Feng felt emboldened. He could assert with utmost certainty that his chances against an admiral now stood at an impressive 99%. After a brief moment of shock, Akiji regained his composure. Adjusting his sunglasses. Well, it has been quite some time since I encountered an opponent of your caliber. I must admit, I am genuinely eager to engage you in combat. But, his tone shifted, revealing a depth behind his glasses. Your potential suggests a glimpse into the future. I concede that I underestimated you earlier, Luo Feng. Your talent is indeed remarkable, deserving of the term and oppos, genius, and oppos. Therefore, you may leave. Before he could finish, a chilling wave swept across a radius of several kilometers, instantly encasing everything in ice. Even distant Navy soldiers were transformed into frozen statues, their communication devices, meant for broadcasting to the five elders, rendered lifeless in an instant. The scene abruptly vanished. In the Holy Land, the five elders were agitated by the sudden loss of the visual feed. They yearned for answers. What the devil happened? Why did the image disappear so abruptly? Hurry, contact Akiji. It's no use. I have already tried. His communication device appears to be inoperative. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The power of this Luo Feng must have reached terrifying heights, compelling Akiji to exert his full strength. The frail communication device had no hope of surviving within his icy domain. The five elders fell silent, a sense of helplessness washing over them. Luo Feng now evoked an impression of being beyond their control, an entity they could not contain. At that moment, Saint Satan turned to Vegapunk, instructing him to step outside, assuring him he would call upon him when needed. Once the door was closed, Saint Satan addressed the others. It seems we must consult Lord M. Chapter 74. The Fate of Akiji? Bang. The door slammed shut. Vegapunk stood outside, somewhat at a loss. It seemed he had become aware of certain matters that were not meant for him. Luffy, East Blue, the Yama fruit. Vegapunk swiftly replayed the information in his mind, as was his instinct, accustomed to pondering various issues. The ability to awaken a devil fruit power so rapidly hinted that this man named Luffy might surpass even that esteemed figure. Vegapunk had once had a test subject with astonishing and exaggerated talents. The speed at which he mastered his devil fruit abilities and developed them was truly remarkable. Back then, Vegapunk felt certain that this individual would one day make a name for himself across the seas. Yet now, Luffy's presence felt even more extraordinary than that of his former subject. That subject was Kaido, inside the room. Satan's voice had just fallen when it was immediately dismissed. No, this matter cannot disturb Lord M. Absolutely not. Wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting our incompetence to the Lord? We have already botched this task and now wish to inform Lord M? ISN and AMP. Oppos. T that just asking for him to clean up our mess? What use would that make of us? The conversation among the five, if overheard by Vegapunk outside, would surely leave him astounded. For the five elders, those who stood at the pinnacle of world power, had an even higher authority above them. Of course, if he truly caught wind of such snippets, he would not leave this door alive. Even with his advanced technology, far ahead of the world by 5 centuries, and the potential utility he held for the celestial dragons, he would still meet his demise. This was a secret that could not be known by any soul. To learn of it meant death for the informant. Even if that person were a celestial dragon, the outcome would be the same. Sigh. So, we can only wait for news from Aokiji, placing all our hopes on him. That appears to be our only course of action. In Alabasta, Aokiji addressed Luffy, saying, "You may leave now. I can handle the 5 elders." Luffy looked at Aokiji earnestly. This man was reliable. He truly stepped up when it mattered. This was a matter being directly overseen by the 5 elders. Should Aokiji let Luffy go, it would be a light punishment at best to strip him of his admiral position. In a more severe scenario, Aokiji could be labeled a criminal and imprisoned in the underwater prison, and Luffy would feel a deep sense of guilt. There was even a possibility that Aokiji could be executed in secret, leaving Luffy with no chance to intervene. However, direct execution seemed unlikely. For one must remember that Fuzz Frutnik, who failed in his devil fruit experiment, merely ended up imprisoned. As an admiral, Aokiji was a significant force. The 5 elders would likely hesitate to remove him outright. Furthermore, the Navy would not tolerate an admiral facing inexplicable punishment from the 5 elders. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy concluded that there was a high probability Aokiji would let him go, and the worst outcome would merely be a reprimand from the 5 elders. He would likely retain his position. All right, you should hurry and leave. Aokiji waved his hand. For a talent like Luffy, who could potentially grow to an alarming extent, he represented the hope of a new era. Even at the risk of his own safety, Aokiji wished to ensure Luffy and Amp, Oppos, safe departure. You make a valid point, but I still want to spar with you, Luffy suddenly declared. Aokiji responded with a raised eyebrow. What? I simply wish to verify how much my strength has grown, and you are the perfect opponent. Luffy grinned at Aokiji. With a long exhale, Aokiji conceded, very well. I shall indulge you in this bout. Please. He gestured towards the distant sea, where a frozen expanse emerged, providing a brief platform for the two to stand. This place was, after all, crowded with onlookers. If anyone were to witness their full power clash, it would be quite the spectacle. Moreover, Aokiji suspected the 5 elders might have sent someone to monitor him in secret, thus he must not allow them to uncover any additional information. Luffy, however, did not dwell on such concerns. He simply thought that if their battle caused too much commotion, it could inadvertently affect others or alter the landscape of Alabasta, which would be undesirable. The sea above posed no such worries. Whoosh, whoosh. Aokiji and Luffy vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. On the sand dunes, Luffy and the others were bewildered. Where did they go? They and Oppos, too fast. Beside them, Robin let out a long breath, rubbing her eyes. That was astonishing. The battle was truly breathtaking. Guys, this is my friend. Could you perhaps let him go? Robin suddenly spoke up, pointing at the sand crocodile lying on the ground. She still bore the identity of a wanted criminal by the world government, and the sand crocodile was a fitting bodyguard. She did not wish to lose his protection. Upon hearing this, the sand crocodile felt a surge of emotion. He had presumed that Robin viewed their relationship as superficial, but in this critical moment, she had spoken up for him. At the same time, the sand crocodile harbored murderous intent towards Luffy and his companions. Today's humiliation was intolerable. He had been defeated by a group of ruffians in such a crude manner. How could he face Robin after this? He would have to exact revenge. Very well. Very well. Let me go, and then I shall strike when you are off guard, wiping you all out. Ha! The sand crocodile gleefully plotted in his mind. Unexpectedly, Is this worthless creature your friend? Madam, why not join us instead? You've seen that we have Luffy, such a formidable expert among us. He can surely help you grow stronger. The sand crocodile's tone was insufferable. Robin was taken aback. Bang! The sand crocodile was kicked unconscious by Sanji. Zoro, feeling the urge to slash this lecherous creature, thought, is this even human language? Just a cook, and he dares to recruit under the captain's name without consulting Luffy? And he even referred to himself as A and Oppos, Green Algae Head and Oppos. How can one endure such insolence? However, just as he prepared to draw his sword, he suddenly glanced towards the sea. At that moment, Luffy, Sanji, and Robin all turned their gazes toward the ocean. Chapter 75. A full-scale assault. Thunderous roars echoed as the sky above the distant sea split apart. What a breathtaking spectacle! Luffy found himself at a loss for words to describe the tumult of emotions surging within him. Witnessing such a magnificent display, he couldn't help but wonder when he would reach such heights. Zoro, lips pressed tightly together, stared vacantly at the distant heavens, his grip on his sword tightening unconsciously. Is this the feeling of being beyond reach? Sanji lit a cigarette for himself, speaking with a hint of weariness. Nearby, Robin was equally stunned. Although the previous battle between Rofeng and Aokiji was impressive and grand, it was still somewhat comprehensible. But now, the sky had literally torn apart. What kind of immense power could have cleaved the clouds? Was this still within the realm of humanity? Suddenly, Zoro sprang into action, sprinting toward the battlefield of the two combatants. I want to see too, Luffy shouted, his blood boiling. The Admiral Aokiji and Rofeng were clashing with all their might. Missing such a grand scene would surely be a lifelong regret. And me? You two are too cunning. At that moment, Sanji even forsook the allure of women. Racing forward with his cigarette still clenched between his teeth, Robin stood still for only a moment, her thirst for strength overpowering her rationality. Who needed the sand crocodile? She could always join this seemingly amiable group on their voyage. Meanwhile, aboard the Mary, Nami and the others observed the tumultuous shift in the weather over the ocean. Oh no! Chopper, who had just boarded at Winter Island, exclaimed, covering his fluffy face with his paws. Heh, Chopper, just look. This is the aftermath of our comrade Rofeng's battle. Impressive, isn't it? Usopp boasted. Nami immediately called him out. Usopp, if only your legs would stop shaking. I might actually believe you're a man. Usopp then panicked. What do I do? What do I do? The sky is splitting. Is Rofeng's terrifying sword energy affecting us? What if our bodies have already been cleaved, and we're just waiting 5 minutes to fall apart? Are we dead? Chopper, hearing this, innocently believed him and began running around the deck too. Oh no, are we really killed by the shockwaves of the battle? I don't want to die yet. Nami sighed, exasperated, and held her forehead. Boom. In the distance, a colossal sound erupted over the sea. A stunning spectacle unfolded. An enormous ice floe, akin to the size of an island, was suddenly cleaved in two, like cheese sliced by a giant's sword. Incredible. Zoro, in the throes of his sprint, was momentarily stunned, his hand trembling and slick with sweat as he gripped his sword. This must be Rofeng's doing. His heart raced with a mix of pride and longing. Suddenly, from high above, immense hailstones began to plummet from the clouds. Each hailstone was at least as large as the Mary itself, cascading down like a torrential downpour. This is Aokiji's work. Robin gasped, taken aback by the ability to alter the weather directly, realizing the cold must have frozen the clouds. At that moment, whether it was Luffy and his crew or those aboard the Mary, everyone was filled with curiosity and a fervent desire to witness the details of the clash between Rofeng and Aokiji. If the aftermath was already this formidable, how awe-inspiring and intricate must their close-quarters battle be? Just after the hailstorm commenced, the sky suddenly darkened as if a colossal hand had shielded the sun. Everyone felt a momentary blackout, only to return to normalcy. Wait, why did it get dark? Nami pointed toward the horizon. The clouds had turned black. At that moment, everyone, including some of the citizens of Alabasta, witnessed the clouds over the battlefield of Rofeng and Aokiji transform into an inky darkness, darker than any ink. It was a color that seemed to devour light itself. A chilling wind howled, filling the air with a sinister atmosphere. This was different from Aokiji and Appo's cold. This chill resonated with a shivering dread that penetrated the soul. Boom. Everyone looked up in horror as they beheld white rain beginning to fall from the black clouds. Wait. That's someone's pupils dilated. Skulls. Every raindrop was a skull. Countless skeletal remains rained down from the blackness, akin to a downpour, delivering a profound visual shock. Then, amidst the myriad of skulls, an enormous hand emerged, as if it were a ghostly hand stretching forth from the gates of the underworld. It struck down fiercely upon the frozen sea. Boom. In an instant, the frozen ocean shattered like glass. The water erupted like a stone thrown into a lake, sending up a flurry of splashes and waves. What is happening? At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. If the earlier rift in the sky had already left them in awe, this strike sent chills down their spines. The massive black cloud in the sky evoked a terrifying and eerie sensation within their hearts, conjuring images of the river Styx and the underworld. The subsequent downpour of bones deepened their thoughts of the gates of the afterlife. When the final strike occurred, it sealed their speculations with finality. Could it be that this truly is the gate to the underworld? Rofeng, could he summon entities from the realm of the dead into our world of the living? Could he even resurrect the deceased? How terrifying! How utterly shocking! Is this truly within the realm of human capability? And to think, such a man is our crewmate. At that moment, Zaro reached the seashore, ready to step onto the ice, determined to swim if need be. Wait, he could see. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that he could still make out the figures of Rofeng and Akiji. They were engaged in a battle in a manner he could scarcely comprehend. Chapter 76. The battle concludes on the vast ocean. Enormous icebergs floated adrift. A figure stood silently atop one of the ice blocks, swaying gently with the waves, while another hovered in midair, feet dangling. The howling sea wind rustled their garments. A hint of steadiness marked Akiji's demeanor. The recent conflict had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. After taking several deep breaths, he spoke. I comprehend your ability. You can briefly render your body intangible. In that state, aside from haki, no physical means can harm you in the slightest. Effectively, you become akin to a Logia user. Animal, Paramecia, Logia. Your fruit possesses the rare capability to span across 3 categories. Truly exceptional and formidable. Rofeng remained noncommittal. In truth, entering an intangible state required a significant expenditure of his energy. The longer he maintained this state, the greater the stamina depletion, compounded by an extended cooldown period. For instance, should he remain intangible for 3 seconds, he would need to wait an equal duration before re-entering that state. Furthermore, after 3 seconds of intangibility, each additional second of maintenance would consume a cumulative amount of energy. At most, he could sustain it for 10 seconds. Any longer would result in dire consequences. Well then, it seems we are about to determine the victor, Akiji declared. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Rofeng rasped, his voice defying gender distinction. At that moment, the wind ceased, the air thickening as if frozen in time. A low hum resonated as a terrifying aura of haki emanated from both Rofeng and Akiji. Boom. The clash of their formidable haki reverberated. Instantly, a regal purple aura collided with Akiji's, dividing the world into 2 extreme realms. Yet, in terms of both purity and magnitude, Rofeng's haki overwhelmingly surpassed that of Akiji. What an astonishing display of haki. Your strength should far exceed mine. Could it be? You have indeed mastered the Conqueror and Amp, Appos, as haki? Akiji struggled to endure for 3 seconds before conceding defeat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands trembling. This was an involuntary response, a result of being overwhelmed by the potent Conqueror's haki. Yet, how could he tremble? He was Akiji, an admiral. To be intimidated to the point of quaking by another's haki? It was inconceivable. With a low growl, Akiji charged at Rofeng. His leg struck like the spear of a war god, enveloped in tremendous haki, aimed directly at Rofeng. Without haki, even his freezing fruit ability could not touch Rofeng. Thus, to combat Rofeng, he could not rely on his fruit's powers, only on haki and his martial arts. Come at me. Rofeng rasped. His ghostly hand, wreathed in crimson hellfire, struck fiercely at Akiji's foot. Bang! The very heavens trembled at that moment. Streaks of black lightning surged from the point of contact between the two. The wind howled. And centered around Rofeng and Akiji, waves surged across the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The ensuing battle saw Rofeng and Akiji engage in dozens of exchanges, each accompanied by the terrifying clash of their haki. Akiji's heart surged with astonishment. Rofeng's hand struck with such force that his feet ached. What tremendous power was this? The Zoan type inherently enhances physical prowess. Moreover, Rofeng's Zoan had awakened, granting him terrifying upgrades in strength, defense, recovery, and physical limits. Kazan, what do you perceive as justice? Rofeng began slowly. Justice? Akiji was taken aback. His version of justice was a lazy form of righteousness. Yet, it had not always been this way. Many years ago, when he had just joined the Navy, he was a passionate youth, often neglecting meals in his relentless pursuit of pirates. Back then, he believed he was on a righteous path, striving for strength, even training under garb to become formidable. However, the tragedy of O'Hara shattered his ideals of justice. As he witnessed the Navy's willingness to slay innocents in the name of so-called justice, he faltered. Justice? What is justice? To obliterate scholars of O'Hara, to conceal an 800-year-old truth? To burn books containing knowledge and truth? To turn a mere child, not even 10 years old, into a fugitive, leaving her homeless and destitute? Listening to Rofeng and Amp, Appo's raspy voice, Akiji snapped his gaze upward, fixating intently on Rofeng and Amp, Appo's eyes. How do you know all of this? His pupils trembled, his inner turmoil unraveling. The buried fear of many years gripped his throat like a phantom hand. For so long, he had endured the torment of conscience. Although he had not acted in that instance, he possessed the strength to have intervened. Had he done so, even facing death or becoming a lifelong fugitive, he could have found peace in his dreams. At that moment, Rofeng and Amp, Appo's lips curled into a slight smile, a deadly intent surfacing. Godsend. He unsheathed his colossal sword, swinging it forcefully, unleashing a devastating hockey-infused slash that hurtled toward Akiji's face. Crack, the godsend manifested like a rift in space, extending several meters. Upon its emergence, black lightning coiled around it. The concentrated hockey enveloped Akiji with an overwhelming sense of suffocation and despair, as if death loomed above him. This is bad. Akiji and Amp, Appo's mind had been consumed by Rofeng and Amp, Appo's words, causing him to lower his guard and fail to evade. Boom! The godsend struck him directly, causing him to spew a torrent of blood from his mouth and nose. His body careened across the ocean's surface like a torpedo, creating a massive wall of white water before violently crashing onto the shores of Alabasta. On that day, the entire populace of Alabasta felt the tremor beneath their feet. Akiji would rise no more. Simultaneously, at Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku and Garp had been anxiously awaiting the outcome of the battle. Sengoku kept a vigilant eye on Garp, wary of the old man succumbing to any pangs of compassion. Despite the lengthy distance to Alabasta, Garp's reputation could sway the outcome with a simple call. Particularly concerning Akiji, who had once served under him, their bond was far from ordinary. If Garp were to plead for Akiji, it was conceivable that he could sway the old man. BRR. BRR. At that moment, the phone bug on Sengoku's desk rang. Is there news? Sengoku's eyes brightened as he quickly answered. Some department. What is it? Garp glanced at the phone bug, his heartbeat quickening with anxiety. Rofeng and Amp, Appo's fate hung in the balance. Ah, Marshal, someone is seeking you. Yet, the voice emanating from the phone bug was not Akiji and Amp, Appo's. What? A man named Teach claims to have brought forth a pirate known as Ace, seeking to negotiate a trade in hopes of ascending to the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 77, Garp and Amp, Appo's fury with a resounding crash. The table was shattered by Garp's furious hand. His expression was a tempest of astonishment and rage. What? Who did he say? If he heard correctly, the person captured by that Teach was purportedly named Ace. Ace? Was and Appo's he a member of the Whitebeard pirates? How could he have suddenly been apprehended by Teach? Moreover, if Garp and Appo's memory served him right, this Teach fellow was also a member of the Whitebeard pirates. How could these two, both part of the same crew, now be at odds with each other? What's got you so stirred up? Sengoku shot Garp a glance, maintaining an air of calm, though turmoil brewed within him. Ace. He knew the name well. Ever since the fiery Ace set sail, Sengoku had kept a vigilant eye on this formidable newcomer. Initially, he had thought little of him, considering him merely a powerful rookie. However, once Ace joined the Whitebeard crew, Sengoku commenced an in-depth investigation. He soon uncovered a startling revelation. Ace hailed from Windmill Village in the East Blue. Windmill Village? Wasn't that Garp's hometown? Upon learning this, Sengoku's instincts kicked in, sensing there was more to the story. Consequently, he dispatched trusted personnel to delve deeper into the matter. Fortune favored the diligent. Ultimately, he uncovered an astonishing truth. Ace was not a port ass by birth. Rather, he bore the surname Gold. He was not an orphan but the biological son of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Upon discovering the shocking fact, Sengoku was incensed. Ever since Roger and Amp, Appo's demise, he had been searching for the whereabouts of Roger and Amp, Appo's offspring, only to find that Garp had concealed him all along. It felt as though he had been stabbed in the back by someone he had trusted implicitly. However, following the revelation of Ace's identity, Sengoku refrained from taking immediate action. For one, it was too late. Ace had already aligned himself with the Whitebeard pirates. Under Whitebeard's protection, capturing Ace would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, there was the bond between Garp and himself. It would be inappropriate to shatter that trust. Moreover, divulging this information to Garp might inadvertently alert Ace, prompting him to seek even greater protection. Yet now, Garp had no justification to safeguard Ace any longer. Sengoku and Amp, Appo's heart swelled with a sense of satisfaction. This was an unexpected windfall. The mere presence of Ace was sufficient for him to orchestrate numerous schemes. As for Teach's aspirations to become a warlord of the sea, that was entirely acceptable. He had effectively become an adversary to Whitebeard and sought the Navy's protection rightfully. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Sengoku acquiesced. To him, Teach was merely an ordinary pirate. After years in the Whitebeard crew, he had accomplished little of note and was certainly not a figure of great significance. As for Teach and Appo's betrayal of Whitebeard, the reasoning was straightforward. Pirate alliances were notoriously precarious. According to Sengoku's intelligence, the position of 2nd Division Commander, which rightfully belonged to Teach, had been awarded to Ace instead. Wasn't that a compelling motive? Out of jealousy. Teach had captured Ace. Excellent, let him come. After relaying this thought to the transponder snail, Sengoku hung up the call and turned to Garp. Indeed. Garp's complexion was far from pleasant. Garp, what has you so troubled? It's merely a squabble among pirates. Why are you so agitated? Sengoku reveled in his inner delight. Garp had secretly raised Ace, and now Ace had been captured right before his eyes. He was eager to witness Garp's reaction. Garp opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He was unaware that Sengoku had already unraveled the entire truth. At this moment, he could only seethe in silence, consumed by frustration and anxiety. Before long, the door swung open, and an acrid smell, reminiscent of someone who had not bathed in days, accompanied by the scent of alcohol, wafted into the room. Both men wrinkled their brows as Blackbeard sauntered in, laughing boisterously. Ha! I never imagined our transaction would conclude so swiftly. Blackbeard chortled, showing no regard for the legendary Navy hero Garp or the strategic genius Sengoku standing before him. Should either of them choose to renege at that moment, they could easily subdue him. Yet, as the fleet admiral, Sengoku would never stoop to such depths. He merely stated coolly, I have but one question for you. Why have you delivered Port Asti, Ace to the Navy? Garp and Appo's glare was unwavering, his murderous intent barely contained. Blackbeard, however, remained oblivious to Garp and Appo's predatory gaze and replied to Sengoku with a grin. Appo's quite simple. I killed my crewmates, and thus had to flee. That fool Ace, in his foolishness, pursued me for his fallen comrades. Yet, I anticipated his arrival and laid a trap, capturing him effortlessly. In truth, this fool had no idea I had been concealing my strength aboard the ship, thinking he could hunt me down. How utterly naive. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, Akiji awoke to find himself in a lavish room reminiscent of royal quarters. Several maidens clad in servant attire attended to him. As he glanced down, he saw his body swathed in bandages. Even a slight movement sent sharp pains coursing through his chest. Do not move. Your ribs are broken. I have set them. But if you strain them further, you risk piercing your organs, and that could be perilous. A creature resembling a plush pet approached, speaking with grave seriousness. Where am I? And what has transpired? Akiji queried, bewildered. Just then, a series of footsteps approached, and Rofeng entered the room, now restored to his human form. With an attractive appearance and an upright posture, he bore a gentle smile. You are within the royal palace of Alabasta. The tale of how you came to be here is rather lengthy, but I shall explain it to you in due time. After Akiji's defeat, Princess Vivi had invited everyone to the palace. Crocodile had been dealt with, and the hardships of the Alabasta people had been alleviated. Moreover, in a stroke of fortune, Robin had agreed to join the Straw Hat crew. For now, eat something. Shortly, I will take you to see something of great significance, Rofeng instructed Akiji. See what? Akiji inquired, intrigued. The historical text. Chapter 78. Understanding History Within an Underground Palace, Luofeng, Luffy, and the Straw Hat crew. Accompanied by Akiji and Princess Vivi with her father, moved in unison towards a common destination. The ancient carvings adorning the walls of this subterranean palace appeared to narrate an age-old tale. Akiji and Robin lingered at the rear of the group, engaged in hushed conversation. Who would have imagined that after all these years, you would find yourself in this place? Akiji remarked with a hint of detachment. Although Robin felt a twinge of fear towards Akiji, the presence of Luofeng instilled in her a sense of security. In truth, I owe an apology to all the scholars and common folk of O'Hara. It was a grave mistake on my part to allow a child, not yet 10, to venture out to sea alone. I should have secretly taken you in and raised you, Akiji confessed, guilt weighing heavily upon him. The confrontation with Luofeng had awakened a long-dormant sense of justice within him. It matters not, I have grown accustomed to the passage of time. And the past is immutable, Robin replied with a calm demeanor. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Akiji felt a sudden sting at the bridge of his nose. This girl. This once tender child, what trials had she endured over the years? A girl who set sail at such a tender age now bore a bounty of several million berries. It was unfathomable how she had survived. At that moment, Cobra, leading the group, halted and turned to gaze deeply at Luo Feng. Are we truly going to see it? This is the historical text, after all. The scholars of O'Hara were annihilated for their research into this very thing, leading to the issuance of the Buster Call that raised the entire island, he pondered. Gratitude swelling within him for Luo Feng and his companions for having dealt with the sand crocodile. Yet, he feared for his own life, standing before a marine admiral. Was it wise to openly examine the historical text? Inwardly distressed, Cobra felt overwhelmed. Step aside, old man, you're blocking my view, Luo Feng retorted as he pulled Cobra aside, deeming him superfluous now that they had located the historical text. With that, Luffy, Robin, and even Akiji approached to behold the legendary historical text. A massive square stone tablet, reminiscent of metal, stood undamaged despite the passage of countless years. It was inscribed with an ancient and unfamiliar script, filled with extensive content. Can you decipher it? Akiji inquired, glancing at Robin. This is an ancient script, one that even the scholars of O'Hara could not fully comprehend. It has been lost to time, she replied. Let me try. With that, Robin stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the inscriptions. As Luo Feng also scrutinized the contents, he suddenly felt an epiphany wash over him. The ancient words beginning to reveal their meanings. You are reading the historical text, inspiration surges, and insights flow, grasping the ancient script. Luo Feng murmured as he deciphered the first line, ancient weapon. Pluton. At his utterance, Robin and the others turned to him with bewildered expressions. What is happening? Luo Feng can actually comprehend the historical text? They collectively thought. Among them, Robin was the most astounded. Fully aware of the challenges inherent in such comprehension. How had this man, this pirate, achieved what so many scholars could not? As Luo Feng seemed poised to continue, ready to disclose the precise location of Pluton, Robin swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Shoo, she implored. Luo Feng gazed at her with a mix of disappointment and intrigue. That hand is surprisingly soft, he mused. But do not continue. One of the ancient weapons, Pluton, is said to possess the capability to annihilate an island with a single cannonball. Such a fearsome weapon should remain buried forever and never see the light of day. Robin articulated, her tone laced with sorrow. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, yet he contemplated that his own strength rendered the need for Pluton unnecessary. Relying on external forces was ultimately misguided. True power lay in self-improvement. This historical text must never fall into the hands of others. I will arrange for its removal and bury it in the desert, in a place where the sands will conceal it from all knowledge, Cobra declared. The group nodded in consensus. Suddenly, a phone snail in Akiji's possession began to ring. He glanced at Luo Feng before answering. Hello, Akiji. How goes the situation on your end? Have you captured Luo Feng? The voice of Saint Saturn echoed from the other end. At once, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The five elders. Cobra staggered back, his face drained of color, and Princess Vivi mirrored his shock. The Straw Hat crew, however, remained oblivious to the significance of the five elders, their faces a mask of confusion. Robin, among the few who understood their status, felt a wave of dread wash over her. Unfazed, Luo Feng regarded Akiji with keen interest, exuding a sense of calm. Akiji held the phone snail, yet his eyes remained fixed on Luo Feng. Hello, Akiji respond. Saint Saturn and Apos. S voice grew impatient. In that moment, the air thickened with tension as everyone held their breath, fixated on Akiji and the phone snail. His words could determine the fate of many. Should the five elders discover the connection between the Alabasta royal family and Luo Feng, annihilation would surely follow. Moreover, Robin feared the five elders would swiftly issue a command for Akiji to capture her. Her heart raced as she watched him intently, while the Straw Hat crew shared in the anxiety of the moment. If the five elders learned that Akiji had failed to apprehend Luo Feng, or worse, had been defeated by him, the repercussions would be dire. They would undoubtedly dispatch even stronger forces to capture Luo Feng, leading to an inevitable net of pursuit closing in on the Straw Hat pirates. Chapter 79. An unexpected delight. The words of Luo Feng resonated in the air. I apologize. I have failed. I was careless and allowed him to escape at a crucial moment. I take full responsibility for this matter. Akiji spoke softly, shouldering all the blame as he had promised earlier. At this moment, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and gave Akiji a thumbs up. Well done. A true man. He really stood firm under pressure. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, thoroughly satisfied with Akiji and Appo's performance. At the same time, a thought began to blossom in his mind. Perhaps he could recruit Akiji into the Sword and Blade organization. With his strength, he was certainly qualified. And Akiji's character would likely resonate well with Fujitora. Their shared sense of justice would surely provide plenty of common ground for discussion. In the Holy Land, a voice echoed in disbelief. What? Did this fool just let Luo Feng escape? What about the Yama fruit? Does that mean we cannot obtain it either? Useless. Truly useless. How can you call yourself an admiral and fail to capture a pirate? The 5 elders seethed with anger. Akiji had been out of contact for a long time, and they had feared he was dead. Now, they learned he had merely failed to apprehend Luo Feng. What is this fool good for? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. A dignified admiral could not handle such a trivial task. They considered stripping him of his rank and replacing him immediately. However, no one dared to voice such a notion. Becoming an admiral was no trivial matter. Over the years, only 3 had risen to such ranks. It was not as simple as uttering a few words or finding someone to consume a devil fruit to become an admiral. It required genuine strength, mastery of fruit abilities, physical training, hockey cultivation, and, most importantly, extensive battle experience. The path to such heights was arduous and gradual. Frankly speaking, they were reluctant to dismiss an admiral. Although they often disregarded them, losing one would be a significant loss. Must we simply watch Luo Feng roam freely? Some were unwilling to accept this fate. No, the Yama fruit must be obtained. This fruit cannot be lost. Moreover, they harbored serious doubts, with Luo Feng's astonishing insight. It wouldn't be long before his strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. Luckily, his power had not yet escalated to the point where he could defeat an admiral in such a short time. Otherwise, it would become necessary to eliminate him decisively. Soon, the 5 devised a plan. Akiji would continue to pursue Luo Feng while raising his bounty. And the wanted poster would be amended to specify that he must be captured alive, not killed. In Alabasta, upon receiving the command from the 5 elders to continue pursuing Luo Feng, Akiji felt both amused and exasperated. The target stood right before him. Where else could he pursue him? It appeared he would have to continue spinning lies. Sometimes, one lie necessitated more to cover it up. Yet, he genuinely had not captured Luo Feng. Even if he wished to, he would be powerless. His strength was no match for Luo Feng's. The memory of Luo Feng's blade still caused a dull ache in his chest. After the crowd departed the underground palace, Luo Feng and Akiji had a private conversation. Hey, Kazan, to be honest, would you care to join me? Luo Feng skillfully persuaded him, eventually winning Akiji over. How many members does our organization, Sword and Blade, have now, including you and me? Akiji inquired curiously. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng replied, You, me, a blind swordsman known as Fujitora, and Dracula Mihawk. Akiji was taken aback. What the hell? The world and Appo's greatest swordsman has become one of Luo Feng and Appo's subordinates? What on earth is happening in this world? Am I losing my mind? Moreover, Akiji felt that the blind swordsman who shared the same organization with Mihawk and Luo Feng could not possibly be an ordinary character. He must possess significant abilities as well. I feel like I and Appo's entered an extraordinary organization, Akiji mused to himself. Now, Kazan, you shall continue to and Appo's, pursue and Appo's, me. We must set sail once more, Luo Feng said, patting Akiji on the shoulder. Although he had cleverly invited Akiji to join Sword and Blade, Akiji's official title remained that of an admiral, a status that held considerable advantages for Luo Feng. After all, Akiji was directly under the 5 elders. Should the elders issue any adverse orders against Luo Feng, he would be the first to receive the information from Akiji. All right, Captain. Akiji looked at Luo Feng with an odd expression. Not long after, the Mary set sail again. Robin boarded the ship, bringing their numbers to 8. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, and of course, Luo Feng. Luo Feng took a moment to reflect on the recent events in his mind. Firstly, his own transformation. The most significant change had come from consuming the Yama fruit and successfully awakening its powers. This fruit had granted him a qualitative leap in strength. Previously, he had only a 60% chance of defeating an admiral. Now, through practical experience, he had proven he could triumph over Akiji while still holding back. Thus, It was reasonable to believe he could also overcome the other two admirals, Kazuru and Akainu. Additionally, there were changes in his physical capabilities. Long ago, he had begun to outgrow the fist and muscle training techniques he learned from Garp. As one's physical prowess increased, the rate of improvement slowed. His body lacked significant bloodline and talent, and without his extraordinary insight to enhance his training efficiency, he would have likely fallen short of even the Sand Crocodile and Appos' level of martial arts. However, now that he had consumed the Yama fruit, the issues regarding his physical training were easily resolved. This was an animal-type fruit, and among the three types, animal fruits were the most effective for enhancing physical abilities. Henceforth, he would only need to focus on developing the fruit's powers. This was indeed a delightful surprise, for before consuming the fruit, he had been unaware of whether it belonged to the Paramecia, Logia, or animal categories. Discovering it was an animal-type fruit felt like receiving a bonus gift. Chapter 80. A new bounty. His domineering aura had reached a bottleneck. Although he possessed unique methods to enhance both his Conqueror and Appos' Haki and Armament Haki, akin to his martial arts, he found himself unable to advance further. Moreover, he had yet to discover a way to break through this barrier. Nonetheless, Luo Feng took solace in the realization that his mastery of Haki had already attained a level that many might never reach in their entire lives. It was likely that even some of the four emperors could not match the intensity of his Haki. The technique known as divine avoidance could only be executed by a handful of individuals across the globe. His Haki armor surpassed Big Mom's iron balloon. As he uniquely combined Conqueror and Appos' Haki and Armament Haki to envelop his body, it seemed that he was the sole pirate in the current world capable of such a feat. Furthermore, the method of nurturing a blade with Conqueror's Haki was a skill exclusive to him. At present, he had discovered the most suitable blade for himself, his own spine. Indeed, his spine could also be nurtured. Once it transformed into the Emperor and Appos' blade, it would not only serve as his weapon but also provide immeasurable benefits to his physical form, as it resided within him. This was something Luo Feng was still exploring. All of the above was already more than sufficient. In addition to his growth and strength, Luo Feng had created a universal medicine formula on Winter Island, capable of addressing nearly any ailment aside from insufficient lifespan. For instance, if he were to hand a universal medicine to Whitebeard, this old warrior would instantly regain his peak combat prowess. However, he would never do such a thing. The ingredients for the universal medicine were exceedingly rare, and even he had only a limited supply at present. He would reserve it for himself and his crew. On the topic of the universal medicine, Luo Feng had also mastered ancient scripts. The benefit of this newfound knowledge was clear. In the future, when encountering historical texts, he would no longer require Robin as a translator, as he could read the raw material directly. Next, he considered the changes among his crew members. First, there was an increase in their numbers. Since entering the Grand Line, Chopper and Robin had joined the crew. Then, there was the evolution of their strength. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp had all made significant progress during this period. This improvement stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, Sanji prepared combat meals daily, which the crew consumed at every meal. Even the weakest members, Nami and Usopp, had developed formidable combat abilities. It was no exaggeration to say that they could effortlessly crush the CP9 agents encountered at Eni's lobby. When Luffy faced Lucci again, he would not even need to activate Gear Second or utilize Haki. He could easily overpower him. Secondly, Luo Feng and Appos' guidance had been invaluable, although he seldom instructed others. His profound understanding of Haki, the six powers, and swordsmanship meant that even casual remarks could lead to profound realizations. The concept of a bottleneck ceased to exist. Whenever Luffy and the others encountered difficulties during training, Luo Feng could pinpoint the crux of their problems. Creak. Luo Feng rocked in his recliner, yawning as he withdrew his thoughts. Having organized these significant matters, a singular question emerged in his mind. Peculiar indeed. Lying in the rocking chair, he pondered. According to the original storyline, they ought to have encountered Ace in Alabasta by now. Yet, with the assistance of Princess Vivi and Cobra, they discovered that such a person had never set foot on the island. Could it be that my butterfly effect has altered the course of the world line? Luo Feng mused. The following morning, early at dawn, a newspaper fluttered down from above. Upon opening it, a brand new bounty notice floated out. It was his. The notice featured his handsome visage, with windswept hair and a somewhat disheveled appearance, exuding an air of recklessness. Beneath his knife-like brows, A pair of commanding eyes gazed nonchalantly elsewhere, yet imparted an unmistakable aura of dominance. Below, a string of exaggerated numbers was inscribed. 3,000,000,000. Wow. The five elders truly wielded considerable influence. Upon seeing the newly established bounty amount on the notice, Luo Feng was taken aback. 3 billion berries. Indeed, 3 billion. This was nearly on par with that of a four-emperor. One could only imagine the astonished expressions of the people across the seas this morning upon encountering his bounty notice. Of course, the five elders were unaware that Luo Feng had already attained admiral-level strength. Therefore, their basis for determining his bounty was likely due to his consumption of the Yama Nomi. Thus, it was not that Luo Feng's worth had risen by another billion, but rather that he had ingested a devil fruit valued at 10 billion. Well, that is not entirely accurate, as the value of the Yama Nomi should be priceless. However, the five elders could not raise his bounty too excessively. An inflated amount would not only prove ineffective, but could also incite panic among the common folk. Luo Feng pondered. Subsequently, he continued to peruse the newspaper, eager to discover whether the five elders would report on his encounter with Admiral Akiji in Alabasta, and how they would describe his escape from Akiji and Apos' clutches. Humph. I can only imagine that these old geezers will portray my escape from Admiral Akiji as a rather desperate affair, right? Luo Feng chuckled. Having seen too many instances of such tactics in his previous life, diminishing the enemy while elevating oneself. Yet, he was not particularly concerned. He was not a person who placed great importance on his reputation. Flipping through the newspaper, he was initially disappointed not to find his own news, but was instead met with a sensational headline that caused him to leap to his feet. Something serious had occurred. Luo Feng could no longer sit still. The other crew members, curious about what had so unsettled him, gathered around. What could possibly be so grave? Nami approached with a worried expression. Luo Feng, having slowly resumed his seat, wore a solemn countenance that refused to fade. He stared blankly at the distant sea, murmuring, "Could it truly be that the significant events of the past cannot be altered? Is the war on the summit truly destined to occur?" At that moment, Nami caught sight of a news article from the newspaper that Luo Feng had let slip through his fingers. Shocking. Whitebeard Pirates and Apos, 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist Ace, is to be publicly executed at Navy headquarters shortly. Chapter 81. Have they asked about Luo Feng? What? On the ocean, aboard the Mary. A roar echoed. The sky was filled with startled seagulls, flapping their wings in alarm and fleeing the scene. On the deck, a group of people gathered around, staring at the newspaper on the ground. How is this possible? Is Ace really going to die? Luffy, unable to accept the news, clutched his head. Ace? Is he Luffy and Apos' brother? Chopper inquired. Nami cautiously nodded, glancing at Luffy. The others were also watching Luffy with trepidation. His own brother was to face execution. This was a monumental event. What would Luffy do now? Meanwhile, Luo Feng was deep in thought. He furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. The war on the top. He never imagined that despite all he had done since arriving in this world, the butterfly effect would not prevent the war on the top from occurring. Could it be that this world possesses its own will, correcting the timeline autonomously, making significant events increasingly difficult to avert? Luo Feng pondered. He absent-mindedly rubbed his chin, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. The war on the top was something Luo Feng desperately wanted to avoid. It wasn't that he cared about the lives of pirates or the Navy. Rather, he did not want these two forces to clash and deplete each other unnecessarily. His true enemies were not the pirates or the Navy, but the celestial dragons, the Gorosei, and him. They were the ones who posed a genuine threat to him. In Luo Feng's view, the pirates and Navy were merely pawns in his game. If utilized effectively, these pawns could become sharp blades aimed at the celestial dragons. In fact, he had already begun to lay the groundwork. The organization, Swordsmile, was his handiwork. However, his plans had only just begun, and he had yet to see significant results. Akiji was a piece he had planted within the Navy, capable of gradually shifting the Navy and Apos' power. Mihawk and Fujitora represented the pirates and bounty hunters, respectively. Even his interactions with Dragon had made the Revolutionary Army a potential force he could leverage. Alas, time was not on his side. Luo Feng rubbed his nose, rising to fetch a cup of wheat juice from the table, sipping it thoughtfully while continuing his contemplation. He despised the war on the top for two reasons. The first was the concern over his pawns being squandered. Now, there was a second reason. Luo Feng gazed deeply at the tumultuous sea, which appeared grand yet was composed of countless drops of water. He mused, in the war on the top, despite the grand spectacle, the true masters had hardly perished. On the pirates' side, only Whitebeard, Ace, and a few others had fallen. On the Navy's side, the 3 admirals remained unharmed. And even the vice-admirals had merely sustained injuries. Reflecting on this, his gaze darkened. The true casualties of the war on the top were the ordinary people, average pirates and regular Navy soldiers. As a young man hailing from Blue Star, born under a red banner and nurtured in the gentle spring breeze, who had received 9 years of compulsory education, Luo Feng viewed the so-called war on the top as merely a battle among deities, with mortals suffering the consequences. The true masters had survived. Only the commoners had perished. Was this fair? It was not fair. Now that he had crossed over into this world, he could not tolerate such a situation. What masters? Let them all perish. With this thought, Luo Feng made up his mind. It was time to activate the Swords Mile organization. Let this world witness the power of Luo Feng. He turned to Luffy and the others and declared, "We shall head to the battlefield. The Navy and the 4 emperors wish to clash. Have they consulted me, Luo Feng?" This morning, newspapers flew across the world. The once calm world was once again shaken. However, the people and Appo's focus was not on Ace, who had just been captured. Since the papers did not reveal Ace's true identity, people believed he was merely an ordinary pirate. What captivated their attention was Luo Feng's brand new bounty notice. What? This pirate named Luo Feng is soaring to the heavens. In such a short time, his bounty has skyrocketed again. Indeed, it has risen by 1 billion in a single leap, reaching a staggering 30 billion. 30 billion berries. Such a terrifying bounty could surely place him among the 4 emperors. Could it be that 5 emperors are about to emerge upon these seas? Initially, Luo Feng and Appo's bounty of 20 billion had already caught the eye of some significant figures. Yet, to be honest, it had only garnered attention. However, 30 billion was a whole different matter. One must understand that as bounties increase, it becomes increasingly challenging to elevate them further. Bounties of the 4 emperors typically rise by hundreds of millions. 30 billion could be considered equal to the 4 emperors. On Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh, the Dark King, held the newspaper, his expression laden with meaning. In Twin Cape, Kureha also perused the newspaper, a smile breaking across his face upon seeing Luo Feng and Appo's bounty notice. In the East Blue, everywhere the Straw Hat crew had traveled, anyone who knew Luo Feng, upon seeing his bounty notice, displayed expressions of astonishment. What? This is Luo Feng. He has already reached 30 billion. Just recently, it was only 20 billion. Truly astonishing how fast he has risen. He must now be a significant figure renowned throughout the Grand Line. Who would have thought that the once nameless individual has now ascended to such heights? Time truly flies. At this moment, across the seas and islands of the Grand Line, everyone was fervently discussing the name Luo Feng. In taverns, drunken ruffians and pirates, even those who had never seen Luo Feng, boasted as if they were intimately acquainted with him. In alleys, cloaked bounty hunters gazed fervently at the photo of Luo Feng on the bounty notice, especially fixating on the astronomical bounty, their throats swallowing hard. In villages, villagers spoke in hushed tones about the recently emerged great pirate, fearing he might suddenly appear before them. In every naval base, the Navy convened urgent meetings, fervently discussing the figure of Luo Feng, contemplating how to respond should he launch a surprise attack on their base, or what they would do if he suddenly appeared in their territory. In prisons, inmates who had lost all hope of seeing the outside world, relying solely on newspapers for news, were shaken upon seeing Luo Feng's bounty notice. Was another emperor about to rise from the depths of the ocean? On this day, the name Luo Feng reverberated throughout the vast seas. Chapter 82. He aims to become the Pirate King. Cake Island. What? Big Mom's furious roar shattered the tranquility of the morning. Still clad in her nightgown, she clutched the morning newspaper tightly in her hands. Her eyes fixated on Luffy and Appo's bounty notice, the staggering figure of 3 billion glaring back at her. Her large eyes, bloodshot and wide with disbelief, reflected her inner turmoil. It's impossible. How can this be? What gives him the right? Already reaching 3 billion. At that moment, Big Mom and Appo's heart was filled with discontent. After years of relentless struggle to amass her wealth and achieve the status of one of the 4 emperors, a mere newcomer was on the verge of matching her bounty. Was this fair? What gave him the right? Damn it, Luffy. You better not set foot in my territory, or I will flay you alive. Her roar echoed throughout the Cake Castle. On Onigashima. Damn it. Why? The Ship King, Jack, stormed up to Kaido, slamming Luffy and Appo's bounty notice onto the table. His eyes burned with resentment, as if they could kill. I only have 1 billion. And this brat's bounty increases by 1 billion every time. Am I not entitled to some dignity? Boss, could Luffy be a pawn sent by the Navy? I bet Sengoku is targeting me. Otherwise, we should declare war on the Navy and crush him. Kaido was pained by Jack and Appo's incessant complaints. Yet he refrained from losing his temper. The bounty on Luffy left him in contemplative silence. Unlike Big Mom, Kaido was not an emotional creature. Instead, he quietly perused the newspaper, seeking the reason behind Luffy's astonishing bounty increase. Soon, he found it. However, unlike the previous 2 occasions, this time the report on Luffy was relegated to a corner, as if the Navy feared it would attract too much attention. Adventurer Luffy escapes from Admiral's grasp in Alabasta. There was something amiss. Kaido's eyes narrowed. When did the Navy become so discreet? They must have suffered a setback. And merely escaping from an admiral could elevate someone in Appo's bounty to 3 billion? Impossible. As time ticked by, Kaido pondered for 10 minutes. Suddenly, he slapped the table with vigor. I understand now. Jack, looking morose, interjected, Boss, please don't come to any realizations. It frightens me. Ignoring Jack, Kaido continued. The Navy must have deployed an admiral in Alabasta to deal with Luffy. Then, when Luffy clashed with the admiral, the outcome was likely not an escape as the Navy claimed, but a tie. Yes, it and Appo's. Very likely that Luffy held his own against the admiral and left unscathed. The Navy, embarrassed and humiliated, dared not publicize the truth, hence their understated announcement. At this revelation, Kaido's perception of Luffy's bounty notice shifted dramatically. He had previously dismissed Luffy as just another newcomer, whose high bounty was merely a stroke of luck. Yet now, it was evident. This newcomer was formidable. He possessed remarkable capabilities. Even if he had, and Appo's fought the admiral to a standstill, he must have come close. Or the Navy would not have placed a bounty of 3 billion on his head. In this world, there are countless heroes to rival one another. I underestimated this newcomer. Kaido recalibrated his mindset. Previously, he had contemplated recruiting Luffy should he venture into the new world. But now, he realized Luffy would never be one to submit to another's authority. Kaido suddenly burst into laughter, startling Jack. Why are you laughing, boss? Kaido's mirth subsided, replaced by an imposing demeanor. This Luffy aspires to become the Pirate King. Excellent. I acknowledge him as my rival. Should we meet in the future, it will surely be a battle to the death. The news of Luffy's bounty continued to spread across the seas. In a certain maritime region, aboard a warship, a bandaged Aokiji held the bounty notice, his sunglasses shielding his expression as they glinted in the sunlight. 3 billion, is it? It seems Luffy is about to find himself in the eye of the storm. For anyone else lacking strength, such a bounty would spell danger. But if it's Luffy, this bounty might even be an understatement. At Navy headquarters, Garp casually passed an announcement board and caught a glimpse of Luffy's bounty notice, prompting him to return for a closer look. Moments later, he was drenched in sweat, panic-stricken. What on earth is this kid doing? How did he suddenly reach 3 billion? Blackbeard and Appo's crew. Blackbeard, holding Today and Appo's newspaper, cackled. Ha ha ha. Today and Appo's headline must be about how I captured Ace and handed him over to the Navy. Whitebeard will be furious and come after me. But that's to be expected. I've already prepared myself for Whitebeard and Appo's wrath after betraying his crew. However, upon opening the paper, he was met first with Luffy and Appo's bounty notice. Upon seeing the outrageous figure of 3 billion, his smile froze in disbelief. No way. This can end Appo's be happening. 3 billion. Blackbeard recalled his earlier reaction upon seeing Luffy and Appo's bounty notice. The memories were vivid and fresh. How long had it been? This Luffy had soared to such heights? Had he reached the level of a 4-emperor? Blackbeard had endured for years, recently acquiring the Yama no Mi. And he had just begun to fulfill his ambitions. He had thought the future would see him as the main character. Little did he know, there existed someone even more extraordinary. Hiki. Blackbeard struggled to conjure a smile, yet it appeared more grotesque than a grimace. Straw Hat Crew. Having resolved to head to the battlefield, the Thousand Sunny surged forward at full speed toward Navy headquarters. Luffy adjusted the course, planning to make 2 stops, one at the Devil's Triangle to seek out Brook, and another at Water 7 to allow Frankie to board. However, this was merely a temporary arrangement. As someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he could not overlook any island. Thus, he planned to return after the battle to explore all the islands he had missed, especially Skypiea, the epitome of romance and a man's ultimate dream. Damn Blackbeard. He dare capture Ace ahead of time, disrupting my rhythm and hastening the battle. Though Luffy said nothing, a murderous intent towards Blackbeard simmered within him. Previously, he had held a modicum of admiration for Blackbeard while reading the manga. But now, as he navigated this world, Blackbeard represented an unpredictable variable. A minor threat he could not allow to persist. Chapter 83. The dominant bone-nourishing technique. The dragon bone emerges. Under a radiant sun, seagulls call out in the sky, while a few leisurely white clouds lie serenely. The sea roars with tumultuous waves, and the Mary's hull creaks under the relentless battering of the surf. Once accustomed to the sound of crashing waves and the groaning wood of the ship, this rhythm induces a drowsy sensation. On the deck, Luofeng grips his spine knife, infusing it with his formidable aura. While others temper their blades with their might, he directly channels his power to nourish his very bones. Notably, he employs the Conqueror and Amp, Appos, haki. This method is astonishingly radical, even in the eyes of the four emperors. None can replicate it, let alone dare to attempt it. Perhaps this technique could be directly imparted to Brook, considering his body consists solely of bones. Nurturing his bones equates to nurturing his entire being. Luofeng mused. After a moment, another thought struck him. Frankie and Amp, Appos' body is a construct composed primarily of mechanical parts. This means he too could utilize this method to infuse his ordinary metallic components with the essence of a black blade. It must be said, Luofeng's ideas are remarkably bold and avant-garde. Even throughout the vast pirate world, few would dare conceive such methods. Moreover, even if someone did, they would lack Luofeng's unique ability to swiftly enhance the black blade. However, he realized that such feats could not be achieved in the short term. Luofeng suddenly shook his head. The battle atop the Marine headquarters is imminent. Although his butterfly effect has not altered this significant event, it is still destined to unfold. Yet, due to his intervention, the Navy is now hastily seeking to execute public punishments. Thus, Luofeng must hasten to Marineford. Their isn't even time to visit the underwater prison. The Empress. Well, after the battle atop the Marine headquarters, there will be plenty of time. Crack. Luofeng sheathed his spine knife, reverting from his Yama form, and began to stretch his body. At this moment, his upper body was bare, revealing what appeared to be a black tattoo on his back. It resembled a black dragon coiling around him, radiating a terrifying aura. Roar. With a mere thought, the black dragon on his back seemed to come alive, becoming vividly defined. The air around him distorted in response. Crack. The powerful energy field shattered the railings of the Mary. Impressive. Luofeng's eyes lit up. He hadn't even activated the Conqueror's haki, he merely awakened the dragon bone. Yet it produced an effect akin to the supreme release of Conqueror and Amp, Appos' haki. Excellent. Luofeng grinned with satisfaction, feeling that the time, effort, and aura he invested in nurturing his spine had been worthwhile. You have nourished your spine with Conqueror's haki, thus creating the bone-nourishing technique. Wait, what if I directly infuse my aura into the dragon bone? What changes might ensue? Luofeng's mind raced. However, this would not be tested aboard the ship. Simply activating the dragon bone had already shattered the railings. The thought of unleashing full power was almost too daunting to contemplate. The Mary is rather fragile, and after spending so much time aboard, he has grown attached. Moreover, during the stillness of night, he sometimes sensed a vague ship spirit quietly observing him. Perhaps a deserted island would suffice for an experiment. Luofeng resolved to act immediately. However, before that, he needed to bid farewell to his crewmates. Thus, he donned his coat, stretched, and made his way to the Mary and Amp, Appos' mast. Due to his influence, the Mary had not suffered the same fate as in the original story. Furthermore, he had specifically used his aura to nurture the Mary and Amp, Appos' dragon bone, while it had not transformed into the quality of a black blade. Its hardness now rivals or even surpasses that of atom wood. Hey, Luofeng, have you finished your training for today? It's time to eat. A large table was set at the mast, adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. Familiar faces gathered: Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, Chopper. But most notably, two new faces appeared. One was a skeleton with an explosion of hair, devoid of flesh, resembling a specimen from a medical laboratory. The other was a grotesque man in mere underwear, sporting a punk hairstyle and sunglasses. Frankie, how is the modification of the Mary coming along? Have you installed the structural components from the Pluton blueprints? Luofeng inquired with a smile directed at the grotesque man. Super. Frankie performed a bizarre gesture before replying in a normal tone. Thanks to your guidance, Luofeng, I've installed the air cannon from Pluton, which means if we find ourselves surrounded by enemies, we can escape at any moment. Also, the Mary can now transform into a submarine, allowing us to dive beneath the waves and escape when necessary. To be honest, Luophone, your understanding of shipbuilding surpasses both Iceberg and me combined. You can discern the false blueprints of Pluton at a glance and grasp the real ones instantaneously. I feel like my role as a shipwright is redundant aboard this vessel. Ah, super. After speaking, he executed another extremely peculiar and exaggerated action. Luophone disregarded Frankie and Appo's successes, then let S burn the Pluton blueprints. From now on, the knowledge of those blueprints should reside only in our minds. No one else should discover it. All right. Super. At that moment, Robin smiled faintly. It seemed the incineration of the Pluton blueprints pleased her, or perhaps the thought of utilizing such a formidable weapon to safeguard herself and her companions brought her comfort. Ho ho ho. As expected of you, Luophone. Your insight is astounding. You can effortlessly comprehend the legendary Pluton blueprints, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Truly genius. Brooke approached, exuding a soulful laughter. Luophone smiled but offered no reply, instead gazing out at the vast ocean. With this wind propulsion, the journey to Marine headquarters would be significantly more manageable, and crucially, the retreat would be quite expedient. The battle atop the Marine headquarters is fast approaching. Time is not on my side. He then turned to Nami. How soon until we reach the island? I need to find an uninhabited spot for some experiments. Oh, we're headed to Sabaody Archipelago, Nami replied. Meanwhile, within the shack of the bar at the archipelago, Rayleigh, who was sharing a drink with Shaki, suddenly changed his expression. An expert approaches. Chapter 84. Rayleigh, are you considering reemployment? Soon, the Mary arrived at the archipelago of Sabaody. Midway, Rofing stepped lightly, making his way to a small deserted isle nearby. The trees were sparse, and everywhere lay bare, enormous stones. The entire island being roughly the size of 10 Mary ships combined. This place could be. Rofing nodded, immediately commencing his actions. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, surging forth like an unstoppable tide, causing the ground around him to crack and collapse into a web-like pattern. A visible purple-black energy, swirling around Rofing like flames, made him appear akin to an Azura war god risen from the depths of hell. This was the full manifestation of his domineering presence. Strangely, the sky was clear, and the surrounding sea was remarkably tranquil, save for the startled seagulls that had been passing by at the moment of his explosion of power. There were no terrifying phenomena as seen when the 4 emperors unleashed their might. Yet, this was the pinnacle of domineering energy, concentrated to an extreme. Only those who truly understood could fathom the arduousness of reaching Rofing's realm, a feat that some might spend their entire lives striving for, yet never attain. Whoosh! The purple-black aura roared. Rofing raised one hand, and instantly, a condensed orb of his energy floated into his palm. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, the orb shot forth, breaking the air with thunderous sonic booms, akin to a supersonic bullet. Puff! A massive boulder in its path was pierced clean through, leaving a gaping hole approximately 5 meters wide. This was merely the residual impact of the orb. Then, with no obstruction, it soared towards the sea, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion mere seconds later. Boom! In the distance, on a small boat, Rayleigh was rowing swiftly. What was this overwhelming presence? Just moments ago, it had suddenly intensified severfold. At this point, beads of sweat began to form on Rayleigh's forehead. The energy he sensed through his Kinbunshika haki surpassed anyone he had encountered in his lifetime. Not even his captain, Roger, had reached such terrifying heights while alive. Even he felt inferior. Should he venture to take a look at the island? Rayleigh pondered anxiously, even halting his rowing. Suddenly, a flash of black light darted past, resembling a streak of black lightning. What? Rayleigh gasped in shock. As he regained his composure, a colossal roar echoed nearby. The sea suddenly erupted as if a gigantic floating island had plummeted from the sky, sending waves soaring thousands of meters high. Damn! Despite having lived for decades and weathered numerous storms, Rayleigh could not suppress an exclamation. He was utterly astonished. Quite a formidable display. On the deserted island, Rofing felt exceedingly pleased with the power of his recent strike. However, it seemed someone was nearby. He turned his gaze toward a specific direction over the sea, but the distance was too great for him to see clearly. I forgot to bring binoculars, Rofing mused. Nonetheless, this powerful aura, emanating near Sabaody, was likely not an admiral but Rayleigh himself. Given that a major battle was imminent, the admirals would be at Navy headquarters. Hence, the approaching presence must indeed be Rayleigh. With this thought, A slight smile curled at the corners of Rofeng's mouth. Perhaps Rayleigh could be persuaded to join him. In the original narrative, Rayleigh was known for his carefree demeanor, akin to Zoro. Yet, while Zoro was youthful and somewhat naive, Rayleigh had weathered the vicissitudes of time, resembling a fine-aged wine. If Rofeng recalled correctly, Rayleigh's greatest passion was indulging in life's pleasures. When funds ran low, he would feign being a slave to be auctioned off for profit, often causing mischief among the celestial dragons for amusement. Possessing sufficient strength, a commendable character, and familiarity with the terrain of the Red Line, this was a fine choice. With this determination, Rofeng resolved to recruit Rayleigh. Nodding, he proceeded to further test his prowess. Boom. The purple-black energy suddenly surged back into Rofeng, all of it infusing into the black dragon's spine upon his back. Was at that moment, a terrifying presence descended upon the deserted isle. Rumbling thunder echoed as dark clouds swirled above, a vortex forming directly overhead, with thunderclaps reverberating and lightning dancing like silver serpents. On the sea, Rayleigh's expression turned grave. The aura had shifted once more, and this time, it was even more terrifying than before. At this juncture, Rayleigh's interest in the identity of the individual on the island deepened. Who, in this vast ocean, could possess such formidable mastery of domineering energy? The 4 emperors, admirals, even the knights of God. Images flickered through Rayleigh's mind, yet he dismissed them all. No, none of them fit. Should he go take a look? Rayleigh found himself in a quandary. Such an overwhelming presence, existing without any semblance of fame in the ocean, sent chills down his spine. Curiosity gnawed at him. Yet the potential for danger loomed large. Should the individual turn hostile, his life would be forfeit here. To go or not to go? Rayleigh wrestled with the decision. Suddenly, he heard a thunderous heartbeat, reverberating across the sea like a war drum. Concurrently, an overwhelming feeling of being scrutinized pierced through him. What is that? In that instant, Rayleigh, akin to a startled cat, shot his gaze upwards. Upon glimpsing the object in the sky, his pupils constricted to pinpricks, his muscles tensed, and he found himself breathless and immobile. At the same time, on the deserted island, Rofeng was equally startled by his recent transformation. What just happened? Wait, what is that? Chapter 85, The Essence of the Divine? The Grim Reaper walks among us. Just moments ago, as Luofeng fully activated the black dragon on his back, an extraordinarily terrifying aura awakened within his dragon bones. It seemed that this overwhelming presence, embodying the pinnacle of dominance, caused his heart to pound violently. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly sensed another dreadful aura within his heart. 2 distinct presences. One represented sovereignty, while the other signified the devil fruit. Indeed, it was the devil fruit. He recalled that in the original narrative, it was mentioned that the demonic power of the devil fruit resided within the heart of its wielder. Luofeng's mind raced with thoughts. Just then, he abruptly lifted his gaze, and his pupils constricted slightly. On the ocean, Rayleigh gazed in astonishment at something swirling ominously within the dark clouds above. His entire body stiffened, paralyzed with fear. To his shock, a colossal eye, streaked with crimson, suddenly emerged from the vortex. It was merely a singular eye, surrounded by dense black mist. What on earth was this? Rayleigh estimated that this eye was as large as a pirate ship. If it had a master, it was unfathomable how enormous that entity must be. He had encountered giants before, yet even the largest of giants would seem diminutive in comparison to this eye, unless it belonged to the most colossal of giants. Perhaps one of the bloodline of Horse. But how could such a massive being remain suspended in the sky? Rayleigh felt as if there was a divine presence lurking just beyond the veil of the heavens, peering down at the mortals below, as if observing the insignificant ants that they were. However, this was not the most critical aspect. The most crucial revelation was that Rayleigh sensed an aura of death emanating from that eye. It felt as if the Grim Reaper himself was gazing upon him from the depths of hell. The entire ocean seemed to be devoured by a black hole. And Rayleigh noticed a thick fog rising from the sea, as if he had perished and entered the realm of the dead. Was this death? Rayleigh was once again struck with astonishment. He realized that this fog was not merely mist. It was a tangible manifestation of death. Except for the small area where he stood, the moment he stepped into any other place, it felt as if his life was being snatched away by the Grim Reaper. Terror, horror, the unknown. Could it be that divine beings truly existed in this world? Rayleigh's heart was filled with dread. Was the entity he had encountered on that desolate island the very essence of divinity? The Grim Reaper was walking among mortals, and he had crossed paths with it? A myriad of thoughts raced through Rayleigh's mind, but one thing was certain. Facing the master of that eye, he felt no vestige of resistance remaining within him. In his eyes, such an existence was beyond the reach of mere mortals. In that moment, he found peace. If death were to come, so be it. Perhaps Roger had witnessed a similar sight in his final moments? Ah, Captain, it seems I am destined to meet you. Rayleigh, a paragon of heroism, faced the looming specter of death with a tranquil expression. To embrace the end of one's life with such composure was no small feat yet, at that very moment. The eye in the sky vanished. Instantly, the ocean returned to its normal state, as if the fog and dark clouds had merely been illusions, dissipating in an instant. Time rewinds to a short while earlier on the desolate island. Luo Feng gazed at the eye in the sky, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly recognized the familiar aura emanating from it. It felt almost like Yan Luo. No, it was demonic. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. The extreme dominance he had wielded intertwined with the demonic power residing within his heart, leading to the extraordinary phenomena unfolding before him. Could it be that the essence of the devil fruit itself was divine, residing in the cosmos? No, that could not be. With so many devil fruits, the heavens would be in chaos. However, the Yinluo fruit belonged to the Zoan category, and all Zoan fruits possess their own will, which only grew stronger with the fruit's power. Luo Feng's mind raced with thoughts. Thus, the essence of Yinluo, or rather the essence of the demon, should reside within him, yet what was the nature of the eye in the sky? Just then, Luo Feng felt a sudden shift in his perception. The world before him split into two distinct images. One was the scene he was witnessing with his own body, while the other was a view from above, gazing down upon the ocean. Wait, could it be? Luo Feng and Appo's heart leapt with excitement. This perspective was that of the eye in the sky. From the second image that appeared in his mind, he could see himself below, along with the surrounding desolate island and even the vast ocean beyond. Ah, that's Rayleigh. At that moment, Luo Feng spotted Rayleigh, who was staring at him, or rather, at the eye in the sky. What exactly was this eye? Its ability belonged to the Zoan class. It was not a paramecia. Luo Feng fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. At the same time, the eye in the sky vanished, and the ocean returned to normal. Luo Feng emerged from that peculiar state. Nevertheless, he could ascertain that the eye he had just perceived was not a demon. It possessed no self-awareness, but rather was entirely under his control. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. This sensation was exhilarating. Moreover, ideas began to form in his mind. If this were the case, Luo Feng pondered, based on your discoveries, combined with your insights on Haki and the powers of the fruits, you have created the Yinluo Dharma form. As the final thread of inspiration wove through all his thoughts, Luo Feng suddenly felt a profound awakening. Was this not the Dharma form described in ancient texts from his past life? One was his own Dharma form, while the other was the manifestation of the demonic power within the devil fruit, the tangible embodiment of that power. Now Luo Feng understood that the so-called consciousness of Zoan-type devil fruits did not possess high intelligence. In fact, it might merely be akin to the awareness of an animal. Chapter 86. Can someone like me truly achieve greatness? The sea breeze howled fiercely, waves crashing relentlessly against the desolate island. Time had evidently passed, as the island's edges had transformed into smooth, rounded stone cliffs. With a resounding crash, another colossal wave surged forth, a remnant of the earlier tumultuous energy unleashed by Luo Feng. In an instant, the entire island was submerged beneath the rising tide. Suddenly, a figure leaped into the air, gracefully stepping away from the island, as if walking on the moonlight. I shall take your boat for a moment, he declared, vanishing in a blink to materialize on Rayleigh's small vessel. In astonishment, Rayleigh's pupils constricted slightly. In the briefest distraction, this individual had appeared before him. Such speed was unparalleled, even beyond his own capabilities. He mused that only in his youth could he have matched such explosive agility. Who are you? Rayleigh asked, although deep down, he already suspected the answer. Apart from the terrifying presence on the island, were there any others nearby? The truth was becoming increasingly evident. Wait, you are. At that moment, Rayleigh and Appo's eyes widened in recognition. He knew Luo Feng. A smile graced Luo Feng and Appo's lips. He had not anticipated that the illustrious pirate king Rayleigh would be aware of his existence as a newcomer from the East Sea. With a swift motion, Rayleigh produced a wanted poster, one featuring Luo Feng. His expression grew perplexed. Not long ago, this super rookie had achieved an unprecedented bounty, skyrocketing to a staggering 3 billion berries. Not to mention myself, but your name is now known throughout the Grand Line and even the New World. I fear even the 4 emperors have already set their sights on you. Rayleigh paused, inhaling deeply as he scrutinized Luo Feng. However, many doubt that you possess the strength commensurate with a 3 billion bounty. Some renowned bounty hunters have already begun plotting to take your head. Recent news even claimed you escaped a Marine Admiral and Apos' assault in Alabasta, leading to a perception of you as merely fortunate. After Rayleigh concluded, Luo Feng regarded him with a faint smile. And what is your personal opinion? A bittersweet smile flickered across Rayleigh and Apos' face. Who would have thought that the legendary super rookie, often deemed a figure of mere speculation, would possess a strength so formidable it instilled fear even in him? Had he not encountered Luo Feng today and witnessed his true abilities, he would have remained skeptical. In Rayleigh and Apos' view, such prowess could not be attained overnight. It must have been nurtured through years of relentless training. Therefore, Luo Feng had undoubtedly been formidable since his youth, patiently biding his time until recently to venture out to sea. For years, he had never heard of a top-tier genius emerging from the East Sea. The keywords exceptional talent, great patience, and rapid ascent quickly painted a vivid picture in Rayleigh and Apos' mind. He suddenly fixed his gaze intently on Luo Feng. Surely, your ambitions for setting sail are grand. If I am not mistaken, you aspire to be the Pirate King? Upon uttering these words, Rayleigh and Apos' heart raced. He had now uncovered all of Luo Feng and Apos' secrets. If Luo Feng were indeed a powerful and patient ambitious figure, he might very well choose to silence him at this moment. Thus, Rayleigh braced himself for a life-or-death confrontation with this unfathomably strong young man, his muscles tensing in readiness for an explosive reaction. Yet, Luo Feng simply dismissed the notion. No. You are mistaken, he said nonchalantly, picking his nose without a hint of grandeur. I am merely an adventurer. What? Rayleigh felt he had misheard. A youth of such exceptional talent, already boasting a bounty of 3 billion at around 20 years old, a person of remarkable restraint, claimed to lack ambition? The notion of not wanting to be the Pirate King was utterly beyond his belief. However, Luo Feng continued, undeterred by Rayleigh and Apos' incredulity. My pursuit lies in traveling the world, experiencing the local culture on various islands, savoring diverse cuisines, and so forth. As for your proposition of becoming the Pirate King, that is for those who wish to pursue it. Rayleigh's mind struggled to grasp this. What? Why? He inquired, feeling that with this young man's potential, he was practically the ideal candidate for the title of Pirate King. It seemed almost wasteful for him not to pursue it. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. Why is there always a need for a reason? In this world, many things exist without explanation. Why is the sky blue? Why is the sea salty? Why are you male? Rayleigh was left utterly baffled. Yet, it strangely sounded profound. It appeared this young man was also a philosopher. At that moment, Luo Feng shifted the conversation, revealing a dazzling smile. However, if we are speaking of ambition, I do possess some. Allow me to elaborate. He then launched into an eloquent discourse, refining his previously stated intentions into a masterful narrative that captivated Rayleigh. By the end, Rayleigh was left astounded, his heart racing as if it had been rejuvenated after years of dormancy. Can I, at my age, still be capable of such endeavors? He pondered, realizing that his career might welcome a second spring, one even more exhilarating, magnificent, and resplendent than his first. He felt he could achieve what Roger had never accomplished. Moreover, he sensed a high probability of success, for this young man stood stronger than Roger, indeed, significantly stronger. Most importantly, this youth was filled with ideas and connections. According to Luo Feng, several top-tier experts were already willing to join his cause. Notable figures like Mihawk and the blind swordsman Fujitora, who possessed the strength to rival an admiral, were among them. Even within the current Marine admirals, he had allies. He had even interacted with the infamous Shanks and exchanged insights with the venerable Carp. To his astonishment, the legendary Revolutionary Army leader, the most sought-after target by the world government, had a complicated relationship with Luo Feng. Chapter 87. Rayleigh and Luffy in the present day, across the vast ocean. Luo Feng has undoubtedly emerged as a hidden superpower. His influence spans the three major factions: pirates, the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army. In terms of both strength and connections, he stands at the pinnacle. Moreover, should he choose to join now, this force would gain another formidable general, Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of the Pirate King, Roger. Although age has taken its toll, his seasoned body still possesses the ability to engage in a few more battles. Upon contemplating this, Rayleigh could not resist the allure and readily agreed. With a clap, Luo Feng, having successfully persuaded Rayleigh, jovially patted him on the shoulder, exuding an air of familiarity. Well then, little Ray. Little Ray? Ah, I meant Rayleigh. Rofone cleared his throat and corrected himself. That sounds much better, Rayleigh replied, a satisfied expression crossing his face. Now, as for the next task for our organization, returning to the Mary, Rofone found that the ship had been fully stocked and was ready to set sail, departing for Marineford. Simultaneously, news of a public execution spread across the globe through the newspapers, shocking everyone. The imminent execution of Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, raised concerns that Whitebeard might come to his aid. The legendary Four Emperors, known as the strongest man in the world, captured the attention of countless streets and alleys across the seas, as well as the other emperors in the New World. Previously, the fervor surrounding Rofone had dissipated, leaving him temporarily forgotten. A mere newcomer to piracy, even with a bounty of 3 billion, could not rival the renown of the old guard like Whitebeard, who had long since faded from the limelight. On countless islands, people enthusiastically debated the imminent worldwide broadcast of the public execution. Where is Marineford, the Navy headquarters? To publicly execute a pirate is quite a waste of resources. You misunderstand. Is the Navy focused solely on Fire Fist? Their true target is the Four Emperor, Whitebeard. Many wondered why the Navy was so certain that Whitebeard would intervene. After all, he belonged to an era long past. Could he still muster the strength to fight? I doubt he will take action, some remarked. The primary focus of the discussions quickly shifted to a hypothetical clash. If Whitebeard were to appear, how would his crew's strength compare to that of the Navy headquarters? In essence, the debate boiled down to this: Whitebeard or the Navy, who would emerge victorious? Some staunchly supported Whitebeard, citing his reputation as the world and Oppo's strongest man and his past encounters with Roger. His survival over the years without being captured by the Navy spoke volumes about his strength. Conversely, another faction argued that the Navy would surely triumph. Their reasoning was straightforward. The Navy boasts 3 admirals and the legendary hero, Garp, who has also endured from Whitebeard's era. Though aged, Whitebeard is equally frail. Even without Garp and Oppo's intervention, the admirals alone could defeat him. Whitebeard is merely an old relic of the past. Indeed, many speculated that he was closer to his end than ever. Those who support pirates must be deluded. This is the Navy headquarters, replete with carefully laid traps. Whitebeard's venture will certainly spell disaster. In the midst of this fervent discourse, the Shichibukai, summoned by the Navy, had all gathered at the headquarters. Notably, perhaps due to the butterfly effect instigated by Rofone, only 4 of the Shichibukai were present this time. Crocodile and Gecko Moria had been apprehended and were now imprisoned, stripped of their titles and transformed into criminals, whereas Blackbeard, newly inducted as a Shichibukai, was absent, engaged in his own schemes within the underwater prison, seeking allies among the inmates to form a formidable pirate crew and challenge the 4 emperors. As for Jinbei, he was also missing, but unlike in the original tale, he had not been imprisoned, and his whereabouts remained a mystery. The remaining attendees were Mihawk, Hancock, Kuma, and Doflamingo. To everyone and Oppo's astonishment, the legendary swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, had chosen to participate in the Navy and Oppo's operations. In the lounge, Doflamingo let out a boisterous laugh, exuding arrogance. Humph, a bunch of filthy men. This room is no place for me, Hancock declared, turning away in disdain. Doflamingo's expression stiffened slightly. Kuma stood motionless, seemingly lost in thought, while Mihawk cast a sidelong glance at Doflamingo, yet remained silent. The tension elevated Doflamingo's discomfort. Clearly, he was being disregarded. Yet, he recognized that he could not contend with any of those present. Mihawk, meanwhile, closed his eyes in meditation. His true purpose for attending was not to serve the Navy, but to observe Rofone. One could only wonder how Rofone would eventually make his entrance. The anticipation grew. This conflict, known to the world mainly for the presence of the Navy admirals, Garp, and Whitebeard, overlooked the significant influence of Rofone and his myriad skilled followers. This battle would undoubtedly solidify the name of the Knife and Sword Organization, rendering it a force that no hero could afford to ignore or underestimate. Chapter 88. The Unveiling of True Intentions. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. At the port, it is Admiral Akiji. He has returned. The soldiers responsible for loading and unloading cargo were overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing Akiji's warship docking. It is rare to see an admiral in person, especially on the eve of a momentous event. Akiji's return signifies an enhancement in the Navy's combat capabilities. Clatter. As Akiji disembarked from the warship, he made his way directly to his office. Along the way, he observed the headquarters soldiers diligently preparing for battle. Countless individuals trained under the scorching sun, their bare torsos glistening with sweat, readying themselves for the imminent conflict. In the past, Akiji would have felt indifferent if pressed for an emotion. It might have been merely a sigh of resignation. The thought of so many soldiers potentially becoming mere cannon fodder, destined to perish at the hands of the Whitebeard pirates, was profoundly tragic. However, now Akiji felt an unexpected sense of responsibility. He must put an end to all of this. So many soldiers, such good people, each with their own families and futures. Must they become sacrifices? Must they die in vain? No, he could not allow such a fate to befall them. It seems that what Brother Rofeng is doing is indeed a noble endeavor. Akiji adjusted his sunglasses, his stride becoming more determined and composed. Meanwhile, within the town of Marineford, although it was the Marine headquarters, it had gradually transformed into a city where some Navy families resided. However, due to the impending war, the higher-ups had relocated these relatives to safer areas. Tap, tap, tap. On the desolate streets, a blind warrior clad in a purple robe appeared, walking alone with a wooden staff. Is this to be the battlefield? A place under the world's watchful gaze? Fujitora murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. His mastery of concealment allowed him to navigate the Marine headquarters unnoticed, even amidst the gathering of elite forces in anticipation of the forthcoming war. At this moment, the headquarters was teeming with formidable individuals. A sudden emergence of a powerful presence would be akin to dropping a single drop of ink into the ocean, utterly indistinguishable. He could sense an abundance of powerful life forces. As Fujitora walked, he utilized his keen observation to perceive everything within the Marine headquarters. Such an astonishing number of strong soldiers would undoubtedly lead to a brutal clash, resulting in the tragic demise of countless innocents, something he could not bear to witness. Indeed, Mr. Rofeng spoke the truth. This war must be halted, and justice must be upheld. Tap, tap, tap. His solitary figure gradually receded into the distance. At this moment, within a dimly lit office, a desk cluttered with books, a lamp, and candles sat occupied by an individual. Clad in a red suit with a face marked by excess, it was none other than one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Sakazuki, also known as Akainu. He was currently engaged in a meditative state, gathering his strength for the impending war. Behind him, a calligraphy scroll adorned the wall, emblazoned with the words, Absolute Justice. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of intensity flashing within. Humph. Since the words spoken at Roger and Amp, Appo's death ignited the era of piracy. Countless pirates have emerged, plunging this world into suffering. This time, Whitebeard and Appo's life shall be claimed. His head will mark the end of this erroneous era and herald the dawn of the Navy and Appo's reign. Moreover, that old fool Carp had the audacity to preserve Roger's vile bloodline. This time, it too shall be eradicated completely. In another casually arranged office, a man dressed in a yellow and white striped suit lounged lazily in a recliner, leisurely trimming his nails with a pair of clippers. Behind him, a calligraphy piece read, Ambiguous Justice. Tomorrow marks the public execution, yet it also falls on a Saturday. What an inconvenience. My perfectly planned holiday now abruptly concludes. The yellow monkey lamented with a hint of melancholy. Beside him, Bartolomeo inquired, Old man, how do you think this war will unfold? Do not ask me, Bartolomeo. Is your brain merely for decoration? Bartolomeo rolled his eyes, clearly frustrated that the yellow monkey was being lazy. Yet, at that moment, the yellow monkey indeed set aside the clippers and began to analyze leisurely. Is there really any doubt? How could Whitebeard possibly defeat our Navy? Bartolomeo nodded in agreement. Although the Navy had not dealt with the 4 emperors for years, it did not imply fear. Even if only one of the 4 emperors were to appear, they would not falter. However, the yellow monkey's tone shifted, nearly causing Bartolomeo to choke on his own saliva. But there is a but. My instincts tell me that after this battle, the entire world will undergo a radical transformation, a corner of the 4 emperors will collapse, and the era of great pirates will come to an end. At this point, the yellow monkey spoke with unwavering conviction, as if it were not mere intuition but rather a serious analysis. Bartolomeo listened intently. The Navy would undoubtedly emerge victorious, and a new era would soon dawn. In Sengoku and Amp, Appo's office, Akiji has returned, Carp. Sengoku remarked, observing Carp and Amp, Appo's restless demeanor with a hint of malice. During this time, Carp could no longer indulge in his usual leisurely snacks while Sengoku worked at his desk. It was a sweet revenge. Clatter. Carp was now pacing anxiously within the room. Sengoku, I must warn you not to provoke me. My mood is quite foul. Since Ace and Amp, Apos, S capture, he had been certain of one thing. Ace would undoubtedly perish. There would be no unforeseen circumstances. As the most seasoned veteran within the Navy, he understood better than anyone the current might of their forces. Invincible would be an understatement. Did not think that a mere Whitebeard pirate's crew could stand against them. Even if another 4 Emperor crew were to come, the Navy would still prevail, merely a matter of losses. Humph. I have yet to settle the score with you for raising Roger's orphan in East Blue's Fusha village. Yet you dare reprimand me. Sengoku snorted disdainfully. He had cast aside all pretense, tearing down the facade, now that all 3 admirals had returned to headquarters. He could not entertain the notion that anything could go awry with this operation. Chapter 89. It is all my fault. Garp pointed at Sengoku. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he bore the weight of guilt in this matter. With a heavy sigh, he suddenly slumped onto the sofa like a deflated balloon, his entire demeanor aging by more than a decade in an instant. It is my fault. My fault. I once promised Roger that his child was innocent. Later, I intended to raise Ace as a Marine, but I neglected my responsibilities, allowing this child to become a pirate. It is all my fault. My fault. Tears welled up in Garp's fierce eyes. Sengoku, observing his old comrade in such a state, felt a pang of sympathy. Garp, you must understand, now that you are a Marine, there are certain lines that must never be crossed. Ace must die. Whitebeard must die. In this battle, I aim to make the entire world aware of the Marines and Apos' power. I aspire to completely end the era of great pirates. When I ascended to the position of Admiral, this was my ideal, and it remains my lifelong goal. He walked to the window, gazing at the vast sea and the soldiers bustling in the square below. His eyes were profound, and his tone was melancholic. Do you understand? Garp? In Mariewa, the Holy Land, within a dimly lit palace, the vast space was constructed of enormous stone blocks, exuding an ancient and formidable aura, reminiscent of a giant's or a deity's abode. Inside the palace stood a high platform surrounded by an array of weapons, a crimson carpet leading to the summit, the empty throne, symbolizing the oath of equality among kings, ensuring that the seeds of tyranny would never take root. Surrounding the throne were 20 weapons, representing the original 20 who forged this world, a symbol of peace that no one was to tarnish. The pinnacle of global power was held by the 5 celestial dragons, the Gorosei, who ruled simultaneously. There existed no singular king in this world. Yet at this very moment, a shadow sat upon the throne, a pair of indifferent eyes surveying the scene below. Were there others present, they would surely be astonished, for the Gorosei, who stood atop the world's power hierarchy, knelt before this shadow like humble servants. Lord M, the public execution of Fire Fist Ace is about to commence. I trust Whitebeard will rush to Marineford to attempt a rescue. The greatest war in history is about to unfold. M and Amp, Apos, eyes, hidden within the shadows, betrayed no sign of emotion. Very well, what of the Yama no Mi? Has it been retrieved? The Gorosei fell silent, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads and backs. Upon noticing this, M narrowed his eyes. Satan, the Yama no Mi must indeed be reclaimed. But matters must be addressed one at a time. Currently, the full might of the Marines is concentrated at Marineford. Once we eliminate Whitebeard and Roger's bloodline, the Marines will be free to pursue Rofeng. Furthermore, Rofeng and Amp, Apos' strength is momentarily not a concern, though he has awakened. He was still defeated by Akiji and fled from Alabasta in disarray. The reason being, Akiji was unfamiliar with the Yama no Mi's characteristics, thus allowing Rofeng to exploit a gap. Now, with Akiji's experience, the next capture will surely succeed. After Satan concluded his speech, he lowered his head, daring not to meet him's gaze. The other Gorosei, out of the corner of their eyes, discreetly glanced at him, noticing the old man's forehead bulging with veins, sweat trickling from his hair down to his face and dripping onto the floor. If one listened closely, they could hear the muffled and rapid beating of Satan's heart. Silence descended. Time seemed to crawl, the Gorosei growing increasingly rigid, feeling their scalps tingle, some legs trembling involuntarily. Finally, M let out a cold snort and swept away, the door behind the throne slamming shut. The Gorosei collapsed onto the ground. As Satan relaxed, he felt a chilling breeze brushing against his clothes, the sweat on his body turning cold and clammy. He ran his hand through his hair, realizing it had become damp. The 5 exchanged glances, each reflecting relief and a sense of survival. Anger surged within them, not directed at him, for they lacked the audacity, but aimed at Rofeng. This Rofeng must die. Once the battle at the top concludes, we must deploy all our elite forces to capture him. If necessary, we shall go ourselves. Satan hissed through clenched teeth. As time passed like a fleeting shadow, the day of execution arrived. The entire sea bristled with tension. The confrontation between the world's strongest man and the mightiest force. The Marines stirred curiosity and anticipation. For the common folk, the Marines and Oppos, victory was paramount. They perceived pirates as embodiments of evil, and since Whitebeard was one of the 4 emperors, he must be the most malevolent of all. Should Whitebeard prevail, devastation would surely follow, leaving them in destitution. At this moment, on Sabaody Archipelago, the live broadcast from Marine headquarters via the transponder snail had been segmented into multiple feeds, projecting onto a massive screen. These images were then transmitted from Sabaody and gradually disseminated across the globe. On various squares of islands, immense screens displayed the footage from Sabaody. On this day, regardless of their tasks, people momentarily set them aside. No matter how urgent their affairs, they were abandoned. A popular saying circulated among the populace: Whitebeard is a man capable of destroying the world. If he wins and the world is annihilated, what is the point of work? We might as well perish together. Across the vast seas, on nearly every island, eyes were glued to the unfolding battle at Marine headquarters. What is Whitebeard truly like? Is he a monster that devours men? I've heard he is taller than a house. Isn't there a bounty on his head? I heard he devours 10 children at every meal and drinks an entire barrel of human blood. Is he really that terrifying? This Whitebeard must indeed be a monster. How frightening. Shun and Oppos, see that old man have died by now? Why is he still wreaking havoc in his old age? Chapter 90. The 3 days and nights that Roger and Garp must speak of in the East Sea, on a certain island. A massive screen stood in the center of the square, where the majority of the island's inhabitants had congregated. The air was thick with fervent discussions about the Navy and everything concerning Whitebeard, with rumors and hearsay swirling wildly. Have you heard? Admiral Akainu is actually a transformed dog. I heard that Kizaru was originally a mountain monkey who consumed a devil fruit and became enlightened. Word has it that Garp had an affair with the legendary Pirate King. Roger, look at this book, The 3 Days and Nights That Roger the Pirate King and Hero Garp Must Speak Of. What nonsense. I have wilder tales. Shanks the Red-Haired is actually a celestial dragon. Haha, how absurd. Why would a celestial dragon like him choose to be a pirate? Your wild tales lack logic. Amidst the crowd, a woman cradling a child wore a troubled expression. She appeared to be in her 30s, and her daughter, around 8 or 9 years old, was adorably innocent with her pigtails. Mommy, where's Daddy? I can't see him. The little girl blinked her large, dark eyes, scanning the screen. The woman forced a smile. Your father is just an ordinary Navy soldier, not comparable to those vice admirals or admirals, nor the warlords. Do you see that orderly formation? Your father should be among them. Following her mother's, the girl spotted a section of the screen filled with uniformed Navy soldiers, all clad in justice cloaks, weapons in hand, standing at the ready. Wow, so many daddies. The girl's eyes sparkled, a joyful smile illuminating her face. Yet, the woman's worry deepened. Dear husband, you must return safely. In the West Sea, on a winter island, people bundled in thick clothing shivered as they watched the screen amidst the snowstorm. Enormous bonfires burned around the crowd for warmth, but due to the overwhelming number of people, many remained cold. BRR. It and Oppos, as so cold. An emaciated old man sat by the fire, warming his right hand and taking a swig from a flask, his wrinkled face contorting in pleasure. Hey, old man. Why aren't you watching the screen? Is it because you don't like it? A carefree youth playfully kicked the old man's leg. His companions rolled their eyes. Ignore him, just an old fool who's lost his youthful spirit. Indeed, the Navy is about to battle the pirates, the army of justice. What a thrilling sight. Tomorrow, I'll join the Navy. Someone chimed in. The old man glanced at them. Kid, let me tell you, when the fighting begins, you won't feel so excited. He suddenly revealed his left hand, which was now merely a wrist. Observing his bare arm, a wistful expression crossed his face. Everyone was young once. And I was more passionate than any of you. Until I took a bullet. You've never faced true battle, so you don't grasp the cruelty of war. What nonsense is this so-called passion and justice? On the battlefield, you're nothing but meat, just a chunk of flesh. A mere ripple from a strong fighter can reduce your comrades to pulp. A single blade of wind can sever you in two. Seeing the skeptical expressions on the young faces, the old man shook his head with a bitter smile. I was fortunate. I only took one bullet. I lost consciousness and woke up in the hospital, but my hand was gone. From that moment, I understood that peace is more precious than anything. He disregarded the defiance and stubbornness on the young faces, casting a deep gaze at the orderly Navy soldiers on the screen. He knew that after this battle, many would not survive. Those who died were fortunate, while the survivors would likely face lifelong disabilities, enduring pain and suffering. Only a few lucky ones might survive and even rise in rank. Truly, one general's success is built upon the graves of countless others. The old man sighed deeply, raising his flask to the sky, draining it in one go. Oh, what a relief. Truly a relief. In the North Sea, on a vast grassland, two solitary figures trudged along. The fierce wind howled, pressing the grass low as an elder and his young grandson struggled forward. The sky darkened with storm clouds, foreboding an impending tempest. They were shepherding a flock of sheep home. "Grandfather, when will father return?" The boy, clad in sheepskin, looked up at his grandfather. The elder smiled kindly. "Your father said he would return once the war is over." "When will the war end?" "When Whitebeard dies. The war will end." "Oh, then I hope he dies quickly." "Grandfather, do you think father could personally behead Whitebeard? Wooden and Oppos. Tea that make him an admiral?" The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought. The grandfather chuckled. "Of course it's possible. Whitebeard is just a man. Anyone can be slain. Who knows? A navy ship might even dock at our doorstep." "Grandfather, you're lying. We live on the grassland. There is no sea for ships to come." Thunder roared as the sky erupted, dark clouds swirling like an enraged deity unleashing its wrath. Lightning struck a solitary tree on the grassland, igniting it in flames. The wind intensified, causing the two trees nearby to sway perilously, as if they might snap at any moment. Chapter 91. The bullet from 10 years ago strikes the present self on the Grand Line, in Marine headquarters, the epicenter of the world's greatest military might. Preparations for the impending summit war were underway in the square before the iconic structure. The soldiers, with solemn expressions, meticulously checked their weapons and engaged in physical warm-ups, readying themselves for the fierce battle to come. At the port, massive cannons were being set up, each cannonball larger than a human being. The soldiers responsible for these artillery pieces were diligently polishing the barrels and shells, ever vigilant for the war that loomed ahead. Tension and excitement coursed through everyone's veins. They were about to partake in the largest conflict in history, one that would witness the fall of one of the four emperors. Amidst the crowd, a soldier quietly inquired of his comrade, "Do you think the Marines can prevail?" "Who knows? Perhaps Whitebeard won and Oppos to even show up. We might just be going through the motions," came the reply. "Had I known, I wouldn't have come. I'm already feeling anxious. What if Whitebeard really does appear? Indeed, I'm about to marry my wife. And now this happens. I just hope the war ends swiftly so I can return. My child is about to be born, yet I cannot be by my wife's side. I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl." Silence. At that moment, a high-ranking officer overseeing the troops passed by and barked an order. Suddenly, the ground trembled. All heads turned to witness the arrival of several towering giants, standing before the execution platform like colossal walls, blocking the sunlight and casting vast shadows across the ground. Clad in Marine uniforms, these giants were clearly members of the Marine Corps. Admiral giants. Wow, they are enormous. What a sense of security. With them here, the Whitebeard pirates likely won't even reach the platform. Beside the giants stood several figures. Upon seeing these individuals, the crowd's expressions shifted from awe of the giants to sheer terror. The 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye my Hawk, Empress Boa Hancock, Bartholomew Kuma, and Don Quixote Doflamingo. The visage of the notorious Doflamingo, once only seen in newspapers and wanted posters, now stood vividly before them, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The 7 warlords, sanctioned by the government as legitimate pirates and formidable forces, numbered 7 in total, tasked with safeguarding peace across the seas. On ordinary days, one would be fortunate to encounter even a single warlord, yet today, for we're present. Doflamingo chuckled with a smug grin, the veins on his forehead bulging. What a lively scene. I wonder who will meet their demise today and who will rise to power? Ugh, it's so noisy it gives me a headache, Hawkeye muttered, closing his eyes and ignoring the fools beside him, rubbing his temples. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gazing out at the sea, his heartbeat quickening. "When will you make your entrance, Trafalgar Law? In what manner will you appear?" "Humph, our organization, the Sword and Blade, shall surely make a name for itself today, shaking the very foundations of the world." Meanwhile, Kuma maintained an expressionless demeanor, remaining motionless, devoid of any visible emotion, quietly reading a book as he gazed ahead. Lost in thought. Such insufferable men. Empress Hancock delicately covered her mouth and nose. The air at Marine headquarters was rife with the scent of the ocean, mingled with the overwhelming odor of unwashed men, an intolerable stench. "Empress, how beautiful!" hiss. He turned to stone. "Don't look. You'll be petrified." Yet, the allure of the world's most beautiful woman was irresistible, To catch a glimpse was worth any fate, even death. But alas, the temptation proved too great. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, many Marines who beheld Hancock's beauty were turned to stone, becoming lifelike statues with hearts in their eyes and tongues lolling out, destined to become a world wonder and an unsolved mystery, if not liberated from their cursed state. Call. A seagull soared overhead, its amber eyes scanning the crowd below before settling upon 3 seats at the execution platform. 3 composed figures sat there, emanating an aura of quiet authority. One donned a yellow and white striped suit, sporting short hair and orange sunglasses, legs crossed. Another wore a red suit adorned with a flower, his face round and disdainful, also with legs crossed. The last figure, clad in white casual attire and a sleep mask, appeared as though just awakened, arms hanging limply at his sides. The 3 admirals of the Marine Corps. On the execution platform, Sengoku stood alone, surveying the scene, commanding the proceedings with an all-seeing gaze. Whitebeard, will you truly come? Beneath his round glasses, Sengoku's eyes were filled with depth. Time is drawing near, he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. Turning, he glanced towards the passage behind him, leading to a chamber beneath Marine headquarters, where a prisoner was confined. Port St. Ace. Clank. In the prison, the guard responsible for escorting the prisoner produced a key, unlocking the cell, allowing Ace, shackled by handcuffs and leg irons, to approach the execution platform. Clop, clop, clop. In the dim corridor, only Ace and Appo's footsteps echoed. At that moment, he remained silent, staring at the white light streaming through the large door ahead, his mind suddenly echoing with Trafalgar Law and Appo's warning from years past. Ace, if you choose to be a pirate, prepare yourself for the inevitability of death. At the time, Ace had dismissed it as mere banter, laughing as he responded, no way. I will never lose. I will grow stronger and ultimately become the Pirate King. Now, the bullets of 10 years ago struck his present self. A bitter smile. Only a bitter smile. Ace's face reflected a sense of resignation. Indeed, I have failed. Chapter 92. Sazabira Dana. At this moment, across the vast seas, countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the image of the Navy headquarters in Marineford. It was the first time people had glimpsed the Navy headquarters. And even more astonishing was the sight of so many naval officers congregated in one place. Those must be the 3 admirals of the Navy, exuding an aura of formidable might, indeed, the pinnacle of naval power. The sheer number of Navy soldiers appeared to exceed 1 million, leaving the onlookers in awe. What do you mean 1 million? Even 100,000 would be impressive. Someone retorted. Can we please keep it down? Look, the criminal named Ace is about to appear on the execution platform. In that instant, every eye widened in anticipation to see the man whose actions had incited a war between the 4 emperors and the Navy. Then, Ace's figure materialized on the screen. Silence enveloped the world, each second stretching into eternity. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He doesn't and Appo's looked particularly extraordinary, someone murmured. Why is the Navy going through such elaborate measures to publicly execute this man? I simply don't understand. Meanwhile, far away in the New World, on Cake Island, the Empress Big Mom was gathered with her beloved children, watching this monumental live broadcast. Maha maha maha, Fire Fist Ace, is it? Who would have thought that old Whitebeard would launch an attack on the Navy headquarters for this guy? She chuckled, observing Ace's disheveled appearance on the screen. Mom, if I were captured by the Navy, would you come to rescue me? Asked Cracker, curiosity dancing in his eyes. Of course, I wouldn't. Big Mom retorted mockingly. Do you think I'm someone who would risk my life for just one child? I have dozens more. Cracker fell silent, while Katakuri pondered deeply. This Fire Fist Ace must be someone truly exceptional. Otherwise, the Navy and Whitebeard Wooden and Appo's go to such great lengths for him. His face seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. On Onigashima, a massive screen displayed the live feed. Kaido and his underlings drank and feasted, utterly indifferent to the battle unfolding between the Navy and Whitebeard. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. The old man Whitebeard battling it out with the Navy while I sit here drinking and enjoying myself. It couldn't and Appo's be more delightful. Kaido laughed, downing a large gulp of alcohol. Such a grand spectacle. If only I could make an appearance, the world would witness my power. Lamented Jack, the drought. Why not just intercept Whitebeard midway? That would be far more entertaining. The Navy publicly executing his son while he can only watch, now that would make things interesting. Jack suggested eagerly. Kaido shot him a sidelong glance, amused by his enthusiasm for chaos. I and Appo's am no longer interested in old Whitebeard. He and Appos, S past his prime. After a few exchanges, he'll be gasping for breath, hardly a worthy opponent. I'm far more intrigued by that newcomer, Trafalgar Law. I eagerly await the day he arrives in the new world. I shall teach him a lesson with my iron club. Just then, the viewers of the live broadcast noticed something astonishing. At the port of the Navy headquarters, enormous bubbles began to surface from the ocean. Could it be sea kings? Speculations rippled through the crowd, but only a few suddenly widened their eyes, contemplating an unfathomable possibility. As the massive bubbles continued to emerge, the sea began to rise dramatically. In an instant, a colossal ship surged forth from the depths. With a resounding splash, 3 equally massive vessels followed, their surfaces enveloped in a shimmering, multicolored membrane, as if a protective barrier separated them from the sea. As the bubbles burst, 4 enormous ships resembling whales revealed themselves to the world. Silence fell over the crowd. Everyone was utterly astonished. At the bow of one ship stood a towering figure, draped in a cloak, wielding a great sword. But what drew the most attention was the distinctive mustache, reminiscent of a white crescent moon. For 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Instantly, the world erupted into excitement. He had finally made his entrance in such an extraordinary manner, truly remarkable. Was this the strongest man in the world? He certainly appeared formidable. A shiver ran down everyone in Appos' spine. Was war about to commence? At that moment, all who watched the broadcast gazed at Whitebeard with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Yet, for most, he was not a benevolent god, but rather a harbinger of death and disaster. Maha maha maha. At long last, the old man Whitebeard has appeared. It's been years since I last saw you. And I can amp, Appos, T believe how old you, and amp, Appos, V become. Big Mom cackled on Cake Island, her exuberance causing weaker individuals to faint from her overwhelming aura. Let chaos reign, Whitebeard. Show the world the might of the 4 emperors. Kaido, now with a crimson face from drink, laughed uproariously, his laughter echoing painfully in the ears of those nearby. Some even spitting blood from the force of his mirth. To make an entrance in such a fashion, Sengoku's expression darkened. He had anticipated that Whitebeard would sail from the distance, allowing him to command long-range artillery. He never expected the enemy to be so bold as to infiltrate their territory directly. With a calm chuckle, Whitebeard stood, his eyes brimming with confidence and authority, the essence of a top-tier powerhouse. Standing amidst hundreds of thousands of Navy soldiers, surrounded by formidable foes, he showed no fear. Sengoku. Sazabira Dana you Haven and Appos, T harmed my beloved son. Have you? Chapter 93. Allow me to be your opponent at this moment. The world is watching. The atmosphere is charged with tension, as people brace themselves to witness the most monumental war scene in history. This battle will undoubtedly shape the future landscape of the world. Should the Navy emerge victorious, the era of great pirates may very well meet its end. Conversely, if the Navy were to falter, no one dares to contemplate the implications. It would usher in an era of unimaginable darkness and despair. At this juncture, the other 4 emperors are also fixated on this war. However, their perspectives differ from those of the masses, for they themselves are entities capable of altering the world and Appos' dynamics. Should Whitebeard perish in this conflict, they would not only eliminate a formidable rival for the title of Pirate King, but also claim Whitebeard and Appos' territories as their own. Haha. Who will emerge victorious? Old man? Upon the sea, Blackbeard is hastily making his way towards Marineford, accompanied by several heinous criminals liberated from Impel Down. Yet, he is in no rush. He knows that Whitebeard will not succumb so easily. His singular aim is the Tremor fruit. This battle is inevitable, regardless of the victor. I shall be the ultimate winner, and I shall ascend as the final Pirate King. Ha ha ha. However, at that moment, an unexpected figure appears on everyone's live broadcast. This visage causes Whitebeard, who is preparing to unleash the power of the Tremor fruit, to halt abruptly. Even the admirals of the Navy cannot dismiss the presence of this man, their gazes converging upon the figure leisurely entering the battlefield. Is it really him? Whitebeard's eyes narrow. This man dares to appear in such a place. A look of mild astonishment crosses Kizaru's face. Nanny? How could this old coot be here? Akaina had not anticipated this turn of events. La. As expected, a slight smirk plays at the corner of Akiji and Appos' mouth, for he has received intelligence from a certain individual. Impossible. Could it be that he knows your identity? At this moment, Sengoku is the most shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazes at the leisurely figure. Meanwhile, the entire world, watching the live broadcast, is filled with confusion and bewilderment, unsure of what is transpiring. What? Who is this unfamiliar person? Who is this old man that has appeared here? He doesn't seem to be a Navy officer, as he is not clad in their attire. Yet he is not a pirate either. He did not disembark from Whitebeard's ship. Wait, this old man. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Upon seeing this person, the other 4 emperors collectively shudder. Impossible, impossible. This fellow is still alive. Big Mom straightens her posture, her demeanor turning grave in the presence of this being. Kaido sets down his flask, narrowing his eyes, contemplating the existence of such a dangerous remnant from the old era. It seems this war has become intriguing. I wonder what this old coot intends at Navy headquarters. Could it be an invitation from Whitebeard? At this moment, on the sea, red-haired Shanks, rushing towards Navy headquarters to prevent the war, also spots the man's appearance, and his pupils constrict. First mate. Tap, tap, tap. On the vast square of Marineford, Rayleigh strides slowly, clad in sandals. At this moment, whether it be the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy, or people from all over the world, their attention is riveted upon him. This man, the former first mate of Pirate King Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh. How could he possibly be here? Clang. Rayleigh suddenly draws his sword. The tip of the blade points downward, embedding itself into the cobblestones of Marineford S Square. Sinking a full inch, the Dark King, Rayleigh, he begins to speak, his voice deep and resonant, yet clear enough for all to hear. Might my presence persuade both sides to cease hostilities and halt this senseless war? The world falls silent. Everyone seems to hold their breath. The name of the Dark King Rayleigh is known to many, and even those who have not heard of him grasp the significance through the whispers of those around them. The right-hand man of Pirate King Roger, a living legend, an epic in motion. He wishes to terminate this war. On one side stands the world's strongest, the Emperor Whitebeard. On the other, the Navy headquarters, brimming with 3 admirals and countless elite forces. Will they acquiesce? At this moment, a young girl with pigtails in the square suddenly giggles. How wonderful. This old grandpa is a good person, right? Daddy, won't he get hurt? Will he? A nearby woman gently pats the girl's head, her voice filled with hopeful anticipation, perhaps. How wonderful. Dear. Nonsense. A thunderous rebuke erupts. Sengoku's voice, amplified through the microphone, reaches every ear, yet the sheer volume causes all speakers to fall silent. Dark King Rayleigh, who do you think you are? Do not presume that your association with Roger grants you immunity. You are still a pirate. A notorious one at that. Do you truly expect to halt a war as a pirate? How ludicrous. This war has been meticulously plotted by Sengoku for an extended period, aimed at revealing to the world that Roger's son was executed by the Navy, with Whitebeard also falling to their might. This would not only elevate the Navy's reputation but also culminate in the end of the Great Pirate Era. Yet now, a crew member of the Pirate King emerges, proclaiming a desire to end the war? Do not jest. Surprisingly, Whitebeard does not respond with anger but rather speaks calmly. Rayleigh, it has been a long time. However, if you wish for me to relent, it is not impossible, provided Sengoku releases Ace. Impossible. Sengoku immediately rejects the notion. There is no room for negotiation. He will not yield. To show fear at the appearance of a Dark King would undermine the Navy's image in the eyes of the world and the pirates alike. Would it not portray the Navy as weak, inviting ridicule? He had long anticipated this outcome. Rayleigh mutters to himself. Yet many are left curious about the identity of the Andapos, he and Apos, to whom Rayleigh refers. With a swift motion, Rayleigh unsheathes his blade, its edge gleaming with a cold light. His gaze sharp and commanding as he surveys the battlefield. In that case, allow me to be your opponent. Chapter 94. Who on earth is this person? At this moment, within the naval headquarters, an eerie silence enveloped the room. No one had anticipated that the impending clash between the pirates and the Navy would evolve to such an extent. A former crew member of the Pirate King had personally intervened to mediate the escalating conflict, seemingly intent on bringing an end to the war. The small girl with pigtails suddenly burst into tears, her innocence shattered by the realization that should war break out, she might never see her father again. Many others shared her confusion. Surely, the Dark King Rayleigh must possess formidable strength? How could the Navy possibly contend with both Whitebeard and Rayleigh simultaneously without suffering catastrophic losses? The thought of divine beings clashing while mere mortals suffer was terrifying. If a battle truly ensued, the death toll would be unimaginable. A chill ran through the crowd at the mere mention of Whitebeard, only to have the specter of Rayleigh emerge as well. It felt as though Rayleigh was intent on aiding Whitebeard. Disgusting, the pirates had united in their cause. Did you not hear? Someone remarked. Rayleigh has just declared his intention to prevent both sides from fighting. He stands neither with the Navy nor the pirates. Yet the prominent figures present were preoccupied with deeper queries. Why had Rayleigh appeared? What was his purpose in this place? Could it truly be merely to mediate a war? No, they could not accept that. They refused to believe that anyone could be so foolish as to engage in actions devoid of personal gain, risking their very lives in the process. Rayleigh has truly lost his senses, another mused. Isn't it better to enjoy a peaceful retirement than to meddle in such affairs? It seems his twilight years may be his last. A fierce glint flickered in Big Mom's eyes, her lips curling into a mocking smile. How misguided this old fool is. Sacrificing himself for the sake of some trivial peace. Kaido, too, lost interest in Rayleigh. This old man is past his prime. I recall him being in his prime when I was young. How much strength could he possibly retain after all these years? With sudden fervor, Akainu stood, his voice ringing out, capturing the attention of the entire world. Unexpectedly, it was the Admiral Akainu who took the first action. However, he did not engage directly. Instead, he coldly proclaimed, "You, a former subordinate of the Pirate King, have done nothing since Roger and Appo's death all those years ago, yet today you emerge. What are you thinking? Is it not preferable to live in peace at home rather than stir up chaos? It seems you seek your own demise." Akainu and Appo's words were veiled, understood by only a few, yet Rayleigh grasped their meaning. When Roger died, he had surrendered voluntarily, knowing he had little time left due to his illness. He struck a deal with the Navy. He would accept imprisonment or execution without resistance, and in return, the Navy would spare his crew. This was why, upon Roger's death, his pirate crew seemingly vanished from the world. They were powerful pirates, yet there had been no news of them at all. On the execution platform, Sengoku cast a deep, appreciative glance at Akainu and Appo's back. This man possessed the talent of a fleet admiral. To subdue an enemy without battle is the pinnacle of strategy. Akainu's words were clearly a reminder, even a threat to Rayleigh. Should he take action against the Navy, it would undoubtedly violate the pact made with Roger, nullifying any agreements. Rayleigh chuckled lightly, saying, "I need not elaborate. Today, I come merely as an old man seeking to prevent a senseless war. The worst that can happen is my death. But I have lived long enough already, and besides." At that moment, his aura surged dramatically. A palpable, almost visible force of Haushiko Haki distorted the air around him, and a flash of red glimmered in his eyes. Moreover, "I have not fought at full strength in many years. It is an honor to face the world's greatest masters today." Boom. As his words fell, the ground beneath his feet cracked open. His immense haki erupted forth, altering the very essence of the world around them. In that instant, neither the Navy and Appo's high-ranking officers nor Whitebeard could maintain their calm demeanor. What overwhelming haki! No wonder he is known as the Dark King. This old man has indeed made a name for himself through his haki. If Roger were alive today, surely his haki would have reached this level too. Simultaneously, countless viewers watching from afar felt the terrifying aura radiating from Rayleigh through their screens. It was a visible manifestation of strength. How frightening! Is this man truly human? What is this mysterious power? I wish to learn it. Mastering it would grant me such strength. This old man was indeed impressive, daring to challenge both the entire Navy and the legendary pirate Whitebeard. No, this elder was already a legend in his own right, perhaps even more legendary than anyone present. Indeed, he was a living legend. Having accompanied the Pirate King Roger on his adventures, having reached the ultimate island, Raftel, and witnessed the One Piece. Yet, I recall Rayleigh mentioning a certain he. Who could this person be? At that moment within the naval headquarters, Akainu sat with a dark expression. "Rayleigh, what do you truly intend to do?" Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Appo's patience wore thin. Initially, he had thought Rayleigh might have come to rescue Ace due to his identity, but now it seemed increasingly evident that Rayleigh had ulterior motives. "Indeed, Rayleigh, what do you truly seek?" Sengoku murmured, his mind swirling with doubts. His question echoed the thoughts of countless others present. At this juncture, many prominent figures watching the live broadcast were equally perplexed. What was the Dark King Rayleigh truly after? It seems the time has come to speak. Akiji suddenly realized something, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, though he maintained a composed exterior. Standing amidst the crowd, Rayleigh surveyed them all with an air of authority, his haki surging. "What is it that I want?" he mused, as if conversing with himself while addressing everyone present. It is rather unfortunate. Sometimes, the truth is simply too hard to believe. Therefore, let me rephrase it, as someone once suggested. Everyone perked up, realizing Rayleigh was indeed harboring ulterior motives. And who was this someone he referred to? What manner of person could command the actions of the legendary pirate? Chapter 95. A performance cut short upon entry. At this moment, on the vast ocean, aboard a naval vessel, the newly established Blackbeard pirates were intently watching a live broadcast. Their captain's scheme had unexpectedly taken a turn. The anticipated clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy had not yet commenced, and the legendary pirate king, Rayleigh, had made an unexpected appearance. What could this ancient figure possibly want, emerging from his retirement to thwart the impending conflict? Was it not wiser for him to remain at home, enjoying his twilight years? Blackbeard found Rayleigh's presence irksome and was thoroughly displeased. His plans were being delayed. Moreover, he felt an unsettling sense of uncertainty as events began to spiral beyond his control. Should Whitebeard survive the encounter at Navy headquarters and instead perish elsewhere? The tremor fruit might not fall into his hands. This would disrupt many of his carefully laid plans. At that moment, on the projection of the transponder snail, Rayleigh began to speak. The man stated that if they could not accept his intervention to prevent war, then he would offer them a reason they might find acceptable. That man? Who could it be? Blackbeard and Athos. As suspicion grew, someone capable of influencing Rayleigh was undoubtedly a formidable future adversary. Intrigued, he leaned in, eager to hear the name Rayleigh would utter. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, in the square, Rayleigh slowly proclaimed, "I, codenamed Athos, king of the underworld, and Athos, hail from an organization known as Athos, Sword and Smiles, and Athos, now. The leader has issued a command." His exact words were to instruct Whitebeard to return to the New World and to admonish that old fool Sengoku to temper his actions. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the crowd. Nearly everyone stood with mouths agape, incredulously staring at Rayleigh. Some questioned whether their ears had deceived them. What did he just say? Countless ordinary spectators watching the broadcast could scarcely believe their ears. The king of the underworld, Rayleigh, had audaciously demanded that Whitebeard return to the New World. Moreover, he had referred to Sengoku as that old fool. This was beyond bold. Such a statement could easily offend both parties involved. How impressive. How domineering. It was almost audacious, bordering on arrogance. The expressions on Sengoku and Whitebeard and Athos' faces turned grim. Were such words to come from a mere bystander, they would undoubtedly scoff and dismiss them. Yet, these words carried weight. Spoken by Rayleigh himself, who possessed the standing to utter them. The most terrifying aspect was the identity of Rayleigh's leader, a being capable of commanding Rayleigh. Furthermore, what was this organization, and Athos, Sword and Smiles, and Athos, and when had it been established? Why had they never heard of it until now? If that is the case, Rayleigh, allow me to witness your prowess once more. In that instant, Whitebeard made an unexpected move. No one anticipated that he, the clearly disadvantaged party, would strike first. He raised his massive arm and forcefully struck the air before him. Boom. Crack. The air where his fist connected shattered like fractured glass. A tremendous sphere of tangible energy surged forth towards Rayleigh, as if the very atmosphere had been transformed into a force capable of toppling an island. Anyone with even a modicum of combat understanding would instantly recognize the vast chasm separating them from such an entity. It was not merely a gulf, but an insurmountable chasm. Well, I share the same sentiment. Seeing this, Rayleigh did not retreat but instead countered, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face as he drew his sword and struck. Whoosh! A visible arc of blade energy shot forth, soaring like a bird in flight, courageously colliding with the grand sphere of white energy. Boom! The instant their techniques met, everyone present at Navy headquarters felt the earth tremble, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had erupted. Wait! Look, the ocean is splitting. Oh! The seawater! Look at the seawater! Panic ensued as spectators realized that the direction of Rayleigh and Athos' blade energy had cleaved the ocean as though it were mere cheese, creating a fissure over 100 meters deep. Meanwhile, behind the Navy headquarters, the sea surged upward, forming a massive block of water that appeared frozen in time, a truly spectacular sight. Such a phenomenon was nothing short of astonishing. The clash of titans could incite such terrifying displays. Ordinary people would find themselves at the mercy of even the residual forces generated by this level of battle. In this moment, countless pairs of eyes, glued to the live feed, were filled with dread. This was the might of the utmost elite. They truly wielded the power to annihilate worlds. Indeed, Whitebeard's prowess has not waned with age. Rayleigh wore an expression of calm and ease, even a faint smile, as though the parted sea and the soaring block of water behind him were of no consequence. "Humph, you are not lacking either." Whitebeard snorted dismissively. a slight curve of his lips betraying a hint of amusement, also ignoring the rift in the ocean beside him. At that moment, Akainu could no longer remain seated. Rising with a grim countenance, he exclaimed, "You two are treating our navy's territory as a mere battlefield, wreaking havoc at will. If two old pirates wish to brawl, I might even applaud from the sidelines. However, neither of you are weaklings. One is the Yonko Whitebeard, and the other the king of the underworld, Rayleigh. The mere aftermath of your clash has summoned such anomalies, and the Navy shall bear the brunt of it. I cannot stand idly by." Before he could finish his sentence, Akainu's figure had already appeared in the square. His speed was so extraordinary that ordinary eyes could scarcely discern it. Meanwhile, Rayleigh remained unaware of Akainu's approach, fixated on Whitebeard. Yet, Akainu's fist, as large as a house, composed of molten magma, was hurtling towards Rayleigh's back with tremendous force. Gasp! Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, holding their breath in shock. Could it be that the legendary pirate, Rayleigh, was to meet his demise here today? Alas! Had he grown so old that he could not evade such a swift attack? Disappointment rippled through the crowd regarding Rayleigh's reaction speed. They had anticipated a thrilling confrontation. Yet it appeared the curtain was drawing on his performance before it even began. Just as all eyes were fixed on Rayleigh and Akainu, a sudden sound of bamboo poles striking the ground pierced the air. Ah, what a hassle! I almost missed it. Sneak attacks from behind are hardly chivalrous. Allow me to be your opponent. Chapter 96. Who could it be? Before them stood a figure, seemingly slow in movement, yet leaving behind flickering afterimages. Calmly positioning himself behind Rayleigh, clad in a purple robe, with an expression devoid of focus, the only thing radiating from him was the sharpness of the sword staff he wielded. Hell's Journey. As a flash of purple light flickered, the magma fist that was about to strike Fujitora's face was suddenly halted as though restrained by an immense force. In an instant, it was violently thrust downward, pulling Akainu's entire body with it. Within a 5-meter radius around Akainu, the ground abruptly caved in, as if an unseen deity had descended with a colossal hammer to strike the earth. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and a visible supergravity field manifested mere inches before Fujitora, pressing Akainu down into the abyss. The earth opened into a seemingly bottomless pit, as if reaching the very core of the planet. Akainu vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. Silence. The entire arena fell into a hushed astonishment. All eyes fixated on this unfamiliar elder who had appeared. In their hearts, they clamored with disbelief. Who on earth was this individual? The sudden emergence of Rayleigh was already astonishing. Now, another elder had appeared, showcasing such formidable strength. Without even witnessing him strike, Akainu had been utterly vanquished. You are. Rayleigh slowly turned to face the blind swordsman behind him. Clink! Fujitora sheathed his sword staff and smiled. Oh, it's you, the laughing swordsman. To everyone's surprise, Rayleigh recognized him, greeting him warmly. Who would have thought that the legendary Dark King Rayleigh was also my comrade? What a pleasure to meet. Fujitora responded enthusiastically. The two conversed casually, seemingly oblivious to the multitude surrounding them, as if the entire world was watching. Enough. A figure soared from below, landing on the ground, Akainu. Looking utterly disheveled, he regarded Fujitora with grave apprehension, confirming that the Navy and Appo's intelligence had never mentioned a pirate of such caliber. Who are you to possess such power? Could it be that you hail from that organization known as Laughing Swords? Magma swirled around Akainu as he interrogated, his voice menacing. Fujitora turned to face Akainu, formally introducing himself. My code name is Fujitora, a member of the Laughing Swords. Crack. The jaws of everyone around nearly unhinged, astonished to discover another member of this enigmatic organization. Their emergence was nothing short of astonishing. First, the Dark King Rayleigh. Now, another formidable figure capable of subduing Akainu. What manner of power does this organization wield? How could they enlist such formidable talents? Akainu's expression darkened. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. What was meant to be a decisive battle against Whitebeard had now been disrupted by Rayleigh and an unfamiliar, yet powerful swordsman clad in purple. If these two formidable adversaries allied with Whitebeard, the Navy would be in grave peril. At that moment, the outcome of the battle became exceedingly uncertain. Perhaps there is no need to explain further. Fujitora suddenly shifted his demeanor, coldly addressing Akainu. Then, what schemes does your organization harbor? Feeling slighted, Akainu gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. Did I not make myself clear? Fujitora slowly advanced, emanating a formidable presence that surveyed the crowd. Let Whitebeard return to the New World, and as for the Navy, cease any public executions. Would it not be better for all to pursue peace? Unlike Rayleigh's roguish demeanor, Fujitora and Appo's words were exceedingly courteous. Hiss. At this moment, the entire world was taken aback. The leader of this mysterious organization was indeed audacious. Summoning 2 top-tier warriors in a bid to prevent the impending war. What is this Laughing Swords organization? It seemed to have never been heard of before. Indeed. Every member was exceptionally formidable, either the Dark King Rayleigh or the blind swordsman who could restrain Akainu with a mere flick of his wrist. Could it be that both individuals were benevolent? Did the leader genuinely wish to avert all conflict? If so, that would indeed be splendid, sparing the world from the horrors of war. But how could that be? Such individuals must harbor ulterior motives. Meanwhile, far away, other emperors were growing increasingly somber. The name Laughing Swords was entirely unfamiliar, yet the fact that the old man Rayleigh had joined suggested that this organization was no trivial matter. Big Mom's eyes glinted, as if contemplating something significant. Gathering such powerful figures felt oddly reminiscent of Captain Rock's. Could it be? Kaido set down his flask, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Red-haired Shanks was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that his former first mate, a man of such pride, would now bow to another, referring to them as a leader. After all, this was a crew member of the Pirate King, Roger. And who was this Fujitora? Such immense strength, yet his existence had never been acknowledged. He was not a pirate. Could he perhaps be a hidden master? At this moment, Sengoku's expression shifted unpredictably. As a strategist, he had already considered numerous potential contingencies before the battle commenced, even contemplating intricate details. Yet, he had never envisioned this scenario unfolding. The Dark King Rayleigh and an unknown purple-robed man had arrived on the battlefield, intent on obstructing the war. Could this person be a former ally of Roger, seeking to rescue Ace? Or was there a connection to red-haired Shanks? What schemes could he possibly possess? Could it be that Rock still lived, seeking to stir trouble once more? Sengoku's mind raced with the faces of legendary figures who had once dominated the seas, but were now long gone or faded into obscurity. Golden Lion, Zephyr, Rox, Roger, red-haired. Even the possibility of Rox and Roger being resurrected or faking their deaths crossed his mind, yet he dismissed it one by one. Impossible, it cannot be them. Even if the deceased were truly revived, their nature could not have transformed so drastically. Who could it be? In that moment, all the emperors, admirals, and the millions of viewers across the globe pondered the same question in their hearts. Chapter 97. What if all of you join forces? Ordinary individuals may remain oblivious, but some of the prominent figures are currently in a state of agitation, wishing to rush forth and pry the truth from Rayleigh or that man in purple. Who is it that has established this organization, possessing the audacity to mobilize 2 formidable warriors, to come to the Marine headquarters battlefield and orchestrate such an incredible event is utterly unfathomable. If the members of this organization were to assist either party, it would be understandable. Yet, astonishingly, they are adversaries to both. They provide no aid to the pirates nor to the Marines. Such a decision is undeniably foolish. Carp, can you fathom who might be the mastermind behind all of this? Beneath the execution platform, Vice Admiral Tsuru is equally perplexed, unable to restrain herself from posing the question to Carp. With a sigh, Carp shakes his head. He truly cannot conceive of the answer. If there exists anyone in this world capable of executing actions beyond his expectations and achieving grand feats, he can only think of one individual, Roronoa Zoro. However, if it were indeed possible for him to command Rayleigh and the purple-clad warrior to engage in such actions, Carp believes it would be absolutely impossible. At this moment, amidst the tumultuous sea, one person is driven to madness, Blackbeard. Curse be it. Why is the battle still not underway? Hurry and vanquish that old wretch Whitebeard. His tremor fruit must be mine. Blackbeard is on the verge of insanity, his eyes ablaze with madness. The so-called strongest paramecia, the tremor fruit, could grant him the right to vie for the throne of the 4 emperors, or even the title of Pirate King. Although he has devised a backup plan, an alternative fruit power should he fail to acquire the tremor fruit, he truly wishes to avoid such a course of action unless absolutely necessary. It is all because of this organization, Rayleigh, and that mysterious leader. Clenching his fists, Blackbeard suddenly pales. A terrifying thought strikes him. If this enigmatic individual possesses the capability to command both Rayleigh and the purple-clad warrior, does that not render him akin to the Pirate King? His very presence need not even engage in combat. Merely through his 2 subordinates, he could annihilate Blackbeard's crew. What then becomes of his plans and the years of patience he has endured? With this realization, Blackbeard collapses to the ground. In the holy land of Mariehua, The five elders are intently observing the developments on the battlefield, yet their expressions reveal unease. Where did this sword breaker emerge from? Why has there been no prior intelligence concerning the existence of this organization? The Pirate King Rayleigh has actually joined forces with them. And who might that man in purple be? Investigate. Prompt the CP0 to uncover the truth. I must ascertain who the puppet master truly is. It is terrifying. Were it not for the top battle, we might have remained ignorant of this organization's existence. This is the most frightening aspect, like an unseen hand of darkness wielding terrifying power. Yet the world remains unaware of its deeds and intentions. Perhaps, many occurrences in this world have already been altered by this organization and that mysterious figure. While we remain oblivious, the five elders are now drenched in sweat. A powerful force has emerged right beneath their noses, and they are unaware. What if, one day in the future, this group suddenly takes an interest in the celestial dragons or threatens the positions of the five elders? Imagine the chaos if a top-tier warrior were to rampage through the Holy Land. Even if everything were to settle in the end, Lorden would not spare them. This is a grave dereliction of duty. At that moment, an unexpected disturbance occurs at the Marine headquarters. Look at the sea. A soldier suddenly yells, pointing towards the horizon with a face full of terror. Soon, everyone notices their faces paling as a terrifying 100-meter wave rises, crashing towards them. If that wave were to strike, none of those present would survive. Oh dear, I must intervene, murmurs Akiji, who suddenly leaps into action, unleashing his powers. Ice time. Two torrents of frigid air burst forth from his palms, visibly freezing the incoming wave, averting impending disaster. That was close. We survived, thank goodness. Truly, Vice Admiral Akiji is remarkable, able to freeze such towering waves. The fortunate soldiers cheer, but at that moment, Kazara suddenly rises. Really? Everyone? Shouldn't you be guarding the execution platform? Yet, here you all are, absent, he remarks lazily, hands tucked into his pockets. What will the world think if I refrain from taking action? As he speaks, he transforms into a beam of yellow light, soaring into the sky. He is making his move. Vice Admiral Kizaru. This action ignites a wave of excitement among the crowd. Another admiral has joined the fray. The atmosphere is electric. With Akainu already on the battlefield, will the tides of battle shift? Honestly, whatever the organization may be, first, let us eliminate Whitebeard. He is the root of all this chaos. I suspect that once Whitebeard falls, this so-called organization will disperse. Kazara states, his tone nonchalant yet resolute. Just then, Rayleigh suddenly makes his move. If you wish to fight, allow me to be your opponent. Oh? Kizaru is taken aback, surprised by this unforeseen turn of events. Initially, Rayleigh had been confronting Whitebeard, yet now he seeks to engage him. You're serious? Are we to battle each other now? Kizaru quips, yet his movements are swift. He draws his sword, engaging in combat with Rayleigh. The crowd gasps. They had not anticipated that Rayleigh, moments ago clashing with Whitebeard, would now turn to confront Kizaru. This action leaves them utterly bewildered. Could it be that Rayleigh and that man named Fujitora truly intend to halt the war? Indeed, it is a possibility. Humph. What a tedious affair. Suddenly, Whitebeard stirs. A fierce glint flashes in his eyes. Rayleigh, do you pity the old man? Do you believe I have grown frail? As he speaks, he raises his arm once more, appearing ready to declare war on all. Who do you think I am? I am Whitebeard. What if all of you joined forces? What of it? His voice resonates with an indomitable aura as he raises his weapon, ready to strike. Hold on. A voice interrupts. Emerging from the ranks of the Seven Warlords. Chapter 98. An absolute bombshell. The sound of footsteps echoed increasingly nearer. Everyone turned their heads to behold the approaching figure. Hawkeye, let me experience firsthand the legendary strength of the pirate known as Whitebeard. Before the words could even settle, Hawkeye unleashed a sword strike. The black blade of Yoru emitting a resounding cry, followed by a torrent of sword energy surging forth, aimed directly at Whitebeard. Incredible speed. It appeared that after his encounter with Luofeng, Hawkeye had gained insight, refining his swordsmanship to an even higher level. Simultaneously, Whitebeard bellowed, wielding his weapon, the Tsongyin-Xia, to unleash a formidable wave of sword energy. Bang! At the moment of collision between the two top-tier warriors' attacks, a terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward in all directions. Truly formidable. No wonder he is hailed as the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye Mihawk is indeed deserving of his reputation. The ability to engage Whitebeard in combat is astonishing. Everyone felt a surge of excitement, particularly the naval forces, as he was one of the Seven Warlords. An ally of the Navy. Humph, not bad. Whitebeard remarked coldly. However, Hawkeye, are you certain you wish to obstruct my path? Whitebeard unexpectedly elaborated, implying that serving the Navy was not the hallmark of a true warrior. This is bad. Sengoku's expression shifted. He had underestimated Whitebeard. Initially, he thought Whitebeard was merely a brute, but now it seemed he employed psychological tactics as well. Would Hawkeye be swayed by such words? Sengoku felt a twinge of uncertainty. He knew Hawkeye was not one to yield easily. He had taken up the title of warlord simply to avoid trouble, not wishing to be constantly harassed by the Navy. Otherwise, with Hawkeye and Apos' strength, the Navy would never have been able to capture him. No need for further words. Yet, Hawkeye remained unperturbed, unaffected by Whitebeard and Apos' remarks. I fight you today, firstly to test my own strength, to determine whether I stand on the same level as those of your legendary stature. Secondly, it is at the behest of another. As he spoke, he turned to smile faintly at Rayleigh and Fujitora. I am but a humble member of the Sword and Blade clan. Well, the world erupted once more. Expressions turned into a whirlwind of astonishment. Is this a jest? Hawkeye is one of them? Is he not a warlord? Not a member of the Navy? Does this signify a betrayal? Hiss, how terrifying. This mysterious organization has revealed 3 members, each a top-tier powerhouse. One is the Dark King Rayleigh, another is the world-renowned swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk, and the last is a formidable figure in purple robes, each one a paragon of strength. The implications are chilling. This mysterious organization is immensely powerful, harboring so many elite fighters among its ranks. In the New World, Kaido and Big Mom straightened their postures simultaneously at the revelation of Hawkeye and Apos' identity. One Rayleigh and one Fujitora might not have conveyed the gravity of the situation, but now with Hawkeye, it was an absolute bombshell. What is happening? What do these individuals intend to accomplish? What is the purpose of this organization called Sword and Blade Clan? And what do its leaders seek? Big Mom and Apos' forehead began to bead with sweat, an undeniable fear of the unknown gripping her. The combined strength of these 3 individuals, if they were to form a pirate crew, would likely surpass that of any current Yonko crew. Kaido crushed the wine jug in his hand with a crack, blood vessels bulging in his eyes. Why? How could this organization attract such powerful individuals? Why can't these people serve my cause? What allure does that mysterious leader possess? What methods does he employ to command the allegiance of such fierce warriors? At this moment, Kaido was engulfed in a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. He yearned to build a formidable pirate crew and was troubled by his inability to recruit strong allies. While observing how easily others managed to recruit the likes of Dark King Rayleigh and the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. What? This is impossible, Sengoku exclaimed, 2 beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. The 5 elders were equally taken aback. To think that even Hawkeye is one of them. What kind of organization is this, and what are its intentions? Their leader must be a truly formidable individual to gather such top-tier warriors under his command at this moment. The 5 felt a chill run down their spines, as if an unseen eye were watching them intently. Clang! Rayleigh and Apos' sword vibrated. And he spoke again to both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. I ask once more, will you cease hostilities? Each word resonated powerfully, leaving no room for dismissal. At that moment, neither the Navy nor Whitebeard's faction could ignore the presence of the 3 individuals any longer. Together, they posed a significant threat. Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger Pirates, a legendary pirate in his youth. Hawkeye, the universally acknowledged greatest swordsman, unmatched in his swordsmanship, and Fujitora, who, without even engaging directly, had already subdued an admiral like Akainu with his devil fruit powers, a true warrior. The 3 united could undoubtedly bring devastation to this place. Countless eyes were glued to the scene unfolding on the screen, holding their breath in anticipation. The world was eager to discover whether the Navy and Whitebeard would yield. Damn it, how did things escalate to this point at this moment? Sengoku was drenched in sweat. The situation had spiraled completely out of his control, heading toward chaos. Initially, the Navy faced only the Whitebeard pirates, and all of Sengoku and Apos' strategies were tailored for Whitebeard alone. However, the sudden emergence of these 3 individuals completely disrupted his plans. None of them were to be trifled with. If he refused to agree to a ceasefire, it was highly likely that these 3 would join forces with Whitebeard. Realizing this, beads of cold sweat began to fall from Sengoku's forehead. Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Hawkeye, and the suddenly appearing figure in purple robes who could hold his own against Akainu together. Their combined strength was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Whitebeard was also deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Each time he attempted to strike at the Navy, he was thwarted, indicating that these 3 were not on his side. If he were to initiate combat, he would be met with a coalition of 3 formidable fighters alongside the Navy. At that moment, both Whitebeard and Sengoku inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was troublesome. Chapter 99. Each person's just as the world fell into silence. Everyone held their breath, gazing intently at the images on the grand screen, eagerly anticipating the imminent events. This was indeed an unprecedented occurrence with the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, the Pirate King and Apos, first mate, and the great swordsman all gathered in one place. Throughout history, such a monumental event had rarely, if ever, transpired. A tense stalemate had emerged. It appeared that the organization known as Sword and Blade Laughter was genuinely striving for peace. When Whitebeard made a move, they intervened. When the Navy acted, they also obstructed. They were akin to a stick stirring the muck. But who was truly in the right? Was Sword and Blade Laughter mistaken? They merely wished to prevent this blood-soaked war. What fault could be found in that? I sensed their righteousness. Indeed. But was the Navy wrong? They were merely executing a pirate. The Navy was also upholding their own sense of justice. And what of the pirates? From their perspective, it was only natural to rescue a comrade facing execution. Failing to do so would render them cold-hearted. This situation had become quite troublesome, as all 3 factions believed themselves to be the bearers of justice, which implied that none would yield an inch. At that moment, on the battlefield, Whitebeard spoke first, letting out a cold snort. If you relish stirring the pot, then the solution is simple: release Ace, and we can negotiate. With that, all eyes shifted to the execution platform, where a slightly disheveled yet defiant pirate stood. It was for this pirate that such a commotion had arisen. After all, he was merely a bounty hunter worth several hundred million. Could it be that for his sake tens of thousands of lives must be sacrificed today? What significant loss would come from releasing a single pirate? It was unlikely that he could ever cause harm to so many. Indeed, had the situation not become upside down? The purpose of executing a pirate was to eliminate a threat and prevent further harm. Yet now, in the pursuit of his death, countless lives were at stake. Was this truly a wise trade-off? Even the Navy soldiers began to waver. Previously fueled by fervent justice, they now found themselves reconsidering. Was it worth risking their lives over a mere pirate? Moreover, why must this pirate be executed publicly? If the intention was to kill him, could it not be done discreetly? Why the elaborate spectacle? Public sentiment began to shift. Many high-ranking Navy officials realized this, as did Sengoku. War must be justified. Otherwise, even the soldiers under your command would find it intolerable. The Navy and Apos' rationale was crumbling. If intervention did not occur soon, morale would likely collapse. Only the seasoned veterans remained resolute on the scene. Had they been fresh recruits, they might have fled by now. It seemed the time had come to reveal your identity. However, Sengoku remained unfazed. After casting a glance at Ace, he picked up the microphone and announced to the world Ace and Apos' true identity. With this declaration, an uproar erupted. The expressions of all present, be they Navy or pirate, transformed dramatically. He was the son of Roger? Even Mihawk and Fujitoro were taken aback. The Rayleigh had already learned of this from Roger. His face bore only a bitter smile, for that was all he could muster. Sengoku continued, coldly asserting, I now suspect that your organization, Sword and Blade Laughter, harbors ulterior motives. You claim to seek peace, but Rayleigh, the leader of this organization, it seems you are the one who wishes to save Roger and Apos' son, gathering so many for your cause. Spare us the grandiose excuses. It is utterly laughable. You have deceived everyone. Sengoku and Apos' words reverberated across the Navy headquarters and Apos' Plaza, leaving many stunned. This was indeed a shocking revelation. Ace was the son of Roger. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Rayleigh, as Roger's first mate, to seek to rescue his captain's son. Instantly, countless gazes shifted, their expressions morphing into something peculiar. How absurd, to think this was all for personal gain. I had believed this old man to be noble. Indeed, one could not judge a book by its cover. This seemingly kind old man turned out to be a hypocrite. The leader of Sword and Blade Laughter was the Dark King Rayleigh. Hardly a mystery. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Who in this world is truly pure-hearted? How naive of me to have been deceived. As thoughts spiraled, the revelation that Roger's son still lived sent chills down spines. Did this imply that Roger's formidable bloodline could still yield a future pirate king? A torrent of curses, speculations, and discussions ensued. So that's why? No wonder I thought that lad resembled a certain old acquaintance. He is indeed Roger's offspring. What a pity that in his youth I did not have a child with Roger. Had our bloodlines combined, the offspring would undoubtedly possess unmatched strength. Gaha, truly splendid. Roger and Apos' son still lives, and such a monumental secret has been kept for so long. Could it be that this old man has been nurturing this lad, aiming to train a future pirate king? Ah, so Ace is Roger's son. Excellent, excellent. Navy, quickly execute him. That way, I shall no longer have to contend with the greatest threat to becoming the pirate king. In the Holy Land, the 5 elders finally exhaled, realizing that it was not some mysterious organization but rather the machinations of Rayleigh. How I underestimated him. After all, he was a member of Roger and Apos' crew, so it was no surprise he could orchestrate such events. Sengoku was indeed astute. How had we not considered this before? At this moment, Whitebeard cast a profound glance at Rayleigh and Apos' silhouette, surprised to discover he too had come to rescue Ace. Wait, if he was also here to save Ace, then why attempt to obstruct me? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Sengoku, too, began to calm his emotions and realized the inconsistency. Wait, if Rayleigh had allied with Whitebeard from the beginning, then they would possess 4 formidable powers. They could undoubtedly rescue Ace. The realization struck Sengoku with a jolt. Chapter 100. The tri-party negotiation at the execution platform. Ace found himself in a state of bewilderment. He distinctly recalled never disclosing his identity to Rayleigh. Surely, Rayleigh should not recognize him. Why would he come to his rescue? Ace murmured to himself. What? Sengoku, standing nearby, was suddenly struck by a surge of unease, his ominous premonition intensifying. Meanwhile, in the central square of the Navy headquarters, the focal point of the battlefield and the world's attention, Akainu let out a cold snort. It would have been better to say this sooner, he remarked, his patience wearing thin. Let us not waste words with these fools. We shall execute justice and eradicate the pirates. With that declaration, he conjured a massive fist of magma and brought it crashing down. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously as a swirling mass of storm clouds formed a colossal vortex, at the center of which loomed an invisible, dark eye, surveying all below. As Akainu charged forward, he was abruptly halted as if colliding with an enormous wall of force, being swept away by an unfathomable power, soaring thousands of meters through the air before crashing into a building. Who did that? The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. For no one had witnessed the source of the attack. It was as if Akainu had been struck by an unseen assailant. Yet, those present with the ability of observation haki sensed nothing but a peculiar energy wave. A devil fruit user. Kazara slowly articulated, his gaze scanning the surroundings with heightened caution. Could it be another member of the Swords Mile organization? Akiji remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he had not been informed of anyone in that group possessing such abilities. At that moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere. A man clad in flip-flops, beach shorts, a pink shirt, and sunglasses. Ah, you finally arrived, leader. Rayleigh spoke up, revealing the man's identity. It was none other than Luo Feng. Gasping in shock, everyone reacted. Leader? The head of this organization truly exists? They questioned whether he was merely a facade created by Rayleigh. Moreover, had this man been responsible for Akainu's earlier plight? Yet, as none had witnessed how he had acted, no one dared to ascertain whether he was indeed the legitimate leader or an impostor. Prepare to meet your demise. At that instant, a blood-red figure emerged from the rubble. Akainu, battered and bruised. I was merely careless, caught off guard by your ambush. His body surged with lava-like blood, dripping onto the ground, corroding it into numerous craters. Very well. Since you, the leader, have revealed yourself, I shall end this senseless farce by taking your life. Execute justice. With a thunderous crash, Akainu propelled himself forward, the ground beneath him fracturing like a spider and Apos' web as he charged at Luo Feng. His speed was blinding, nearly colliding with Luo Feng in the blink of an eye. Yet, Luo Feng stood motionless, his sunglasses reflecting the oncoming dark red glow of magma, giving the impression that he was blind to the approaching threat. First, you must pass my test. Just then, a figure in a purple robe stepped in front of Luo Feng, drawing a sword staff. Gravity sword. Fierce tiger. With a resonant hum. A visible force of terrifying gravity erupted from the tip of Fujitori's weapon. The power of this strike was such that the stone pavement crumbled as if it were mere tofu. Akainu roared, launching a furious punch at the gravitational field. The overwhelming haki he unleashed allowed him to resist the crushing pressure of gravity. As long as one and Apos' haki was sufficiently potent, it could counter the abilities of devil fruit users. A thunderous crash echoed, and both forces clashed evenly. All attention was drawn to the man standing behind Fujitora. Was this the enigmatic leader of the organization? He appeared remarkably youthful, lacking any semblance of a seasoned warrior, even dressed rather casually. Akane took a moment to steady his breath, first casting a deep glance at Fujitora before locking his gaze on Luo Feng. He posed the question on everyone's mind. Are you the leader of Sword Mile? At this moment, the world watched in rapt attention. No one had anticipated that the figure capable of uniting the likes of the Dark King Rayleigh, Mihawk, and the man in the purple robe would be such a young individual. I've never seen this face before, Kizaru remarked, as the Admiral had never heard of this young man's name. This face is indeed unfamiliar and far too youthful. Could it be that Rayleigh is willing to heed his command? Big Mom mused. Could he possibly be a descendant of Roger? Otherwise, how could Rayleigh possibly bow to this young man? Kaido expressed his skepticism. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, observing Luo Feng in his distinctly vacation attire. Feeling a sense of déjà vu. Wait, why does he look somewhat familiar? Carp suddenly widened his eyes, as if on the verge of a realization, yet unable to pierce through the veil of his memory. With his hands tucked in his pockets, clad in beachwear, Luo Feng strolled through the square of Marineford. Not far away stood the 3 Marine admirals, alongside numerous elite Navy forces, and behind them loomed the legendary pirate Whitebeard. Even without exuding their haki, the aura emanating from these figures was overwhelmingly formidable. Lesser beings would likely find themselves trembling at their presence. However, Luo Feng appeared as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll on the beach. Behind him, Rayleigh, Mihawk, and Fujitora formed a protective barrier, seemingly placing him at the center of their formation. At that moment, the world unequivocally recognized that this seemingly youthful and casually dressed man was indeed a person of immense significance capable of commanding these 3 top-tier warriors. Suddenly, Luo Feng halted, directing his gaze towards the execution platform, articulating his intent. Is there truly no way to cease hostilities, Sengoku? And you, Whitebeard? At that moment, he was engaging in dialogue and negotiation with the entirety of the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. The realization struck those present, their eyes widening in astonishment. It was an extraordinary scene. Both the Navy and Whitebeard, each an undeniable power in the seas, were now at the mercy of this enigmatic man's negotiation. Yet, this was entirely plausible given the 3 formidable figures standing behind him. Whether it was Sengoku or Whitebeard, they could not deny the undeniable truth. They could no longer overlook this young man before them.